This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Yunjo by Family. Lannan Kingdom. Yunjo City. There were bursts of reading sounds coming from the Bai family's private school. But under the scorching August sun, the sounds were a little weak and not as loud as the cicadas in the trees outside the window. Bai Donglin, who was already 11 years old, half closed his eyes, shook his head and responded. His mind had already flown away. I must have been reincarnated. It's not a soul traveling through time, nor a body traveling through time. It's a direct reincarnation into the Bai family of Yunjo. It must be that the baby's body was too fragile to bear my soul. It was only a few days ago that it gradually adapted, solved the mystery in the womb, and awakened the memory of the previous life. As a member of the army of social animals, Bai Donglin was deeply influenced by the blessings in his previous life. As an orphan, he has no one to rely on, so he has to work harder to live with dignity. The high-intensity work eliminated most entertainment activities, and reading novels became his only pastime. So he is very familiar with time travel. Something's wrong. Could it be that all the novels I've read for the past decade are lies? Where's the promised golden finger? Bai Donglin changed his hand to support his chin and sighed. Only those who have died once know how wonderful it is to live. In the previous life, when I got off work late at night, I died in a burst of strong white light. My soul was drawn into a dark space. After a long period of travel, I saw many incredible scenes, and finally survived to be reincarnated. He never wanted to experience that kind of loneliness, helplessness and despair again. Therefore, he is extremely eager to have all kinds of magical gold fingers, whether it is the grandfather ring or the funny system. Although he was born into a wealthy family in this life, and lived a comfortable life as a playboy, he was really afraid of death now, even of old age. This world is not an ordinary ancient world. It is a world where extraordinary powers exist. From what he has come into contact with so far, this is at least a middle-level demon world. How vast the world outside is not something he can understand now. In such a world, dying of old age might even be a luxury. Not to mention that the Bai family is a hereditary family of generals defending the country. And going into battle and killing the enemy is something that almost every member of the Bai family must experience. Kill the enemy in battle and die on the horse's hide. A general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of men. How many people can truly survive to the end on the battlefield? Especially in this world with extraordinary powers. Taking the heads of enemy generals is just a common occurrence. Forget it. There's no point in thinking too much. Even without the golden finger, I still have the knowledge from my previous life. Isn't it just a mortal start? I understand the process. An entire afternoon passed quietly while Bai Donglin was daydreaming. Okay, that's all for today. School is over. The gentleman on the podium shook his head and walked out of the school. He was commonplace for his performance of the Bai family. In his words, they are a group of warriors, guys whose brains are all muscles. However, he also understood that the general's mansion has always valued military power over literature. If they were not afraid of producing an illiterate general in the future and ruining the reputation of the Bai family, they would not have spent a lot of money to invite gentlemen like them to give lectures. He did not have high expectations for these students. But at least they should be able to read and understand the art of war. If they could not deploy troops, what kind of general would they be? They could be just as good as cooks. However, silver is really fragrant. Oh, it's time to go home from school. Old 8. 11. Shall we go to the martial arts arena and watch the instructor perform martial arts? Let's go. Let's go together. Xiao Shisan. Aren't you going with us? I'm not going. I have to go back to the yard to feed the birds. Bai Donglin rubbed his eyes, as if he had just woken up, and waved at the group of little kids in front of him, sending them away. What's the point of just watching? I'm still young and can't practice martial arts. I can only feel jealous when I watch. Instead of spending this much time, I might as well go back and take good care of my second brother's bird. I hope that this time when my second brother comes back from the sect, he can give me some surprises. Thinking of his second brother, Bai Donglin came in an instant. However, he grew up listening to the legend of his second brother since he was a child. The talented second brother worshipped the monk's gate, and it was also the top 10 martial arts in Nanyang. Nanyang State has a vast territory and a population of over 1 billion, which is not much inferior to the great powers in previous generations. I believe that the top 10 sects must be very powerful. The Bai family has been able to stand for 1,000 years without falling. which must be something extraordinary. The things the instructors showed at the martial arts arena might not be the Bai family's most powerful skills. As a descendant of my main lineage, I will come into contact with these things sooner or later. The Bai family has been developing for 1,000 years. So naturally there are many people. Not only do the main branch people live in this general's mansion, but many branch disciples also live here. The descendants of the Bai family who inherited the title of general are the main branch, and the rest are branches. Although there is a distinction between the main and branches, there is no distinction between superiors and subordinates. After all, the blood in the body cannot be faked, and we are all family members. Bai Dongling's father is the current great general, Bai Li, a man who suppressed the southern countries. Bai Dongling's mother was humble, and she was the eldest lady, that is, the dowry of his aunt. Although she was a maid, she was treated as a sister by the eldest lady who grew up with her. Unfortunately, due to her weak constitution and having never learned martial arts, she died of complications during childbirth after giving birth to Bai Dongling. The general's mansion did not contain the melodramatic plots seen in the novels of his previous life. There were no evil servants doing evil things. Instead, everyone was respectful to him. None of his brothers and sisters bullied him. On the contrary, because he was the youngest and had lost his mother at a young age, they all cared for him. The eldest lady treated him like her own son. Isn't it the protagonist template? Instead of dragon? Not only did he not have a golden finger, but he also did not even have a cruel living environment, which made Bai Donglin doubt for a time that he was just a dead supporting role. Later, he met the destined protagonist, who gave him some experience and benefits. And that was it. After getting a box lunch, the more I think about it, the more bleak my future seems. I must start practicing as soon as possible. Without a golden finger, I have to rely on my own efforts. Unfortunately, the Bai family stipulates that one can only practice martial arts when he is 16 years old. Practicing martial arts too early will at best affect his development, and at worst, he will become disabled. I have no choice but to ask my second brother for help. The top 10 sects will not limit the age of martial arts training. My second brother was taken away by an old Taoist priest when he was 6 years old. So, for now, all I can do is to take good care of my second brother's bird. Considering my hard work in raising the bird, it should be reasonable to give him 8 or 10 manuals on magical skills. Right? How difficult it is. There is no way to attract people, and it is difficult to get in that world. No matter how he will not give up his pursuit of extraordinary power. He doesn't want to live a mediocre life anymore. He wants to take control of his own destiny. The previous life was inexplicable, and this life must live clearly. Bai Donglin left the private school and climbed directly onto the carriage parked at the door. The Bai family's mansion covers a very large area, and horse-drawn carriages are needed to travel between the various courtyards. Go to my aunt. Good young master. You are sitting firmly. Chapter 2. Something is wrong with my body. Bai Donglin got off the carriage. A servant had been waiting behind the door for a long time and quickly opened it. Master, you're here. The wife is waiting for you in the birdhouse. Oh, I see. I don't need anyone to lead the way. I have been to Xian Pavilion countless times, and it is very familiar to me. The light car came to a partial temple. This partial temple was not large, and the building inside was very scarce. It was more of a variety of strange flowers and strangers, rockery and green trees, but like a garden. Unlike ordinary gardens, this partial palace is along the exterior wall, and the whole upside is shrouded in a metal net. With the manufacturing technology of this world, this railway net is expensive. It can be seen that the aunt's doting for the second brother is rare to return once even 2 or 3 years. But the birdhouse still takes care of it. Donglin, you are here. Come here and try the cakes from Yunjo. When the beautiful woman in the pavilion saw Bai Donglin, her eyes lit up. She stood up and walked towards him, put her arm around his shoulders, and pinched his cheek. Auntie, I'm not a child anymore. Bai Dong's face was bitter inside. You child. What a lady's mother. Called mother. Followed. Mother. Bai Dongling's face was serious, and his right fist knocked on his left chest, and walked a military ceremony. Smelly, come to talk with your mother. Since your second brother entered the Zongman, your elder sister, the dead girl, is not obedient and married. I am more and more deserted. Fortunately, you have come to accompany me. Mrs. Bai has a child and 1 daughter. The eldest daughter has already married into the palace 8 years ago. She is the prince today. The second son also entered the gate at the age of 6. The palace has strict rules and regulations. And as the crown princess, it is rare for her to come back to visit her parents once every 1 or 2 years. My second brother is obsessed with Taoism and is devoted to cultivation. The last time he went home was 3 years ago. And this birdhouse was built at that time. Now only Bai Donglin accompanies her. Bai Donglin is also a big hand in one hand, which can be described as her own. After eating the pastry, drinking tea, and taking the test, Bai Donglin remembered the right thing. Mom, I'm going to take care of those little guys. They're chirping so much. They must be starving. These things are given to the subordinates. And you don't need to do it yourself. That won't do. These birds are my second brother's darlings. Besides, they are shy and ordinary people can't feed them. These birds are related to your own future. So you must take good care of them. After sending the old lady out of the aviary, Bai Donglin brought a few servants with him, each carrying various bird foods. There were no less than 100 species of birds in the aviary, and it took nearly half an hour to feed them one by one. At the innermost part, there is an independent bird cage filled with birds of prey. You guys wait outside. The snow sculptures are ferocious by nature, except for my second brother and me who grew up with them. Anyone else who approaches will be attacked. Okay, Master 13. The servants looked at the bird cage with fear, nodded respectfully and retreated, carrying a box of raw meat. Bai Donglin opened the iron gate and walked in sideways. Little white, little black, little gray, come out to eat. Hey! Weird. In the past, whenever I showed up, those 3 guys would rush over like huskies pouncing on their food. Why are they silent today? On weekdays, I come to the aviary once every 2 or 3 days. Even if I don't have time to feed other birds, I feed these snow sculptures myself. The bird servants outside can do it for me, but here I have to do it myself. Bai Donglin poured the raw meat on the ground and looked around, wondering if it had hidden itself to lay eggs. Little gray, why are you, a male eagle, laying eggs? Come out now. Just then, a gray shadow swooped down from a tree in the distance. As fast as lightning, Bai Donglin subconsciously raised his hand to block in front of him. And the next moment, he felt a sharp pain. Xiao Hui. It's me. Are you crazy? Bai Donglin rolled to the ground and avoided the giant eagle's second attack. Blood was gushing from his hands and arms, and the bones were visible. Flat-haired bastard. You ungrateful bastard. I have been feeding you for so many years in vain. Bai Donglin cursed loudly and grimaced in pain. The snow sculpture Xiao Hui stopped attacking and landed on a rockery in the distance. The other 2 snow sculptures also flew over, all looking at Bai Donglin with their heads tilted. It was as if he was confirming something, yet not sure. The snow sculpture will not attack me for no reason. I have never seen such a situation before. It must be my fault. Could it be because I have awakened my memories of my past life? Is my aura different? Or is it my aura and demeanor? I've been in contact with so many people these days, but no one noticed anything unusual about me. The instincts of animals are really scary, especially for animals like these that we live with day and night. They can sense even the slightest change. Bai Donglin had been immersed in novels for more than 10 years in his previous life. What kind of imaginative tricks had he not seen? I guessed it almost right in an instant. Why doesn't my hand hurt anymore? Bai Donglin came back to his senses and looked around to see if there were any wounds on his arms. After wiping the blood off his arm, his intact skin was revealed, as white and tender as before, without any scars at all. Hallucination? That's not possible. The severe pain I just felt was so real, and the blood on my hand also confirmed that I was indeed injured. Time goes back? World line reset? Not really. If I'm not mistaken, it could be a superpower like super speed regeneration, like the super speed regeneration of Wolverine and Deadpool. Bai Donglin stood up excitedly and said, "Here it comes. Here it comes. The golden finger I've been dreaming of is finally here." He was very sure that he did not have this ability before his memory awakened, even though he was a young master and had servants serving him when he went in and out. It was impossible for him to have never encountered any bumps or bruises since childhood. That is to say, this ability comes from my soul. It was not until my body adapted to the soul that it began to show the characteristics of super-fast regeneration. It turns out that the opening method is wrong. What a pity. Where is the mortal flow opening that was promised? Bai Donglin was so excited that he kept rubbing his hands. With this life-saving ability, the sense of crisis in his heart was finally reduced a little. Don't get too cocky. Keep a low profile. and grow slowly is the way to go. Bai Donglin calmed himself down and made sure that others could not see his emotional changes. The secret of the golden finger must not be known to anyone else. We all know that it is a crime to possess a treasure. If you don't want to be a guinea pig, don't expose your abnormality. He cleaned up the blood in the pond next to him, tidied his clothes, and walked out calmly. At this time, he just wanted to get back to his courtyard as soon as possible and study his superpowers. He didn't even look at the 3 snow sculptures on the rockery. Feed the birds? Feed the birds. He walked out of the aviary quickly and glanced at the servant waiting outside as if nothing had happened. Tell my aunt that I'm going back. Yes, master. After thinking about it, I decided not to go see the aunt. My clothes were torn. The eldest lady of the Bai family is not an ordinary person. So it is inevitable that someone will find out something. So as not to do it. It is better not to do it. After all, we see each other every few days. So I don't think much about it. The most important thing now is the changes in your own body. This is the capital for you to settle down in this world in the future. Whether you will live a life of luxury or have to eat coarse food depends on this wave. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that this superpower was not as simple as accelerated regeneration. Walk out of Xian Pavilion and step onto the carriage. Return to Qingyu Cottage. Chapter 3, Incredible Ability. The quiet little house is backed by Shaohui Mountain. The courtyard is neither too big nor too small, and is surrounded by evergreen longevity pines. The nearest buildings are about 100 or 200 meters away from here. It is quiet and remote. But Bai Donglin likes this place very much. It was also the only thing left to him by the mother he had never met. After sending the old servant away, Bai Donglin walked quickly along the bluestone path to the door. He looked at the few marks he had left behind and saw that there were no changes. So he opened the door with peace of mind. When you first arrive in this world, it is always better to be careful. I just have a stronger sense of crisis. The yard was empty. On the day when his memories of his past life awakened, Bai Donglin drove out several maids and servants. He was used to being alone in his previous life, and was worried that some of his previous life habits and behaviors would cause unnecessary trouble. He was also not very confident about these maids and servants. Perhaps because he had seen too many conspiracies and tricks in his previous life. It just so happens that this also makes it convenient for me to test the cheat code. Bai Donglin came to the bedroom and took out a sheathed dagger from under the pillow. The dagger has a golden sheath dotted with gemstones, which is very gorgeous. Bai Donglin pulled out the dagger with a slight force. The blade was 1 foot long and gleaming with cold light. It was obvious at first glance that it was not a piece of gold and jade. This dagger was a gift from his eldest sister for his 11th birthday. He took out a handkerchief, bit it in his mouth, fixed his eyes, and stabbed his left palm with a knife. Snort! Bai Donglin groaned, and cold sweat ran down his face. He gritted his teeth, pulled out the dagger, and blood splattered all over his face. None of this distracted his attention. His eyes were fixed on the palm of his hand. The blood on the palm of my hand stopped instantly, and in the blink of an eye, the wound was completely healed. After wiping the blood clean, there was no scar left on the palm of my hand. It's true. What happened in the aviary just now was not an illusion. Nor was it a coincidence. I have truly awakened this special ability. It was not until this time that Bai Donglin finally let go of his worries. What is the principle of this ability? It doesn't seem like a system. There's no notification sound. What does this ability consume? Does it obey the law of conservation of energy? Bai Donglin jumped. But he didn't feel weak. So it shouldn't be because he was consuming his energy. But he couldn't be sure. What if it was something as intangible as burning his lifespan? He wouldn't be able to feel it. Both times, both hands were injured. Could it be that other parts of the body don't have this ability? I did it as I thought. Took off my pants, sat on the chair, and bit my handkerchief. A cold light flashed, and 2 bloody holes were instantly opened on both eyes. Since they had to test it anyway, it would be better to get it done once than to suffer twice. Just like his hands. The wounds on his legs healed before he could even cry out in pain. Next is the internal organs. Bai Donglin took off his clothes and sat cross-legged on the ground with a serious face. This is not like the limbs. It might be life-threatening. Although he is almost 100% sure. Bai Donglin hesitated for a moment and moved the dagger from his heart to his lower back. I'm really afraid of death. I don't even dare to gamble with a chance of less than 1%. This is not fear of death. This is cautious courage. We have 2 kidneys anyway, and having more would be useless. So just use one for the experiment. He closed his eyes, exerted force with his hands, and the sharp dagger instantly pierced his right kidney. Sure enough, as expected, the wound healed the moment the dagger was pulled out, just as Bai Donglin was gesturing with the dagger, ready to continue. A colorful light flashed in his soul, and a message came to his mind. Bai Donglin paused with his raised arm. His eyes flashed with realization. He put down the dagger and stopped this bloody act. I see. Bai Donglin slowly stood up, put his hands behind his back, walked step by step into the yard, looked up at the already dark night sky, and saw the shining stars. He pursed his lips and wanted to laugh, but he held it back. If heaven had not given birth to me, Bai Donglin, the whole world would be in darkness. The peak of the immortals, proud of the world. As long as I am in the east, there will be heaven. Ha ha ha. Bai Donglin tried his best not to laugh out loud, but unfortunately, he couldn't help it, because the surprise this golden finger gave him was too big. The message that emerged from my subconscious mind was very short. Just 2 sentences. Immortality. Absorb any conceptual damage and strengthen yourself. Bai Donglin had let go of most of the sense of crisis in his heart, but he had not yet completely expanded, because he knew very well that he was at most pseudo-invincible, and the kind that could only stand and take a beating. No one is truly invincible. At least not yet. Just by using his imagination, he thought of 2 ways to deal with himself. Use attacks beyond his ability to withstand to continuously destroy him, and beat him into nothingness as soon as he is resurrected. The limitation of his ability is that the damage he absorbs cannot exceed his tolerance limit, which means he cannot be killed instantly. Otherwise, he can only be resurrected on the spot, but cannot absorb damage to become stronger. Moreover, even if you are not killed instantly, the conversion rate of this damage is not 100%. We need to slowly explore the exact rate. The second method is simpler, directly using the time and space type ban. Other bans may not work, but the space-time type definitely works. Once your own space-time is frozen, you can't die even if you want to. Even he, an ordinary, unremarkable time traveler, could come up with 2 ways to restrain it. There are so many big guys in the world, but aren't they as smart as him? If you blindly expand your limit, you might end up living a life worse than death. Low-key development is the way to go. I must keep my ability a secret, no matter how powerful an ability is. If everyone knows about it, people will always find a way to suppress it. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. At most I can expose a little bit of my recovery ability, and use it to cover up my tracks. That's all. They thought I was on the 2nd floor, and I was on the 5th floor. But I was actually on the 1001st floor. Old 1000-layer cake. With an immortal body, I no longer need to worry about getting disabled from practicing martial arts. I don't know how long it will take for my second brother to come back, so I can't just mess around any longer. With such powerful abilities, it would be a shame not to use them to strengthen yourself. According to my second brother, disciples of large sects are trained using secret methods while they are still in their mother's womb. These babies are often born with extraordinary talents, and may even awaken special physical conditions. The second brother has the physique of Sword Heart is clear. A true sword genius. That's why he was brought into the sect to be trained since he was a child. Ordinary people like him can only practice some mundane martial arts after they grow up. One is martial arts. The other is cultivation. The painting styles are completely different. There is truly a world of difference between them. The real immortal magic is only available in the sect. It is not available in the secular world. Not even in the royal family. Before today, I might have spent my entire life struggling in the mundane world, and then died of old age. But it's different now. Bai Donglin clenched his fists and looked serious. It's not that he is a waste, but he can't make a name for himself without the golden finger, Xiaoxian asked. In fact, the reality is so cruel. He was an ordinary migrant worker in his past life. He held a meager salary, exhausted, and was tortured by the blessing. Why would one be able to achieve success and fame after traveling through time? These alien worlds are often hundreds of times larger than the blue planet, and their civilizations have developed over millions, or even tens of millions of years. Without a golden finger, how can an ordinary blue star person rule such a world under his feet? Is it logical? Bai Donglin doesn't have many advantages, but he does have some self-awareness. Before his ability awakened, he didn't have much hope for the future. Even with the help of his second brother, he kept saying immortal start, but it was just self-deprecation. But now it's different. It's not just this world. His experience in the dark space made him realize that this world is not the only one. Bai Donglin returned to the room, cleaned up the bloodstains, and opened the window to dissipate the bloody smell. Lie down on the bed and fall asleep immediately. Chapter 4. Giant Stone Martial Arts School. The next day. A quiet little house. Bai Donglin got up early, as the sun just broke. He dressed neatly, used a willow branch to apply toothpaste made from Poria Coco's paste and coarse salt, and washed his face briefly. He brought with him the banknotes he had saved over the years. A thick stack of several thousand taels. They are the annual New Year's money, the monthly allowance, and the rewards from the elders. He was still young and had not yet started to live a life of debauchery. He stayed at the Bai family every day and saved the money. This is all his possessions. However, as long as he can accomplish what he wants to do today, the money will be spent. He has no interest in these yellow and white things. They are just very useful tools. Rich kids are so willful. He closed the gate and did not make any more marks. He still had some confidence that nothing in this mundane world could threaten him. I went to the dining hall to have breakfast first. In the past, the maids would deliver breakfast to Qingyu Cottage. But now that they had been driven away, I had to come here to eat in person. The Bai family has many children, all of whom practice martial arts and have big appetites. Therefore, this canteen provides unlimited food from morning to night, and you can eat hot meals at any time. Fortunately, the Bai family is wealthy, and half of Yunjo is named Bai, so they don't take this expense too seriously. After eating, he found a carriage at the door and went straight to the private school. Since he has decided to start practicing martial arts, he naturally cannot spend time on calligraphy. The writing in this world is square characters like in the previous life, and it is obvious that it has evolved from hieroglyphics. Moreover, it is about 70% similar to the small seal script of previous life. He was not surprised by this. After all, hieroglyphs were abstract symbols of all things in nature. The rest of the two worlds may be very different, but the sky, earth, sun, moon, stars, earth, wind, water, fire, thunder, rain and lightning, these natural things are the same. Therefore, it is reasonable that the characters of the two worlds are somewhat similar. In his previous life, he studied the unpopular major of archaeology and had in-depth research on small seal script. In addition, I have studied in a private school for 4 or 5 years in this life. By comparison, I have completely mastered the writing of this world. When he arrived at the private school, Bai Donglin went straight to the teacher's courtyard. At this time, the teacher should have been practicing calligraphy. Sir, the student Donglin, want to see you for something? Bai Donglin knocked on the door and stood outside respectfully. It is said that this gentleman was also a nobleman from a poor family. He passed the imperial examination and served as an official for several years. Unfortunately, he was greedy for money and accepted bribes, so he was dismissed from office. Because of the relationship between his teacher, the Minister of Rights, he was able to enter the Bai family and get a sinecure job as a teacher. Although Bai Donglin was not impressed by it, this world also values respecting teachers, so he still had to put in some superficial effort. Young Master 13. Why did you come to see me so early? Wu Qinglian politely welcomed Bai Donglin in. Although they were teacher and student, he did not dare to put on airs. Others are the masters of the Bai family, and he is just an employee. The two sat down in the living room, and Bai Donglin went straight to the point. Sir, I have mastered the divine text, and would like to take the final examination in advance. People in this world call this kind of writing divine writing. It is said that it was created by the gods in heaven, and then passed on to mortals. Oh! The 13th young master will only be 12 years old in winter. Right. Normally, the assessment will be conducted when one is 14 years old. We need to conduct an assessment in advance. This, Wu Qinglian was hesitant to speak. Over the years, not every member of the Bai family could fully master the divine text. After all, there were always idiots who could not learn it even at the age of 14. But that was something I learned after I was 14. If he lets the person go early and learn something, it's fine. But if he lets an illiterate person go and the higher-ups investigate, he'll be in trouble. He knew the 13th young master well enough. He was not a genius and didn't seem to have mastered the divine text. Please examine me. Sir, if I don't have good skills, I won't dare to mention graduation. Bai Donglin stood up, bowed, and handed over a silver note worth 100 taels. Wu Qinglian's eyes lit up, and she reached out to take the banknote. You have to know that 10 taels of silver are enough for a family of three's expenses for a year. And his annual salary is only about 50 taels. Forget it. Since young Master 13 insists so much, please wait for me to prepare. After saying that, he stood up and went into the study, took out pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, as well as a few books. The assessment is divided into reading, listening, and writing. Master 13. Please read through this record of strange stories first. Strange stories describe some supernatural events. The whole text is only about 40,000 to 50,000 words, but it contains almost all the sacred texts, making it perfect for assessment. It seems that even though Wu Qinglian received the benefits, she still didn't dare to let him go. Bai Donglin was fearless. He picked up the book nonchalantly and began to read it in a clear and loud voice. He took some time to read it word for word without missing a word. Next is listening and writing. Wu Qinglian took out another book and said one sentence at a time. And Bai Donglin wrote one sentence on a piece of white paper. He did not stop until he had written 2,000 or 3,000 words. Yes. Yes. It seems that the 13th young master has indeed mastered the divine text. Wu Qinglian checked it carefully and found that not only was there no mistake, but the characters were also written vigorously and powerfully. And it was obvious that the writer had put a lot of effort into practicing calligraphy. Since the 13th young master has passed the assessment, I will report it to the Ministry of Internal Affairs later. From now on, you don't need to come to the private school. Wu Qinglian smiled and nodded. Now she felt at ease with the money she earned. Thank you, sir. Bai Donglin bowed, went out, and got on the carriage. This is actually a small matter. No need to worry too much about it. The next thing is what matters. Go to the Giant Stone Dojo. Okay. Master 13. Please sit tight. Apart from the Bai family's own martial arts, if one wanted to learn martial arts in this city, one had to join various gangs in the city or spend money to learn in a martial arts school. Although he could learn some martial arts for free by joining a gang, he would lose his personal freedom. Moreover, with his identity, no small gang would dare to accept him. He could also go to a store or the black market to buy some low-level martial arts secrets. But unfortunately, he is just a layman now and doesn't even know the acupoints of the human body. So it is not realistic for him to learn by himself. After thinking about it, I decided that a martial arts school was right for me and that spending the money was okay. A martial arts school is a place where money is valued rather than people. And it is also convenient for keeping one's identity secret. Although he could only learn some basic martial arts, it was enough for him now. His mind was still on his second brother and the Bai family's martial arts. He was learning martial arts in advance just to lay a good foundation. As long as I wait for my second brother to come back, all my plans can be implemented. Master 13. We have arrived at the Giant Stone Martial Arts School. The Giant Stone Martial Arts School is the largest martial arts school in the city. It has high walls, a large area, and an extraordinary aura. There were 8 big men in black standing at the door, with bulging muscles and slightly protruding temples. They must have practiced external martial arts. He could hear some humming and groaning sounds coming from inside from a distance. And Bai Donglin nodded slightly. It looks good. He sent the coachman away and walked over alone. After explaining the purpose of their visit, they were led in by a big man in black. Bai Donglin only then saw that there were 2 big white characters Jiansha written on the backs of these big men. After walking for a while, he was led to a side hall, where a maid brought him tea and cakes. Sir, please wait a moment. Our master is taking the apprentices for morning exercises. I have sent someone to notify him. He will be here soon. The big man in black politely bowed. He would not dare to neglect the other party just because he was a child. From the other person's clothing, temperament and demeanor, anyone who is not blind can tell that this is not an ordinary person. Bai Donglin nodded slightly while holding the teacup. He still has this bit of patience. Chapter 5 Contact with Ordinary Martial Arts. I waited for less than half a cup of tea. A strong middle-aged man walked in with a few young people. When Yuan Tao saw Bai Donglin sipping tea, his eyes lit up. What an elegant and handsome young man. He took 2 steps forward, clasped his hands together and said, My name is Yuan Tao, the current headmaster of the Giant Stone Martial Arts School. May I know your name? Sir? Bai Donglin stood up and greeted him, and said politely, Master Yuan is too polite. I am here to order you to come to me. I have heard of the great name of the Giant Stone Martial Arts School for a long time, and I came here specially to learn some basic martial arts. It was obvious that Yuan Tao was a man of swift and decisive actions. So Bai Donglin didn't beat around the bush, and went straight to the point. Ha! Masterling. You are too kind. But you have come to the right place to learn basic martial arts in our martial arts gym. Although our martial arts school does not have any advanced martial arts, our basic martial arts are definitely among the best in Baicheng. When it comes to basic martial arts, Yuan Tao seems very confident. This is indeed the signature skill of the Giant Stone Martial Arts School, and it ranks first among all the martial arts schools in Yunjo. He is second only to several famous martial arts sects and the Bai family, which is why Bai Donglin chose him. Bai Donglin didn't waste any words. He took out 10 100-tael silver notes and put them on the table, then looked at Yuan Tao and said, Master Yuan, here is 1,000 taels of silver. I have only one request. Teach me your basic martial arts within 1 month. Yuan Tao's expression moved. He didn't expect that Ling Donglai would be so generous and frank. And his actions were so generous. For an ordinary person to learn martial arts and choose an ordinary physical training martial art, it would only cost 20 taels of silver. After all, basic martial arts are not precious. What are expensive are the secret recipes and medicinal materials that go with them. This young man gave away 1,000 taels with a wave of his hand. Enough for an ordinary family of 3 to use for 100 years. Several disciples standing behind Yuan Tao looked at the banknotes on the table with envy. Is this the boredom of rich people? Your Highness is such a straightforward person. In that case, I will personally teach you martial arts for the next month. You can learn all the basic martial arts in the martial arts hall. Money can make you a god. If you don't make money, you are a bastard. Yuan Tao was even more polite in front of the banknotes. He has such a huge family business, and thousands of people rely on him for food. So he never has too much money. Normally, those who teach martial arts are the few disciples he has accepted. He is the master of the sect and generally does not attack easily. Only when he is in a good mood will he take everyone for morning exercises. 1,000 taels of silver was not worth his personal effort. And it was just to teach some basic martial arts. After that, Yuan Tao collected the banknotes and arranged for several disciples to teach the students in the front yard. He then took Bai Donglin to the backyard, introducing the Giant Stone Martial Arts School as he walked. It turned out that he not only ran a martial arts school, but also opened an escort agency, and did the job of guarding the place and collecting protection fees. Bai Donglin didn't care about any of this. He just came here to learn martial arts. When he arrived at the backyard, Yuan Tao took out some books, a blueprint, and a 1-to-1 wooden man model. Sir, since you have no knowledge of martial arts, let's start with the most basic acupoints in the human body and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Yuan Tao spread out the blueprint, which had several human figures drawn on it and was covered with densely labeled text, including the 8 extraordinary meridians, acupoints, tendons, bones and muscles, internal organs, and so on. Bai Donglin was amazed. He never expected that in this world he could see such detailed anatomical diagrams, as well as things like meridians and acupoints. Yuan Tao took the blueprint and the wooden man model and began to explain seriously. And from time to time, he would demonstrate on himself or Bai Donglin to make it easier for him to understand. Yuan Tao explained very carefully, and Bai Donglin studied very seriously. Time passed quickly, and they had lunch at the martial arts hall and continued in the afternoon. It was not until the servants in the martial arts hall lit the oil lamps that I realized it was already night. Master, it's getting late today. Let's continue tomorrow. Yuan Tao looked at the sky, nodded and said, That's good. You're mastering it very quickly. In 2 or 3 days, you'll be able to fully master all the hidden acupoints of the human body. Then you can start practicing martial arts. After saying goodbye to Yuan Tao, he gave him a book introducing common knowledge of martial arts and told him to read it when he got home in the evening. After leaving the martial arts hall, I looked around and saw a carriage parked not far away. Master 13. The madam asked me to take you to Xian Pavilion for dinner. The coachman welcomed Bai Donglin into the carriage and said in a low voice, Got it. Let's go. All this was within his expectations. Although the eldest lady usually lived in Xian Pavilion, any movement in the entire Bai family, or even the entire city, could be hidden from her. With General Bai Li in charge of the southern military camp, the eldest lady is the king of the city. In fact, the Bai family's original intention was also for the good of their own children. They didn't want young people to be too eager for quick success and ruin their health. Bai Donglin didn't want to hide it from his aunt. He was special and had a powerful immortal ability. Everything was solved as long as practicing martial arts didn't harm his body. As long as he could become stronger, No one can stop him. This is Bai Donglin's most firm belief. The carriage ran very fast and arrived at Xian Pavilion in a short while. Walking directly into the hall, Madame Li Qiu was already sitting at the dining table. The table was filled with dishes, all of which were his favorites. A table of food was worth 100 taels of silver. My child greets his mother. Come and sit down. I'll ask the kitchen to make you some of your favorite dishes to celebrate your mastery of the divine text. Li Qiu pulled him to sit next to him, smiled and said, I really don't know what's so good about martial arts that makes you Bai family men so obsessed with it. Mom, practicing martial arts can strengthen your body. Only when you are strong can you control your own destiny. Li Qiu was silent for a moment. His eyes complicated. You little brat. Your words are becoming more and more like your second brother. Eat quickly. The food is getting cold. Li Qiu filled his bowl with food and sighed quietly. Ordinary martial arts practice training the body first and then the qi. Before reaching the age of 16, the bones and tendons are not fully developed. Training the body is in vain and will cause great harm in the future. This is the Bai family rule. Mother cannot violate it. The Bai family martial arts pavilion is also guarded by the elders. Having said that, Li Qiu stopped. She knew that she just didn't want Bai Donglin to leave her like the second brother, although she had selfish motives. But ordinary martial arts always cannot be separated from the word ordinary. Even if you practice to perfection, what good will it do? It's still not good enough to be on the stage. Not everyone is as gifted as her second child, and mortals can never enter that world. Li Qiu's eyes were blank, as if he saw his younger self again, feeling at a loss when he came into contact with that world. Bai Donglin didn't notice her expression. He ate the food in the bowl in a few bites and said with a firm look, Mom, don't worry. I won't do anything rash before my second brother comes back. I know what I'm doing. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Li Qiu was silent. Perhaps this was what a man was like. Proud and confident. After all, you are still a child. Only when you hit the wall will you understand the difference between immortals and mortals, which cannot be eliminated by hard work. They ate and talked at the same time, and it was not until the end of the meal that Bai Donglin finally convinced the old lady to agree not to interfere in his affairs. But the premise is that he must not harm his body. Bai Donglin agreed immediately. He is immortal, so he is certainly not afraid of the hidden injuries of body training. Returning to the quiet little house, I went to the study and lit the oil lamp. Bai Donglin held martial arts common sense in his right hand and a dagger in his left hand. He stabbed his thigh while reading the book. After stabbing it more than 100 times, he stopped, put down the book, jumped, and moved the desk. Sure enough, it will not trigger the feature that hurts yourself. Does it still follow the law of conservation of energy? This was also within his expectations. Just like a person cannot lift himself up by his hair. Although my body hasn't become stronger, my tolerance for pain has increased. Is this because my willpower has become stronger? He was excited to find that pain could strengthen willpower. Of course, the stronger the willpower, the better. After reading novels over the past decade or so, which protagonist is not a person of unwavering will, at least when making some unknown will judgments, it will not be judged as a failure. Thinking of this, Bai Donglin excitedly stabbed himself twice. Although the improvement was minimal, with his own abilities and characteristics, he would inevitably suffer in the future. The improvement of willpower can still be expected in the future. Chapter 6. The 5 Stages of Physical Refining. 1 month later, the martial arts training ground in the backyard of Jusher Martial Arts School. Skin forging is the first stage of body training, and there are 36 movements that are coordinated with specific breathing techniques. Yuan Tao was shirtless. His skin was bronze in color and had a metallic sheen. With each movement, the rhythm of his breathing changed. After finishing the set of moves smoothly, Zhang Li ended the exercise and glanced at Bai Donglin, who was listening attentively beside him, and said, The skin forging realm is the easiest to cultivate, because it is easier to use external stimulation to speed up cultivation. By hitting the skin with a blunt object and then soaking it in a specific decoction, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Yuan Tao smiled when he said this. The main income of these martial arts schools comes from selling various bodybuilding soups and medicines. The second stage of body training is the muscle stage. Muscles are the source of human strength. The stronger the strength, the stronger the attack. After that, he started to practice another set of exercises. As he moved, his muscles bulged and he looked bigger. With every step of his feet, the hard bluestone slab shattered. The third realm, the visceral realm. Yuan Tao did not rest after practicing boxing. He got on all fours and lay on the ground like a toad. He took a sigh of relief. And the whole chest was bulging. Bai Donglin on the side looked ashamed. As if the air was absorbed by Yuan Tao. Lonely. Lonely. A dull toad croaking sound came along with the rise and fall of the chest, shaking the dust on the ground. His eyebrows jumped. Although it was not the first time he saw it. The sense of déjà vu still made him feel itchy. The 4th level. Bone tempering. After learning how to move the toad, Yuan Tao lay down like a tiger descending from a mountain. His muscles were tense, and he breathed in and out. A faint thunderous sound was heard. After practicing the first 4 realms, Yuan Tao finished his training, put on his clothes, looked at Bai Donglin and said, "The last stage of blood exchange is a static exercise, and you are already familiar with the key points. Once the bone tempering is completed, the qi can directly reach the bone marrow and stimulate the bone marrow to produce new blood. The new blood replaces the old blood, which is the water grinding skill. Once the blood transfusion is completed, the entire body's functions will be greatly improved." The two returned to the living room, drank tea, and continued their discussion. Soon it was evening as they asked and answered questions. "Sir, the 1-month deadline has come. Yuan has taught you all the basic martial arts as agreed. I wonder what your plans are for the future." Bai Donglin took a sip of tea and arched his hands to Yuan Tao. "Thank you, Master Yuan, for teaching me so much. I have benefited a lot from it. But I have been away from home for a long time. So it is time for me to go back." He was too lazy to run back and forth in the past half-month. So he told his aunt about it, and stayed at the martial arts hall. Now that his goal has been achieved, Bai Donglin is ready to say goodbye and can't wait to go back and start practicing. Ha ha ha. The son is polite. Yunmo is just affected by his loyalty. But he dare not work. The two exchanged a few polite words, and Yuan Tao ordered someone to bring a few books, handed them to Bai Donglin, and said, "These books contain my experience in cultivation, which may be helpful to you. When you become an adult, if you really want to practice these secret books, you can come to Yuan to buy the body refining soup." Bai Donglin took over 4 books. Bronze Man Kung Fu for skin tempering, Powerful Bull Demon Fist for muscles, Toad Breathing Method for internal organs, and Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound for bone tempering. As for the blood exchange realm, it only requires the skills of using qi, but there is no separate practice method. Hearing Yuan Tao's sales of his soup, Bai Donglin smiled and smiled without answering. The most important thing for refining is not the method, but the supporting soup. No soup medicine is not unable to cultivate, but the progress is absolutely slow. Since ancient times, it has been poor and rich, and the medicinal materials are precious. Most people can't practice martial arts. For a moment, Bai Donglin resigned, and Yuan Tao was politely sent to the gate. Looking at the slow-moving carriage, Yuan Tao smiled and shook his head. "Hey, but I finally sent this little ancestor away. I hope the lady can be satisfied." Bai Donglin sat in the carriage, flipping through the secret book casually. He knew everything about the body refining realm, and at this moment, he was just looking to see if there were any techniques worth learning from. As for why he uses a pseudonym, it is just a matter of interest. It doesn't matter if you have not hidden his identity. It doesn't matter when his ability awakens. These are a little trivial matter in his eyes. It was just a serious matter to start practicing martial arts. And he couldn't wait. Back to Qingyu Xiao. Put things in good things. Change his sharp clothes. Go back to the mountain. Qingyu Cottage is originally located at the outermost part of Bai Mansion, and the Shaohui Mountain next to it is even further outskirts. It can be said that it is no longer within Bai Mansion. Shaohuishan is not tall, just 400 or 500 meters. This month, apart from going to the giant stone martial arts gym, he was thinking about how to use his abilities. Eventually I found a great place on Shaoshan Mountain, which is very suitable for him to practice. There were 2 small moons in the sky, one big and 2 small, very round and bright. But the woods were still very eerie and scary at night. But Bai Donglin didn't feel anything at all. Since his ability awakened, he felt that he was getting braver and braver. If he wasn't afraid of death, what else was there to be afraid of? It didn't take long to come to the top of the mountain. Going around, the back of the mountain turned out to be a straight cliff he has observed half a month ago. This cliff is full of deep, and the bottom is full of hard bluestone, breaking in sharp. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. This belongs to the Baijiaho Mountain, which is inaccurate, and it is far from the Bai family. take off his clothes and pants. Bai Donglin did a bit of expansion exercise, warmed up, and jumped towards the cliff. Under the action of gravity acceleration, the whereabouts of the whereabouts are getting faster and faster. There is no accident. Bai Donglin is on the ground, and the hard bluestone has smashed the cracks. The brain of Bai Huahua flew 7 or 8 meters away. Bai Donglin is dead. 2 seconds later, he got up again. After jumping, I moved my hands and feet, and the instant death did not trigger the damage reversal. And because death was too quick, there was no pain, and it had no effect on strengthening one's will. He gave this ability a not much image. The damage reverses. Immortality. This is what Bai Donglin relies on. Walk to the cliff wall. Start climbing up. And when he crawled to 7 or 8 meters, his hand slipped and fell down. There was a muffled bang. The left leg was fractured. The ribs were broken for more than half. The internal organs ruptured and bleeding. Normal people will die undoubtedly that they are all over after Bai Donglin gets up. I feel faintly feeling that an energy is strengthening the body. Bai Donglin quickly adjusted his breathing and practiced Copper Man Gong. As the exercises moved, the energy gradually flowed towards the skin. After a set of exercises, the skin can already feel that the skin has become more tough. This effect is much better than soup. The unknown energy is extremely pure, and the benefits of physical body are great. Bai Donglin smiled. Everything was as expected. Jumping off the cliff was the work of gravity. It was gravity that was hurting him. It is only natural to trigger damage reversal. He has thoroughly understood this ability, and it will be triggered as long as it is not an act that harms himself. For example, beat yourself, hold yourself with a knife, explode, and so on. These exercises that cause their own damage belong to their own energy, so the absorption cannot be reversed. It's like people can't raise themselves, and permanent motivation does not exist. The rules of this ability are so clear, simple, and reassuring. Bai Donglin twisted his waist and continued to climb the cliff. For the entire night, Shaohui Mountain was filled with a strange sound of bang bang bang. Chapter 7 Qianyu. In the morning, the sun breaks. The soft sunlight passes across the sky and earth, awakening all things. Xiao Huishan Cliff. The bang 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 sound that had been ringing all night finally stopped, and was replaced by the chirping of birds, which was pleasant to the ears. The early bird catches the worm. Bai Donglin, who had been practicing martial arts all night, lay at the bottom of the cliff and didn't want to move, letting the sunlight shine through the trees and onto his tired face. He was not tired. He was in good condition, just a little numb from the fall. The strength of willpower could not alleviate the pain. The pain was still as severe as before. People with powerful willpower are just more tolerated. All night long, the rubble at the bottom of the cliff was flattened, and all the stones were dyed red. He has accidentally fallen to his death more than a dozen times, and on several occasions, he even lost everything. He is in good health now, and has no abnormal condition. He is just numb from the pain. He rubbed his face, came back to his senses, and showed a hint of excitement on his face. He had made great progress in strengthening his skin and muscles overnight. This progress is simply appalling. It's not that no one can do it. This world is huge, and if you have a good background in plugins, it's possible to become an immortal overnight. But Bai Donglin still has a great sense of accomplishment, because this is all achieved through his own hard work, his own blood and sweat, and his own willingness to risk his life. Different from those slutty bitches who cheat. I stood up naked. My shorts had already been sacrificed heroically. Not even the dust could be found. I shook off the pieces of flesh stuck to my body and climbed to the top of the mountain. With his current physical condition and one night's practical experience in rock climbing, he climbed to the top of the mountain easily. He put on his clothes that were already wet with dew, put on his pants, and ran towards the quiet little house. Now he just wants to take a good bath and have a comfortable rest. Martial arts training also requires a combination of work and rest. Becoming stronger is for the purpose of enjoying life. He is not in a hurry, and there is no blood feud waiting for him to avenge. Now everything is on the right track. Just take it slow and move towards becoming the strongest step by step, while not missing the scenery along the way. Men should be nicer to themselves. I returned to the yard several times faster than last night. The advantages of martial arts training have begun to show. I drew a bucket of water from the well in the yard and poured it over my head. The cool well water watered my body and washed away the fatigue of the night. After cleaning the blood stains, I no longer felt sleepy due to the stimulation of cold water. I simply changed my clothes, had breakfast, and then came back to sleep. I slept until the afternoon. went to the pavilion to feed the birds, and had dinner with my aunt. At night, he would sneak to Shelwy Mountain to practice martial arts. And by dawn began to live a regular life of reverse day and night. Lanam Kingdom. Yunjo. Yuwa Mountains. The Sword of the Moonlight. Between life and death. The Yuwa Mountains. Covering a radius of 1,000 miles. All belong to Lanyang's #1 sword cultivating sect. The Xianyu Sword Sect. The Xianyu Sword Sect is located on Yuwa Mountain. The palaces are undulating and stacked one after another, with a beautiful and elegant momentum. There are endless spiritual fields, and children working hard on the medicinal fields. There are spiritual beasts running through the woods. It is a blessed land for immortals. At this time, a heated debate was taking place in the Yuwa main hall, and the elders from various peaks, who were usually high and mighty, were arguing with each other until their faces were red. Master, please judge for yourself. There are 5 quotas this time. What's the problem with asking for one from Fiery Peak? Is this request too much? An old man with red hair and beard, carrying a huge flaming sword on his back, was so angry that sparks appeared in his eyes, and he cursed loudly. You old bastards. I didn't get a spot at Fiery Peak before. You must give me one this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant sword on his back made a buzzing sound. Humph! Who are you trying to fool? Fire Ghost? You didn't get a spot in previous years because you weren't motivated. You're making it seem like you gave it up. Ugh! I am not convinced. Evergreen Peak refuses to accept. We want a spot too. Yeah. Just Peak also wants a spot. Me too. Seconded. Shady dealings. Shady dealings. Protest. Protest. Sect leader Qin Xianfeng looked helplessly inside the hall. Although the circumstances this year were special, the thing was indeed tempting. But as a reputable and upright sect, how can they be so noisy? Do these people still look like elders? It's really a disgrace to my Xianyu Sword sect. Ancestors, please send down lightning to strike these unworthy descendants to death. Ahem. He coughed twice, but the noise below was still going on. Cough, cough, cough. That's enough. Shut up. Qin Xianfeng slammed the table, and a sword intent enveloped the entire Yuwa Mountain. In an instant, the whole world became quiet, and the birds, beasts, insects, snakes, rats and ants were all frightened and dared not move. The expressions of the elders from each peak changed slightly, and they returned to their seats in an instant, with a calm and composed look, completely different from their previous arrogance and unreasonableness. Hey, why is the master angry? If you have anything to discuss, let's discuss it calmly. An old man who had just quarreled the loudest and cursed the most harshly said this in a serious and pleasant manner. Yes. Yes. Something is good to discuss. Yes. We are all family. Why do we have to do this? The leader is really petty, and not at all elegant and easygoing. They were whispering and chatting, and Qin Xuanfeng's eyebrows twitched when he heard it. Alas, it seems that this so-called leader really can't do it anymore. It's boring. He should ask for instructions from his superiors, and resign, and go home to retire. Sighing secretly, Qin Xianfeng shook his head helplessly, and used his left hand to forcefully hold down his right hand as he tried to draw his sword. Then, with a wooden face, he slowly said, Since none of you can convince the other, then let's talk based on strength. Each peak will send out the most outstanding disciples, and whoever wins will get the spot. Let the disciples fight, and seize the battle on their own. You are not allowed to interfere. It just so happens that a few days ago, we discovered that there were demons causing trouble in the southern states. So we decided to see who could kill the most demons, and who was the strongest. After half a year, the winner enters, and the loser retreats? The elders in the hall looked at each other. It seemed that the leader had already made up his mind, and this seemed to be the best way. They, the sword cultivators, are competitive people by nature, and none of them is willing to submit to anyone else. So they are actually supporting the sword cultivators in competing to kill the monsters. The elders of each peak stood up and offered their hands and said, I will follow the master's order. After saying this, they each turned into sword lights and disappeared. 9-color peak. The sword light transformed by Peak Master Li Xian fell into the hall. When the sword light dissipated, a beautiful girl in her 20s walked out, with red lips, white teeth, and skin as white as cream. Such a dignified woman has eyes that reveal a quirky and innocent look. Xiaobai? Xiaobai? Where are you? Come out quickly. Master has good news for you. Noob! At this time, a woman in green heard the shout and came out. bowing respectfully to Li Xian and saying, "Greetings, Master. Junior brother is in the back mountain meditating on the way of the sword. Please wait for a moment. Master, I will go and find my junior brother right away." You come just in time. Let's go together." After speaking, Lu couldn't help but oppose one by one, and raised her hand to grab her shoulders, and disappeared as a sword light, behind the mountain of his peak. Beside the sword washing pool, a man in white was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed beside the pool. On his legs was a long sword with a sheath. The sword was white. His waist-length hair was tied up, and the hairband fluttering in the wind was also pure white. His face was extraordinarily handsome, as if he were an immortal banished to earth. The man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flickered, and there was a hint of sword intent hidden in his sharp eyes. Still a little short. After speaking, look at the direction of Jian Guang flying. As soon as Li Xian fell to the ground, the man told him, "Jian, good grief, the master. I have met senior sister Lu. I wonder what the master wants to see Jian Gu about. Of course it's good news. Xiao Bai, guess what the good news is?" Looking at Li Xian, who was jumping up and down while holding his arm. The man looked helpless. His master had the same physique as him, and had a clear sword heart. Innocent heart. Pure thoughts. There aren't many things that can make master so happy. Is it because of the change in the quota? Li Xian's face fell, and he instantly lost his will. He mumbled, "Xiao Bai, you are good in everything except that you are too smart. You are not fun." Then he repeated the headmaster's words, and then said, "Among the current disciples of our 9 colors peak, you two have the highest cultivation. It would be good for you to go down the mountain together, so that we can take care of each other." After saying this, he hesitated for a moment, then took out 2 pocket-sized jade swords, and gave one to each person. "This is the sword talisman that the master made. It can save your life in a critical moment, but the master forbids us to interfere. If we use the sword talisman, it will be considered as giving up the quota." Li Xian looked serious for the first time, and said earnestly, "Although the quota is good, life is more precious. Xiao Bai, pack up your things and go down the mountain." "Thank you, master." The 2 men bowed their hands respectfully, looked at each other, and then turned into sword lights that streaked across the void and disappeared. Chapter 8. Demons attack the village. Qizhou has more hills than plains, except for a few large cities built on the few plains. The other numerous small towns and villages are built on the mountains. Banpo Village. It is a village built on a hillside with only about 300 households and more than 2,000 people. The usually bustling village is exceptionally deserted at this time. Every family stays indoors, and there are no children playing and fighting as usual. The farmland outside the village is also unattended. White cloth was still hung on the doors of dozens of villagers' homes, and faint sobbing sounds could be heard from inside the houses. Dozens of villagers' funerals together, causing the village to cover a strange and horrible atmosphere. Village chief, let's run away. If we don't leave now, we will all die. Villager Lu Dania had a look of fear on his face, and his voice was a little trembling as he continued to persuade the old man in front of him. The government must have given up on us. We said we would go get reinforcements, but it's been 5 days, and they still haven't returned. The situation is getting worse and worse. At first, only old man Lu was killed. On the second day, 3 people were killed. On the third day, 6 people were killed. 43 people have died tragically in just 7 days. If this continues, everyone in Banpo village will die. Having said that, Lu Dania collapsed to the ground with a miserable look on his face. His 3rd son was also killed last night. The men around also had gloomy faces. The murderer came and went without a trace. They had been keeping watch all night for days, but had not seen any trace of him. Yet people were still being killed one after another. Moreover, the deceased died in a very tragic way, with all the blood in his body sucked out, leaving him in a corpse-like state. The constable from the yamen came over to take a look. His face changed drastically. He shouted that there was a monster, and left in a hurry, and has not returned since. The old village chief had an unsightly look on his face, and he was so frightened that he couldn't even sleep these days. It's easy to say, escape? Where to escape? Generations of people have lived here, reclaimed wasteland, and multiplied. More than 2,000 people. Most of them are women, children, the elderly and the young. If they abandoned the village with their families, it would be difficult for them to survive outside. What really worried him was that this evildoer seemed to have already set his sights on them. and there was no way to escape. The village chief fell into a dilemma for a while. And more than 2,000 people. If the line was wrong, he had to see the ancestral ancestor. After much hesitation, he finally made a decision and said to the people in the room, Lu San, go to the town and find the government office right now, and ask them to send someone over. Also, post this notice at the city gate, looking for talented people. If anyone can get rid of the evil spirit, we in Banpo village will reward you handsomely. Yes, the village chief. I'll be there right away. A thin man took the notice and ran out quickly. Time is life now. If he could be faster, perhaps fewer people would die. No one knows whether his family will be the next one. Lu Nung. Gather all the adult men and divide them into 2 teams to take turns on night duty. Also, go collect grease to make torches to light up the entire village at night. After Lu Nung received the order and ran out, he slowly walked to the door, looked at the gloomy sky, and sighed. 3 days. Hold on for another 3 days. If we can't solve it, we'll move away. Junior brother. Among the 13 southern states, why do we have to come to Yunjo? Louis and Baijiana, dressed in white, rode dragon scale horses side by side. This dragon scale horse is covered with fine scales and is said to have a trace of dragon blood, which is worth a fortune. It can travel thousands of miles a day and eat more than 10 pounds of raw meat a day. Most people cannot afford to raise it. Unfortunately, Yunjo is full of hills, and the dragon scale horse is still an ordinary animal, so it cannot walk on flat ground. Both of them are at the Yuanai realm, and they cannot afford the luxury of flying with swords to travel long distances. If you meet the monster and monsters and exhaust the true element, wouldn't it only be slaughtered by others? Therefore, they can only use dragon scale horses for transportation. It is difficult for dragon scale horses to take advantage of their speed in the terrain of Yunjo. So Louis asked this question. Baijiana smiled and said, Don't worry, senior sister. The demons are hard to find. It would be a waste of time even if we go looking for them ourselves. It would be better for us to travel around and wait for the flying sword from the sect to deliver the message. As long as we are closest to the demon, the flying sword will naturally deliver the letter to us. Having said this, Baijiana paused, looked towards the south and said, Junior brother, you do have some selfish motives. Yunjo is to the south of Yunjo, and your home is in Yunjo City. After this matter is settled, are you willing to visit my Bai family? Speaking of Baijiana's eyes, there was a hint of memories, and she hadn't gone back for 3 or 4 years. Okay, then I'll stay for a few more days. It's too boring inside the sect. It's more fun outside. Louise's eyes lit up, and then she smiled happily. She grew up in the sect, and had gone down the mountain only a few times, and each time she only stayed for a few days. Just as the two continued to chat, a white light as fast as lightning suddenly appeared in the distant sky and rushed straight towards the two of them. When Baijiana saw the white light, his expression changed. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Then he made a sword gesture with his hand, and a sword-shaped white light directly penetrated into his mind. 80 miles southeast. Banpo village. Luoxia town. Let's go, senior sister. We have found traces of the demon. Gee. When the two arrived at Luoxia town, they happened to see Lu San, who was preparing to return to the village with a dozen martial artists. There was a group of people watching the fun around, and Baijiana heard the whole thing just by listening. After figuring out the truth, the two of them did not rush to contact Lu San, but went to the inn in the town to deposit the dragon scale horse first. This horse was too eye-catching, and without knowing the true situation of the demon, they would not alert the demon. Lu San was very excited. He didn't expect this trip to be so smooth. He found more than a dozen heroes. These people could split stones with a single blow, which impressed Lu San, who had never seen the world. Lu San felt that this time he would be able to kill the murderer and avenge dozens of villagers. These 13 martial artists were also very confident. They thought that he was just a martial artist who practiced evil blood-sucking skills. 10 of them had completed body training and 3 of them were masters of true chi. It was a sure thing for them to kill this man and seize his martial arts secrets. Baijiana and the other 2 were hanging far behind, and they didn't plan to show up before they saw the demons. Demons and ghosts were insidious and cunning, and they might just run away when they saw the monks appear, and it would be difficult to find them then. For sword practice, the key is to kill with one strike, leaving no room for any chance. Soon, a group of people arrived at Banpo village. The villagers slaughtered chickens and sheep and warmly entertained these heroes. Bai Jiang and the other man did not enter the village. Instead, they used the secret technique of concealing their energy and hid on a big tree outside the village, thus having a panoramic view of the small village below. As night fell and the welcoming banquet ended, the whole village soon fell into silence again, with every household closing their doors. The strong young men lit the huge grease torches one by one, and the whole village was illuminated. 13 martial arts heroes sat cross-legged in the small square in the center of the village, with torches all around the square. The villagers who were patrolling around with nervous expressions, and the warriors, who were listening attentively with bated breath, heard no other sounds except the crackling sound of the grease torches burning. Bai Jiang on the tree took in the whole scene. He held the hilt of the Yuda's sword in his right hand. In the sea of qi in his dantian, the sword-shaped embryo moved back and forth like a small fish, ready to launch a terrifying attack at any time. The unarmed villagers, the confident warriors, the demons waiting for an opportunity, and the swordsman holding a long sword form a strange picture. As time passed, the atmosphere gradually became anxious and weird. Just when everyone's spirits were stretched to the limit, a strange black mist floated in along the shadows on the ground and went directly towards the warriors in the square. Bai Jiang's eyes lit up. Finally here. Chapter 9. Killing Evil. The black fog is moving very fast. They approached the square in the blink of an eye. The black fog seemed to have no interest in the patrolling villagers, and seemed to be more attracted to the warriors. Before the warriors in the square could react, the black mist penetrated into the body of the warrior, who had achieved perfect physical training. The warrior's eyes instantly widened with a look of pain, and his skin shrank visibly. Who? One of the warriors in the true Qi realm discovered something unusual, roared, and circulated his true Qi to chop the mummy with one palm. The mummy was chopped into pieces, but unfortunately the black mist was intact. It spun in the air and drilled into another warrior's body. What the hell is this? Others also saw this scene, and their faces turned pale instantly. They knew they had hit a wall. They looked at each other, crushed the stone slabs with their feet, and fled in all directions, running out of the village, trying to escape from this strange place. Unfortunately, the black fog was much faster than them, and by the time they ran out of the village, only 6 people were left dead. It's now, senior sister. Help me clear the way. The Yudu sword was unsheathed in an instant, and the hand made the Zhu sword gesture. The sword-shaped embryo in the sea of qi emitted sword light, forming an inexplicable connection with the Yudu sword. The sword of the gentleman. Howard is righteous. Ning! The Yudu sword was suddenly filled with a blazing white light, and an aura of righteousness emerged. Pure yang, bright, upright, and pure. And even the sound of countless reading could be heard faintly. Kill the evil. Speaking of time, it was fast, and at the moment of the dark mist passed by the tree, it was pierced by the top and bottom Yudu sword. Sizzle. The righteous energy on the Yudu sword turned into white flames, burning the black fog and emitting a puff of white smoke. Ah! The black fog shrank and twisted, and finding that it could not escape the flames, it gradually turned into a distorted black face with a hideous look and emitted a terrible howl from its mouth. Senior sister? Use the sword formation to trap it. Bai Jiang frowned as he watched the flames transform from the righteous energy gradually die out. As expected, this kind of monster without a physical form was troublesome and difficult to completely eliminate. The only way is to trap it first, and then erase it bit by bit. Lui nodded, pinched the Kun sword gesture with his hand, and dozens of flying swords of various types flew out from his sea of qi. A complex trap was constructed on all sides of the black fog. At this time, the white flame on the black mist face had gone out, and it turned into a ball of black mist and rushed left and right in the sword formation. But unfortunately, he was trapped inside, and could not escape at all. Senior sister is worthy of being the most talented disciple in sword formation of the current generation. This soul-trapping sword formation has reached the level of perfection. Bai Jiang took a deep breath, collected his thoughts, held the Yudu sword, and cast a spell again, gathering his righteous spirit to deal with this kind of evil. The pure yang attribute of righteousness will of course cause greater damage. This time the white light on the sword was several times stronger. Bai Jiang closed his eyes. His heart and mind merged. His mind merged with the sword, and the sword merged with his primordial fetus. A powerful sword force instantly locked onto the black fog. This sword force, which was about to form a sword intent, made the black fog unable to move. For seasoned sword technique, spring rain moistens everything silently. Bai Jiang's figure disappeared in an instant, and a white ball of light appeared above the black fog, and countless white sword beams as thin as cow hair poured down. It hit the black fog like spring rain, and the black fog gradually melted like white snow under the sun. Even more tragic screams were heard. But the sword light was as continuous as spring rain. The black fog became thinner and thinner, and the screams became weaker and weaker. Finally, the black mist disappeared completely, leaving only a black bead falling to the ground. Bai Jiang put away his sword, dropped it to the ground to calm his breath. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Then he sat cross-legged, sensing a flash of spiritual light in the dark. Upon seeing this, Lu Yi retracted his sword formation and stood aside to protect the Dharma. After an instant's stick of time, Bai Jiang opened his eyes, and a sword beam shot out from his eyes, creating a bottomless hole in the ground. He nodded gratefully to Lu Yi and said, "Thank you, senior sister. Congratulations, junior brother. It looks like it won't take long for you to comprehend the sword's meaning." Feeling Bai Jiang's powerful sword energy, which contained a hint of sword intent, her junior brother was only 18 years old, but he was about to condense the sword intent in the Yuan realm. He is definitely a sword genius who will break the history of Xianyu sword sect. He shook his head. Only he knew that sometimes a slight difference could be as huge as a chasm. I picked up the black bead on the ground. I couldn't tell what it was made of. I threw it into the Sumer ring. It could be used as a token of trust. Let's go, senior sister. We can't stay here for long. After taking a look at the villagers who had gathered around them, they ignored them and turned into sword lights and disappeared. The 13 southern states, as well as parts of the western and central states, have not been peaceful recently. The inexplicable appearance of monsters and demons caused great casualties. The 10 major sects in Luoyang have successively sent disciples to subdue demons and eliminate evil. And for a while, the situation became turbulent. City, commercial street, clang, 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 clang. Bai Donglin was holding a bird cage in his hand, shaking his head and humming a tuneless tune, looking leisurely and contented. 4 or 5 servants followed behind him, each carrying large or small bags. These are all the good stuff that Bai Donglin spent the whole morning buying. They are all things that are very helpful for martial arts practice. He slowly returned to the quiet little house, asked the servants to carefully put away the things, and gave them a few taels of silver. After the servants left, he closed the door. Bai Donglin chuckled and opened a package. Inside were some bottles and jars. Each bottle had a label with words such as Crane's Beak Red, Poisonous Widow, Corpse Powder, and so on. There are even Smiling and Half-Step Madness and Death in one day. They are all extremely poisonous substances that kill instantly when they come into contact with blood. Bai Donglin has been practicing martial arts on the cliff of Shaohui Mountain for 3 months, and he has already completed the first 4 stages of physical training. It even far exceeds the ordinary perfection of body refining, because ordinary people are limited by their skills and poor physical talents, or have no tonic food. So it is difficult to break through the upper limit. But Bai Donglin is different. Take skin forging as an example. After an ordinary person has practiced the bronze man's skill to perfection, his skin forging level has reached its limit, and there will be no improvement even if he continues to practice, unless you switch to a more advanced technique, or take rare treasures to break the limit. Although Bai Donglin has neither of these two, he has damage reversal. Enhanced energy is better than any natural treasures. As long as there is strengthening energy, practicing Bronze Man Gong can infinitely improve the leather forging realm. Theoretically, there is no upper limit. However, there is still a difference between good and bad techniques. If Bai Donglin was attacked by 100 points, it would trigger the damage reversal effect, converting 10 points of the 100 points into enhanced energy. If you don't practice the exercises and let the energy automatically strengthen your body, you may only be able to utilize a little of the energy, and the rest will be wasted. If you practice the Bronze Man technique, you can use 2 points of energy. The efficiency is increased by 2 times. By switching to more advanced techniques, the utilization efficiency can naturally be improved. These are just Bai Donglin's rough estimates, but they should be roughly correct. So the effect of the exercises is still very large. Bai Donglin had been brushing up his energy in Shaohui Mountain for the past 3 months. He did not stop even after completing the 4th level of physical training, and continued to strengthen his body until last night. Bai Donglin, wearing a black iron weight, jumped off the 100-foot-high cliff of Shaohui Mountain and plunged headfirst into the bluestone slab, unharmed. By the way, The pile of rocks at the bottom of the cliff had been smashed by him into smooth bluestone slabs. Since then, Shalwi Mountain has withdrawn from the stage of history. He went to the commercial street early this morning and spent a long time digging out these treasures. It is to prepare for the upcoming blood transfusion in the fifth realm. After pouring the sugar water and bringing a jar of liquor, they prepared to start the blood transfusion. Breakthrough to perfection in body refining. Right now. Chapter 10 Blood Transfusion. Your arsenic is my panacea. Bai Donglin tilted his head back and drank several bottles of poison. A strange taste filled his mouth and almost made him vomit. I quickly picked up a bowl of sugar water and washed down the powder. And then I felt a little better. The poison mixture from several bottles became even stronger. And he instantly felt his liver and intestines torn apart, spitting out a mouthful of foul-smelling black blood. Severe pain, nausea, and vomiting rushed into his mind. Bai Donglin remained calm due to his strong willpower. I'm coming! As the internal organs rotated between decay and repair, a strengthening energy appeared out of nowhere in the body. Bai Donglin circulated his internal energy, carrying the energy directly to his bone marrow. The pure energy strengthened the bone marrow, and a deeper, thicker new blood appeared. The old blood and the new blood seemed to be two liquids of different densities that did not mix. The old blood was expelled from the body bit by bit, and a layer of blood was visibly seeping out of Bai Donglin's skin. The poison in the body was quickly consumed, and he took out a few more bottles of poison and poured them into the body with sugar water. Over and over again. Unexpectedly, the effect of the poison is weakening, and the body's resistance to poison has increased. Maybe in the future I can gain a body that is immune to all poisons. But this is not good news for him. He frowned, experiencing an airplane-like acceleration, and felt uncomfortable when he slowed down a bit. He also ate a few poisonous plants and fruits, and drank 2 gulps of poisonous wine made from various poisons. The energy became turbulent again, and soon all the old blood in the body was emptied out, replaced by more powerful new blood. Bai Donglin did not stop and continued to take drugs to strengthen his blood and bone marrow until all the poisons were consumed. A thick layer of blood scabs covered his entire body, turning him into a bloody man. With a little force, he shook off the blood scab. He stood up slowly, feeling the new blood flowing through his limbs, bones, internal organs, and the functions of his entire body were improving. Skin becomes tougher. Muscles become stronger and more powerful. Bone density increases and becomes harder and stronger. All the internal organs are full of vitality. Even the brain becomes clear and flexible. Eyesight and hearing have also been enhanced. This is an all-round enhancement. Even Bai Donglin is not clear how strong he is now. He has far exceeded the scope of perfect body refining. Unfortunately, this mundane poison has no effect on me at all. The speed at which his body's resistance to poison increased exceeded his expectations. It would probably be difficult to find poisons in this city that could trigger damage reversal. Not only is he immune to poison, he is now made of steel, and is basically immune to magic. It is difficult for ordinary physical means to hurt him at all. The improvement of strength will stagnate in a short period of time. But he had nothing to be dissatisfied with. He had grown to this point in just 3 months. Although he had suffered a lot, he was satisfied. It feels so good to be getting stronger little by little. Bai Donglin was intoxicated as he experienced the changes in his body. The strong body and powerful strength gave him a full sense of security. Clench your fist hard enough to explode the air. Just a slight stomp of the foot can break the bluestone floor into pieces. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. All the efforts are worth it as long as there are gains. He calmed down, fetched a bucket of well water, cleaned up the mess, and tidied up the yard. After changing his clothes, Bai Donglin decided to go out for a walk. Firstly to relax and secondly to see if there was any way to trigger damage reversal. It's time to show off. I won't pretend anymore. I just like to die. You can't die. So just work hard and that's all. He walked out of the quiet cottage leisurely. And before he walked out of the gate of Bai Mansion, he saw teams of knife-wielding guards running past quickly. The gate is blocked, with a guard post every 10 steps. And the entire Bai Mansion is under martial law. Bai Donglin, who had never seen such a scene since he was a child, was completely confused. What happened? Bai Donglin's eyes turned. His intuition told him that something big had happened. An event that made the Bai family feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. He turned around and walked towards the pavilion. In this situation, he could just go and ask the old lady. The defenses around Zion Pavilion are even tighter. Even the White Tiger army has been transferred into the Bai Mansion. The White Tiger Army is an elite force stationed outside the city. It can be said to be the Bai family's private army. The lowest level of cultivation is perfect physical training. It is an elite force cultivated by the Bai family at a huge cost. There were only 2,000 men in total, 1,000 of whom were led by General Bai Li, who went into battle to kill the enemy and were invincible. The remaining 1,000 people are usually stationed outside the city to protect the Bai family. With the existence of this powerful brigade, the Bai family's position in Yunjo is as solid as a rock. After passing through numerous blockades and entering the courtyard, I met Li Yiqiu sitting in the main seat in the hall. My child greets his mother. Bai Donglin bowed respectfully, and noticed a rare hint of sadness on Li Yiqiu's face. So he asked again, "Mom, what happened? Why is the whole palace under martial law?" Li Yiqiu asked Bai Donglin to sit next to him, and said worriedly, "Dongli, Mother was just planning to ask you to come over. You've come just in time. Don't leave the house recently. Just stay at home. Some time ago, demons were causing trouble in the southern states. I didn't expect that traces of demons were also found in Yunjo in the past 2 days. Only true cultivators can fight against demons. Ordinary mortal warriors have no power to resist. It's not a crime of war. It's just because the two exist in completely two different dimensions. Therefore, Li Yiqiu, who was able to call the wind and rain in the mortal world, also looked worried. In her eyes, Bai Donglin was still a child under the age of 12. She was afraid of scaring him, so she quickly comforted him. I have already asked the 10 major sects for help through the Pacification Bureau, and they will send monks to exorcise the demons soon. As long as we stay safely in the mansion, nothing will happen. It would be good to have something to do. I was just worried about not being able to find a place to die. But this is like a pillow given to me when I'm sleepy." However, he could only think about these words in his mind, as he was afraid that he would be strangled to death by his aunt if he said them out loud. Bai Donglin pretended to be worried and asked, "Mom, where did you find the traces of the demon? Is it far from here? Will the city be in trouble?" "Don't worry. The demons have appeared in Taima town in the north, which is still dozens of miles away from us. Moreover, the places where the demons have appeared so far are small towns and villages. We haven't found any demons causing trouble in big cities yet." Li Yiqiu stood up and patted Bai Donglin's shoulder comfortingly, and said in surprise, "Hey, Donglin, why have you grown so fast in the past few months? You are almost as tall as your mother." Bai Donglin has grown rapidly in height since he started practicing martial arts, and is now over 1.7 meters tall. If he were to say he is a 12-year-old boy, people would believe he is a 16-year-old adult. Well, I don't know. I just eat and sleep every day. Maybe I have a special talent. Bai Donglin smiled shyly. Physical cultivation is the most reserved and secretive thing. It is difficult to confirm one's strength without taking action. Physical martial artists usually use some external details to confirm whether they have practiced martial arts and the level of their martial arts, such as calluses on their hands, the toughness of their skin, the amount of strength, etc. But Bai Donglin is different. Thanks to the incredible enhanced energy, his skin is still fair, tender and delicate, and his muscles were tight and slender before he started practicing. As long as he doesn't take action, even an old lady in the Qi realm won't be able to discover the terrifying power contained in his seemingly weak body. So Li Yiqiu thought that Bai Donglin was still learning martial arts knowledge, and had not yet started practicing martial arts. He never expected that he had already completed his physical training in just 3 months. But truth will eventually come to light, and Bai Donglin is ready to find an opportunity to reveal his true colors. After all, he has already completed his body training and has no hidden injuries, so it doesn't count as a violation of the family rules. Isn't the original intention of family rules to be for the good of one's family? I'm not doing anything wrong. Is there anything wrong with me being gifted? He is hiding it now, because he is afraid that he will be too shocking and attract the prying eyes of the monks, thus exposing his secret. At that time, concealing one's strength and revealing a little bit of the talent of strong physical recovery ability should not be a problem. After all, they are just ordinary people, and their vision and perspective determine that they cannot discover their own secrets. It doesn't matter whether it is concealed or not. After all, they are just some trivial matters. His mind is still on the demon. He stayed in Ziyun Pavilion to have dinner with the old lady and chatted about family matters. Then Bai Donglin left Ziyun Pavilion and returned to Qingyu Cottage. The moon is above the willow trees. Bai Donglin changed into a nightgown and went back to the mountain to leave the Bai mansion. "Demon, the master is coming." Chapter 11 Demon Hunt. The moon is bright in the sky. A black figure rushed along the ground like a cheetah. As fast as lightning. It was Bai Donglin. He is very anxious now. Eager to die. I was afraid that I would go too late and the demon would have been killed by the monks. And a large amount of strengthening energy would have been wasted in vain. His strong body and sufficient power give him tremendous speed. It only took a cup of tea to reach Taima town. This is a small town with a permanent population of only tens of thousands. But it has everything it needs. And there are a dozen guards on the city wall to keep watch at night. It was already curfew, and the city gates were closed. Bai Donglin was in the dark corner of the city wall. Like a gecko. He put his hands on the wall, and climbed up the 2 or 3 foot high wall in a breath. He spotted a lone city guard. Took 2 steps forward. Covered his mouth. And dragged him into the shadows. I want to ask you something. If you answer honestly, I will let you go. Or you can call for help. And I will break your neck in an instant. Bai Donglin controlled the muscles in his throat, and made his voice become hoarse and mature. There was no other way. His boyish voice was too crisp, and had no deterrent effect at all. The guards with their mouths covered blinked, and nodded frantically. This scene was too familiar. Wasn't this the scene that the old soldiers often used to brag about and scare them? As soon as Bai Donglin let go of his hand, he lowered his voice, and spoke like a string of cannonballs. Hero. Spare me. Hero. Spare me. The mayor is at his lover's house. At the end of Luo Lane. The secret casino of the Xiao Dao gang is in the basement of Yulian. And old man Wang must be at Widow Zhang's house right now. Don't kill me. Hero. I told you everything I know. Bai Donglin was confused. What a mess. Shut up. You answer my questions. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll smash your head off. Has there been any demonic activity in Taima town recently? Tell me everything you know. Demon? I know. I know. Everyone knows about this recently. The demon is in Black Wind Mountain. This demon eats people. 3 days ago, a dozen herbalists from a nearby village went up the mountain to collect herbs and never came back. Then the village organized 100 people to go up the mountain to look for it. They encountered the demon and only 2 people were left. They were all scared out of their wits. More than a dozen of our brothers went to check on the situation. But none of them came back. Which direction is Black Wind Mountain? West. 10 miles. After getting the information he wanted, Bai Donglin gently exerted force, and knocked the lone soldier unconscious. He turned over and jumped off the city wall, shooting towards Black Wind Mountain. Black Wind Mountain was very close. As Bai Donglin got closer, his heartbeat quickened, and the blood in his body began to boil. Are we finally going to face the world of monks? The first time he fought against someone, the enemy was beyond the ordinary. He was a little nervous, but more of it was anticipation. The Black Wind Mountains under the night are gloomy and terrible. Quiet. No insects. No bird calls. No trace of living creatures. The birds have flown away from the thousands of mountains. And the people have disappeared from the thousands of paths. Bai Donglin stood at the foot of the mountain. Thought for a while. Took off his robe and pants. Folded them neatly, and placed them on the ground. Naked, and wearing only a pair of shorts. Bai Donglin is a respectable man. In order to avoid running naked after a fierce battle, it is better to leave these fragile clothes outside. The demon is probably the only living creature in Black Wind Mountain now. Just kill the demon, and no one will know about his unsightly appearance. Well, it's perfect. He nodded with satisfaction. After sniffing, Bai Donglin disappeared into the woods, and ran towards the middle of the mountain, where there was a strong smell of blood. There is a huge cave on the hillside of Black Wind Mountain, which was left over from mining in the past. Now the entrance of the cave is full of corpses, some of which are human, and some unknown large animals. All the corpses were incomplete, as if they had been torn apart by wild beasts. This scene did not move Bai Donglin at all. Brains, internal organs, broken limbs, etc. He had not only seen them, but also experienced them personally. So he was not surprised at all. I walked to the entrance of the cave, and leaned over to look inside. It was pitch black, and I couldn't see clearly. His eyesight was enhanced after the blood transfusion. And with the help of moonlight, he did not become blind. Hello. Is anyone home? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow rushed out and hit Bai Donglin in the chest, knocking him away, and stopping only after crashing into a big tree. The 2.8-meter tall demon has no moral principles, and comes to cheat and attack me, an 11-year-old comrade. It hurts. It feels so good. Two sternums were broken and internal organs were ruptured. A strengthening energy appeared and the wounds healed. Bai Donglin stood up with a somersault and looked at the demon. It has a sturdy body of 2.8 meters tall, a wolf's head and a human body, and is covered with long black hair. What is this? Wolf demon? Or werewolf? There is a fundamental difference between the two. A wolf demon is a wolf transformed into a human form. A werewolf is a human in wolf form. I don't care who you are. If you don't kill me tonight, I will kill you. With a roar, his chi and blood pushed him up, and his height instantly increased from about 1.7 meters to over 1.8 meters. His muscles bulged all over his body, but his skin color did not change. He did not practice the bronze man kung fu. What should I do if I am afraid that my defense is too strong and the opponent cannot attack me? The wolf-headed monster seemed to feel provoked. It raised its head and howled like a wolf, its sharp claws flashing coldly in the moonlight. Both were moving at extremely fast speeds and collided in an instant. Bai Donglin threw away his defense and used a set of powerful bull demon fists with great vigor, punching the wolf-headed monster in the chest. However, the height difference was too big, so he could only barely hit the chest. If he wanted to hit the head, he had to jump up. The wolf-headed monster's defense was amazing. Bai Donglin only felt as if he was hitting a rubber product, making a muffled bang 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 sound. The defenseless Bai Donglin was instantly injured by the sharp claws, and his body was covered with wounds. Although the wounds were deep, they were not fatal and healed in an instant, even without practicing any defensive techniques. The essence of his body is still extremely hard and strong. He was no longer a weakling. Although this demon was extremely strong, its attack power was not enough to kill him instantly. This is just perfect. Bai Donglin felt the enhanced energy surging in his body, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, looking at the wolf-headed monster waving its claws non-stop. I feel more and more satisfied. It's so great. I really want it to continue forever. Roar. After attacking for such a long time, not only did he fail to kill the dwarf, but he was also jumping around vigorously, and even punching him in the chest with his little fists from time to time. The wolf-headed monster became angry instantly. With a roar, his height rose to 3 meters again. His eyes flashed red, and a black mist filled his whole body. Speed attack surges. Bai Donglin subconsciously turned his head to avoid the blow on the head, but was instantly disemboweled. What a close call. I was almost killed in seconds. He felt a surge of energy in his body. His eyes lit up, and he quickly guided the energy to strengthen his bone marrow and blood. The wolf-headed monster seemed to have gone berserk and completely lost its mind. It attacked Bai Donglin frantically, completely unaware of his abnormal recovery ability. Great. Bai Donglin had a complicated expression, one of pain and happiness. He endured the violent attacks of the wolf-headed monster and punched it from time to time. Although it could not cause any damage, it was extremely insulting and could well stimulate the wolf-headed monster's desire to attack. For a moment, the two monsters remained in a stalemate. Chapter 12 Kill. Thick dark clouds passed by, blocking the bright moonlight. At this time, the battle on Blackwind Mountain was still fierce. Bai Donglin and the wolf-headed monster had been fighting for a whole hour. Of course, it was called a mutual fight, but in fact it was a one-sided beating. The wolf-headed monster beat Bai Donglin. However, the scene was a bit weird. The one being beaten had an expression of pain and happiness on his face. He looked vigorous and energetic, and his naked body had no injuries at all. On the other hand, the wolf-headed monster's momentum was getting weaker and weaker. The black mist that permeated his body was on the verge of dissipating. The red light in his eyes was also gradually dimming. Only his crazy expression remained unchanged. After a while, the wolf-headed monster finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the black mist dissipated. The attack slowed down instantly, and the sharp claws on the two giant paws were already broken. Another claw hit Bai Donglin's chest, but it only left a small wound and did not produce any strengthening energy. Bai Donglin knew that he had tried his best. He was already at the point of exhaustion and couldn't even stand steadily. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. It was a pity that the conditions did not allow it now. Otherwise, he could be raised and reused after being well taken care of. It would probably be difficult to encounter such a diligent and hard-working tool wolf in the future. In that case, then I'll send you on your way. With a cold shout, he instantly opened fire with full power. His muscles bulged and gleamed with a bronze luster. Offense and defense reversal. Bai Donglin jumped up and hit the wolf-headed monster in the chest with a knee, and it fell to the ground instantly. The wolf-headed monster was already exhausted, and had no time to defend himself, or even react before being ridden. Ola 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 muda muda muda. Every punch is powerful, and every punch hits the flesh. Fists as violent as a storm fell on the wolf-headed monster's face like raindrops. However, the defense of this wolf-headed monster was too terrifying. Even if it lay on the ground and let him hit it, he would only break its skin, not be fatal. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes. The wolf-headed monster was lying on the ground, letting him do whatever he wanted. If he still couldn't kill it, then he would have to give up his life. We agreed that one of you must die tonight. Since I am immortal, then you go and die. Stop the attack, and use both hands to pry open the wolf-headed monster's huge mouth. With a loud shout, he tore it apart with force from front and back. How strong is Bai Donglin now? Normally, a single swing of his arm would carry 10,000 Jin. Now with his full strength, coupled with the considerable amount of enhanced energy he had gained tonight, his single arm could carry a full 20,000 Jin. You should know that the strength of an ordinary warrior who has perfected the physical training is only 1,000 pounds per arm. And the strength of a warrior who has perfected the true chi can only burst out 5,000 pounds of true chi. Bai Donglin wanted to tear the wolf's mouth open like drawing an arrow from a bow. He was about to succeed. But at this moment, the wolf-headed monster seemed to have a last burst of energy and burst out a little strength from its mouth to try to close the cage. The wolf's bite force is amazing, but it will eventually run out of energy. Bai Donglin quickly used his hands and feet, put his right foot into his mouth to step on his chin, and grabbed his upper jaw with both hands. Lifted up suddenly, the wolf-headed monster's mouth was torn in two in an instant. Its whole body was twitching, but it was still alive. Its vitality was extremely tenacious. Even the immortal Bai Donglin has to say, "Brother, you are really awesome." He bent down and tore off the jaw, which was still attached with a layer of skin, then thrust the side with two long sharp teeth into the wolf-headed monster's throat. After a fierce pounding, the fangs tore his throat into pieces, completely severing several arteries. A large amount of blood spurted all over his face. The wolf-headed monster twitched for a while, and finally died completely, ending his rough and tortuous life. The moment I killed the wolf-headed monster, I felt a chill running through my mind, and my thinking suddenly became more flexible. However, the change was not big. After thinking for a moment, I still didn't understand what this cool air was, and where it came from. I could only keep it in my heart for the time being. Looking around, the area within 100 meters was razed to the ground by their fierce battle. There was not a single intact tree, and all the flowers and plants were dead. There is no water source in the Black Wind Mountain, so Bai Donglin had to give up his plan of washing himself. It would be better to leave quickly to avoid meeting the monks who came to exorcise demons. Apart from anything else, the glorious image will definitely be gone. The wind blows the grass and makes your balls cool. Bai Donglin shuddered and ran quickly down the mountain. At this time, dark clouds happened to pass by. The bright moonlight shone on his back. Very white. Very white. Unfortunately, only the wolf-headed monster lying dead on the ground had the chance to see this. Less than an hour had passed since Bai Donglin left. 2 more sword lights fell on Black Wind Mountain. Sword light dissipates. It was Bai Jiana in a white robe and Louis in a green skirt, looking at the devastation and the dead wolf-headed monster. Bai Jiana looked around and said, "It seems that a fellow Taoist has already taken the lead over us." Louis nodded, looking at the tragically dead wolf-headed monster. His crescent-shaped brows slightly frowned. "I don't know which sect these disciples belong to, but their methods are so cruel. Monsters and demons should be killed by everyone." Louis certainly did not sympathize with the monsters, but the side of the chin stuck in the throat was hard to describe. Bai Jiana didn't say anything. In his opinion, this was just not clean enough. It would be better to just cut off the head with one sword to avoid getting his clothes dirty. He made a hand gesture and shot out a spiritual flame, burning the wolf-headed monster's body to ashes. They don't need this demon to take credit for it, so if they feel it's disgusting, just burn it. The two of them have been running around in the past few months, and the number of monsters and demons they have killed is enough for Louis to get a spot. As for himself, he doesn't need it. A faint sword intent appeared around Bai Jiana's body, which was a sign that the sword intent he had just condensed was not under stable control. At the age of 18, he had already condensed the sword spirit. He broke the record of Xianyu Sword School that had lasted for tens of thousands of years. He was also surprised that the sword intent was condensed ahead of time. After all, some elders of the sect had not yet condensed the sword intent. thanks to the inexplicable flashes of inspiration that appeared after each killing of a monster. He had several sudden realizations, and was able to concentrate his sword intent. Otherwise, even if he had an excellent talent in swordsmanship, it would take him another year or so to achieve success. There is no need to explain much about the importance of sword intent to sword practitioners. There is a world of difference between having sword intent and not having it. Using the same sword technique, the power can differ by 10 or 100 times, which is incomparable. Disciples who have condensed their sword spirit before the age of 20 can directly participate in the assessment without any quota. This is the rule of the Holy Land. Even if he doesn't want to go now, he has to go. The elders of the sect will tie him up and take him there. Not only did Baijiana condense his sword intent, but his cultivation also successfully broke through to the divine bridge realm, which was icing on the cake. The starting point for a cultivator is also body training. No matter what kind of cultivation system you follow, you always have to train your body to lay the foundation. However, the difference between cultivators and ordinary warriors is that cultivators do not need to squeeze the potential of their physical bodies. They can just breathe in and out spiritual energy to temper their bodies, which is more efficient, comprehensive, and safer. After drawing in chi and refining the body, you will reach the true essence realm. When the true essence in the Dantian Chi Si is completely transformed from gaseous to liquid, you can break through to the Yuan-I realm. The Yuan-I realm is divided into 4 realms: awakening the spirit, fetal movement, formation of the fetus, and perfection. The Yuan-I realm is extremely important for cultivators, and it can be said to lay the foundation for the Great Way. How high a building can be built depends on how well its foundation is laid. The embryos of most cultivators are in human form, while those of sword cultivators are in sword-shaped form. This is one of the reasons why sword cultivators have such terrifying lethality. After the Yuan-I is complete, you can move into the Yuanshan realm. But the prerequisite is to first open up the passage from the Dantian Chi Si to the Lingtai Shihai. This passage is the Bridge of God. Baijiana is in this state now. Senior sister, the competition for the quota is almost over. Would you like to visit my Bai family in the remaining time? The reason why Baijiana rushed here was because he was afraid that demons would attack the city. Now that the demons have been killed, it's a good opportunity for him to go back to the Bai family. Lu Yi smiled and nodded. It's all up to junior brother to arrange. Then the two of them turned into sword lights and disappeared. Chapter 13 Mother River Refining True Spirit. The next morning, after a night of intense exercise, Bai Donglin secretly came back to take a nap and went to the cafeteria to eat as usual, as if nothing had happened. No one knew that the 13th master, who usually did nothing but chase dogs, catch chickens and play with birds, had rushed out all night last night and killed the demon alone in Blackwind Mountain. When the work is done, he gets dressed and leaves, hiding his achievements and fame. When he was about to step into the cafeteria, there was a sudden commotion outside. He listened carefully and heard a servant shouting, "The second young master is back! The second young master is back! Second brother is back?" Bai Donglin didn't even eat his meal. His figure moved and disappeared. Only a group of stunned Bai family members were left. Was that Donglin just now? Pinch me. I'm sure I haven't woken up yet. Ouch. It hurts so much. I won't pretend anymore. Let me show my cards. I'm a master. The main hall of the Bai family. At this time, the hall was packed with people. The ladies and masters of various courtyards, the children of the Bai family, and the elders of the clan who were usually not seen. All came to watch the fun. After all, this was the only cultivator of the Bai family, and they all wanted to come and see it. Bai Donglin spotted Baijiana from the crowd at a glance. He was so distinctive and outstanding. He admitted that he felt sour at this moment. Although he thought that his appearance was no worse than his second brother, his temperament was completely controlled by the other party. It's really the sword immortal coming to the mortal world. At this time, Baijiana felt his gaze and turned to look at him. Bai Donglin quickly circulated his chi to stimulate his eyes, and immediately tears welled up in his eyes. Second brother, little brother. What followed naturally was brotherly greetings and some pleasantries. But it's better not to mention it. The family was lively for a while. After getting away from the enthusiastic Bai family, Bai Donglin and his aunt took Baijiana and his senior sister Lu Yi to the pavilion. And finally things quieted down. Brother, I haven't seen you for 3 years. I didn't expect you to have changed so much. Your body has become so strong. As expected, he came. Of course, his blood and energy could not be hidden from the cultivator's discerning eyes. It was expected, And there was no need to hide it now. Second brother has a keen eye. I was lucky enough to discover that my body has a strong ability to recover. I don't have to worry about hidden injuries during the body training. So I was able to succeed in the body training. Louis glanced at him for a moment longer, but didn't take it too seriously. After all, she had seen too many cultivators with various physiques and extraordinary talents. And this kind of recovery ability was not outstanding. And if you don't have the talent for chi training, physical fitness won't mean much. Next, Bai Donglin gave some explanations and tried to comfort the old lady. Li Qiu personally checked his body and found no hidden injuries or disabilities. So he felt relieved and said, I didn't expect that you, Donglin, have such talent. Wait for your father to come back in a few days and have him issue a special order to allow you to enter the Wu Pavilion. Bai Donglin thanked him and changed the subject. He didn't want to dwell on this matter too much. The four of them drank tea, chatted, then went to feed the birds, and finally had dinner before leaving. Bai Donglin returned to Qingyu Cottage, prepared tea, and waited for his second brother to come. After a while, a sword light fell in his yard. Brother, come and have some tea. You have indeed become much smarter. Little brother, Bai Jianga smiled, sat in front of him, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Brother, I want to cultivate immortality. Bai Donglin spoke directly. There was no need to beat around the bush with his second brother. Bai Jianga's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and he looked at his younger brother with a little surprise. Although he had expected this in his heart, he did not expect his younger brother to be so direct. It seemed that his will was much stronger than he thought. This was also the reason why he came here tonight. After all, an 11-year-old boy actually secretly practiced martial arts without telling anyone, and he was able to master it. Physical training is very hard. This shows how strong his will to become stronger is. And this strong will never satisfy him to be just an ordinary strongman. After all, his Bai family has a lot of warriors who have reached the perfection of the Qi realm. Not to mention the warriors who have reached the perfection of the body. Just a call and a lot of warriors will come and follow. Is it necessary to spend so much effort to cultivate the body at such a young age? After all, the limit of ordinary martial arts is the Qi realm. And there is no shortage of those few years. It can be seen that his target has never been an ordinary warrior, but a cultivator. Well, I came to see you tonight for this matter. Before that, let's do a test first. After saying this, Bai Jianga took out a transparent crystal stone from the Xiumi ring. Space ring. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up when he saw this method of taking things out of thin air. This is a must-have artifact for killing, arson, home travel, etc. This is a spirit stone, a mineral born from heaven and earth. It has only one function, which is to test the aptitude for Qi refining. Bai Jianga introduced this spirit stone in detail. It turns out that whether people in this world can cultivate immortality and refine Qi is decided at the moment of birth. According to legend, the Mother River contains all time and space, destiny, cause and effect, and reincarnation, and is the origin and final destination of all life. Every life has a soul, and the core of the soul is a bit of true spirit. After death, the soul dissipates between heaven and earth, and a bit of true spirit returns to the Mother River. The true spirit settles in the Mother River, and everything is washed away by the river water, becoming crystal clear. Then it will go through reincarnation, condense the soul, and be reborn. The cultivation talent of a person depends on the quality of the true spirit in the Mother River. When a baby is just born, the soul is excited and the forehead, which is the spirit platform, will reveal the aura of the self. The well-known colors of light are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. The vast majority of people are a light red color, which means they are mortals who do not have the aptitude to practice cultivation and have no possibility of becoming immortals. The light red color is similar to the baby's skin, and combined with the messy things like amniotic fluid. Ordinary people don't know about it. It's different for other colors. The colors become stronger as they are arranged further back in the list. And some even have strange phenomena. For example, Bai Jianga, the day he was born, the blue aura of his self illuminated the entire city. And there was also a flying sword vision shuttling through the aura. That night, Bai Jianga's information appeared in the hands of all the major sects. Someone was sent to guard him at an early stage. And when he was a little more mature mentally, he was taken away at the age of 6. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for a genius with extraordinary talent to be buried in this world. Of course, talent is not everything. There are many people who have risen to prominence with little talent. Sometimes luck and hard work are even more important than talent. As long as the spiritual light is orange or above, one can sense the spiritual energy and become a cultivator. The orange light is as weak as the red light, and is easily overlooked. Today, I heard about Bai Donglin's recovery ability, and suspected that he might be the overlooked orange light. Brother, put the spirit stone on your forehead, and you can check if you have the qualifications to practice. Bai Donglin took the spirit stone, and knew the result before testing it. Others don't know. But doesn't he know? He is an illegal immigrant. What Mother River? True spirit. Even his soul is not from this world. He didn't expect this world to be so strict that cultivation also depends on household registration. Sure enough, there was no reaction when the spirit stone was placed on the forehead. Bai Jianga frowned, took the spirit stone, and placed it on his forehead. And a dazzling blue light flickered. A trace of regret flashed across Bai Jianga's eyes. If he couldn't sense the spiritual energy, he couldn't practice, and he had no other choice. Chapter 14. 112,9600 domains. The Spirit Stone is a rare object created by heaven and earth. It can easily sense the true spirit that is usually difficult to perceive, as if it has an inexplicable connection with the true spirit of life. As long as the true spirit light is orange or above, people with talent for cultivation will be exposed under the Spirit Stone. Bai Donglin did not activate the Spirit Stone, which meant that his true spirit light was red, and he was a mortal without the talent for cultivation. Bai Jianga had originally planned to take his younger brother to the Xianyu sword sect. With his connections in the sect, no one would bully Bai Donglin even if he only had the lowest level orange talent. Unfortunately, contrary to his expectations, his younger brother, whose body had awakened special talents, did not have the slightest talent for cultivation, and was unable to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is really a bit against common sense. He was about to leave for the Holy Land. The situation in the Holy Land was unknown, so it was impossible for him to bring his younger brother with him. And the sect would not allow it. And it was meaningless to stay in Xianyu sword sect without the aptitude to practice. For a moment, Bai Jianga was in a dilemma. Bai Donglin remained calm about this. But if it were someone else, they would have given up on themselves and become disheartened. After all, he still has a trump card, and has not been forced into a desperate situation. Bai Jianga didn't know that his younger brother had someone to rely on. He only thought that he had an extraordinary character, and a strong will, and was not easily surprised by fame or disgrace at a young age. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to remain so calm. This made him feel even more regretful. He stood up and paced back and forth, thinking for a moment. As if he remembered something, he took out another torn book from the Shui ring, and placed it on the table. He asked Bai Donglin, "Donglin, do you know anything about the way of cultivation?" Based on what Bai Donglin saw and heard in his previous life, practicing Taoism is nothing more than refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, and refining emptiness into the Tao. No matter how things change, they still remain essentially the same. The paths of cultivation in this world are probably no different. Bai Donglin certainly didn't dare to bring out the things in the novels of his previous life. His current identity was just a novice in cultivation in the mortal world. He could only offer his hand to his second brother and say, "I don't know. Please help me solve this puzzle." Bai Jianga nodded, and then began to explain seriously. Since his second brother was determined to seek the truth, he should also be allowed to understand these basic common sense. The path of cultivation in this world mainly revolves around the three treasures of the human body: essence, energy, and spirit. Essence is the body. Qi is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. God is the soul Yuanshan. No matter what system it is, all kinds of magic, supernatural powers, and secret techniques are inseparable from these three treasures. However, the road is difficult, and human power is limited. Not everyone can be all-round and make progress in all three treasures. Therefore, different cultivation systems have different emphasis. Take the mainstream system of qi cultivation in today's world as an example. Qi cultivation is the practice of qi refining, which focuses on qi, supplemented by spirit, and then essence. Those that can become mainstream have all stood the test of time, while those that are not suitable have long been eliminated by history. For example, in ancient times there were practitioners who focused on gods. They called their own system Shinto. Now they have long disappeared and been swept into the garbage dump of history. At this point, Bai Jianga paused, pointed to the books on the table, and said, "Brother, I got this incomplete book by chance, and learned about another system that is different from Qi cultivation. This system, like Qi cultivation, has survived through a long period of time, since ancient times, and still exists in the world today. They call this system body cultivation, body refiner. Since body cultivation coexists with Qi cultivation in the world, it naturally has its own unique features. However, compared to the prosperity of Qi cultivation, body cultivation is even rarer. It is difficult to hear of it in such a remote place like ours. Bai Jiana then told Bai Donglin what little he knew about physical cultivation. Body cultivation is exactly the opposite of Qi cultivation. It is a cultivation system that focuses on essence, supplemented by spirit, and then Qi. Bai Jiana felt that his younger brother's physical talent was very suitable for the path of physical cultivation. So he thought of this. Donglin. According to the records in this book, physical cultivation mainly focuses on the practitioner's physical talent, perseverance, and spiritual will. They don't pay much attention to true spiritual talent. Even for mortals without talent, physical cultivation has special ways to sense and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You are born to be a physical practitioner. After Bai Jiana finished speaking, he sat down to drink tea and let his younger brother slowly digest the information. Bai Donglin glanced at his second brother speechlessly. What did it mean to be born to be a physical cultivator? He just had no choice but to take the path of physical cultivation. However, his second brother's luck was an unexpected success. His two incredible abilities were indeed tailor-made for physical cultivation. With his imagination and some common sense from novels, it is not difficult for him to guess how physical cultivation is practiced. It is indeed very suitable for him. Second brother, where can we find a sect that specializes in physical cultivation? Bai Jiana put down the teacup with hesitation in his eyes. He knew that if he said it out loud, his younger brother would definitely embark on a life-threatening journey. But seeing Bai Donglin's determined face, his sword heart sensed that indestructible will. Well, he died for the pursuit of truth. And his younger brother was also a seeker of truth like him. So he sighed and said, I don't know exactly where it is, or how far it is. I only know that the holy land of body cultivation is in a place called Desolate Territory. In the east, in the direction where the sun rises. Desolate land? Bai Jiana gave him some common sense. The world they live in is called Qianyuan Realm, where the sky is round, and the earth is square. It is an extremely huge world. It is divided into 129,600 realms of various sizes. The kingdom of Lanong is located in a small area called Bianjiazan area, a remote corner of this world. It is remote and desolate with thin spiritual energy. No wonder there are so few cultivators. Even most mortals don't know the existence of monks. Ordinary people may think that the country they live in is the whole world from birth to death. Indeed, for mortals, a country is too big to be imagined. The country of Lanong has an area of more than 96 million square kilometers, and a population of more than 1 billion. There are dozens of countries of the same size as Lanong in the 9 borders and 3 regions. And there are even more other small countries. The population of the entire 9 borders and 3 regions exceeds 100 billion. This is just a remote little area. Bai Donglin felt that his brain was not enough. Is this a ghostly demon world? It's definitely a super demon world. Huh. Bai Donglin came back to his senses from the shock and let out a long sigh. The people of Blue Star have a strong ability to accept things. And thanks to the influence of various novels, he was not scared out of his wits. He still remembered the scene of the dark space. Such a huge world could be destroyed by a single kick from a giant tortoise. He is also a man who has seen big scenes. So there is no need for him to be so pretentious. Now I still need to think about how to go to the wilderness and find the physical cultivation sect. This desolate area sounds more prestigious than their border area. The journey is so long. It must be a difficult trek. If it were anyone else, they would probably be dead. His second brother didn't know about his supernatural power, so he wouldn't let him go to die. Sure enough, Bai Jiana said to him again, Our Bianjiao-san territory is too remote, and there is no gate built. The nearest gate is in Lei Zhe territory. You can use it to go to the wild territory. Even if he could go to the wilderness through the domain gate, the Lei Zhe domain was not close either. And it was a life and death situation. No wonder his second brother looked hesitant. But he is not afraid. He is so confident that he has an immortal body. Chapter 15 Daluo's Sword Sect. The moon is above the willow trees. Bai Donglin and his second brother were still talking by candlelight at night. The two brothers have discussed a lot. Mainly because Bai Jiana is giving him a variety of knowledge that popularizes him. And sometimes some knowledge may save himself. feeling that he had said almost everything he needed to say. Bai Jianga took out a bunch of things and placed them on the table, pointing to a white jade ring and saying, "This is a special sumer ring. It can be used by using blood essence to make sacrifices. It does not require spiritual energy to activate. It was originally prepared as a birthday gift for you, but I'm giving it to you in advance." Storage ring? What a good thing. Bai Donglin took it with great excitement. He was not polite to his second brother. He would repay his kindness of giving the treasure today in the future. Under the guidance of his second brother, he forced out a drop of blood and dripped it onto the white jade ring. The white jade ring emitted a faint red light and swallowed up the blood. Suddenly, he felt a vague connection between himself and the white jade ring. He put the teapot away on purpose, then put the chair away, and put them away again. He played for a long time before stopping. This storage ring is so convenient. It is a must-have artifact when traveling at home. You can put more clothes in it in the future, and you don't have to take off clothes before every fight. It would have been great if I had this thing in my previous life. I wouldn't have to look for a parking space. I could just put the car in the ring. This white jade ring only needs your energy and blood to activate, which is very suitable for you. Bai Jianga smiled and pointed at the bottles and jars on the table and said, "These are some healing pills, detoxification pills, and some bodybuilding pills. Also, these talismans have considerable attack power. Mortals can also use them. Just throw them out. This jade sword is a sword talisman given to me by my master. You can keep it as a means of preserving your life. By the way, you should keep this incomplete book as well. It may be useful to you." Torn books, elixirs, stacks of talismans, a bag of spirit stones, and a precious talisman sword. I hope these things can help me. The journey is bound to be extremely dangerous. He also hopes that I can successfully embark on the path of cultivation. Bai Donglin admitted that he was touched. This second brother was too good to him. He even gave him the life-saving item given to him by his master. Only he himself knew that these things were meaningless to him, as he possessed an immortal body. They were different from the storage ring. So he quickly refused. "Brother, these things are too valuable. I can't take them." Bai Jianga waved his hand and said with a smile, "Why should we be so polite? You have been accompanying my mother all these years, and I haven't thanked you yet. I'll help you today. When you become successful in the future, you can also help me. You won't stop helping my second brother in the future, right?" Bai Donglin quickly shook his head and said, "Of course not. But, no buts. In fact, I will be leaving for the Sword region soon. These things are of little use to me anymore. Regarding your matter, I can't help you much, and I'm really ashamed to say it." Seeing this, Bai Donglin no longer insisted and accepted all the things with a white jade ring. "Forget it. I'll leave the things to Auntie on the day of departure." The two brothers chatted for a while, and then Bai Jianga turned into a sword light and left. Bai Donglin was filled with envy. The swordsman was so handsome and cool. It's just that there is no choice. Otherwise, being a graceful swordsman would also be a good choice. I am running wildly on the road to becoming a big muscle man, and the word elegant and graceful is getting further and further away from me. The next morning, as the new year approaches, the whole city becomes particularly lively. The streets were crowded with people, all of them coming to buy New Year's goods. People from small towns and villages near the city also came to the city for the market, causing huge crowds of people on every street in the city. As the largest city in Yunjo, the city has a population of millions and a vast area. It is full of various buildings, various shops, brothels, casinos, and pleasure boats, and there are many fun places to go. The Bai Donglin brothers accompanied Louis to go shopping early in the morning. It was the first time that Louis had seen such a bustling city, with so many people, so many vendors, and even a circus on the street. She was dazzled. She walked around everywhere and bought a lot of things. The two brothers followed behind, talking and laughing as they walked. The three of them went shopping and boating on the lake. In addition to visiting brothels, they even went to casinos. It was not until nightfall that we stopped at the White Crane Tower next to East Lake to have dinner. The steamed white-baited baihalu is a local specialty, and the exclusively brewed Zion Hezui is said to be good too. Unfortunately, I came here with my aunt last time and didn't get to drink the wine, but I can try it this time. Hey, Master 13, what wind brings you here? I was wondering why the magpies were calling on the branches so early in the morning. It turns out they were calling for you. Master 13. The shopkeeper Jean Mantang had a pair of sharp eyes. He spotted Bai Donglin from 100 or 80 meters away and hurriedly waited at the door. The Bai family is the king of Yunjo, and their words are more effective than those of the emperor. He is living in the Bai family's territory. So how can he not make the Bai family feel comfortable? Bai Donglin waved his hand to interrupt him. Stop talking so smoothly. Take your seat. Bring out all your signature dishes. And the best crane wine. I want to have a drink with my second brother tonight. Upon hearing this, Jean Montang's eyes widened, and he looked at the gentle, elegant and graceful man behind him in shock. Second brother? Second master Bai? The eldest son of the Bai family, who was said to have become a disciple of an immortal? Jean Manlu was so frightened that he trembled all over. He lowered his head, and dared not look any further. He said tremblingly, I will prepare it right away. Second master. 13th master. Please go upstairs, and take your seats first. The three of them went to the top floor, and sat down by the window. The Bai family's reputation really worked. And soon the table was filled with dishes. The steamed whitebait tasted delicious. And the wine was good too. Not too strong. And fragrant and tasty. After 3 rounds of drinks, the three of them started talking more. And they ended up talking about the battle for a place in the Xianyu sword sect. Bai Donglin listened with a curious look and asked, Quota? What quota is so important that your sect has mobilized so many people? Lu Yi drank a few glasses of wine, and her fair face became even more charming. Hearing this, she smiled slightly and said, Mobilizing a large army? If the sect leader hadn't been suppressing them, I'm afraid some people would have their brains blown out. Brother Bai, since you are not from the cultivation world, of course you don't understand. The quota is a chance for us to ascend to heaven in one step. If we miss it, we will regret it for the rest of our lives. Bai Jiana also nodded and took over the conversation and said, Last night, I told you that I would be going to the sword domain soon. This spot is the holy land for sword cultivators. And it is an opportunity to take the entrance examination to the Daluo sword sect, the top sect in the sword domain. If you pass the assessment, you can join the Daluo sword sect. It's truly a one-step journey to heaven. Speaking of this, the two of them couldn't help but feel yearning. Daluo sword sect is one of the 4 major sword cultivation holy places in the sword domain. Who among the sword cultivators in the world wouldn't want to join the holy place? Only by entering the holy land can one have the opportunity to come into contact with the supreme mysteries of Kendo. Bai Donglin understood that this quota was actually the admission ticket for the college entrance examination in his previous life. It seems that the strength of the Daluo sword sect is absolutely terrifying. Just the admission ticket for the assessment has made these sword cultivating geniuses so enthusiastic. But what is the relationship between the 10 major sects in Lanyang and those holy places for cultivation? Also, how do these secular dynasties and these cultivation sects manage to coexist peacefully without interfering with each other? It seems that there are still many unknown secrets here. Chapter 16 by Yuanjin. The capital of Lanyang State. Bianzhou. The upper capital. Now it is winter, and heavy snow is falling. The heavy snow like goose feathers covers the entire Shangjing city. Snow is falling all over the place, covering the whole place with silver. The huge city towering above the plains is like a ferocious beast, ready to devour its prey. The inner city palace. The prince's residence. A woman with a beautiful face and a graceful figure, holding a white jade slip in her hand, was lying lazily on the couch. The current crown prince Li Hongwen knelt trembling on the glass floor, with his head buried, not daring to look at the figure behind the gauze. Just when he was feeling anxious, a lazy yet majestic female voice came. Your Highness, it has been 8 years since I entered the palace. I have given you 8 years, but you still haven't dealt with your father. Aren't you too useless? You are so useless that perhaps you are not even qualified to be a puppet. Li Hongwen cowed out in fear and said, Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down. I have tried my best. Most of the civil and military officials have been recruited by me. Unfortunately, there are secret priests from the sect monitoring everything. I dare not make any big moves. It's not that I am afraid of death, but I am afraid of delaying your Majesty's plan. Oh, so, I misunderstood you? I dare not. I only ask your Majesty to give me another year. My father has been secretly poisoned by me for 3 years. He will surely die in another year. The woman on the couch stopped talking, and Crown Prince Li Hongwen could only lie on the ground nervously, not daring to look up. At this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of the couch, whispered something, and then disappeared. Haha. My genius second brother finally decided to go home. That's good. I haven't been back to the Bai family for a long time. It's a good opportunity to go back and see my second brother. This woman is none other than the current crown princess, Bai Yuanjun, the eldest daughter of the Bai family in Yunjo. 8 years ago, Bai Yuanjun's entry into the palace caused a sensation. The Bai family was like a local tyrant in Yunjo, and they also controlled all military power in the south. They were second to none. Bai Yuanjun was extremely beautiful and was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. She was a talented and extraordinary woman. But 8 years ago, such a woman ignored her parents' opposition, gave up her peaceful life, and resolutely married the prince and moved into this deserted palace. Many people say that Bai Yuanjun was attracted by the prince's talent, while others say that Bai Yuanjun was obsessed with the prince's beauty. Crown Prince Li Hongwen, who was lying on the ground, thought the same thing at first, but he never expected that his beloved wife would turn into a ferocious beast. Not only had they not touched each other once in 8 years, but she had also fallen to such a state. Bai Yuanjun looked at the jade slip in his hand, and his thoughts seemed to go back to 8 years ago, the day when he had just obtained the jade slip. The immortal Qin Empire, Qin Shi Huang, the law of the dynasty. The whole country ascended. A golden light flashed in Bai Yuanjun's eyes. So what if he had a red spirit in a mortal body? On Chengxian Road, there must be my Bai Yuanjun. After a year, if it doesn't work out, you know the consequences. Please arrange for me to go back to the Bai family. Yes. Li Hongwen breathed a sigh of relief, counted, and carefully left the hall. City. The general's mansion had a double celebration today, and everyone's face was filled with smiles. General Bai Li and Crown Princess Bai Yuanjun are back, and today happens to be New Year's Eve. The servants in the Bai mansion were busy pasting up couplets and hanging lanterns. The kitchen was even busier, preparing all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, and rare ingredients, starting early in the morning to prepare for the dinner. At this time, everyone in the Bai family gathered in the martial arts arena. The younger generations were competing and sparring with each other below, while the older generations were chatting animatedly in the stands. Martial arts performances are a must-do program every year before the new year, and there are not many entertainment activities in this world. The Bai family values martial arts over literature, but the younger generations are very excited. Winning and getting reward money is a small matter, but showing up in public and gaining face is a big matter. So all the young men are very motivated. Bai Donglin looked around with a bored look on his face. The competition in the martial arts arena was just like playing house in his eyes. He was afraid that he could beat everyone with one hand. He is still more interested in his father and elder sister. The head of the Bai family, General Bai Li, is stationed outside all year round and rarely comes back once or twice a year. However, no one complains, as everything the Bai family has is won by the general. This is the case for each generation. Bai Li is over 1.9 meters tall, with a strong build and a dignified face. You can tell at first glance that he is a fierce general in the army, the kind of general who leads the charge by leading the troops. His eldest sister Bai Yuanjun gave him an even more stunning feeling. Needless to say, her appearance and figure were both first-rate, but it was her aura that gave him a sense of majesty. The majesty of someone who was in a high position and held great power. Among the 3 siblings, the eldest sister's temperament is most similar to their father Bai Li. It seems that this elder sister is not an ordinary person. Bai Donglin looked at Bai Yuanjun with a thoughtful expression. At this time, his elder sister turned her head and smiled at him, then slowly walked towards him. There was a faint golden light in the depths of her eyes. She looked Bai Donglin up and down and said, "Brother, I didn't expect that you have changed so much in just 1 year." Bai Donglin suddenly felt like he was facing his second brother. A feeling of being seen through. He shook his head, thinking it must be an illusion. His eldest sister was also a red spirit without the qualifications to practice. Big sister is getting younger and more beautiful. I've recently started practicing martial arts and I eat a lot, so I'm growing faster. Bai Yuanjun covered her mouth and smiled, then pinched his cheek. Little brat, you are so smooth talking even though you are still young. Bai Donglin was pinched and looked very embarrassed. He was already 12 years old and not short in height. Why was he always treated like a child? I don't think my eldest sister learned this from her mother, but they have been close since childhood, so there is nothing to say. The two sat down and chatted about everything under the sun. Bai Donglin would occasionally make some famous jokes from his past life, which made the elder sister laugh continuously. I don't know if we will ever meet again after this time. Maybe we will never see each other again in this life. So let's say as many words as possible. Bai Donglin thought to himself. The road to finding the truth is too long and too difficult. So we can only start as soon as possible. The martial arts performance ended in the evening. Everyone went to the hall for the banquet. The hall was filled with hundreds of tables of delicious food. This is enough to show that the Bai family has a large population. Bai Donglin and his family sat at the same table. With one more person. Louis. Present than in previous years. Before the meal started, Bai Li gave a summary of previous years. And then encouraged everyone to keep working hard. And so on. Bai Donglin felt like he was attending the company's annual meeting. Amid the clinking of glasses and laughter, Bai Donglin felt a little dazed. This is his first new year in this world. No cell phone. No computer. No Spring Festival gala. He was just an orphan on the blue planet. In this world, he had brothers, sisters and family. He should not miss his lonely past life. But now he felt a sour nose. Being a stranger in a foreign land. I miss my family all the more during the holidays. After all, he is still a time traveler. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the night sky of the city is filled with colorful fireworks, which are gorgeous and make the New Year atmosphere even more intense. Bai Donglin looked up at the gorgeous sky with blurred eyes. Blue Star. I will miss you forever. Chapter 17 Wuga Nursing Home. 3 days later. After the prosperity fades, it will eventually end in loneliness. The world of adults is either about parting or reuniting. Bai Donglin saw off his eldest sister yesterday. And today he has to see off his second brother Bai Jiana. The two brothers walk side by side, leaving a trail of footprints on the snow. Louis fell behind them without interrupting their conversation. Little brother, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. Our parents and elder sister will eventually grow old. But we still have a long way to go. The road to truth is always lonely. Bai Jiana stopped and looked directly into Bai Donglin's eyes and said, I hope you can succeed. Next time we meet, we will not only be brothers, but also fellow Taoists. Bai Donglin nodded firmly without saying anything. Everything was said without words. Louis followed and smiled at Bai Donglin. Brother Bai, thank you for your hospitality these days. We'll see you again if we're lucky. Goodbye. Take care of yourself. Only until the two sword lights disappeared in the sky did Bai Donglin walk back, his steps on the snow becoming more firm. As soon as he returned to the Bai mansion, a servant came to inform him that his father wanted to see him. Bai Donglin guessed that it was about entering the martial arts pavilion. Although they were all some mundane martial arts, it would be good to go and take a look. At least they were better than the martial arts he was practicing now. He couldn't practice any chi cultivating techniques. And he didn't have any body cultivating techniques either. So he could only practice mundane martial arts to barely make a living. I came to my father's study, knocked on the door, and said respectfully, Father, Donglin wants to see you. As soon as the words fell, Bai Li's powerful voice came from the study. Xiao Shisan, come in. When I opened the door and walked in, I saw Bai Li writing calligraphy. So I had to stand by and wait for him to finish. Bai Donglin really didn't have much affection for his adoptive father. The two met less than once or twice a year and spoke no more than 5 sentences. Now he wakes up the memory of the previous life and can feel the sense of alienation of the two. This is a completely different feeling that the aunt gave him. It's better this way. This first meeting will probably be the last time we meet. It's actually a good thing that we don't have any feelings for each other. After he finished writing, he asked Bai Donglin to walk up to him, put his hand on his shoulder, checked his body with his true chi, and said, Not bad. He threw a token to Bai Donglin and told him to go to the martial arts pavilion by himself, where he could practice martial arts at will. He took the token, left the study, and walked towards the Wu Pavilion. The Wu Pavilion was built in the middle of a large courtyard. It was a 3-story attic. It was built entirely of hard black iron stone without any wood to prevent fire. There are houses all around the Wu Pavilion, where live a group of old men, all of whom are elders of the Bai family. They treat this place as a nursing home. A group of people are either basking in the sun, drinking tea, chatting, playing chess, reading and painting. They are having a great time. Guarding the Wu Pavilion was more of a side job for them. And most of them came here to enjoy their retirement life. Don't be fooled by the fact that they are all white-haired old men. They have all reached the great perfection of the Qi realm. Although not in the peak condition of his youth, it is more than enough to guard a martial arts pavilion. After all, there are only some mundane martial arts in the martial arts pavilion, and they can handle it as long as no cultivator takes action. Bai Donglin entered the yard, took out the token, clasped his hands together and said, Greetings to all the elders. I, Bai Donglin, come to the martial arts pavilion to choose martial arts. One of the old men glanced at the token and said, Go. Go. Go in by yourself, and don't disturb us playing chess. The others stared at the chessboard without taking their eyes off it. Bai Donglin nodded, put away the token and entered the martial arts pavilion. The Wu Pavilion has 3 floors, and the types of books on each floor are different. The first layer is various strange stories. Herbal medicine, steel smelting, agricultural, forestry, animal husbandry and fishery technical knowledge, various customs and habits of Lanong and several surrounding countries, maps, minerals, etc. The books on the first level covered all aspects of life and were extremely complicated. But Bai Donglin was very interested in this knowledge. He had only been in this world for a short time and had been busy practicing martial arts recently. So he lacked a lot of common sense. As a person who has lived 2 lives, he knows one thing: knowledge is priceless, and it is always a good idea to learn more. He will probably stay at the Bai family for another year, and come here to read in his free time. There are far fewer books on the 2nd floor than on the 1st floor. They are all about military strategies, techniques for training troops, and techniques for leading troops. They all teach people how to lead troops to fight. Bai Donglin was not interested in these, and went straight to the 3rd floor. The 3rd level is of course about martial arts techniques. There are even fewer books here, only about 100 or so. It is divided into the category of martial arts. And the martial arts are divided into 2 categories: body training and true chi realm. Martial arts are more complicated, including defense, body movement, light work, sword and knife skills, fists, kicks, sticks, etc. Bai Donglin first looked at the bodybuilding exercises. The 4 bodybuilding exercises he was learning now were not of high quality, and the 4 exercises were not well unified, which was not conducive to enhancing the use of energy, and the efficiency was too low. Finally, he chose a body refining technique called White Jade Body Tempering Technique. This technique can refine the whole body, and its quality is also very high. It is the Bai family's top body refining technique. Bai Donglin had no intention of practicing the Qi realm techniques. He had thought that this Qi was too different from the true essence of a cultivator. One was transformed from Qi energy, while the other was transformed from spiritual energy. They were not comparable. Even if Bai Donglin broke through to the Qi realm, the improvement in his strength would be minimal, because his current strength has far exceeded that of the Qi perfection. Instead of wasting strengthening energy to improve the Qi, it is better to improve the physical body and lay a good foundation for future physical cultivation. True Qi is just a low-level energy. Even if you learn it, it will be eliminated. There is no need to waste your energy on it. The most important thing is that he is worried that practicing true Qi will affect his future physical practice. Without knowing the consequences, he cannot change his job blindly. He also chose a 2-in-1 martial arts book that combines light skills and body techniques, called A Glimpse of the Wonderful. Human energy is limited, and one cannot digest too much at once. He is not a genius with outstanding comprehension, so he only needs to learn what he needs most. Defensive skills were absolutely not considered. He now hated himself for having such a strong defense, which made it increasingly difficult for him to gain enhanced energy. A person's strength is a holistic one. You cannot have great strength and a weak body. This is illogical. A weak body cannot have great strength. Your great strength means your body is strong. These are interdependent and cannot exist alone. At least this is the case for body training or physical cultivation. The magic profession with high attack and thin skin is another situation. He had the light skill, but he still lacked the output skill. He remembered that last time, he couldn't even break the skin of the person with the powerful bull demon fist, which really made him lose face. This time, I must find a martial art with great destructive power. Bai Donglin took out all the martial arts and excluded those using weapons first. He felt that hand-to-hand combat was the most dangerous and the easiest to get hurt in. After all, hand-to-hand combat was the most dangerous and the easiest to get hurt in. I looked through the books on punches, palms, and kicks one by one, but I was not satisfied with any of them. The killing power was not strong enough. Just as he was about to compromise and pick up one at random, he caught a glimpse of a dusty black leather book in the corner out of the corner of his eye. His intuition told him, and according to the general routine, this should be an awesome martial art. After wiping off the dust, 3 murderous words appeared. Chapter 18 7 Wounds. After wiping off the dust on the black book, the 3 big words 7 Injury Fist came into view. Practicing once will cause 7 injuries. All 7 will be injured. Hurt yourself first. Then hurt the enemy. The word hurt oneself instantly caught Bai Donglin's attention, and he began to read it more carefully. Damage to the heart. Hurt to the lungs. Destroy the liver and intestines. The spleen is separated. The essence is lost. And the mind is wandering. The 3 burners are all in rebellion. And the meridians are broken. Use the energy to vibrate the acupoints. Use the vibration waves from the acupoints to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And force the energy into the body, reversing the meridians. The spiritual energy flows through the Han-Taiyang small intestine meridian, the Han-Taiyang lung meridian, and the Han-Juyan pericardium meridian, unleashing a powerful attack beyond the ordinary. The more he experienced it, the more Bai Donglin felt the power and subtlety of this martial art. He could actually use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with a mortal body. Of course, attacks launched using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth far surpassed those of ordinary warriors. Unfortunately, using this martial art could result in the severing of meridians and loss of all martial arts skills at best, or death on the spot at worst. This is a life-threatening martial art that is only worth using in desperate situations to fight for a chance of survival. No wonder it was thrown in the corner and covered with dust. Given the Bai family's current status, it would be difficult for them to face such a difficult situation where they would have to risk their lives. However, this martial art must have played an indelible role when the Bai family was first established. I really found a treasure this time. This martial art was tailor-made for him. The lethality of martial arts is secondary. The negative effect of drawing spiritual energy from heaven and earth into the body and destroying it clearly meets the triggering conditions for damage reversal. Bai Donglin seemed to see a large wave of enhanced energy waving at him. He took the 3 secret books and walked out of the martial arts pavilion with satisfaction. He couldn't wait to try them out. The old men in the yard were still immersed in their own things. They didn't even look at Bai Donglin when he came out. They really treated this place as a nursing home. He shook his head and left, returning to the quiet little house. The yard was covered with thick snow, but Bai Donglin didn't care. Instead, he took out the white jade body tempering art. He had already perfected his body, so it was naturally easy for him to start over. Sit cross-legged on the ground. Promote the circulation of qi, blood and energy, and circulate it along a set of mysterious routes. As the exercises began to work, the qi and blood in his body vibrated. His body temperature rose rapidly, and the entire yard seemed to have entered summer. The snow on the ground melted rapidly, gathering into a small stream, flowing out of the yard. As the traces of the original practice in the body were erased bit by bit, the vague sense of separation in the body disappeared, and the skin, flesh, bones, blood and marrow were integrated into one. Although his overall strength has not improved much, his body has been strengthened to an outrageous level after all. However, this overall unity made it easier for him to coordinate his strength. His qi, blood, and energy flowed faster, and his strength was more flexible, increasing by 10%. Bai Donglin opened his eyes, and his palm, which was shining with the luster of jade, slapped on the bluestone floor, leaving a deep palm print, and the bluestone turned into powder. Good. He nodded with satisfaction and took out the 7 injury fist manual. Practicing this martial art is much more troublesome, as this martial art has already vaguely escaped the realm of the mundane. The key to mastering the 7 injury fist is to use the acupoint shock waves to attract spiritual energy. As long as you can achieve this step, everything else is just a side issue. Bai Donglin calmed his mind and stimulated the blood and qi, causing it to vibrate slightly in the 7 special acupoints, increasing the strength little by little. According to the secret book, the 7 acupoints needed to meet different vibration frequencies and had to succeed at the same time in order to attract spiritual energy. This vibration frequency cannot be taught by words or actions, and each person's acupoints are slightly different, so you can only figure it out on your own. It's like a 7-digit password. It can only be solved by trying again and again. If you have a high level of talent and understanding, you can slightly perceive the effect of frequency on spiritual energy, and it will be much easier. An hour later. Failed. Bai Donglin looked exhausted. Repeatedly adjusting the frequency was too exhausting, and was a torture to his mental will. He also knew that he shouldn't be impatient, and should take it slow. This martial art meant a lot to him, and it was worth spending more energy on it. Being mentally exhausted, Bai Donglin had no interest in continuing to practice his lightweight body movements. It was already late at this time, so I changed my clothes and prepared to go for a walk in the city. I hadn't been to Baihala to eat fish for a while, So it was a good opportunity to go and try it. As soon as Bai Donglin stepped out of the Bai mansion, he instantly attracted the attention of someone interested. In a secret alley, two furtive men in black were whispering in the shadows, flipping through a picture album in their hands quickly. Each page had an exquisite portrait. Is it him? No doubt about it. The 13th young master of the Bai family. The youngest son of Bai Li. But this 13th young master was born to a maid. Will Bai Li take him seriously? Don't worry. The Bai family attaches great importance to their bloodline descendants. This is their family rule. Hee. One of them laughed grimly, as if he was extremely disdainful of this so-called clan rule. Okay. I'll go back and inform the captain immediately to carry out the arrest operation. Before he could finish his words, one of them jumped onto the roof and quickly walked away. Another person was secretly following behind Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin was still walking and stopping, tasting this snack, then tasting that snack, and he didn't realize that he was being followed. When we arrived at the White Crane Tower, we went up to the top floor under Jean Montong's hospitality and sat down by the window. The floor was deserted with only one table of guests. The price of each floor in Baihe Tower is different. The top floor is naturally the most expensive. And of course the view and service are also the best. Behind the veil there is a beautiful woman playing the piano and music, eating whitebait, drinking wine and listening to music. The fatigue caused by martial arts training was relieved a little. Looking at the snow scene outside the window and the endless stream of pedestrians on the street, I can't help but sigh that all living beings are busy. Mortals are busy for 3 meals a day, and practitioners are busy for immortality. Life is about struggle. After having a good meal and a few drinks, Bai Donglin walked out of the restaurant leisurely. He had only taken a few steps when a small man bumped into him. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but he sensed something and stopped. He let the little guy bump into his arms, touched his badge, turned around and ran away. It's interesting that a martial artist in the true Qi realm actually becomes a thief and steals from himself, relying on his skills. Bai Donglin was not afraid of anything happening and quickly trotted after him. The little guy didn't run very fast, as if he was afraid that he couldn't keep up. He turned left and right and entered a remote alley. As soon as he stepped into the alley, a man in black appeared behind him and slashed at his neck with a palm knife. Bai Donglin hurriedly controlled the skin and muscles on his neck to soften them. Otherwise the black-clad man's arm would be broken. At this moment, he was possessed by the movie Emperor. He groaned, tilted his head, and fell to the ground in a faint. Hee. I didn't expect it to be so easy to succeed. This Bai Li 13th son is so arrogant and stupid. We have prepared so many methods. He is really a son of a tiger father. Bai Donglin, who was lying on the ground, rolled his eyes and said, Can you move faster? The ground is so cold. The two men in black were pleased for a while, and did not dare to waste any more time, fearing that something might happen if they were late. So they carried Bai Donglin onto the roof and walked away quickly. This guy looks skinny. How come he's so heavy? Chapter 19, Dog Rong. The two men in black brought Bai Donglin to meet up with the other 5 people, and then came to a small courtyard. Captain, what should we do next? One of the men in black asked with his head down. If we delay, something bad will happen. We should disguise ourselves and leave the city to join the leader. By the time the Bai family reacts and seals the city gates, it will be difficult for us to leave the city. When Bai Donglin heard that they still had a leader, he decided to continue pretending to be unconscious and wait for everyone to gather so that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. He allowed them to tie him up, gag him, put him in a wooden box, and cover him with a quilt. The box was loaded onto the carriage, and several people were dressed in disguise and drove the carriage out of the city. Bai Donglin used his tongue to push the rag out of his mouth. He felt that there should be some distance between them. Then he closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. He was exhausted after practicing martial arts all day. Bang! Bang! The sound of opening the box woke Bai Donglin up. A big man brought him out and saw that Bai Donglin had his eyes open. He laughed and said, Ha ha ha! The little brat is awake. That's great. Come with us to see the leader. After saying that, he carried him towards the mountain village in front, and the others followed closely behind. A mountain stronghold? A bandit den? Before he thought about it, he was brought into a hall. Several people walked quickly into the hall, threw Bai Donglin to the ground, knelt down and clasped their fists, saying, Chief, I have fulfilled my mission and successfully captured Bai Li's son. Snapped. Sitting in the first seat, he drank the wine tank and threw the empty jar to the ground. Yes, he is indeed the son of old bastard Bai Li. You have done a great job this time. And you will be rewarded handsomely? Thank you, Chief. Bai Donglin looked around and confirmed that this should be their lair. He had no intention of moving it again for the time being. He was ready to show his cards, and had no time to waste with these trash. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? Since you know who my father is? Aren't you afraid of killing your whole family? Bai Donglin suddenly spoke, and everyone's attention was drawn to him. Everyone in the hall looked at him, as if he were a fool. The 13th young master of the Bai family probably hadn't figured out the situation yet. Ha ha ha. Kid, your father is indeed extremely powerful in Lanyan country. But he is not capable of going to our Chuanrong country to confiscate our property and exterminate our clan. Ha 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 ha. I think this kid is crazy. I think he's frightened out of his wits. Check to see if he's peed his pants. After hearing Bai Donglin threatening them with his father, everyone burst into laughter, and the hall was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. As soon as Bai Donglin heard the name of the Chuanrong kingdom, he guessed the cause and effect. The Chuanrong kingdom was located in the south, and was one of the countries guarded by Bai Li. The answer to why they arrested him was obvious. It was nothing more than using him to threaten Bai Li, or even to lure him to death. Without Bai Li guarding the south, the Chuanrong kingdom could naturally march out with a large army to capture cities. Unfortunately, they underestimated Bai Li and the Bai family. Even if their plan succeeded, they would not be able to cross the border. What's even more pitiful is that they underestimated themselves. Why did they have to catch him? Isn't this like an old man hanging himself? Laugh, laugh, and then you can go on your way after laughing. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he exerted a little force and broke the rope. The leader narrowed his eyes. He had never expected that he had made a mistake. He was actually a martial artist. He then ordered his left and right guards. Just cut off his arms and legs for me, and save his life. Yes, sir. 2 men drew their swords. One chopped off his arm. The other chopped off his calf. Bai Donglin stood still, letting them chop at him. Ding ding. The man who was chopped was unharmed, but the 2 guards who chopped him had blood gushing out of their knuckles, as if they had chopped on hard pig iron. In an instant, the expressions of the people present changed drastically, as if they had seen a ghost. That's it? Bai Donglin smiled slightly, then stepped forward and disappeared. Not good. The leader shouted and wanted to retreat back to get his weapon. But Bai Donglin appeared in front of him just as he finished speaking. Be more careful in your next life. A gentle slap on his forehead killed him instantly, his brain turning into a mess. For Bai Donglin, there is no difference between the Qi realm and the body refining realm. He can kill them in one move. The figure moved at an extremely fast speed, and the Chuanrong soldiers could not see his shadow at all. Each of them was slapped on the forehead. Bai Donglin controlled his strength freely, making sure that everyone's brains were shattered just enough to prevent their brains from splattering everywhere. When conditions permit, he, like Bai Jianga, advocates dealing with the enemy cleanly and efficiently. He passed through the corpses of thousands of enemies without getting a drop of blood on his body. Elegant and cool. Within a dozen breaths, all the Chuanrong soldiers were beaten to death. Bai Donglin washed his hands, and then walked around the village. He found that this was indeed a bandit's den. All the bandits had been killed by the Chuanrong soldiers, and the nest had been taken over by the invaders. These small bandit dens are usually extremely poor, and Bai Donglin is too lazy to look for gold, silver or jewelry. He found 2 barrels of kerosene, poured them in the hall, and burned the bodies and the stronghold to ashes. Looking at the flames rising into the sky in front of me, the breeze was blowing. The branches of the surrounding trees were swaying gently, and the lush leaves were making rustling sounds. The kerosene and the wooden structure of the house made the fire grow more and more intense. Bai Donglin's eyes showed excitement. Well, he wanted to die again. The burning temperature of wood is only over 600 degrees. Ordinary people would not be burned to death instantly, let alone him. After hesitating for a while, he still couldn't resist the temptation of strengthening his energy, and said with firm eyes, "What's the big deal about enduring a little hardship if you want to achieve something? It's just a flame to refine the body. Think about how the Monkey King was refined in the 8 trigrams furnace for 49 days. How can I be afraid of a mere ordinary fire?" After saying that, he jumped up and fell into the flames. Sitting cross-legged, he did not practice any skills, exposing his most vulnerable side to the flames. The clothes and pants were burned first, then the hair. The skin was slowly burned and then instantly repaired. This cycle repeated over and over again, and a strengthened energy appeared in the body. Bai Donglin practiced the white jade body tempering technique, and energy flowed throughout his body. This technique was much better than the previous one and was more efficient. His physical fitness was slowly improving. Unexpectedly, the enhanced energy was not as much as he had imagined. The damage caused by the flames to the skin was too superficial, and the body recovered too quickly. A thin layer of skin was just burned off, and it has already recovered. The actual damage caused was very little, so the energy converted was pitifully small, compared to the pitifully small amount of enhanced energy. The pain of being burned by fire is extremely intense. What a loss. It's not worth it at all. Bai Donglin stood up and jumped out of the flames. The burns on his body from falling to the ground had completely healed, and his hair had grown back. A temperature of 600 degrees was still too low. He estimated that it would take a flame of at least 2,000 degrees to barely suppress the recovery ability. Bai Donglin's blood and energy were shaking off the grass and dust on his body. He took out a new set of clothes from the summer ring and put them on. He shook his head slightly, turned around and left without lingering. After leaving the bandit's lair, he ran quickly along the mountain path. He had to find someone to ask for directions. He had been carried so far in the box that he had no idea where he had come from. He is lost. Chapter 20, Encountering a Ghost. The official road is winding in the dark night. Bai Donglin, who couldn't tell the directions, didn't know where to go for a moment. It was too hasty. I should have left one person alive. I killed him easily. Indecision. Quantum mechanics. Heads to the left, tails to the right. Bai Donglin recited some profound spells, took off his badge and threw it into the air. He took the badge and took a look at it. Then his figure moved to the right and disappeared. After walking for less than a cup of tea, Bai Donglin vaguely saw a little fire on the hillside ahead. Strange. How could there be people in this wilderness? After pondering for a moment, I decided to go and see what was going on. It would also be helpful to ask for directions. After a few jumps, they arrived in front of a large mansion. There were 2 big red lanterns hanging at the door. Judging from the imposing manner of the mansion, it should be the home of a wealthy family. Wutong Villa. Looking up at the plaque and hearing faint noise coming from the mansion, Bai Donglin knocked on the copper ring on the door. But a moment later, a servant opened the door, looked at Bai Donglin at the door curiously and asked, "Where are you from?" "Sir? Are you here to attend my master's birthday party?" "Birthday party? Whose family is holding a birthday party so late at night?" Bai Donglin felt it was getting weirder, but he didn't think too much about it. He raised his hands and said, "I am from the lower city. I was a merchant passing by here and encountered bandits. I escaped by chance but got lost. I am disturbing you just to ask for directions." The servant showed a look of realization, looked at Bai Donglin and invited him again. "Sir, I grew up in the village and am not very familiar with the surrounding areas. Why don't you go with me to see my master? He will definitely be able to answer your questions." "That's good." Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and was a little curious about what tricks they were up to. So he decided to follow them in to take a look. "Sir, please follow me." I followed the servant into the gate and looked around. This mansion was built quite luxuriously. There are corridors on both sides and a hall in the middle, where there is a large screen made of green jade and with a rosewood frame. After turning around the screen, there are 3 small side halls for receiving guests. Behind the halls is the main courtyard, all with carved beams and painted buildings. At this time, the courtyard was filled with banquets. The guests were seated, and everyone was laughing and chatting, with a smile on their face. Bai Donglin felt that the smile was a little weird and creepy, and it felt stiff, as if he was wearing a smiling mask. The servant walked quickly forward and reported in a low voice to an old man who looked wealthy sitting on the main seat. The old man stood up and walked in front of Bai Donglin, saying enthusiastically, "Young master, you are a guest from afar. It happens to be my birthday today. Why don't you stay and drink a few cups of wine together? It's getting late now. Young master, please stay overnight. Tomorrow morning, I will prepare a horse and money for you and personally send you off. Is that okay?" As the old man spoke, he pulled him to sit at the table. Bai Donglin sat down reluctantly, thinking that this was getting more and more interesting. But he said politely, "If so, I would be disrespectful to refuse. I am bothering you, but I have nothing and cannot give you a birthday gift. I am really ashamed. You are welcome. Sir, someone, please fill up your glass of wine." Then he called a beautiful maid in green, with bright eyes and white teeth, and asked her to sit next to Bai Donglin and pour wine and serve him food. "Sir, please have a drink." The maid in green had a sweet scent and handed over a glass of wine with a smile. Bai Donglin was not polite either. He took the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. He loved poisoned wine the most, but he was afraid that it was not poisonous enough. Sure enough, as soon as the wine entered the stomach, it turned into a cold and vicious energy, destroying the blood and meridians in the body, and then triggered the damage reversal, which did nothing except providing a strengthening energy. Good wine. Bai Donglin opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of cold air. Speaking loudly, the old man laughed and said, "Since this is good wine, you should drink more. Sir, we won't go home until we are drunk tonight." The guests in the yard also laughed, and their laughter was eerie and creepy. The meal lasted a full hour, and Bai Donglin drank up 3 pots of wine. The green-clothed maid drank so much that she looked a little unnatural, and her smile gradually disappeared. Bai Donglin saw that the wine was all gone, and there was nothing to gain. So he pretended to be drunk and said, "Father, I am drunk and want to go downstairs to rest first." "That's fine. Ching, why don't you help the young master go down and rest?" Upon hearing this, the green-clothed maid supported the staggering Bai Donglin and walked towards the back room. He was helped into a bedroom by a green-clad maid named Ching, and obediently fell onto a bed, acting the role of a drunkard vividly. After a while, Bai Donglin's breathing became steady, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Ching stood beside the bed and looked at Bai Donglin viciously, gritting her teeth in hatred. This damn drunkard drank up all the wine she had saved up with great difficulty. Ordinary people will get drunk after drinking just 1 glass, and their qi, blood and yang energy will become weak. However, this man's yang energy is at its peak and his qi and blood are abundant. So it is no wonder that he got drunk after drinking so much wine. Humph. You're such a good luck. You damn bastard. Use all your yang energy to compensate me. Ching glared at Bai Donglin hatefully again, then climbed onto the bed and sat on his waist. He leaned over and kissed Bai Donglin on the mouth, and a pale inner elixir in his body spun around. A strange suction force sucked Bai Donglin's yang energy out of his body, and the yang energy turned a light golden color. As soon as the yang energy entered her body, Ching's face turned pink, as if she was drunk. Feeling the purity of this yang energy, Ching's eyes showed a drunken look. This wave is not a loss. Such yang qi will definitely make back the wine I lost, and make a lot of money. Then he started to smoke even harder. Bai Donglin only felt a slight chill in his mouth, and was shocked. He clenched his fists. "I am innocent. I felt like something was being sucked out of my body." I became weak for a moment, then returned to normal, and at the same time a surge of strengthened energy appeared in my body. "Loosen your clenched fists." "Never mind. Everything is for the sake of becoming stronger. It is normal to suffer some losses." He then started practicing his skills, using enhanced energy to strengthen his entire body. After a cup of tea, Ching was shocked. What kind of monster was this? She absorbed so much yang qi, but it was still flowing. This amount is almost as much as 1,000 young men. The inner elixir in my body is already a little overwhelmed. No. If I absorb any more, I will be choked to death. Ching opened her mouth, trying to control the inner elixir to stop working. At this moment, Bai Donglin suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Hey! You bold monster! I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Monster! I need you to help me practice." After saying that, he held Ching's head tightly with both hands and kissed her again. Bai Donglin stirred up his blood and qi, and a stronger yang energy was absorbed by Ching. Ching's inner elixir was stimulated by this and started to run faster, completely out of control. One yin and yang. The yang is like a high density to low density, and it cannot stop at all. The strengthening energy continued to appear in Bai Donglin's body, and it was so beautiful that he almost laughed out loud. Ching opened her eyes wide with a look of horror. Not okay. It's going to be killed. But after a while, golden light began to appear in Ching's eyes, and the look of fear had long since turned into despair. And slowly golden light began to flow all over her body. With a bang, the beautiful and charming female ghost Ching exploded. The room was filled with golden light, as gorgeous as fireworks. Chapter 21, Pure Spirit. The moment the female ghost died, Bai Donglin felt his brain clear, and his spiritual light appeared. Then he sat cross-legged as if he understood what he meant, and practiced the 7 injury fist manual. stimulating the powerful qi and blood in his body to vibrate slightly within the 7 major orifices. Bai Donglin feels that it is so in line with heaven and earth at this moment, as if entering the legendary heaven and man. I could vaguely feel the pulsation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The frequency of the Tanzhong point was matched successfully. Then the 3 major acupoints of Shuidao, Tianshu and Zhongwan were also successfully matched. Just when Bai Donglin wanted to make a concerted effort to handle all 7 acupoints in one go, the clear and spiritual energy in his mind was exhausted, and he fell out of that strange state in an instant. I felt lost in my heart. That state was too wonderful. It was as if fireworks were going off in my brain, and the inspiration was endless like the tide. What a pity. The only missing 3 major acupoints, Chiman, Yangling Quan and Shinshu, to practice the 7 injury fist. However, this sudden realization has greatly reduced the difficulty of the 7 injury fist manual, and the 7-digit password has been directly changed to a 3-digit number. He is now confident that he can learn the 7 injury fist within 7 days. Calculate qi and blood. Open your eyes. Looking around, I found myself sitting cross-legged on a big rock. Where was the luxurious mansion? This is a desolate land, surrounded by weeds and filled with corpses and bones, like a mass grave. Bai Donglin frowned in thought. It seemed that he had fallen into an illusion. The illusion was neither strong nor weak, but it just happened to hit his weak spot. If the illusion is very powerful, it will cause substantial harm to the spiritual will and even the soul, so that it will trigger the damage reversal and naturally crack it. If the illusion is too weak and cannot shake one's spiritual will, it will naturally have no effect. In fact, although he did not see through the illusion last night, he had already sensed that something was wrong. But he was just being fearless and playing along with her. This consequence was caused by the fact that he did not yet have the power of the cultivation world. Although his body had been strengthened to be very powerful, he was not a cultivator after all. Faced with the methods of cultivators, he was a little stretched. Illusion is a restraint point of my own ability. Not too big or too small. It seems that in the future, we must increase the tempering of spiritual will. Also, what is the clear and spiritual energy that inexplicably appears in my mind after killing the monsters and demons? Could it be that the monsters and ghosts have it themselves? Just like the equipment dropped by killing monsters in the games of the previous life? If this is true, I have to pay more attention to the traces of demons and monsters in the future. This pure and spiritual energy is so useful. It is definitely a great benefit for people like me with low comprehension. Bai Donglin calmed himself down, stood up, and walked down the mountain. As I walked, I thought again. I wonder if this female ghost was a disciple of the sect who escaped the net. If not, this world is too dangerous. You can encounter ghosts just by going out. Go down the mountain and return to the official road, and continue to walk in the direction last night. After walking, I met a caravan and hurried forward to ask the road. Don't worry, my friends. I mean no harm to you. I just got lost and want to know how to get to the city. The defender of the caravan saw that it was just a kid who had no hair. At this time, a fat man who looked like the boss of the caravan came out of the carriage and said to Bai Donglin with a smile, "Little brother, our caravan is heading to the city. You're going the wrong direction." Okay. Quantum mechanics is really unreliable. It took an hour to return to Bai Mansion. First, he went to his father and told him about the Chuanrong soldiers. Although Bai Donglin estimated that only a small force had infiltrated the Chuanrong kingdom. After all, the border is heavily guarded, and it is impossible for a large number of enemy troops to infiltrate. He was too lazy to worry about these things, so he could just tell Bai Li. He had fought with the Chuanrong kingdom for so many years, and they had a deep understanding of each other, so he could handle it better than himself. Bai Donglin, who had nothing to do, wandered around and came to the Wu Pavilion, ready to go to the first floor of the Wu Pavilion to read. This can be considered a low-profile version of the library in another world. This world book is a very precious thing. Only those with rich and powerful people can have time to make knowledge at will with money. With the strength of the Bai family, they only have a collection of 10,000 volumes of books. This is already very remarkable, and the production level is not high, and it cannot be compared with the previous life. But this is just the secular world. What the world of cultivators is like remains to be explored by him in the future. The old men of the Wei nursing home were still the same, and they greeted Bai Donglin and entered the first floor of Wuda. He just picked up a book and started reading it, not caring about the genre or the knowledge it contained. In Bai Donglin's view, this was all a form of accumulation. This kind of accumulation will be of great benefit to your future practice. The growth of the tree of Tao requires nutrients. And knowledge is the nutrients. Bai Donglin made this decision because of his own body. If it were his previous life, even if he had the ambition, how much knowledge could he remember? How many books could he finish reading? How much time would it take? It is doomed to fail before it even starts. Because you didn't have the hardware conditions in your previous life. But now it is different. His soul, physical fitness, brain, memory, observation, comprehension, logical thinking ability, etc. are many times stronger than in his previous life. I can't say that I have a photographic memory, but I can remember it after reading it 2 or 3 times. If it is not complex and profound knowledge, I can understand it while remembering it. Even if you cannot understand something at the moment, you can remember it and recall it instantly from your mind when you need it in the future, or when you can understand it. The human body is a very mysterious thing, and the brain is even more important. In the previous life, the brain was called God's forbidden zone. In this life, the brain is the seat of the spiritual soul and the residence of the wisdom of all life. The potential of the brain can be said to be endless. So it is reasonable that the brain strengthened by Bai Donglin has such excellent learning ability. It is very dangerous to develop a fragile brain. Bai Donglin is just taking shortcuts. He relies entirely on the omnipotent strengthening energy. He treats the brain equally and strengthens it easily. Bai Donglin was one after another, only to hear the rollover of the book. The books piled higher and higher on the stone table in front of him until it was dark. Then he stretched and stood up. He didn't even eat lunch. After reading it all day, he read 100 books. More reliable than a computer hard disk. It only takes 100 days to finish reading all the books in Mugu. Moreover, as you continue to become stronger, the speed of reading will be accelerated in the future. He walked out of the Wu Pavilion leisurely, had dinner, and returned to Qingyu Cottage to sleep. The combination of labor and ease has always been a lifestyle that Bai Donglin follows. Sleeping in his eyes is a kind of enjoyment. After work, he did not sleep well after work. Bai Donglin returned to his peaceful and regular life. I get up in the morning to practice 7 injury fist and a glimpse of the beautiful. And after lunch I go to the Wu Pavilion to read. When night falls, I go to my aunt's house to have dinner and feed the birds. After dinner, I went back to Qingyu Cottage to sleep. Before going to bed, be sure to drink a glass of warm milk. Then do some stretching exercises for a cup of tea. Go to bed. Fall asleep immediately, and sleep till dawn. And never bring fatigue and stress to the next day. Live a peaceful and fulfilling life. Chapter 22, Final Separation. Spring goes and autumn comes. It's autumn again. Bai Donglin has been in this world for almost 13 years, and his memory has been awakened for more than a year. In the early morning, a quiet little house. As in the past, Bai Donglin, who got up early, was standing in the yard. In just 9 months, his height was rushed to 1.85 meters. His body was long. His appearance looked not fat or thin, but his inside was all refined and strong muscles. His handsome face has a faint smile and deep eyes, because he has absorbed a lot of knowledge and studied music, chess, calligraphy and painting in depth. He has a touch of elegance all over his body. A refined body full of explosive power, yet with an elegant and easygoing temperament. If he stood with Bai Jiang now, the two could be said to be evenly matched. Bai Donglin began his daily practice. The qi and blood in his body flowed into the 7 major acupoints, vibrating at different frequencies as he performed the 7 injury fist. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the yard began to be attracted by a wave, and was gradually attracted around Bai Donglin's body. The qi and blood in the 7 major acupoints suddenly began to rotate, and a strange suction force accompanied by shock waves sucked the surrounding spiritual energy into the body. As soon as the spiritual energy enters the body, it becomes extremely violent, rushing left and right through the 8 extraordinary meridians and internal organs. Under normal circumstances, using the 7 injury fist can guide the violent spiritual energy in the body and release it. This is also the purpose of the creation of the 7 injury fist, to launch a powerful attack. The sooner the spiritual energy is released from the body, the less damage it will cause. However, Bai Donglin did the opposite. He locked the spiritual energy in his body, and did not release even a little bit of it, allowing the spiritual energy to destroy his meridians and internal organs. As the body cycles between destruction and repair, damage reversal is constantly triggered, and streams of strengthening energy appear out of thin air. The white jade body tempering technique then started to work. pushing the enhanced energy to every part of the body. It will not stop until all the spiritual energy in the body is exhausted. In the past 9 months, this has been every day since I learned 7 injuries. Unfortunately, the 7 injury fist forcibly absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which consumes too much of the mental will. Bai Donglin can now use it at most twice a day, but using it twice will seriously affect his reading and study. Therefore, he uses 7 injuries once a day, although there are not many times. A lot of reinforcement energy is brushed up. His strength is not small, and now he is more than 3 times stronger than 9 months ago. With a single swing of his arm, he exerted a terrifying force of 70,000 kilograms. One punch, with a force of 35 tons, can turn a person into blood foam. You have to know that a car in his previous life weighed only 1.5 tons. But Bai Donglin can now lift 23 cars with one hand. Proper humanoid King Kong. After the chi and blood in his body calmed down, Bai Donglin moved his feet slightly, and 9 afterimages instantly appeared in the yard. It was Jinghong Pastel that he had been trained to a complete state, which greatly improved his speed and agile, with a lot of strength. The books in Wugu have also finished reading, including martial arts skills, all of which are remembered in their minds. These are knowledge. He has developed a habit. As long as he has no knowledge, he must learn to become his own heritage. Qinqi, calligraphy and painting are also proficient, especially Go. His brain is constantly enhanced. And now he is not human. At the same time, he played chess with dozens of old men in the nursing home, and all defeated at the same time. And he was even more aggressive. After all, he was a mortal old man. And he was old. Gathering my thoughts and looking up at the blue sky, I realized that there was no more nourishment for growth here. It was time to leave and embark on the journey of seeking the truth. Mother! The child is leaving. Donglin is unfilial and cannot serve you anymore. Ziyun Pavilion. Outside Liichio's bedroom. Bai Dong was knelt outside the door, with sadness, and he stabbed 3 noises on the ground. Squeak. The door of the room was opened, and Liichio, with his tears, walked out of the door, gently supported by Donglin, stroked his face, and said gently, "Go, kid. You've grown up. Go pursue your dreams. My child, you are much braver than I was. That world belongs to you. I am proud of you. You don't have to worry about your mother. Your 3 sisters are gone, and your younger brother and sister will accompany the mother." Speaking of which, Liichio touched the abdomen that had been slightly bulging. Bai Donglin felt 2 weak heartbeats. It was the miracle of life. His face was sad and slightly, and he was also happy for Liichio. It was precisely because Liichio was pregnant that he dispelled his last trace of concerns and made up his mind to leave. His eldest mother, elder sister, and second brother are his most cherished relatives in this world. His father Bai Li is a good general, but he is not a qualified father, and the barracks are his home. Fortunately, Ziyun Pavilion will have 2 small lives in the near future, hoping that the younger brother and sister can accompany the lady. Don't let this poor woman live lonely. Mother, let me walk with you again. Bai Donglin still couldn't bear to leave like this, and wanted to accompany him more. Well, Liichio agreed happily, looking at Bai Donglin, who was already taller than her. It really was sensible when she grew up. The handsome face also had a little shadow of his mother. Qingning, did you see it in the spirit of heaven? The 2 of them wandered around Ziyun Pavilion, chatting about some interesting things in the past. The laughter that came from time to time diluted some of the sadness of parting. Unconsciously, the 2 came to the birdhouse. Liichio looked at the many birds inside, thinking, Dongli, look at these birds. Do they look like you? This small cage shouldn't be their world. The vast world outside should be their world. Child, let them go, and give them freedom. Bai Donglin's expression was slightly moved. It seems that the ant really figured out. And then the figure moved slightly, turning into a long string of remnant shadows, such as tearing white paper, tore all the iron nets open a large hole. All the birds made a crispy and pleasant joy, and the wings flew out of the bird cage, flew around Ziyun Pavilion for 3 laps, and flew towards the mountains in the distance. Bai Donglin stayed with Liichio the whole day until they had dinner and fell asleep. Then he turned around and left. The other brother gave him, except for the disabled spirit stone, was handed over to the housekeeper by him. After he left, he would transfer it to the mother. Shelby Mountain, with a cliff on the top. Not far from the cliffs, there is a lonely grave, but the small grave has been sorted out very clean, and there are all kinds of flowers around them. Bai Dongling's figure appeared here instantly, sitting down gently on the tombstone. Mother! The child is leaving, gently stroking the stone tablet. With a dazed look in his eyes, he seemed to see again a little child climbing up Shalwi Mountain step by step with difficulty in the dark. Then he lay down on the tombstone and cried loudly, calling mother, mother, until he was tired of crying and fell into a deep sleep leaning against the tombstone. The small figure leaning against the tombstone slowly overlapped with the current figure of Bai Donglin. This is his childhood memory in this life. His mother in this life used her own life to nurture his life. A great woman. Bai Donglin stretched out his index finger and carved a few words deeply on the stone tablet. Tomb of Mother Qingying. _____ Z. Bai came to the east. After finishing writing, he fell asleep peacefully leaning against the tombstone, just like he did when he was a child. The next day, after waking up, Bai Donglin took a deep look at the lonely grave, then looked back at the Bai mansion at the foot of the mountain. Without any hesitation, his figure moved and disappeared in an instant. Some birds, destined not to be imprisoned, every feather of theirs, they all shine with the light of freedom. Chapter 23, The Raging River. 1 month later. Lujiang River is an extremely large and wide river, whose origin and end are unknown, whose width and length are unknown. All we know is that it spans across many realms, including the 9 and 3 realms. It took Bai Donglin nearly a month to travel across several countries and finally arrived at the Dongming country, where the Nujiang River flows through. He decided to take the water route, which could save him a lot of time. In the past month, he had killed several horses and worn out several pairs of shoes. But he had not yet left the border of Joseon territory. The journey was too long. He was not afraid of hard work or danger, but he just didn't want to waste time on the journey. He carefully studied the map his second brother gave him and discovered that the Lujiang River flows through the Bian-Erki region. And there is a shortcut in the Bian-Erki region that can lead directly to the Lezhe region. This route saves more than half the time compared to traveling by land. So he came to the largest dock in Dongming Kingdom, ready to take a huge boat down the river. Linjiang City, as the name suggests, is a city next to Lujiang River. It is an extremely large city, and the largest city Bai Donglin has ever seen since he came to this world. The reason is naturally because of Lujiang, where there is the largest Lujiang wharf in the 3 regions of Binzhou. Although this city is within the borders of Dongming Kingdom, it is not under the jurisdiction of Dongming Kingdom, but is managed by several major sects. There are not always huge ships passing through Bian-Erki territory. Bai Donglin has inquired and learned that he has to wait for half a month for the next ship. So he had no choice but to settle down in Linjiang City first. At this moment, he was eating at a restaurant which provided food and accommodation. He also rented a small courtyard at the back. Snapped. The sound of a gavel attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. A storyteller with white hair and beard looked around and saw that the diner's attention was attracted. He stroked his beard and said in a loud voice, "It is said that a year ago, a demon appeared in Lanling Prefecture. This demon had a head as big as a bucket, 4 arms and 3 legs, and was 38 feet tall. It ate 100 people a day and was extremely cruel. The people of Lanling Prefecture were in a state of panic all day long. As the saying goes, people should not be too arrogant. Being too arrogant will bring disaster. Even demons are the same. This demon relied on his own great ability to commit such a heinous crime." Snapped. The old storyteller slammed the gavel hard again. Guess what? The more impatient guests in the restaurant could not stand it anymore and urged loudly, "Tell me quickly. What happened next? Don't keep me in suspense. Old man, don't you just want a reward? I'll give it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started throwing silver and copper coins onto the table. The old storyteller smiled and nodded with satisfaction, slammed the gavel again, and continued, "Speaking of which, this ferocious demon was so bold that he actually wanted to attack the prefectural city. However, he never expected that the prefectural governor, the most outstanding disciple of the Purple Talisman sect, young Master Tian Fu, was returning home to visit his family and ran into the demon head-on. It was a fight that turned the world upside down. At this moment, a man and a woman came in from the hotel entrance. Both of them had extraordinary temperament. The man was handsome, and the woman was pretty. I took a look at the packed first floor, and saw that the only seat left was by the window on the second floor, where a man in a black robe was sitting alone. Then he walked forward with his junior sister. His eyes lit up. What a refined and easygoing handsome man. He bowed his hand and asked politely, "Sir, could you please allow me and my junior sister to squeeze at this table?" Bai Donglin raised his eyes to glance at the two of them. They had extraordinary temperament and subtle aura. So they should be cultivators. The table in this restaurant was very big. Not only 3 people, but 8 people could sit at it. Other people in the restaurant did not come over to squeeze with him, simply because he was too handsome and dashing. Most people would be too embarrassed to come over and disturb him. Seeing that the other party was quite polite, Bai Donglin smiled and said, "You're welcome. Please feel free to do as you please, sir." "Thank you." The man and his junior sister then sat down, and the cute woman in purple was still secretly looking at Bai Donglin. "Oh, woman!" Bang! At this time, the storyteller was almost at the climax of the story. He became more and more excited, and his saliva was flying. I saw young Master Tianfu use his hand as a pen to draw a talisman in the air, and directly summon the 9 heavens divine thunder, the 9 netherworld fire. That demon spews flames from its mouth. The 9 heavens divine thunder split the demon into pieces, and then the 9 netherworld fire burned its soul to pieces, leaving it with no place to bury its body. In the end, good prevails over evil. After Master Tianfu exorcises the demons, he walks away in style. After he finished speaking, the old man picked up the teacup and drank it in big gulps. It was not easy to earn money. His throat was so hot that it was smoking. At this time, the quiet diners in the restaurant seemed to have just escaped from a fierce battle and cheered loudly. "Good. Good kill. Good kill. All the demons and monsters have the right to be killed. Master Tianfu is mighty and domineering." Bai Donglin sipped the wine and did not comment on the storyteller's performance. Storytellers usually embellish the content, which is just bragging, to put it bluntly. You can only make money if you can appease the audience. If you speak in a dry way, it may be closer to the truth, but the audience will not buy it. At this time, the purple-clothed woman pushed her brother's arm and asked innocently, "Brother, is this old man talking about you? I remember your nickname outside is Young Master Tianfu. Brother, when did you learn the 9 heavens divine thunder, 9 netherworld fire and other spells? I have never heard of them before, but they sound very powerful just by hearing the names. I want to see them too." The man saw the faint smile in the purple-clothed woman's eyes and said helplessly, "Junior sister, don't you know my abilities? Stop teasing me. The food is here. The food is here. Come and eat. I don't know why you like this restaurant so much and always come here to eat." The purple-clothed woman didn't say anything and just ate the dishes on the table. The man smiled at Bai Donglin embarrassedly. He really had no way to deal with this foodie sister. Next time, I must not give in to her persistence and never take her out of the sect again. Bai Donglin took a curious look at the man nicknamed Young Master Tianfu. As the saying goes, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Tianfu and the Zifu sect should be sects that specialize in talismans. I thought of Mao Shan, Lam Hushan and Uncle Jiu in my previous life. These people who played with talismans were very good at catching ghosts and zombies. The 2 people from the Zifu sect did not have much communication with Bai Donglin, and they just ate their own food. Bai Donglin is not a very outgoing person. Although he is polite and courteous to others, it is impossible for him to take the initiative to talk to others and make friends. Young Master Tianfu originally wanted to come over and make some friends, but when he sat with Bai Donglin, his spiritual sense gave him a crazy warning. The elegant and easygoing man in front of him is extremely powerful, making him feel a sense of crisis of death, which means that the other party can kill him in seconds. This also made him dare not think about making friends anymore. Being with the king is like being with a tiger. Being with someone who can kill you at any time is too stressful. Even though he looks relaxed as he drinks, he has a bunch of talismans in his hands under the table. They are all treasures hidden in the bottom of the box, which can flatten the restaurant in an instant. However, this cannot bring him a sense of security, and his divine sense is still frantically giving warnings. As for the woman in purple, she was eating with gusto. Perhaps she was a foodie. The world is big, but eating is the biggest. Chapter 24 Linjiang Night Market. Delicious. Delicious. Sir, try this osmanthus cake. It's delicious. The purple-clothed woman's face was puffed up with food, and she handed a box of osmanthus cake to Bai Donglin. Young Master Tianfu's heart tightened and his toes clenched. "My dear girl, why did you go and provoke this big guy?" He gave his junior sister a frantic look. The purple-clothed woman glanced at him innocently and muttered, "What are you doing? Senior brother? Is your face cramping? Don't be so stingy. It's just a box of sweet-scented osmanthus cake." The young master was so kind to give up his seat for us just now. Is this about the osmanthus cake? Oh, women. You just want to see how pretty they are? Bai Donglin smiled and didn't care. He took the osmanthus cake, took a bite and said, "Thank you. It tastes delicious." Young Master Tianfu sees that his junior sister is hooked up with someone else, so he doesn't want to continue to be an ostrich. As long as he is careful with his words and actions, there shouldn't be any problem. He then took out 2 protected jade pendants from the shimi ring and put them in his pocket. He smiled at Bai Donglin in a friendly manner and asked, "Down you. Not listening to your accent is not like Dongming. Did you come from the field? Yes. I came from Lanyang country just to ride on the Lujiang giant boat." Bai Donglin nodded and said, "Ha ha ha. That's a coincidence. Us too." As the 3 of them started chatting, the atmosphere gradually eased. Young Master Tianfu found that although the other party was very powerful, he was not difficult to get along with. Instead, he was humble and polite. He calmly put the talisman jade pendant back. Caution was his motto in life. This world was too dangerous, and it always did no harm to be careful. One was humble and polite. One was cautious in his words and actions. And the other was a little unknown and naive foodie. But after a while, they became brothers and had a basic understanding of each other. These 2 people are indeed the current disciples of Zifu Sect. The man is called Lu Dafu, which doesn't match his temperament and nickname. The purple-clothed girl is called Zi Shaoling, who is as cute as she is in person. Brother Bai, do you have any plans for the future? Seeing that they were about to finish their meal and leave, Lu Dafu now wanted to have more contact with this brother Bai. He was very capable and easy to talk to. The more friends you had, the more paths you would have. I'm new here and don't know much about this place. Brother Lu, is there any good place to go? Bai Donglin took a sip of wine. It would be good to have more contact with these cultivators. It would help him understand the world of cultivation. Hey, there are so many good places to go. Lu Dafu smiled with deep meaning. But when he saw Zi Shaoling looking at him curiously, he quickly said seriously, "Brother Bai, let's go to the Linjiang night market. This is the largest cultivator trading center in the surrounding countries. If you're lucky, you might be able to find a bargain." Bai Donglin's expression changed. Isn't this a good opportunity to get in touch with the cultivation world? So he agreed. That's fine. I have nothing to do now, so I'll just follow Brother Lu's arrangements. Zi Shaoling pursed her lips when she heard this and said, "What? I thought it was something fun. It's just a night market." Lu Dafu smiled awkwardly and said, "Little ant, if your father knew that I took you to those places, he would skin me alive." As the sky gradually darkened, the night market was about to open. After the 3 of them finished eating and drinking, they left the restaurant together and walked towards the night market. Before leaving, Zi Shaoling packed several boxes of osmanthus cake and put them into the sumer ring. Looking very satisfied, time and space stand still inside the sumer ring, so you don't have to worry about food going bad when you put it in there. It is much more convenient than a refrigerator. The only drawback is that it cannot hold living things. The 3 of them were walking on the street. Linjiang City was very lively at night, and there was no curfew here. Different countries, different exotic customs, and very different habits. All of these were a feast for Bai Donglin's eyes. I don't know if it's because it's close to the Nujiang River, but the girls here are all very fair and pretty, with a gentle temperament, a bit like the girls from Jiangnan in my previous life. The 3 of them walked and stopped, and turned into a dead end. Bai Donglin watched them walk to the end without stopping, but with a slight flicker of spiritual energy on their bodies. They stepped into the wall in one step. Formation? Or barrier? This was very similar to Platform 9 March 4th in Diagon Alley. There was no time to think about it. The 7 injury fist manual in his body started to work slightly, absorbing a stream of spiritual energy into his body and releasing it, as if he had crossed a layer of bubbles and successfully entered inside. Bai Donglin only felt his eyes brighten, and looking around, he found that this was a huge space. Not the small market he had imagined. Many strange street lamps emitted soft white light, just like the incandescent lamps in the past life. However, the faintly flickering inscriptions on the lamp posts clearly told him that they did not use electricity. The ground is clean and tidy, and the streets and alleys are filled with various shops. But there are even more street vendors, which gather in the huge square. The monks coming and going were just like ordinary people, bargaining and making the scene very lively. Only when he felt the various complex fluctuations of spiritual energy did he know for sure that this was indeed not an ordinary market. How is it, Brother Bai? This Linjiang City night market is pretty good. Right? It's really good. Bai Donglin nodded and said, this night market and the secular world of Linjiang City are like the inner and outer worlds. Two sides of the same coin. Monks and ordinary people do not interfere with each other. Lu Dafu saw that Bai Donglin was quite satisfied, and said enthusiastically, Brother Bai, what do you need to buy? You can tell me. I am familiar with this place, and can recommend the best store to you. Just take a look around first, and then tell me if you need anything. Bai Donglin did not lie. He did want to buy some cultivation techniques. There might be some that involved chi cultivation, but he couldn't use them. Needless to say, there is definitely no physical training. Given his second brother's ability, he only knew a little bit by chance. This area is, after all, just a remote little corner. He couldn't use various magical weapons either, as they needed spiritual energy to activate them. He used the violent spiritual energy absorbed by the 7 Wounds Fist manual to decorate the warriors and deceive the barriers, but it was impossible to use it to control the magical weapons. After much thought, only elixirs are of the greatest use to him, especially poison pills. The three of them started wandering around together. Zi Shaoling bought a bunch of food, such as roasted spiritual chicken, dried spiritual fish, and spiritual fruit with rock sugar. Her little mouth never stopped eating. Bai Donglin curiously asked her why she didn't buy some cultivation resources. Zi Shaoling replied, I have all kinds of cultivation resources at home, and they are much better than what is sold here. Lu Dafu was jealous. Is this human language? Is the second generation of Xiao a big deal? Lu Dafu did buy a lot of spirit beast blood, and some talisman paper made from spirit beast skins and spirit tree barks. These are all necessary materials for making talismans. He also went to the store to sell a batch of talismans, which were all his practice works. Considering the reputation of their purple talisman sect, they sold quite well. The three of them strolled to the central square of the night market. There were stalls everywhere, selling all kinds of strange things, and mostly some raw materials. These people are not like those who run shops. They have no power behind them, no production lines, and cannot turn materials into finished products for sale. They can only make less profit and just sell the materials directly. There are even more monks in this square. Everyone thinks that this is their destiny, and they all want to take advantage of the opportunity. I hope that the broken sword I buy is actually an ancient immortal weapon, or that the broken jade slip contains the secret manual of magical skills, or that an old grandpa or grandma will live with me and personally guide me in my practice. You still have to have dreams. What if God is blind? Bai Donglin was also eager to make a move, but he certainly didn't want to take advantage of the situation. He was attracted by those materials. Chapter 25 Spirit Stone. Fellow Taoist, could you please introduce these materials of yours to me? Bai Donglin squatted in front of a stall, smelling the fishy odor coming from the bottles and jars in front of him. This should be what he needed. The middle-aged monk, who looked quite honest, perked up immediately when he saw that some business was coming, and said enthusiastically, Of course. No problem. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. This bottle contains the venom of a black ringed snake. It is extremely toxic. If a cultivator who is cultivating his body through qi is poisoned by this, he will die in a matter of seconds. This is poison powder made from the poison glands of the four-winged centipede. This thing is really powerful. It's the poison of the black-haired zombie. This is the soul-breaking grass, the main ingredient for refining the soul-breaking pill. The stall owner was very enthusiastic. His products were unpopular and difficult to sell. He finally met a buyer, so of course he had to promote them quickly. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. These were poisons above the mundane world. They contained spiritual energy and were much more toxic. Boss, I want all these things. Name your price. The stall owner's eyes lit up. Big business. Rubbed his hands and laughed. Down you. I'll give you a special price of 10 spirit stones. The 10 spirit stones here of course refer to the lower grade spirit stones. Spirit stones are minerals condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They have a wide range of uses, and are the hard currency in the world of cultivation. It is divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high and extreme. The exchange rate of adjacent grades of spiritual stones is 1 to 100. However, few people usually exchange high-grade spiritual stones for low-grade spiritual stones. The higher the grade, the higher the value. Spiritual stones are generally cut into small cubes of 2 cubic centimeters in size. 5 spirit stones. Bai Donglin started bargaining as usual, starting with half the price. 9 spiritual stones. 9 is very cheap. Dao's friend. 6 spirit stones. 8. 8. It really can't be any lower. 7. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he took out 7 low-grade spirit stones from the sumer ring. They were of the same size. The crystal-clear spirit stones glowed slightly under the light, which was very beautiful. The stall owner's eyes lit up when he saw the spiritual stone. And he was also shocked that the young man in front of him actually had a sumer ring. Although I don't know the size. The cheapest cubic sumer ring is worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Deal. 7 is 7. After the stall owner finished speaking, he took the spirit stones and packed up all the bottles and jars. On the surface, he looked pained, but he actually made some money since they were all unpopular materials. Even though he exaggerated the toxicity. What fool would be foolish enough to take such a smelly poison? Unless it is processed by an alchemist. But alchemist is a rare profession. Not to mention that it is an unpopular poison. The price will be different. That's why these materials are so cheap. If they were materials that were good for the human body, the prices would be different. Even if you can't hire an alchemist, you can just swallow them directly. Although the effect may be worse, it is still much more valuable than these poisons that cannot be directly used. Bai Donglin took the package and put it into the shimi ring, and nodded with satisfaction. For him, this was also a disguised way of picking up a bargain. His second brother gave him a total of 500 low-grade spirit stones, and 10 medium-grade spirit stones. These 10 medium-grade spirit stones were the cost of using the domain gate. The domain gate only accepts spirit stones of medium quality and above, and the amount collected varies depending on the distance. So these 10 medium quality spirit stones cannot be used. These spirit stones are already a huge sum of money. He even suspected that his second brother gave him all the spirit stones he had. Be frugal if you can, but don't squander. This is my second brother's intention. There aren't many poisonous things here. It's not easy to come to this kind of monk's market. So you must take the opportunity to buy more. You don't know when you will have the next chance. So he started strolling around alone again. He didn't know where Lu Dafu and his sister had gone. As soon as the three of them entered the square, they separated and agreed to look for their own opportunity. Bai Donglin would buy poisons decisively when he saw them for sale. The prices were all very attractive. He had also thought about it. Among the many goods in this market, the poison materials were the most cost-effective for him. This is not poison. This is all lovely enhanced energy. Before long, Bai Donglin had toured the square and collected all the poisonous materials. They were indeed unpopular materials, and it only cost him more than 200 spirit stones in total. Thinking it was about time, he prepared to call Lu Dafu and the others to leave together. He had already seen the two of them standing in front of a stall without moving. This stall is particularly lively, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Bai Donglin walked over and took a look. Oh! Isn't this the same old gambling on stones? Is it really the same style in all the heavens and worlds? Sure enough, no matter how the world changes, there is a gambling nature in the bones of human beings. In his previous life, he had heard an interesting story that the first monkey, the ancestor of mankind, who chose to come down from the tree and live on the ground, was hesitating whether to come down from the tree because of a gambling mentality. He bet that he would survive better if he came down from the tree. So he came down from the tree. Bai Donglin shook his head. He had no interest in gambling. He preferred the feeling of being in control of everything. Leaving everything to chance was equivalent to letting others control his own destiny. This is inconsistent with his mind. And his destiny can only be controlled by himself. I walked over and found that Lu Dafu was just watching the fun. He didn't participate in the gambling stone. He nodded. He was a good child. He didn't want to become a gambling dog. Of course, for those who use cheats to gamble on stones, it is not called gambling. Isn't it like buying vegetables in the market? Just pick whatever you want. I asked the two to leave the night market together. And the next time I got together and separated. The three did not live in the same place. I walked through the somewhat deserted streets of Linjiang City and returned to the small courtyard behind the restaurant. He was not in a hurry to start practicing, as it was already his rest time. He had been traveling for the past month and had not had a good rest, which made him a little tired. Just when Bai Donglin was about to fall asleep, a few furtive monks gathered in a wasteland outside the city, discussing something in a low voice. Brother San, have you investigated clearly? Is that kid really just living alone in the restaurant? The middle-aged man with a ruthless face and a triangular eye, a scar drawn from the temple to the chin, At first glance, it is not a good stubble. Don't worry, big brother. I went to the restaurant to ask around. That kid and the people from the Purple Talisman sect only met today. They might not even be friends. The three of them separated after leaving the night market. A young man with a pointed face and a mean appearance said with a smug look on his face, "Brother, this is a big fat sheep. And it's not dangerous at all. Big brother. Second brother. Fourth brother. You all know that I, the third brother, may not be good at other things. But I have a secret skill that makes me extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. I didn't sense any spiritual energy from that kid. And there was no spiritual energy fluctuation when he used the shimi ring. It's obviously the more precious blood refining ring. I can guarantee that he is definitely not a cultivator. Even a cultivator at the chi-inducing and body-forging stage cannot be without a trace of spiritual energy." The other three people nodded after listening to this. The third brother's analysis was indeed good. "Are you sure he is still in the restaurant?" The elder brother asked again. "Don't worry, big brother. I put some hidden fragrance powder on him. He can't get away." "Okay. This vote can be done. Prepare, guys. The most important thing is to attract Linjiang City Wei." "Yes, sir." After saying this, the four of them used magic to hide their figures and ran towards Linjiang City. Chapter 26, Azure. The restaurant was silent at night. For hidden monks landed silently outside by Donglin's courtyard. Set up the formation. Each of the four monks took out a small black flag, made a hand gesture, and the small flags automatically flew out and were inserted around the courtyard. A faint black mist emerged from the flag like a small snake and enveloped the courtyard in the blink of an eye. After completing this step, the four of them breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't alert the Linjiang City guards, the job would be safe. The Linjiang City guards were composed of cultivators from several major sects, and independent cultivators like them would never dare to provoke them. Scarface gave a look, and the four men stepped into the yard one after another. When the four had just entered the yard, Bai Donglin, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked cold. The three-faced old stood outside the bedroom door and passed on to the other three. "I said that this kid is not a monk. Not even the most basic alert spells." Although he said this, he was secretly annoyed with himself for being too cautious. If he had come alone, wouldn't all the benefits go to him? "Brother, let me." The old three words of the pointed monkey gills have not finished speaking. A flash of the shiny arm of the crystal jade broke the wooden door, and instantly penetrated his head, just like a knife-piercing tofu. The powerful potential energy squeezed the brain matter and blood and caused them to spray out several feet. "What?" "Third brother." The other three were so shocked that their eyes widened. The third one in the Jinyuan realm was killed instantly. Scarface reacted the fastest. He made a hand gesture, and a high-temperature fireball hit the door. The violent explosion and flames instantly engulfed Bai Donglin behind the door. Bai Donglin span from the flame, and the skin that was fiercely burned on a severe explosion of high temperature recovered instantly. Except for the clothes were burned. It looked unharmed. "What are you still standing there for? Together. Get started." Looking at the second and old fourth, the Scarface was scolded. It was really a group of waste. After speaking, I took out 2 more samples and pasted it on the body. A diamond symbol can provide good defense, and an iconic symbol can increase the speed. The other 2 came to their senses and quickly took out their magic weapons. The second one took a brass bell, poured his true energy into it, and shook it gently. A visible sound wave enveloped Bai Donglin. The fourth magic weapon was a ghost-headed knife. The knife was covered with inscriptions, and it was faintly dark. Seeing Bai Donglin being enveloped by the sound waves, his eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. So he chopped towards Bai Donglin's head with a knife. The ghost-head sword with a foot-long black blade instantly hit Bai Donglin. Just as joy appeared in the fourth brother's eyes, he heard a clang sound. The sword split his scalp, but was blocked by the hard skull, and could not move forward an inch. Bai Donglin seemed to feel no pain and looked calm. He used the 7-injury fist to throw a straight punch. The terrifying force instantly broke through the air, making a sharp sonic boom. The crystal fist, with violent aura and shock wave, instantly blew up the fourth brother, who was still in the air with nowhere to hide. His entire upper body was turned into blood foam, and the broken lower body was like a rag doll, being carried away a long distance by inertia. Bai Donglin, who was naked in the upper body, stood still in place, and the fist was still a white smoke due to the high pressure and high temperature generated by the fierce friction of the air. The second child, who was still lingering bells, was directly scared, and his face was pale. What kind of monster is this? Such a terrible defense. Such a terrible power. Is this a common person? The Scarface can't wait to resurrect the third place to kill him 100 times. This idiot actually hurts them to provoke such a terrible person. The two were miserable, and it seemed that they couldn't get good tonight. I am afraid they had to plant it here. The scarred man secretly made a hand gesture with his right hand behind his back. The ground under Bai Donglin's feet rolled and thick tree roots wrapped around him, trying to strangle him. Bai Donglin's figure shook slightly and disappeared. It turned out to be just an afterimage. Not good. The Scarface changed hugely and retreated to defense. Bai Donglin's figure has appeared in front of the second child, and he pressed his hand above his head. In his despair, he was slightly harder and pressed his head into the chest. This person has been shaking around with a broken bell. It was extremely uncomfortable to have been disturbed. Seeing this scene when the Scarface was turned around, he couldn't win. He couldn't win. He didn't want to die. The figure moved slightly, bringing out a string of remnants, and instantly appeared in front of the Scarface, raising his hand and holding his neck. Mercy. With a slight pinch, Scarface's neck was broken before he could even say a word, and the Vidra talisman was broken instantly. It turned out that this low-level talisman was not very effective. Bai Donglin is not a bloodthirsty person, but who doesn't get a little grumpy when waking up? It's just that these four thieves had bad luck. If it were another time, they might have died more gracefully. Those who kill will be killed. Since you have done this bloody business, you can't blame others if you die. Bai Donglin cleaned up the scene and picked up the storage bags of the four people. The storage bag is the lowest level storage tool. It has a small space, is unstable, and cannot recognize an owner. Anyone can use it. Its only advantage is that it is cheap. Pour out all the contents of the storage bag. There are a total of more than 100 low-grade spirit stones, some low-level materials, and low-level talismans. There were several books of low-level martial arts techniques that were useless to him. So he also picked up several low-level magical weapons that fell on the ground. He could sell them at the night market when he had time. These four cultivators are really poor. Their total assets are only worth more than 300 low-grade spirit stones. That's right. If you are not poor, you will not do things like killing and robbing. Cultivating immortality also requires money. As the small flags of the shielding barrier were removed, the black fog dissipated. Bai Donglin called the shopkeeper to explain a few words, paid a large sum of silver as compensation, and moved to another courtyard to continue sleeping. Time flies. During the time that Bai Donglin was waiting for the giant boat, he was either practicing the 7 injury fist diligently or swallowing poison to increase his energy. His strength was steadily increasing every day, and his single-arm punching power was almost breaking through 80,000 pounds. In addition to practicing martial arts, he would get together with Lu Dafu's brothers and sisters from time to drink, brag, chat and gossip. Except for a few obscure places in Linjiang City, all other places have been played by the three of them. He had a period of peaceful days, and did not encounter any blind monks who came to trouble him. Until today, the giant ship has docked. Early in the morning, Lu Dafu brought Zi Shaoling to find Bai Donglin, and the three of them went to Linjiang Wharf together. Brother Bai. Linjiang Wharf has a history of more than 3,000 years. In the beginning, this area was just a barren land. With the establishment of the wharf, Linjiang City was also established. Now it has become the most prosperous city in the surrounding countries. The three of them arrived at the dock and strolled around, while Lu Dafu introduced the history of the dock. The wharf is built along the river, stretching for more than 10 miles. Countless large and small ships are constantly coming in and out, and the daily cargo throughput is astonishing. Linjiang City is an extension of the wharf. It can be said that the entire north gate of Linjiang City belongs to the wharf. Woo-woo. At this time, a huge sound of a boat was heard from the river. Everyone on the dock stopped and looked towards the river. I saw a huge sailless ship, which was completely black and made of unknown materials, breaking through the surface of the river and heading towards the dock. The captain was nearly 100 feet, and he was 20 fellows. The lofts on the boat were standing. The hull was engraved with complicated runes, and he slightly flowed. It was indeed a huge ship. Bai Donglin couldn't help but sigh that it was not inferior to the giant ships in his previous life. The world of cultivation is indeed two different worlds from the secular world, and we can get a glimpse of it from these tips of the iceberg. The three handed over the spirit stones, and successfully boarded the huge ship called Blue. They were led by the servants into their respective rooms, which were adjacent to each other. 20 square meters of bedrooms are not small. Luxurious decoration. And living facilities. At this moment, a circular magic circle above the bedroom emitted a faint spiritual fluctuation. And a strong voice came from it. Hello, passengers. Welcome aboard the Azure. I am Captain Wang Lufei. The destination of this ship is the Bien-Erki territory. Silver Snake Wharf. It is expected to take 18 days. Please abide by the following terms during this period. 1. You are not allowed to cast spells and fight on the ship. 2. Woo woo woo. The blue let out a loud roar, runes flashing all over its body, and it quickly sailed away from the riverside dock. Down the river. Chapter 27 Bronze Box. The moonlight shines on the river surface, and the breeze makes the waves sparkle. The pitch-black azure was speeding across the river, and the fluorescent light flowing between the runes was even more eye-catching in the night. At this time, in the bottom cargo hold, among the many messy cargoes, there was a bronze box covered with rust, with strange patterns engraved on it. The patterns were intertwined, vaguely forming a ghost face. This patterned ghost face opened its mouth wide, as if it had a strange magical power that would devour the soul of anyone staring at it. The bronze box shakes slightly. Bang! The box fell off the pile of goods, rolled a few times, and stood on the ground. A puff of gray smoke floated out of the ghost face's open mouth. A suffocating and eerie laugh sounded in the silent cargo hold. Hee hee. Soul, time, node, sacrifice. Open. An unknown language and vague words seemed to have struggled across the world and came out from the bronze box. The gray smoke swirled, invisible and intangible, passing through the hull and the magic circle, constantly approaching the area where the passengers were. The gray smoke entered a guest room, but the monk inside was unaware of it, still sitting cross-legged on the ground, moving his true essence and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It circled around the monk and suddenly entered his mind. This cultivator was only at the great perfection of the true essence realm, 2 realms away from the spiritual platform realm involving soul cultivation. Although his soul was much stronger than that of an ordinary person, there was no essential difference. Still fragile and powerless, especially when facing the gray smoke. An attack on the soul. It has no power to resist. The gray smoke easily devoured the monk's soul, although he looked unharmed on the outside. Only a sh. I was left, and he was completely dead. Gray smoke emerged from the mind, swirled around, and then went into the next room. Be it monks or mortals, passengers or crew members, the gray smoke accepted everyone and devoured their souls as soon as it met them. After devouring more than 100 people, the gray smoke seemed to have reached its limit and began to drill into the cargo hold. Faces kept appearing in the rolling gray smoke. They were all the people whose souls had just been devoured. Their expressions were hideous and terrifying, with anger, pain, unwillingness, and fear, full of evil, negative vibes. The gray smoke returned to the cargo hold and entered the bronze box. The bronze box emitted a faint light, and part of the pattern on it seemed to come alive and twisted slightly. Hee hee. The eerie and terrifying laughter was heard again from the silent cargo hold. The next morning, a shrill scream broke the usual silence of the Azure. Then, there was a knock on the door, and a staff member came in. What happened? Routine inspection. He then hurried away and knocked on the next door. Bai Donglin, who had just finished his morning exercise, frowned slightly. They had been sailing on the Nujiang River for 5 days. The weather was calm, and no accidents had occurred during these 5 days. He just wanted to spend these 18 days safely and reach Bien-Erki territory as soon as possible. He didn't want any unexpected twists and turns to happen. Unfortunately, it seems that things did not go as planned, and something happened. He opened the door, called Lu Dafu and Zi Shaoling, and walked to the deck where the noise happened. At this time, the deck was full of people, and uniformed staff were maintaining order. Bai Donglin saw Captain Wang Lufei among the crowd. It seems that something really big has happened. Even the captain was alarmed. As the three approached, they heard the captain asking questions. Were all these bodies found in Area C? Who was the first person to discover the bodies? Captain, 93 of the bodies were found in Area C, and the remaining 24 were found in Area B3, which is adjacent to Area C. The first person to discover the bodies was Zhang Ergo from the kitchen. He asked his roommate to get up to prepare breakfast, but found that his roommate's body was already cold. We have received the report and have checked the entire ship. We have found a total of 117 dead bodies. The cause of death is unknown. Did anyone hear anything last night? We have already asked the tenants around the deceased, and they all said no. Even those who shared the dormitory did not hear any noise. As if these people had died of natural causes. The captain snorted coldly when he heard this. There were only more than 3,000 people on the entire ship. How could more than 100 people die naturally at the same time? The possibility of food poisoning was also ruled out. Moreover, the deaths were so concentrated that it was obviously man-made. As a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the divine bridge realm, he naturally has many methods. Circulate your mind and recite the mantra silently. Eye of the void. Open! With a light shout, the captain's pupils turned golden, emitting an inch of golden light. He carefully observed the corpse from top to bottom, and finally stared at the corpse's forehead. The captain stopped the spell. His eyes returned to normal, but his expression became more and more solemn. The soul was actually devoured completely. After a person dies, the soul dissipates between heaven and earth, and the true spirit returns to the mother river. Even so, some soul aura or even soul fragments will remain in the corpse. However, these corpses were empty inside. This was definitely not a natural disappearance, but rather the result of an attack targeting the soul. Is it a master above the linked high realm? Or is it a demon or ghost? Or is it an evil cultivator practicing strange secret techniques? No matter which situation it is not optimistic to be able to kill 117 people silently overnight. His strength is definitely above his. The captain paced back and forth, thinking about what to do. It would take another 13 days for the Azure to reach the Silver Snake Wharf. The distance was too far, and he could not count on support from the wharf. I have to make more preparations and not be careless. There are many monks with strong backgrounds on the ship. If something unexpected happens, I might not survive. Wang Lufei immediately ordered his men, keep all the bodies safe and put them in the ice storage. Disperse the crowd and ask the passengers to stay in their rooms. Order the crew to return to their respective posts and not to discuss the matter. Yes. The left and right deputies received the order and withdrew. The captain took out 2 Wanli sound transmission talismans and sent in a message for help. The talismans spontaneously combusted and turned into 2 white lights, one in the south and one in the north, which disappeared in an instant. After doing this, he called several guard captains into the captain's room to discuss the night patrol matters in detail. Bai Donglin and the other 2 watched everything from a distance. Lu Dafu had a serious look on his face. Bai Donglin had a blank expression, and Zi Shaoling was still eating osmanthus cake heartlessly. Her little mouth puffed up like a squirrel. Brother Lu, what do you think? Bai Donglin saw that he looked serious, so he took the initiative to ask. Brother Bai, this matter must be... Ahem. I mean, we might be in trouble. He was able to kill so many people silently on his ship with so many cultivators. I knew a few of them. They were all experts in the Yuanai realm, but their deaths were no different from those of ordinary people. Moreover, this kind of indiscriminate killing may not be done by a normal monk. Bai Donglin's expression changed, as if he had thought of something. You mean? Yes. This is very much like the style of demons and monsters, and they may be the most troublesome kind. Lu Dafu narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking of some unpleasant experience. Although Bai Donglin has not come into contact with many monsters and demons, he knows one thing: everything has a cause and an effect. But monsters and demons are not among them. The only purpose of their existence is to kill and destroy. This kind of indiscriminate killing, in such a strange way, is indeed the style of demons and monsters. Unscrupulous, powerful, weird attacks, and full of hatred for all life. If my guess is correct, then everyone on the blue has indeed encountered big trouble, and they may lose their lives if they are not careful. Brother Bai, from today on, can the 3 of us live in one room? That way we can take care of each other. Lu Dafu asked a little embarrassedly. Bai Donglin was very powerful, and it was much safer to stay with him. Not only himself, he was also afraid that he could not protect Zi Shaoling well. That's fine. Bai Donglin nodded in agreement. He was certainly not afraid of death, but he had been with Lu Dafu for such a long time that they still had some feelings for each other. Helping him was just a piece of cake. As for whether Zi Shaoling would care, after all, this is a special period, and we monks should not be too fussy about details. And the osmanthus cake smells so good, so delicious. Chapter 28 Grey Fog. Night. In Bai Donglin's guest room, brother and sister Lu Dafu sat on the chairs, staring blankly at Bai Donglin doing stretching exercises. Dynamic side lunge stretch, prayer stretch behind the back, Standing forward, bend quadriceps stretch. Is this the reason why Brother Bai is so powerful? Is this some kind of mysterious bodybuilding technique? Lu Dafu was thoughtful and couldn't help but be curious. So he asked, Brother Bai, what kind of bodybuilding technique do you use? Why does it look so strange? Lu Dafu really couldn't think of any adjective to use. These movements looked very simple and did not cause any fluctuations in spiritual energy. Bai Donglin kept moving, replying as he did so. Oh, this is a stretching exercise. I do it every day before going to bed. It can improve my sleep quality. Phew, it feels so good. Would you like a cup of hot milk? Stopping his action, Bai Donglin took out a can of milk from the sumer ring, placed it on the formation on the wooden table, pressed a button. A flash of light passed, and the milk was instantly heated. I have to say that many places in this world are quite convenient. The formations, inscriptions, runes, etc. are perfectly integrated with all aspects of life. Aura is a clean and universal energy source that fills the space between heaven and earth and can be used at any time. Its advantages are much greater than the electricity of the previous life, and it provides the world with a foundation for developing an industrial society. Brother Bai, pour me a drink. Zi Shiling's eyes lit up. She was most passionate about eating and drinking. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows. He was tall and slender, with an elegant and mature temperament. If he didn't say it, no one would think he was only 13 years old. He poured a cup of hot milk for each of them, and poured himself a large cup, sitting in a chair and drinking it slowly. Burp, it tastes so good. Zi Shaoling squinted her eyes, and said with a look of satisfaction, with a circle of milky white milk around her little mouth. Bai Donglin nodded in approval. This milk was a specialty of the Nanyang Kingdom, produced by an animal called the red-haired cow. It was mellow, rich, sweet and delicious, and had no fishy smell even without being processed. He had a lot of it in his shumi ring. Lu Dafu was speechless, feeling that he was not from the same world as them. It was so dangerous outside. Was it time to taste the milk? He checked the talismans again to see if there were any flaws. Bai Donglin's room was already covered with all kinds of talismans, densely packed on the door, walls, and windows. He also used spirit stones to set up several layers of barrier formations and early warning spells. When you are out, there are many dangers, and you can never be too careful. This is his principle of conduct. I'm going to sleep. You guys can do whatever you want. Bai Donglin yawned, rubbed his eyes, climbed into bed, and prepared to sleep. There was only one bed in the room, so of course he was going to use it. He kindly made a bed on the floor for Zi Shaoling. But as for Lu Dafu, he said he didn't need it. I'm going to sleep too. Good night, senior brother. Zi Shaoling happily got into bed, not complaining that she had to sleep on the floor. Lu Dafu shook his head and sat cross-legged on the ground, silently moving the spiritual energy while keeping an eye on his surroundings. Bottom cabin. The bronze box shook, and a gray smoke thicker than last night came out. Sensing, node, attached. Stop. Hee. The gray smoke laughed eerily again, swirled around, passed through the wall of the ship, and flew towards the passenger area. Captain Wang Lufei was afraid of causing unrest, so he decided to block the news. However, the ship was so small and densely populated, and word spread quickly, and almost everyone knew about it. So at night, except for a few careful people, the rest did not sleep and were on guard carefully, not wanting to see more than 100 people die in obscure circumstances. Unfortunately, the power of the gray fog was beyond everyone's imagination. It ignored all the formations, barriers, talismans, and other means. The gray fog was moving extremely fast, and was even stronger than last night. The monk on guard in the house was swallowed up by the gray fog before he could react. The gray fog was unbridled, and would pounce on any living person it encountered. Even the patrol teams would not be spared. It soon devoured more than 400 people, which alarmed the guards on the ship. The alarm sounded, and the entire blue was brightly lit in an instant. Patrol teams composed of elite monks ran past quickly, searching everywhere. The gray fog reached its limit, and did not continue hunting. It circled and flew below the deck. The gray mist did not return to the bronze box, but moved around as if looking for something. It wasn't long before the gray fog reached the core of the azure, a small space filled with densely packed intricate inscriptions, all connected to a silver sphere in the center. The silver sphere is the energy core of the azure, the most important part of the azure, and the place with the most stringent defense. I didn't expect the gray fog to break through so easily. The gray fog continued to circle around the energy core, as if it was sensing something but did not take action immediately. Less than a cup of tea later, the gray fog seemed to sense something, and it rolled violently and instantly drilled into the silver sphere. White light and black light kept alternating on the silver sphere. Although the energy core was very important, it did not have the ability to defend against the enemy. Eventually the white light went out, and it was completely scrapped. Hee hee. The gray fog laughed strangely, and then returned to the bronze box in the cabin. The patterns on the bronze box came alive again, twisting slightly, looking evil and terrifying. At the moment, the energy core was destroyed. The inscriptions all over the blue flickered for a while, and finally went out completely, slowing down until it stopped completely. The entire azure was plunged into darkness in an instant, with screams of terror heard everywhere. Humans are naturally afraid of darkness, especially when they know that there are horrible things that can devour souls lurking around them. Many people were so frightened that they had a mental breakdown and screamed. Fortunately, after a while, the lights came on again, and the backup energy source was activated. Unfortunately, this energy is very weak and cannot drive the huge blue at all. It can only maintain the use of some infrastructure. The lights came back on, and the panicked crowd gradually calmed down. Captain Juan Luffy was busy and exhausted. He and his guard team searched the blue several times, but found no trace of the murderer. Only corpses were found one after another, exactly the same as last night. All of them died because their souls were devoured. The moment the energy core of the blue was destroyed, his face turned pale, and he thought to himself, "Oh no! The other party is going to kill us all." He was thinking. There was a spare energy core on the blue, but it would take at least 3 days to replace the core. Moreover, the opponent can easily break through the most tightly defended core space of the blue. So what's the point of replacing it? The opponent can still easily destroy the energy core. The only way is to find him and eliminate him first, or abandon the ship. The opponent obviously regards the blue as a hunting ground. Save your life first, and wait for rescue to arrive before taking back the blue. Captain Wang Lufei continued to lead the team in the search, hoping to find some clues. He had also made up his mind that if he still could not find any trace of the other party tonight, he would abandon the ship and go ashore at dawn tomorrow. Although the Nujiang River is wide, the Kanglan is not too far from the shore, only about 10 miles away. With the means of the cultivators, it does not take much effort. Wang Lufei knew clearly that when tomorrow morning came and the death toll tonight was exposed, those monks would abandon their ship and go ashore even if he didn't say anything. The reason why they have not left now is that they are optimistic and think they will not be the next one. The second reason is that they have not realized the seriousness of the problem. The passengers abandoned the ship and went ashore. Such an incident caused great damage to the reputation of their Chamber of Commerce. No one would favor such an insecure Chamber of Commerce. As the main person in charge, my future is bleak, and I will also be punished by the Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, Wang Lufei's face darkened, and he searched even harder. Chapter 29 Weird. On the deck of the blue, rows of corpses whose souls had been devoured were neatly lined up. Wang Lufei looked at the sky gradually getting brighter, his face full of dejection. After all, the mastermind was not found. There was no point in thinking about it now. He then gave his orders to his left and right assistants in a dry voice. Notify all passengers and staff that the Asher's energy core has been destroyed. The mastermind behind this is powerful, vicious and strange, and has disappeared without a trace. All personnel are ready to abandon ship and go ashore. The guards around showed joy on their faces and breathed a sigh of relief. They were really scared. More than 100 of their teammates died last night. If they didn't run away, it would be their turn. They just want to earn some hard-earned money, but they don't want to lose their lives here and die in an unclear manner. All the people on the ship were called out and gathered on the deck. Bai Donglin and others were also mixed in the crowd. Brother Bai, it looks like we have to abandon ship and go ashore. Looking around and seeing the hundreds of corpses, and seeing that the blue was now stationary, it was not difficult to guess the captain's intention. Bai Donglin had a helpless look on his face. His journey was delayed, and he didn't know how long he would have to wait. He just wanted to reach Bien Erki territory safely, and then go to Lei territory and pass through the wilderness territory. Why? Why do these demons and monsters always like to seek death? It's hard. Bai Donglin felt his fist, which was as big as a clay pot, was hard. Small boats were put into the water, and Wang Lufei explained the current situation to everyone. No one dared to stay any longer and began to prepare to evacuate. At this time, A thin layer of mist began to appear on the surface of the river, slowly spreading into the sky and enveloping the entire Songlan. The fog was very thin. It was early morning on the Nujiang River, and the water vapor was heavy. Fog was a very common phenomenon. The appearance of this thin layer of fog did not attract anyone's attention. Ordinary people and monks with low cultivation began to board the boat. Some Yuan realm monks on the deck also used their skills, either transforming into escaping lights or riding the wind, and began to fly towards the shore. A mere dozen miles could be easily crossed. Something unexpected happened. These monks had just flown a few dozen meters away from the Songlan when they came into contact with the mist in the air. Their souls were instantly devoured, and they turned into corpses that fell into the water. The sound of falling into the water instantly attracted everyone's attention. In just a short moment, more than a dozen Yuan realm cultivators died on the spot. Everyone on the deck of the Azure seemed to be frozen in time, with a look of fear on their faces. Roar! Captain Wan Lufei roared, his face full of violence. His powerful true energy burst out, and golden light flashed in his eyes. This is too much. He was even ready to abandon his beloved blue, with his future ruined. But he didn't expect that the person behind the scenes would press on step by step and kill him. In that case, let's fight to the death. Wan Lufei activated his magic formula, and a golden light flashed on his hand. He slapped the mist in the air, and the golden palm print, which was several feet in size, instantly blew up the air, leaving a burning mark in the air. Unfortunately, the mist seemed to be unaffected by the force. It rolled for a while after being hit, but showed no signs of dissipating. Wan Lufei continued to attack. His palm turned into a fist, and punched out. The huge fist mark hit the mist and exploded instantly. The mist was blown away for a moment, and then instantly returned to its original state. He frowned. What kind of magic was this? It was so difficult to deal with. He doesn't believe there is any spell that can't be broken. He put his right hand together and formed a knife shape, raised it above his head, and his whole body was full of vigor and vitality. His true energy burst out, and the golden little man in his body shone with golden light. His arm was like a big knife, slashing forward fiercely. A golden blade light several dozen meters long instantly cut through the mist and directly split the surface of the Nujiang River for hundreds of meters. The huge blade mark was filled with golden light, and the river water could not close for a moment. The mist seemed invisible and intangible. It rolled over and returned to its original state. Such a powerful attack was still useless. Wan Lufei looked grim. This was his most powerful single-target attack spell, but it was completely ineffective. Everyone on the deck of the Blue looked pale, and many weak-willed people had collapsed to the ground out of fear. Everyone understood that they were trapped here, and the hunters in the dark were ready to make a move and might emerge at any time to devour their souls. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Many people were frightened to the point of mental breakdown and jumped off the Azure screaming. There were cultivators in the true Yuan realm walking on the waves, and there were ordinary people paddling hard in the water. But unfortunately, they still died instantly when they came into contact with the mist that was spreading dozens of meters away. Some people who thought they were smart tried to dive out from the bottom of the water, but when they were dozens of meters away from the hull, their souls were still devoured. In less than a moment, their bodies floated to the surface. It was not until more than a dozen people died that the others calmed down and could only sit on the deck and cry. Bai Donglin's face was also solemn. The situation was worse than he had imagined. If the enemy was in front of him, he could rush forward fearlessly, but he had no way to deal with something that was invisible and intangible. He couldn't just punch the air, right? Although he was powerful, he relied on enhanced energy to forcibly improve his strength. He lacked the means to fight the enemy, especially facing such a strange enemy. He was extremely powerless. His desire to join a physical cultivation sect became stronger. Brother Liu, can you spot the flaw in this strange fog? In his eyes, those who play with talismans are experts in catching ghosts, and they should have ways to deal with such strange and ethereal enemies. Lu Dafu held the talisman in his hand, looked at the mist with a vigilant look, and said in a serious tone, Brother Bai, we guessed correctly. This mist should be a monster among demons and ghosts. It is a weird and evil thing. It's an extremely difficult and terrifying thing. At this point, Lu Dafu frowned, as if recalling something bad, and continued, these things are all kinds of strange and varied, with various forms and methods that are even more bizarre and unpredictable. 3 years ago, when my master and I were out training, I encountered this kind of thing. It was a faceless, blood-red female puppet that could sing a beautiful song. Anyone who heard the song would have their emotions ignited and would fight to death. My master spent a huge amount of money to destroy it. If you want to deal with this kind of monster, the most important thing is to find its true form. Otherwise, there is no possibility of destroying it. Bai Donglin nodded. As expected, this kid Lu Dafu was very knowledgeable. He was worthy of being young Master Tianfu, and was quite capable. In that case, let's tell Captain Wang the news. I feel like if we delay any longer, something bad will happen. Lu Dafu agreed and said, that's right. Almost all of these monsters have the ability to strengthen themselves through killing. From the number of deaths in the past 2 nights, we can see that its strength is increasing. The most urgent task is to unite with the monks on the ship to find out the strange body. Attacking the surrounding mist is useless. You must completely destroy its body before you can kill it. The 2 men went straight to Wang Lufei and told him all their guesses. Wang Lufei was at a loss as to what to do, and the advice from the 2 men came as a timely help. The captain grabbed the life-saving straw, so he naturally went all out and summoned all the cultivators above the Yuan realm on the ship. He repeated Lu Dafu's guess in detail. My fellow Taoists, the situation is critical now. I won't say much else. If we want to survive, we must kill this monster. Otherwise our souls will be devoured and we will die. There's not even a chance for the true soul to return to the embrace of the Mother River. This world attaches great importance to true spirits. Any cultivator who plays with true spirits will be labeled as an evil cultivator and can be killed by anyone. The true spirit is the foundation of a person. You can kill me. You can make my soul fly away. But you can't mess with my true spirit. This is the consensus of monks all over the world. All the cultivators realized the seriousness of the problem, and of course obeyed Wang Lufei's words. Among them, there were several cultivators in the Divine Bridge realm who were now well-behaved and obedient. Who wants to die when you can live? Or is it the kind of death where even the true soul is annihilated? Everyone started to act, following the captain's orders, using their spiritual sense to search inch by inch. Look for any suspicious objects. On the Azure, any object now has the potential to be a strange entity. No one dared to be careless, for fear of missing the chance to survive. Chapter 30 Brass Lamp. Captain's Cabin. Bai Donglin and his 2 companions as well as Wang Lufei use this place as a temporary command center. They are in charge of dispatching and can provide immediate support when any situation is discovered. Lu Dafu sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed, his hands pinching the magic formula, and the powerful true energy in his body circulated rapidly. A talisman carved from green jade was suspended in the air in front of his chest, spinning around and emitting a bright green light. Lu Dafu used a peculiar secret technique. Among the contemporary disciples of Zifu's sect, only a handful of them had mastered this secret technique. This technique was called the Heaven and Earth Visual and Audio Mother-Child Talisman. Not only is it difficult to cultivate, but also very unpopular. It is a purely auxiliary secret. The core of this technique is Lu Dafu's chest. It is for the mother symbol, which is connected to the purple charm in the Sea of Qi. The cultivator wearing the sub-talisman will connect his true essence with the talisman. At this time, everything the cultivator sees and hears will be transmitted to Lu Dafu's mind, and they can also communicate with each other through voice. Searching for the monster's true body is definitely a very dangerous action. The moment you see the monster's true body, you may be killed instantly. This is when the importance of this secret technique is reflected. Bai Donglin sat aside and watched Lu Dafu perform this secret technique. This strange secret technique made him very jealous. Isn't this the prototype of the internet? I can communicate with Lu Dafu afterwards. It is not impossible to access the internet from another world. This project is very promising. Boat Bottom Cargo Cabin. A team of 10 monks entered the cargo hold with full vigilance, searching step by step, not letting go of any object. They were tense and used their spiritual sense to sense everything around them. When a cultivator reaches the Yuan realm, his divine sense will be awakened, which can enhance his sensitivity to the energy between heaven and earth and improve his sense of crisis. Just like a sixth sense, the power of the divine sense varies with the level of talent. The cargo hold was large, but more teams of monks slowly came in, and the search area became larger and larger, gradually approaching the area where the bronze box was located. A group of monks turned a blind corner and saw the bronze box on the open space in front of the pile of debris. Almost instantly, they confirmed with their naked eyes that this was a strange entity. At the same time, their spiritual senses frantically gave them warnings. The strong sense of crisis caused the circulation of their true energy to stagnate. The rust on the bronze box had almost disappeared, emitting faint light, and the patterns all over it twisted and squirmed like a living thing. A gray smoke swirled around the bronze box. Anyone who is not blind can tell that this is a strange entity. The moment they saw the box, Lu Dafu in the captain's room opened his eyes and said, "Found it. In the cargo hold at the bottom of the ship." Upon hearing this, Wang Lufei's whole body flashed with golden light and disappeared like a beam of light. He had been feeling very frustrated for the past 2 days and was determined to fight the monster to the death. At this time, more than 200 monks who received the message all rushed to the cabin. Although they knew that there were many dangers, if they didn't go, they would just be waiting to die, waiting to be broken by the weirdness. It is better to fight for the strength. Bai Donglin also stood up and prepared to meet this monster. His fists had been stiff all day. "Brother Bai, wait a minute." Lu Dafu grabbed Bai Donglin and asked him to stay in the captain's room to maintain the visual and auditory mother-child talismans of heaven and earth. It was obvious that this ability to coordinate the overall situation would be more useful than letting him fight head-on. Brother Bayamo is anxious. Let's observe this weird first. See if we can find its weakness. It may be dangerous if it goes like this. Lu Dafu has already regarded Bai Donglin as the final trump card of this operation. Compared with those unfamiliar monks, Bai Donglin is obviously more important. It's not that he is cold-blooded, but someone is always needed to take the lead. Bai Donglin should be the last card. Give a strange blow. What is important now is to find out this weird bottom detail and increase the success rate of Bai Donglin's murder. Bai Dong heard that he also stopped. Lu Dafu said yes. Although he was immortal, he did not mean that he could destroy this weird. His attack was not as strong as he saved his life. Lu Dafu took one hand and pointed at Bai Donglin, and transmitted the picture he saw through his mother. When Wang Lufei rushed to the cargo cabin, there were dozens of monks surrounded the bronze box in the middle. The gray mist was strange and did not actively attack. But these monks did not dare to do it first. A strong sense of crisis reminds them all the time. And it will be dead. Wang Lufei looked at the bronze box dignifiedly. He knew this weird terror. But since he dared to come, he naturally relied. He solemnly took out a brass lamp. The lamp was covered with scars, and the largest crack almost went through the entire lamp. A breath of time filled the air. The wick was made of an unknown material, with a soybean-sized blue flame burning on it. Wang Lufei poured all his energy into the brass lamp, and the dark blue flame burned fiercely. Holding the lamp, he walked towards the bronze box step by step. As he got closer, the gray smoke rolled violently. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. The gray fog swirled around and pounced towards Wang Lufei without hesitation. Wang Lufei looked calm. He held up the copper lamp and blew a breath towards the gray fog. A giant blue flame dragon was formed instantly and entangled with the gray fog. Effective. Wang Lufei's eyes were loud, and I saw the junction of the flame dragon and the gray mist rang. A white smoke rose. As the two were entangled, they gradually became weaker, as if they were offset each other. Together we attacked the monster's main body, the bronze box. Wang Lufei sweaty his head, and he wanted to maintain the brass light, which was extremely consumed, and could not take a shot to attack the weird body. The surrounding monks heard the fear in their hearts, sacrificing a variety of magic weapons, and remotely attacking bronze boxes. Suddenly, the cabin was filled with light. Countless attacks submerged the bronze box. The aftermath of the battle destroyed all the surrounding cargo, although the cabin and hull were blessed by formations. Unfortunately, the energy core was destroyed, and it was smashed to pieces. The smoke was dispersed. The bronze box was revealed again, and the dark light was flashing. The strange pattern was more intense, and it was unscathed. Everyone's face changed, and the hardness of the bronze box is beyond their imagination. Such dense attacks did not dare to pick up even the monk Ling Tai. But this weird body was safe, although their attack did not cause harm to the bronze box. It seemed to anger it. The pattern on the box twisted for a while, and a stronger gray mist came out of the mouth of the pattern, well around the monks in a circle. These monks did not have a brass lamp guard. They died next to the gray mist, and dozens of died in a few breaths. Wang Lufei's face was pale. His true yuan was about to dry, and the bronze lights would go out for a moment, and it would be undoubtedly dead. It's time to fight. With a determined look on his face, he activated the yuan eye in his qi, and the golden man was emitting a strong golden light all over his body. The little golden man pounded his chest 3 times, and spat out a large mouthful of golden blood, which sprayed directly onto the wick of the brass lamp. Snap! A large crack appeared on the brass lamp, almost splitting the entire lamp body in half. Boom! A blue flame that was 10 times more powerful suddenly appeared, and the giant flaming dragon seemed to come alive, with flames billowing from its eyes. It roared and pounced towards the gray fog. Upon seeing this, Gray Mist stopped chasing after those frightened monks and turned around to fight with the blue fire dragon. Wang Lufei's eyes were godless, and his arm holding the broken copper lamp trembled slightly. He couldn't urge the next blow, and the bronze lights were also on the verge of collapse. But the weird body, the bronze box is still safe. How can this be good? Is it possible to fail? Chapter 31, 8 Gates White Emperor. Bai Donglin opened his eyes in the captain's room, stood up and prepared to go to the cabin. Brother Bai, Lu Dafu, who was pale-faced, stopped talking. He maintained the heaven and earth audio-visual mother symbol consumes too much true yuan, and he was unable to fight again. But the strange power was beyond imagination. Even if he knew that Bai Donglin was extremely powerful, he would probably. Bai Donglin knew what he was worried about. In fact, he was not sure to destroy Weird. But no matter what the result was, he couldn't die anyway. No need to say more. Someone has to stand up. Right? Don't worry. I won't die. Lu Dafu is only when he is comforting himself, and it is not good to persuade him. After all, he will face this weird, active and passive difference. Now the situation below is bad. If there can be any turns, it is only Bai Donglin. Without hesitation, Lu Dafu took out a piece of purple jade rune from the Sumi ring and handed it to Bai Donglin, and his eyes were vaguely painful. This is the life-saving talisman my master gave me. It can actively defend against any form of attack. It is enough to withstand 5 attacks from the Lingtai monk. Bai Donglin's expression changed. This talisman is indeed precious. Even if he can't use it, he can still sell it for money. He is so poor now. Hey, if he refused, Brother Lu was afraid that he would be uneasy. After all, he was desperate now. Brother Bai, Zi Shaoling, who was a mascot all day, spoke. This is the amulet that my father gave me. You hold it. Be careful. Looking at the 5 runes handed by Zi Shaoling. It is exactly the same as Lu Dafu. Yes, it is Zi Rui. Lu Dafu's expression froze, and the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Even if the situation is critical now, he has to say that the second generation of the second generation is the cowhide of his mother. He even suspected that all the people on the blue were dead. But this girl might be fine, as she might have a precious talisman of the universe. The battle below was fierce, so Bai Donglin didn't hesitate any longer. He took the talisman and disappeared as a shadow. Bai Donglin is extremely fast, and a few breaths have reached the place of war. The wide cabin borrowed a wolf, and the corpses that were swallowed out of the soul were everywhere. Wang Lufei knelt on one knee, the dark blue fire dragon flickering. He could no longer hold on. Bai Donglin ignored these. As soon as he came in, he stared at the bronze box. As long as he burst into this stuff, everything was over. The 7 injuries of the scores were running at all, and the surrounding aura was rough into the body. The white jade quenching tactics made him shine with jade luster. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with slightly bulging muscles all over his body. He opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of white high-temperature gas. The qi and blood in his body were running at full capacity, generating high temperature, which directly burned the water in his body into high-temperature steam. Boom! Instantly break through the sound barrier, and the sound explodes deafening in the narrow space. Clang! Bai Donglin punched the bronze box with all his strength, and his figure instantly appeared in front of the box and kicked it away again. Ding ding ding! For a while, Bai Donglin's figure was covered in the cabin. The bronze box seemed to be fixed in the air. Every moment was constantly attacked. The sound of goldstone collided was endless. Beyond 100,000 caddies. Furious aura. He released all his strength, and his hard body was torn apart by this terrifying force. But then recovered instantly. The gushing blood was instantly evaporated into blood mist by the high temperature, and the body was shrouded in the blood mist and turned into a blood shadow. The gray smoke entangled with the blue fire dragon seemed to feel something, and the instant rolling and soaring. The dragon was strangled out. Wang Lufei vomited a bite of blood and fainted directly to the ground. The gray fog solved the fire dragon, and instantly turned around to Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin ignored the gray mist. He couldn't help it at all. He simply attacked its ontology. Gray smoke wrapped around Bai Donglin's body, swirled around, and went straight into his mind. Unexpectedly, the gray mist was not smooth this time, and Bai Donglin's qi and blood were too strong, which caused him to be very heavy in pure yang. However, it just consumed the gray mist. As a result, the same is the same. He directly drilled into Ling Tai and launched an attack on his soul. Bai Donglin's soul was torn instantly, and a pain that surpassed the previous drama appeared, making Bai Donglin, who has a strong will force, couldn't control his body, and the violent attack stopped directly. Bai Donglin stood motionless with his upper body naked, like a perfect body carved out of marble with sharp muscles. At this moment, his whole body was slightly red due to the high temperature generated by the intense friction of the air, and red blood vapor was swirling around his body. After the gray smoke destroyed Bai Donglin's soul, he drilled out of his mind. In its eyes, it was already a corpse. Bai Donglin's broken soul recovered instantly. He was just killed by gray mist, and did not get reinforced energy. Unfortunately, he thought that he finally had the opportunity to strengthen the soul. Looking at the intact bronze box, Bai Donglin frowned. It seemed that the material of the bronze box was very unusual. He had already used all his strength just now, and even if he tried again, the result would probably be the same. If you want to save everyone on the blue, you have no choice but to use the backup plan. The method is simple. Bai Donglin broke out in an instant, and the speed was very fast close to the bronze box, like playing football, and played hard on a fierce kick, and the bronze box was kicked instantly, directly running through several layers of hard ship walls. The gray fog in the air was stagnant, as if Bai Donglin, who was tearing the soul by it, was okay. The gray fog was furious and instantly penetrated into Bai Donglin's mind, directly devouring his soul. When the gray mist just got out, Bai Donglin was resurrected again. Gray fog was completely confused. What's going on with this person? Chunyang's gas is strong. Every time he consumes greatly in his body, he has been grinded a lot of fog by the qi of Chunyang. At this time, Bai Donglin had jumped off the blue number, hugged the bronze box, and the gray mist also chased up, and began to devour the soul. Bai Donglin was resurrected again, holding a bronze box to swim in the direction of away from the blue. This is his backup plan. Since he can't run away and can't kill it, he can just take the monster away and be done with it. This strange gray mist can only be moved around the bronze box. This distance is limited. Bai Donglin decided to bring the bronze box to the distance and sink into the river, so that it can no longer harm people. Gray mist guessed Bai Donglin's thoughts, completely violent, and attacked Bai Donglin's soul crazy, and died of pain in Bai Donglin. However, he can also feel that the attack of gray mist is weakening. He had consumed a lot with the blue fire dragon, and he was constantly disappearing by his pure yang air. Weaken was reasonable. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up when he noticed this, and he moved extremely fast, shuttling through the water like an arrow. He didn't know what the limiting distance between the gray fog and the bronze box was, so of course he wanted to run as far as possible. And he didn't stop until he had swam 20 or 30 miles. During this period, he was killed instantly dozens of times. Finally, the gray fog's speed of destruction was not as fast as his recovery speed. Damage reversal was triggered. A strengthening energy appeared directly around his soul. He did not try to control it, allowing the strengthening energy to strengthen his soul. In fact, this reinforcement energy is the same as the reinforcement energy generated by harming the body. He couldn't strengthen his soul before because he couldn't find where his soul was, and he couldn't guide it, so he could only strengthen his body. Now, strengthen energy directly around the soul, and take the initiative to strengthen the soul in the first time. Regardless of Bai Donglin, he let the gray fog help him brush his energy, and he hugged the bronze box to the bottom of the river. He wanted to let the bronze box never see the sky. This Nujiang is not only extremely high, heavily, but also deeply dives, and the terrible water pressure can be flattened. Bai Donglin's bones creaked, his muscles tore, and his internal organs were crushed. But fortunately, he was not killed instantly. His injuries were recovering, and strengthening energy continued to emerge, and his body continued to strengthen and improve. Fortunately, it is Nujiang. If it is a sea, I am afraid it will be killed by water pressure. Bai Donglin moved the bronze box slowly at the bottom of the river, and suddenly felt that the surrounding river water temperature was a bit abnormal. Looking around, I found that it was a little faint in the distance. Chapter 32. One finger covers the sky. Volcano at the bottom of the river. Bai Donglin noticed that he had not guessed the abnormal rise of water temperature and the light in the distance. This Nujiang River is not much different from the sea of previous lives. The volcano at the bottom of the river does not make people feel strange. The volcano at the bottom of the river is definitely a great place to deal with bronze boxes. Bai Donglin, who was decided, hugged the bronze box and walked step by step towards the shining volcanic cracks. With the cracks of magma, the temperature of the river water is getting higher and higher, and it has begun to boil, and a large bunch of white bubbles rush up. At this time, the gray mist in his mind seemed to feel something and stopped attacking. It had noticed that it was doing useless work. This person couldn't kill it all, and the soul became stronger and stronger. If it continues, it will be warned by the chi of Chunyang. As soon as the gray mist came out, she realized what Bai Donglin wanted to do. Roar! Finally, after such a long battle, Gray Mist let out the first angry roar. Is this urgent? Bai Donglin smiled slightly. Let's call it. Can't be angry. Isn't it very good when it is on the blue number? I like you hate me so much and can't do what I look like. You are angry with you. Ignoring the gray fog swirling around, they were already approaching the lava fissure. All they had to do was sink the bronze box into the lava, and everything would be over. Seeing that he couldn't stop Bai Donglin, the gray fog became anxious and turned around. Finally, he let out a roar and dived into the bronze box. When the gray mist just got into it, it seemed to activate what procedure was activated. The bronze box shone in the light, and the twisted patterns cracked down. Bai Donglin's expression changed when he saw this. Fearing that it would do something new, he quickly stepped forward and threw the bronze box directly into the lava crack. The bronze box fell on the magma, but it did not sink, but floated on the magma. Black light is getting stronger and stronger, and the pattern moves gradually forms a twisted pattern of mystery. Bai Donglin frowned. This bronze box looks like it is to enlarge the move. Since you don't sink, I will give you it. I just wanted to jump and suddenly thought of something. I took off the Sumi ring and fingered it. I disappeared in an instant. After doing all this, Bai Donglin jumped down and dived deep into the magma holding the bronze box. The temperature of the magma is not high. It is more than 2,000 degrees. But this is the bottom of the river. High temperature, high pressure, and aura. The three-tube approach still suppressed his recovery speed, and after a while, it became a skeleton wreckage. A jade-like skeleton holding a bronze box shining with black light dived deep into the magma. The gray mist in the bronze box was crazy, and everything was going well until I encountered this immortal man. At this point, we have no choice but to risk everything. Otherwise, we will be sunk deep into the magma, and won't have another chance for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. The gray fog will sacrifice all the souls of the swallow, and start activating the bronze box. Wrong time. Wrong node. Far from enough souls. Failure is absolutely absolute. But it does not have to choose. It is the same as the result. Let's try it. What if the miracle occurs? As all the souls were sacrificed, the black light of the bronze box was suddenly introverted, and the bronze box was swallowed. Bai Donglin looked at the bronze box like a Rubik's Cube, and began to rotate the combination. The pattern on it twisted crazy and creep. Like a tentacle. Buzz. A buzzing sound was heard, and the bronze box stopped changing, turning into a huge hollow cube. Countless lines twisted inside the cube and connected to a black dot in the center. As the black spot grew bigger, it seemed like a black hole, connecting to an unknown world. Black holes are extremely unstable, madly rotating between reality and illusion, as if they will collapse at any moment. Bai Donglin stared at the black hole, and a strong sense of crisis rose into his heart. There were very terrible things in this black hole, and an inexplicable impulse appeared. He had to stop the formation of the black hole. Bai Donglin, who had grown muscles, burst out and rushed towards the black hole. At this time, the black hole flashed crazy, as if it was about to dissipate. Bai Donglin, who has reached the edge of the hollow cube, regards it regardless of his care, and grabbed the cube's metal frame with both hands without the skin, and the head must be drilled inside. Just when his head had drilled in, a pair of unknown eyes suddenly appeared in the black hole. Just looking at Bai Donglin's eyes when he rushed in. Twist. Crazy. Fallen. Sticky. Evil. Deformity. Bai Donglin's soul collapsed instantly. Sword domain. Daluo sword sect. The black-robed handsome man, with a long sword, was walking slowly on the mountain road. Suddenly, his eyes were like a sword light, breaking the space, and looking at Nujiang. Sangyu. Taihu. An old man in gray clothes was standing by the lake, holding a fishing rod and dozing with his eyes closed. His motionless hands trembled slightly. And he opened his eyes, and looked in the direction of the Nujiang River. This small movement shocked the arowana that was about to bite. Barbarian Domain. Thunder Lake Domain. Mountain Domain. The moment when the eyes appeared in the black cave at the bottom of the Nujiang River. It alarmed the power of the dozens of large domains around the surrounding dozens of large domains. And put their eyes into Nujiang. In the northern area. A palace built on the towering snowy mountains. The moment the black hole eyes appeared, the woman's pretty eyebrows slightly frowned. And then she snorted in disgust. Huh? Disgusting bug. Stretch out an index finger like the white jade. And gently, the sky in front of the new river. The sky suddenly changed at the top dozens of miles in front of it. The white clouds of thousands of miles are rolling crazy. And instantly rotate to form a huge vortex. Numerous electric flashing thunder. Heaven and earth were a riots. An Optimus jade pillar like fingers stretched out of the vortex. And it seemed very slow to press the river as the lightning. The turbulent river surface was instantly squeezed by the invisible momentum. And the immeasurable river water turned into nothingness before contacting the fingers. The rocks and magma at the bottom of the river also instantly turned into nothingness. The giant finger was directly pressed on the huge hollow cube. Big sounds. Elephants are invisible. The cube of hard bronze boxes turned into a black hole in the unstable black hole inside. And it was directly obliterated. The giant finger seemed to just press an ant. And then slowly returned to the vortex of the sky disappeared. Dozens of eyes hovering over the Nujiang River also retreated together. The Nujiang and the bottom of the river left a huge empty hole. Full of invisible power. Causing the surrounding river water to be unable to close. Bai Donglin was in the magma, and the fish pond was affected and was pressed into nothingness. But he couldn't blame others. His situation was a bit special at that time. His soul kept disintegrating. And others couldn't sense that there was a living person next to the bronze box. He is now rotating between life and death. And he does not know what happened in the outside world. The virtual body resurrected out of thin air. And at the same time, the soul broke down again. The soul disintegrates, resurrects, disintegrates, resurrects. It has been repeated thousands of times until I completely forgot the look of the pair of eyes and erased the unknown atmosphere that the soul stops to continue to collapse. Finally alive again. The pain of the soul was tortured. What monster was behind the black hole? What kind of eyes to attack him? The power was so scary. Formation? Damn it. This is really unethical. He is still a 13-year-old child. He is so cruel to a rookie monk like him. It is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. When he came to his senses, he was shocked by the tragic scene in front of him. Where is the bronze box? Where is such a big black hole? It was here just now. At this time, he was lying naked in a huge potholes. The magma was gone. And the river water was gone. He could see the blue sky when he looked up. What happened? Bai Donglin, who was confused about the situation, stopped thinking about it. Since the bronze box and the black hole were gone, the problem of the gray fog should be solved. Although the process was a bit tortuous, he could go back and travel with peace of mind this time. Looking around, the magma was squeezed out, and the surrounding river water began to return. I felt the breath of the Sumi ring. Took some time to find the ring, and took a set of clothes from the Sumi ring. Fortunately, stay with one hand. Otherwise you have to run naked. Bai Donglin identified the direction and swam towards the Kanglin. Chapter 33 Return to Oneness. Candy Blue. Bai Donglin secretly climbed up the deck and saw everyone kneeling on the ground, hoeing, worshipping. Many people were so excited that they were crying. The gods have appeared. Thank you, God, for saving my life. Thank you, gods, for helping to subdue the demons. Bai Donglin was thoughtful when he saw this scene. It should be related to the huge pit. He was too lazy to think about it, and decided to ask Lu Dafu. The figure disappeared in an instant, and ran towards the captain's room. Brother Lu, what's wrong with this and what happened? As soon as Bai Donglin entered the captain's room, he saw Lu Dafu's pale face, and fell to the ground with a vomititis. Brother Bai, are you okay? Brother Bai. Lu Dafu and Zi Shaoling were surprised, because the monks in the cabin were either died or ran away. And Wan Lufei fainted. So he didn't know what happened below. Brother Bai's strength is really unpredictable. And in the face of such weirdness, it is unscathed. I'm fine. The bronze box is too hard. There is no way to destroy it. So I took it out for dozens of miles away and returned. After listening to the face of the face, Lu Dafu said, I don't know what to do in this bronze box. This is at least a great ability to return to one realm. It is terrifying from the endless distance. The point of the air is so scared. I can't stand up now. When Bai Donglin's expression moved, he had almost understood it. And he didn't need to ask anymore, so as not to explain many places. What is the realm of this realm? Captain Wang Lufei also survived, although the origin was damaged. The good or bad kept alive. They still underestimated the horror of the gray fog. Wang Lufei barely recovered some strength, and organized the staff to clean up the mess and replace the energy core, hoping to leave this unlucky place as soon as possible. 3 days later, the Blue continued to set sail. 2 or 7 domains on the side, and the Silver Snake Wharf was flying away. The Blue returned to peace. Bai Donglin resumed his regular daily routine, practicing the 7-injury fist every morning. He gained a lot from this strange chaos. During the 3 days of replacing the energy core, he secretly dived to the bottom of the river to enhance his energy until the water pressure was no longer useful. His body has been greatly improved again, and his one-arm power has exceeded 89,000 pounds. The soul has been strengthened after strengthening. The most obvious thing is that it will not feel exhausted to practice 7 injuries 3 times a day. The brain is more flexible. The thinking is clearer. The senses are sharper. And the sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth becomes stronger. Unfortunately, he did not practice the soul strengthening technique, and still could not guide the enhanced energy to strengthen his soul. Or you may have to wait until you open up your spiritual platform in the future. Otherwise you will just have to trigger the reversal of damage at the soul level like this time. Bai Donglin was not in a hurry. As long as he arrived in the wilderness and joined a physical cultivation sect, these problems would be solved. Now he should strengthen his body and lay a good foundation, which would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. Let's set a small goal first. Lift 100,000 pounds with one arm. After finishing his morning exercise, Bai Donglin went to find Lu Dafu again. Recently, the two of them had an in-depth discussion on topics such as the possibility of redeveloping the TND audiovisual mother and child symbols, multi-connection of subterminals, and methods of building signal towers and base stations. Bai Donglin's brilliant ideas and bold suggestions deeply impressed Lu Dafu. Bai Donglin's idea was very simple. He just wanted to create the internet. How boring would this long journey of seeking the truth be if he couldn't chat, brag, or gossip online? When Lu Dafu saw Bai Donglin coming to him, he immediately and warmly invited him to sit down and served him tea and water. It was not because of his brother Bai's powerful strength that he was so enthusiastic. He now feels that he and Bai Donglin are like-minded. Brother Bai's internet plan is really to his liking. If he was not interested in this, he would not have mastered the heaven and earth audiovisual talisman at such a young age. Brother Bai, please take a seat. Let's continue discussing the possibility of implanting the sub-end into the brain. Both of them firmly believe that if the internet was actually built, it would be a groundbreaking feat. Time passed quickly, and it was already the day to dock at Silver Snake Wharf. Lu Dafu is indeed hardworking, passionate, and smart. In just over 10 days, he has absorbed all of Bai Donglin's knowledge about the internet from his previous life. Not only that, but a lot of ideas are put forward based on the situation in this world. Bai Donglin felt that Lu Dafu was much more fanatical than him. He wondered if he would cultivate an internet addict. He hoped that Brother Lu would not neglect his cultivation because of this. Woohoo! The Blue let out a loud roar, and we arrived at the Silver Snake Dock. The Silver Snake Wharf is located in the Urkibian domain, Yuan Kingdom, because the wharf built along the river is as winding as a snake, and the river water is like sparkling silver light. It is named Silver Snake. The situation here is similar to that of Linjiang City. Both are under the jurisdiction of the Sect, and there is also a Silver Snake City. The people on the Blue began to disembark one after another. Many people were so happy that they had escaped death. When they got home, they must set up a long-term tablet for the gods, burn incense and pray day and night to repay the grace of saving their lives. Bai Donglin and the other two got off the boat together and stood at the Silver Snake Wharf. It was time to say goodbye. Brother Bai, my junior sister, and I came to be in Urki territory to participate in the Talisman Conference. This conference is a good opportunity to promote your internet plan, which will surely attract many like-minded people, waiting for the next time you meet again. Let Brother Bai see the progress of the internet. Lu Dafu's face was full of fanaticism, which made Bai Donglin feel a little embarrassed. Well, this young Master Tianfu was completely led astray by him. Zi Shaoling is still adorable, and hasn't changed at all. Goodbye. Brother Bai. Shaoling will miss you. Oh, it's delicious. Shaoling took a big bite of the butter bread in her hand and spoke vaguely. Bai Donglin smiled slightly, not caring, and took out a large can of red-haired milk from the sumer ring and handed it to her. Shaoling's eyes lit up, and she quickly took it. Thank you, Brother Bai. He took out another thin book and handed it to Lu Dafu, which contained some ideas and suggestions about the internet. Then he bowed to the two of them, smiled and said, the mountains remain green. The rivers flow forever. I'll see you later. Both of you. Brother Bai. Have a safe trip. Goodbye. Brother Bai. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. His figure moved and disappeared. Lu Dafu, who is cautious, knowledgeable, a genius in talismans, and known as the Prince of Heavenly Talismans, is a man of great talent. Shaoling is a pure-hearted, innocent, and kind-hearted mascot, a second-generation cultivator, and a silly foodie. They were all very interesting people, especially the foodie Shaoling. As his body became stronger, he became more and more sensitive to the taste of blood. He once felt a strange smell from Shaoling. This purple bell is probably not pure human. Bai Donglin gathered his thoughts, entered Silver Snake City, found the largest horse market, and bought 2 of the best dragon scale horses. Ride your horse towards the next destination. If you want to cross the shortcut and enter the raised domain, you must first reach the most eastern border of the 2-7 domains. It also requires crossing half of the border region and passing through several countries, which is also a considerable distance. Bai Donglin learned a lot about the cultivation world through Lu Dafu, and realized that traveling in the real cultivation world is not so hard. There is a domain door in the long distance of the cultivation industry, and there are flying boats at close range. The powerful Zhongman will also set up a small transmission formation method. The edge is a real bitter and remote place, and the road is so bitter. Just look at the people on the blue and you will know. It has been a long time since we have seen high-level monks who actually treat others as gods and clamor for setting up immortality tablets. Although his strength is indeed terrifying, he is just a cultivator after all. It's not far away. Take the shortcut and enter the Lei Zhe area. That is the real world of cultivation. Bai Dong's eyes are exposed. Chapter 34 Moya Yen Yen. A solitary smoke rises straight up in the desert, and the sun sets over the long river. After traveling for more than 10 days and crossing several countries, we finally arrived at the Moya Desert, a shortcut to the Lei Zhe area. Moya Yanyan is an ancient dialect of the local residents, meaning sea of fire of death. Death desert desert. Bai Donglin followed the local customs and wore a white gauze robe with gauze wrapped around his head. In fact, he can even do the butterfly stroke in the lava pool. So of course, he is not afraid of the high temperature. He just doesn't want to be too conspicuous. The climate here is hot all year round, and the local people wear cool clothes, especially the women, who show off their slender waists and thin arms. Their wheat-colored skin looks very healthy, full of the exotic style of Lulan. In this relatively conservative world, it is very rare to see women dressing so boldly. He was currently wandering around the city closest to the Moa Desert. He needed to collect information. All the information about this desert. He never fights a battle without confidence. If he rushes in rashly, the consequences may not be good. This city is far less prosperous than cities like Linjiang Yinshi, simply because the environment here is too harsh and the architectural style is very rough. The perennial sandstorms have destroyed all exquisite and beautiful things, leaving only practical objects. There are not many people here, but the proportion of monks is extremely high. There is no meaning for ordinary people to live here, as the natural resources are too poor. The mortals who stay here mainly work in the service industry, serving the monks. As for why there are so many monks here, we still need to explore further. Bai Donglin wandered around and headed for the largest restaurant in the city to inquire for information. This kind of place with many people and lots of gossip was the best. I walked into a restaurant called Jinsha, found a seat in the lobby, and sat down at random. Then called the waiter. Sir, what would you like to eat? Give me some of your specialties and a bottle of good wine. Okay. Sir, please wait a moment. When traveling, Bai Donglin will never treat himself badly. Tasting some exotic food is also a bit of fun on the boring journey. Soon the food and wine came up. I tasted them, and they were delicious. Due to the hot climate here, the dishes were relatively light. The fruit wine called thorny jujube wine was not strong, with a light fruity aroma, and was cool and delicious. While drinking, he pricked up his ears. With his current hearing ability, he could hear all the conversations in the hall as long as they were not transmitted by secret methods. In less than the time it took to finish a meal, he understood a lot of things and got answers to some of his confusions. Why are there so many monks here? This has to do with the history of the formation of the Moya Desert. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was no big desert here at all. Instead, it was a part of the Leze region. It was prosperous and had many sects based here. According to legend, hundreds of thousands of years ago, gods and men fought in the sky. The flame god was beheaded for 9 days. The huge god body fell here and turned into the flames to burn thousands of miles. The vast and prosperous land was burned into a desert, which is now the Moa Desert. At the beginning, countless ancestors were buried here, and many monks here went into the desert treasure hunt. And indeed, some people found ancient treasures in the desert all year round. And they also had a flying sky. Therefore, for so many years, many monks have been inspired. It is said that there are shocking secrets hidden in this desert, which are related to the gods and men who were killed in the past. If someone breaks into it by chance, as long as he does not die, he will get amazing fortune. There are many dangers in this desert, including the harsh environment, cruel bandits, ferocious beasts, and some killing formations left over from some sects. It can be said that it is full of dangers if you go in and run around without any experience. Not to mention other things. Just getting lost is enough to make you suffer. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. He was not interested in any shabby treasures that were hundreds of thousands of years old. He just wanted to cross the desert. But for a complete newcomer like him, it was certain that he would get lost the first time he went in. It seems that I can't go on the road alone. I have to find a tour guide. After finishing the wine in the glass, Bai Donglin paid the bill and left. Leaving the restaurant, he walked straight to the square of the city. From the news just received, many monks would recruit soldiers and horses in the square and form teams to go to the desert to search for treasure. After all, only a few people dare to be lone rangers. Faced with the numerous dangers in the desert, there is of course strength in numbers. Just find a reliable team and mix it into it to achieve the purpose of traveling through the desert. Central Square. Lifeong treasure hunting team is recruiting people. Come and see all. The Huasha team is urgent to find a mage. Come on, little brother. Come and have a look. There were many monks in the square, and noisy shouts were heard one after another. Bai Donglin walked and stopped, observing the various treasure hunting teams, and felt that these monks were too exaggerated and a little unreliable. Walking to the middle of the square was attracted by a group of onlookers and squeezed in. I saw a few big characters on a white cloth Taoist who went to raise you. There was an old gray clothes man standing under the white cloth. No wonder it attracted so many people. 99% of the people who came to this desert were treasure hunters. Few people would choose to cross the Moya Desert to the Leze domain, although it could save a lot of time. But compared with the dangers they would face, it was not worth it. They would rather spend 10 times more time taking a longer route. At least it is much safer. Time is worthless to most people. Bai Donglin's eyes lighten up. Which is suitable for you? You can observe one or two. And look at this person. The crowds of onlookers gradually dispersed. They all came to find babies. It was necessary to quickly find the treasure hunting team that suits them. After waiting for half an hour, the old man recruited 3 people. The 2 men and a woman. Both of them were good at the Yuan dynasty. I didn't have much choice, so I walked up to the old man, clasped my hands and said, "My fellow Taoist, I am also going to the Leze region. Do you have any requests?" Among cultivators, age is not considered important. Only cultivation level is considered. Those with similar cultivation levels call each other fellow Taoists. The old man looked Bai Donglin up and down. He had an extraordinary temperament and a calm aura. He should be a master. He smiled and said, "The desert is extremely dangerous. What matters most is strength. Taoist friend, you only need to show us your skills, and I will make the decision." Bai Donglin nodded slightly and agreed with this method. So he started to practice the 7 injury fist technique. He clenched his right fist. A powerful aura rose up. Sand and dust swirled around him, and he was about to punch out. "Stop and stop. No need to try. You can join." The old man's forehead was sweating slightly, and he was shrouded in a strong crisis. This punch was afraid that he would ask himself for half his life. Although this man's move is a bit strange, the strength is real. This cannot be fake. So he quickly stops Bai Donglin's punch. Bai Dong heard the words, "Calm down chi and blood," and stopped attacking. The old man was relieved, summoned the 4 together, and said, "Through the desert." People are fine instead of too much. For Taoist friends will join. And our trip will definitely go well. Now please go back and prepare the supplies needed in the desert. We will gather at the city gate tomorrow morning. The other two men were actually rare twins. Their auras were vaguely connected. And they should be good at combined attacking techniques. The other woman was dressed in a black robe and had a veil on her face. So her appearance could not be seen clearly. However, she exuded a cold aura, and it was obvious that she was not an ordinary person. This old man is not simple either. He has a sharp eye, and the people he recruits are not simple either. The four agreed and left. Bai Donglin went directly to the largest market for purchasing materials. First of all, a large amount of water, tents, and various small tools. I also bought a bunch of food. In fact, once you have cultivated your chi to the UI stage, you can practice fasting and use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain your body functions. However, many cultivators do not want to give up their desires for food and drink. After all, there is no saying that one must be pure-hearted and free from desires when cultivating immortals. Xi Shaoling is a good example. Although he himself could not absorb spiritual energy, he would not starve to death. There was no need for him to suffer that. He was not a masochist. So he bought a lot of food. Bai Donglin also bought a special mount. The sand scorpion, a creature that lives in the desert and has been domesticated over countless years as a means of transportation. It is extremely good at running in the desert. It is fast, drought resistant, and has a lot of advantages. After preparing all the necessary supplies, Bai Donglin found a restaurant, had a good meal, and then went to sleep to rest. Just wait for the great desert of Imoya Yin to the great desert. Chapter 35 The Clown is Me. Early next morning, Bai Donglin got up early, led the sand scorpion beast, and walked towards the city gate. This sand scorpion beast looks like a giant scorpion, with white scales all over its body, and hairs growing between the gaps in the scales. When they arrived at the city gate, the woman in black had actually arrived first. Bai Donglin thought he was already early enough. So he walked over and said "Lo." The woman in black just nodded coldly and said nothing. Bai Donglin smiled and didn't care. After waiting for a cup of tea, the twins arrived. And the old man also appeared later. Unexpectedly, the old man was not alone. He was accompanied by a woman in white. She also wore a veil. But judging from her figure and temperament, she must be a beauty. Suddenly I discovered why these female monks have become popular in wearing veils. Are the monks still afraid of being tanned by the sun? Are you afraid of causing trouble if you are too beautiful? Or are you afraid of scaring people if you are too ugly? Or is there any hidden secret? 6 people arrived. The old man just said "Lo," and did not introduce the woman in white next to him. It was not easy for others to ask questions. Several people stepped on the sand scorpion beast and ran towards the scorching desert of Maya. This city was originally the closest city to the desert. And it didn't take a group of 6 people long to reach the edge of the desert. Thousands of miles of yellow sand. Boundless. This was the first time Bai Donglin saw the desert in his past life. The endless yellow sand dunes in the distance were connected to the blue sky. There was no trace of green on the sand dunes. And the sky was clear and blue. Like the sea. The other 5 people looked accustomed to it. It was obvious that this was not their first time entering the scorching desert of Maya. "Let's go!" The old man said "Lo." And the 6 of them rode the sand scorpion beast into the desert. This sand scorpion beast seemed to have returned home. And its speed became faster. Sayatsi ran wildly, leaving a long tail of smoke and dust. According to the old man, the edge of the desert has been turned upside down by countless treasure hunters. Therefore, the first few days after entering the desert are the easiest. You just have to hurry and go, and there will be almost no danger. 5 days later, the group of people had crossed the safe area and began to slow down and become cautious. It was noon at this time. The sun was scorching the desert, and the air was slightly distorted, as if it was about to burn. At this time, the ground temperature was 200 to 300 degrees, and the air was close to 200 degrees. If it were an ordinary person, he would be roasted into a mummy in a matter of seconds. The 5 chi cultivators all had talismans attached to their bodies to insulate them from the high temperature. But Bai Donglin did nothing. The temperature made him unable to even sweat. So naturally there was no need for any extra effort. At this moment, the sand surface trembled slightly, and a huge sandworm emerged from the yellow sand and bit into the twin men. The twin brother is called Shanwen, and the younger brother is called Shanwu. I saw my brother calmly using a flying sword and instantly nailing the sandworm in the air. The sandworm has a tenacious vitality. And even after being nailed through the head by a flying sword, it was still twisting wildly. His younger brother Shanwu took out a big knife and slashed it out. The sword light of dozens of meters instantly split the sandworm in half. And the green viscous liquid sprayed everywhere. No matter how many times I see this thing, it's always so disgusting. Bai Donglin said with a hint of disgust. This sandworm reminded him of something bad. And he wanted him to hit it with his fists without even thinking about it. Absolutely impossible. So the sandworms I encountered in the past 2 days were all given to the twins. They were not powerful things. They were just disgusting. The 6 people kept walking and continued to move forward. During the period, they encountered several strange beasts, which they easily dispatched. They also encountered several treasure hunting teams. But their team was so powerful that no one dared to provoke them. At night again, several people set up camp and prepared to rest. The temperature in the desert is extremely low at night. And the sand scorpion beasts are very afraid of the cold. So they cannot travel at night. Bai Donglin skillfully took out the tent from the Shiwi ring and set it up. His mount, the sand scorpion beast, also began to dig a hole on the spot. Then got in and buried itself in the deep sand, which could keep warm. After setting up the tent, he got in and lay on the blanket. Bai Donglin opened his eyes thoughtfully. It seemed as if he was the only one in the team who wanted to go to Luai's territory. He always felt that the other people were hiding something. And this trip might not be smooth sailing. There are several formations arranged in the old man's tent to ensure the safety and privacy inside. The woman in white took off her veil at this time, revealing a charming and enchanting face. But her eyes shone coldly. The old man stood behind and said respectfully, "Miss, the plan is going well so far. The fish are all hooked and the net can be closed." The woman nodded, turned back and asked, "What details did Bai Donglin find out? It's really interesting to meet a physical practitioner in such a remote place." The old man hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said, "This man named Bai is very strict and insists that he is going to Luai's territory. Miss, to avoid any accidents, do you want to kill him first?" "No. No matter what his background is. As long as he goes in. He is out of control. If you want to blame him, just blame his own greed." After speaking, the woman in white took out a clay tablet from the Sumer ring. It looked like a clay tablet made of pressed yellow mud, but it had an ancient atmosphere, as if it had existed in the world a long time ago. The yellow clay board is covered with thick and crazy lines, as if they were scrawled on, and they vaguely form a mysterious pattern. The woman stroked the yellow clay tablet with a look of enthusiasm in her eyes, and the old man standing behind her also looked excited. "I have finally waited for this day. Since she got this yellow clay tablet, she spent a lot of money to figure out its function, spent several years crossing hundreds of realms, and finally arrived in the scorching desert of Maya after all the hard work, in order to find some chess pieces to use. She even deliberately revealed a hint of cryptic information, attracting a group of greedy people to take advantage of her. Needless to say, she faced various pursuits and games during this period. In the end, she was the winner. At this point, she has mostly succeeded." The woman in white no longer thought about it. She placed the yellow clay tablet on the ground solemnly, took out a dagger and cut her finger, and forced out the blood to smear complex runes on the clay tablet. While writing, he muttered mysterious formulas in his mouth, until the essence and blood runes covered the entire yellow clay tablet. The woman pinched a spell with a serious face. The essence and blood runes on the clay tablet seemed to come alive. They began to twist and slowly penetrated into the clay tablet. As the runes drilled in, the yellow clay tablet gradually turned red, until it finally turned into blood red. The woman in white looked happy and said excitedly, "It worked. It really worked." Even she didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Even though she had made countless preparations, she still couldn't believe it until the moment of success. Then he calmed down. Now everything was a foregone conclusion. It was time to close the net. "Mr. Liu." "Yes, miss." When the old man heard this, he moved his fingers, and the formation he arranged opened a slight crack. The breath of the blood-red clay tablets leaked out along the cracks. Inside the other 2 tents, the twin brothers, who were sitting cross-legged attentively, and the woman in black opened their eyes at the same time, with shocked expressions on their faces. When the aura of the red clay tablet appeared, the legend turned out to be true. Then he stopped thinking about it, and took out a piece of talisman and jade pendant and crushed it into pieces. In less than a moment, a large number of escaping lights pierced the night sky and landed on this small campsite. They were divided into 2 parties. sandwiching the tents of the old man and the woman in white. Suddenly, the scene became violent. Someone cast a spell to attract strong winds, and the tents were blown away in an instant. Bai Donglin, who was woken up, was lying on the blanket, looking at the tent flying further and further away, with a confused and hopeless expression on his face. Who I am? Where am I? At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the red clay tablet and did not notice him. Which, I didn't expect that what you said is true. Unfortunately, you don't take us seriously. After all, you are just making wedding clothes for us. Hand over the clay tablet, and I will spare your life. The two parties totaled 50 or 60 people, all of whom were masters of the divine bridge realm. Although the old man was a divine bridge perfectionist, he was outnumbered and had no chance of escaping. Bai Donglin saw the majestic crowd, and the 5 teammates, who had been together day and night, but now turned against each other, were all in the Xinqiao realm. And that red clay tablet looks like something extraordinary. What about going to Luai's territory together as we agreed? What about helping each other as promised? Haha. The clown is actually me. Bai Donglin lay on the ground like a salted fish, motionless, feeling so tired. The woman in white looked around, looking at everyone as if they were nothing, and said with a sneer, "You are very confident, but I hope you can be the same in the future." After saying that, he slapped the red clay tablet hard with his palm. Chapter 36. The Palace of Sanxi. The woman in white struck the red clay slab with her palm. The clay tablet fell apart instantly. Buzz. Following a buzzing sound, a blood-red hemispherical light mask appeared with the clay tablet as the center, enveloping everyone in it at a speed that no one had time to react. The blood-red light shield twisted for a while, and the red lightning inside was flying like a wild snake. The red light shrank and disappeared in an instant. Under the night sky, strange phenomena suddenly appeared in the scorching desert of Moya. From time to time, red lightning fell. A large number of treasure hunters were struck by lightning before they could react and disappeared in an instant. Bai Donglin only felt his eyes go dark. When he felt the light again, he found that he was no longer in the desert, but appeared in an unknown place. A blood moon hung in the sky, and the earth was blood red, as if it was soaked in blood. What the hell is this place? It's so weird. Looking around, the woman in white, the old man, and the many monks who suddenly appeared were all there. She calmed down and calmed down. It seemed that only the woman in white, who was the initiator of everything, knew what happened. Bai Donglin decided to wait and see what happens and not make the first move. Sure enough, someone couldn't help it any longer. The twin brother Shanwen shouted at the woman in white. What have you done? What the hell is this place? The woman in white smiled slightly, glanced at everyone, and said softly, "Don't keep your mouth shut and scream like a witch. The slave family has a name. Remember? The slave family is called Mei Hongying." After Mei Hongying finished speaking, she changed the subject and said with a smile, "Haha. As for where is this place? Isn't it the place you dream of coming in? Ju Tian. Ju Di. Ju Run. Ju Palace in the Sanxi. What did you say? The legend is true. The Shanghai Palace actually exists." Everyone looked excited. When they first got the news about Mei Hongying's release, they were skeptical. After all, the legend of Shanghai Ju Palace was too illusory. But even so, they still sent people undercover to be beside Mei Hongying with a just-in-case attitude. As soon as they and others received Mei Hongying and entered the desert, they led people to follow from a distance. I didn't expect that things would develop so smoothly, and that we would enter the legendary land so easily. Everyone calmed down and looked at Mei Hongying and the two men with ferocious faces. Since the goal had been achieved, there was no need for these two people to live. This woman knew Shanghai Ju Palace so well that it would be better to kill her to avoid something unexpected happening. All the monks looked at each other, and then one of the monks jumped up and turned into a giant energy tiger and rushed towards Mei Hongying. Mei Hongying didn't hide away when she saw this, but stood there with a sneer on her face. The giant tiger, transformed by energy, was about to kill Mei Hongying, but it suddenly stopped in the air. The energy dissipated, and the monk inside fell to the ground with a painful look on his face. Following the shrill screams, the middle-aged monk rolled on the ground in pain, and dense bloody runes appeared on his skin, swimming on his skin as if alive. In less than a moment, the middle-aged monk turned into a pool of blood. It seeped into the ground, dyeing the bloody land even redder. Many monks were frightened and took a step back. The screams were so miserable You can imagine the horrific torture the middle-aged monk suffered. Shanwen's face turned pale, and he asked tremblingly, What did you do? Mei Hongying's face was indifferent. She looked at everyone with cold eyes and said, A bunch of idiots. Do you really think I'm that careless to leak such important information? Everything is just my plan. Now you are all covered by a blood contract. If you don't want to die miserably, just obey me honestly. The monks looked ugly. They were careless. Bai Donglin carefully sensed his body, and indeed sensed a vague energy in the blood, which was hidden, but not revealed. He didn't pay much attention to the blood contract. The worst he could do was die once and change his body. However, he didn't intend to attack. So he decided to follow Mei Hongying for the time being and act according to the opportunity. He had a dark eye on this place, and didn't even know how to get out. It would be troublesome if he was trapped in here. Mei Hongying ignored everyone's random thoughts. With the blood contract, these people's life and death depended on her own thoughts. They were just a group of pathfinding stones. Holding the spell with her hands and sensing with her eyes closed, Mei Hongying then chose a direction and strode forward. Many monks could only follow behind with sad faces, not daring to resist. After walking for less than a cup of tea, everyone came to a fork in the road. The intersection was divided into two. What was strange was that the front of the intersection was shrouded in a layer of blood mist. No one could see through the blood mist using various means. Mei Hongying stopped, glanced at the fork in the road, and then pointed at a monk casually. Go and explore the road. The selected monk's face turned pale, and he did not dare to resist. The middle-aged monk who died tragically just now was still fresh in his mind. Then he chose a path hesitantly and walked forward. Not long after entering the blood mist, a scream suddenly came. And then, there was no movement. Mei Hongying raised her eyebrows, and the blood contract she sensed suddenly dissipated. It seemed that she was not very lucky. Then, he was the first to take another path without hesitation, as if he knew there was no danger. The faces of the many monks behind changed. They finally knew the purpose of this witch. She wanted to use them as a pathfinder. It's a pity that now I can't control my life or death, so I can only follow him with an ugly expression. The same scene happened in every corner of this space. And many treasure hunters also encountered crossroads. Pick one of two. Choose the right one to live. Choose the wrong one to die. Everyone continued to walk forward, and soon they encountered another fork in the road. This time it was a three-way intersection. Mei Hongying selected another monk at random. The monk who was selected softened his legs and collapsed on the ground. The monks who were not selected all looked lucky, except Bai Donglin. Mei Hongying frowned and said coldly, If you don't want to die, move faster. The unlucky monk got up tremblingly. What else could he do? If you choose, you still have a 1/3 chance of surviving. If you don't choose, you will die immediately. The monk walked into the blood mist with a groan. After a while, he also screamed. It seemed that the unlucky monk was indeed a bit unlucky. Mei Hongying continued to order people, and this person had a half chance of surviving. Fortunately, the monk behind him chose the right path and did not die. Everyone kept going all the way, and when there was a fork in the road, they ordered their troops and generals. Bai Donglin didn't know whether it was good luck or Mei Hongying did it deliberately. He didn't hit him once and just went all the way. After passing all the way, they passed through a blood mist, only to find that there was suddenly no fork in the road ahead. The blood mist also dissipated. What appeared in front of everyone was a towering wall. The wall was made of unknown metal and was smooth and clean. On this metal wall, there were 10 large dark and deep holes lined up side by side. Everyone present knew what this meant. A narrow escape from death. Only one of the 10 cave entrances is a way to live, and the rest are dead ends. Mei Hongying did not send 10 people together at the same time. Although there are still about 40 pathfinding stones left. We can save them if we can, and we don't know what will happen later. I randomly started to order people, and tried them one by one. I was not very lucky this time and 7 people died. Mei Hongying looked calm, while the other monks had expressions of being spoiled. They jumped repeatedly between life and death, and their spirits were on the verge of collapse. Everyone walked through this dark passage and walked out of the cave entrance to find that their eyes lit up. This was a huge and bright underground space. In the center of the space stands a huge black palace. The whole thing is made of unknown metal, reflecting the cold light of the metal, and looks extremely hard. In fact, the cave entrance is still dozens of miles away from the palace, and there is a dense forest between the two. The palace is really too huge, and it seems to be right in front of you even though it is so far away. Some monks wanted to turn into escaping light and fly towards the palace. As soon as they left the ground, they were pressed to the ground by an invisible formation and could not move. It was obvious that there was a forbidden air formation inside. So we had to walk through the dense forest to the palace. Even Mei Hongying, who was calm and gentle, looked solemn. It seemed that this dense forest was not simple. The remaining 30 or so people walked towards the dense forest under Mei Hongying's urging. The monks were not fools. They naturally knew that the front was dangerous. So they all cheered up and used various means to protect themselves tightly. Not long after entering, an accident occurred as expected. An extremely small space crack appeared in an instant and passed through a monk. The monk was not aware of it. After walking for more than 10 steps, he fell into 2 halves and fell to the ground. Everyone's expressions were ugly. Their defenses were meaningless in the face of the space cracks. They would all be as fragile as paper. It seems that this dense forest is the same as before. Live or die. All depends on luck. Chapter 37. Underground Jungle. The group of people had been walking for an hour, and were only halfway through the journey. The dangers everywhere in the dense forest prevented them from increasing their speed. Everyone formed a long snake formation, with Mei Hongying, Bai Donglin and the old man walking in the middle, passing the greatest danger to the monks at the head and tail. Halfway through, another 7 or 8 people died. Some were bitten by poisonous insects and instantly turned into green water. Some were burned to ashes by flames that appeared out of thin air. Some were swallowed by piranha flowers. There were various ways to die. There is no doubt that he will die. At this time, they are not like monks with great supernatural powers, but as fragile as ordinary people. They can only leave life and death to luck. At this time, other people appeared one after another in the dense forest. They were desert treasure hunters who were struck by lightning. The dense forest suddenly became lively. From time to time, traps could be seen being triggered, and screams before death could be heard one after another. Mei Hongying's eyes lit up when she saw this, and she immediately ordered the team to speed up. The traps in this dense forest are formed at intervals. Now that there are so many mines, the safety is greatly improved. Sure enough, as more and more monks entered the dense forest, the chance of encountering traps decreased. Everyone immediately ran with all their strength. And it didn't take long to run dozens of miles and emerge from the dense forest. Except for a few unlucky ones who triggered the trap and died on the spot. The remaining 20 or so people all walked out of the dense forest alive. The moment they walked out of the dense forest, everyone was stunned by the huge palace in front of them. They couldn't even see the top when they looked up, and the sides couldn't be seen on the left and right. The entire palace was integrated without a single gap, as if it was made of a single piece of black metal. There is also a huge stone tablet erected in the square in front of the palace, with 2 lines of bright red characters engraved on it. My magical powers are not as good as those of the heavens. I am absolutely heavenly, peerless, and peerless. Bai Donglin's expression changed. Excellent immortal? Didn't Mei Hongying say Ju Tian? Ju Di? Ju Ren? It seems that she doesn't know everything. Days? So that's it. Bai Donglin thought thoughtfully. He probably understood why this strange place had such a strange test. Other people's secret realms are either a test of combat prowess, a test of talent, or perseverance and willpower. What a wonderful place this is. It's a complete test of one's luck. This is the so-called fate and luck. It seems that the owner of this palace was not very lucky. He died within a few days. Otherwise, he would not have such a big obsession. Bai Donglin stopped thinking and followed everyone to the metal palace. In front of the palace was a box made of brass. There was a hole in the box and black mist surrounded it, making it difficult to see what was inside. Is this a lottery? Mei Hongying glanced at everyone and said slowly. Each of you take something out of the box and give it to me, and I will cancel the blood contract on you. Sure enough, as Bai Donglin thought, this was a lottery box, and it was unknown what the reward would be. The expressions of many monks changed, although they knew that this box might not be simple and might lead to death. The temptation to cancel the blood contract was too great. And did they have any choice? Before the blood contract is lifted, their lives are still red. Then the twin brother Shanwu stood up first, and his brother Shanwen died at the 3rd fork in the road. I carefully put my hand into the box. The hole was filled with black mist, and I couldn't see inside at all. What I found out depended on luck. Everyone watched with bated breath. Shanwu grabbed something with a determined look on his face. He slowly pulled out his hand and opened his palm. It was a red jade metal. Survived? Shan Wu collapsed on the ground, sweating profusely. It was so exciting that he seemed to smell the smell of death just now. Good. Mei Hongying nodded with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, it was a good start. And it was a very important red jade medal. After receiving the jade token handed over by Shan Wu, she did not break her promise. She pinched the spell with her hands. Red runes appeared on Shan Wu's skin, twisted and moved, and gradually gathered together to become a drop of blood, and then floated from Shan Wu's body. Come out and return to Mei Hongying's hand. Shan Wu collapsed on the ground with a pale face. Very weak. This was also a sequelae of taking out the blood contract. This is why Mei Hongying is not afraid that they will trouble her later. And these people are on the verge of mental collapse. If they are not given a little hope, they may not be obedient. And after passing this level, they have no use value anymore. So she simply makes this decision and achieves success in one fell swoop. Seeing that Mei Hongying kept her word, the rest of the people also breathed a sigh of relief. And their spirits on the verge of collapse eased a little. Another monk walked up nervously, slowly put his hand into the box, groped for a while, grabbed an item, and slowly pulled it out. It was a broken sword tip, and there was still a trace of blood on the sword tip. The man's face changed drastically. The sword tip trembled slightly, and a huge sword light swallowed the man instantly, leaving no trace of residue behind. What a pity. Next one. Under Mei Hongying's urging, one by one stepped forward to draw the prize. Some people were lucky enough to draw out a jade slip, a piece of precious ore, a bottle of elixir, a jade tablet, etc. All of these people were fine. They handed the things to Mei Hongying and were released from the blood contract. People who were unlucky were in misfortune. They were poisoned when they found poisonous insects, burned to death when they found a ball of flame, struck to death by lightning, hacked to death with swords. Their deaths were all bizarre, but not very painful. They were killed instantly. The mortality rate this time was not high. The odds were 1 to 1. Mei Hongying also harvested more than a dozen treasures. She was so happy that she burst into laughter. There were only 3 people at the scene who had not yet drawn the lottery. Mei Hongying gave Bai Donglin a look, suggesting that he go for the lottery. Bai Donglin was stunned for a moment. He had been lying there all the way and couldn't react for a while. He smiled sheepishly and said, I always thought we were in the same group. It seems I misunderstood. Sorry. Ha ha ha. Mei Hongying raised her eyebrows. Are all the bodybuilders just idiots with a head full of muscles? Isn't this person afraid of death? He even managed to laugh. Mei Hongying never asked Bai Donglin to find a way to die. Of course, it was not because she fell in love with Bai Donglin's handsome skin. It was just that it was rare to meet a body cultivator. And this person was not the same as those monks. She already somewhat believed that Bai Donglin just wanted to go to Laziyu. And he just stumbled into this situation by mistake. It's a pity that she won't let him go. It's just a habit to leave him at the end. Just like some people will eat the delicious food first, and some people will save the delicious food for last. She is the latter. Bai Donglin is a rare physical cultivator who is special and interesting. So he was left at the end by her. Bai Donglin didn't say much and calmly walked to the box. He didn't know what his luck was. While thinking about it, he stretched out his hand and touched it. He felt that there were many items inside, and he couldn't tell whether they were good or bad at all. He could only try his luck. At this time, Bai Donglin felt that he had touched something round. It should be a good thing. Then he took out his hand and took a look, and his face suddenly fell. It turned out to be a small black skull. The black skull turned into a puff of black smoke and instantly entered Bai Donglin's mind, heading straight for his soul. And he fell to the ground instantly. Mei Hongying shook her head sadly. She didn't know whether she felt sorry for Bai Donglin or because she was missing another treasure. He took out a red jade token and handed it to the old man. They walked side by side to the palace. The jade token in their hands flashed red, and they passed through the gate. When the other dozen or so people who survived saw this scene, they all got up and walked into the palace one by one. They knew the rules during the lottery. Only those who had won the prize once could enter the palace, or they could enter with a red jade card. The real heaven-defying treasures are all in the palace. Of course they don't want to miss them. And if they want to leave this ghost place, the only way is inside the palace. After everyone left, Bai Donglin opened his eyes and stood up. His soul was indeed destroyed by the black skull, and he was resurrected in an instant. No 6. Basic operations. Feeling that it would take some time for the treasure hunters in the jungle to come out, Bai Donglin decided not to wait for them, and was ready to take action directly. If I drain the prize pool, You can only blame your own bad luck. And have a moment of silence for those who come after you. He rubbed his hands and stood in front of the box. And said with a smile, "Then I won't be polite." He rolled up his sleeves and roughly put his hand in. Chapter 38 Beast Fighting. Bai Donglin took out his hand and took out a piece of blue metal. He didn't recognize it. It should be a very precious material. Good. He smiled. Put it into the sumer ring. And continued to draw. This time I was not very lucky. I pulled out a thunder bead and was instantly blown to pieces by lightning. The lottery continued after resurrection. In order to seize the time, Bai Donglin's hand speed became faster and faster. Not every attack drawn can kill him instantly. Some poisons cannot kill him instantly, but instead give him a lot of strengthening energy. After 500 times, Bai Donglin found that the more times he drew, the closer the ratio of reward to punishment was to 1 to 1. His sumer ring is already filled with more than 200 items, which are worth a lot of money. When he continued to stretch his sinful hand towards the box, something unexpected happened. The lottery opening of the brass box actually closed. Isn't it? Are you so stingy? You can't afford it. Right? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows and said in an unhappy tone, "If you can't afford it, don't open a casino. Isn't it a shame? Can't you afford it? Run the 7-injury boxing manual. Explode with all your strength. And punch the brass box hard." After being hit by such a powerful punch, the box didn't even shake, leaving no trace. And even the sound of the impact seemed to have been sucked in. He shook his head and had no choice. He was not willing to force others to do anything. So he walked towards the palace with a little reluctance, looking back 3 times at a time, hoping to see the lottery port of the box open again. The moment Bai Donglin entered the palace, the lottery slot in the brass box suddenly appeared again. At this time, treasure hunters in the dense forest also appeared one after another. Although there were heavy casualties, the victory was due to the large base. And there were quite a few of them. Inside the huge palace, Bai Donglin felt the light in front of his eyes flicker. And when he came to his senses, he was already in a huge coliseum. Looking around, he found that he was standing on the stand Mei Hongying. The old man and the monks who came in earlier were all nearby. But there were a few monks missing, and they didn't know where they were. Hey, Lo, what's going on now? The people who were staring at the coliseum below were all stunned when they heard this familiar voice. You're not dead? Mei Hongying's charming eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly, obviously very shocked by Bai Donglin's resurrection from the dead. Mei Hongying's heart was in turmoil. She was very sure that Bai Donglin was completely dead at that time. His soul aura dissipated, and the blood contract was automatically terminated. As the controller of the blood contract, she would never be wrong. But what's going on with this lively person in front of me? Could it be another set of twins? Mei Hongying took a deep look at Bai Donglin and said slowly, I didn't expect that I still look down on you. They say that you have a strong body and vitality. And you are an invincible little strong. You are indeed worthy of your name. Bai Donglin smiled slightly, and did not explain too much. It was normal for his body to be misunderstood as a physical practitioner because of his physique beyond the limits of the human body. He currently only lacks the physical training skills. When he joins the sect, with his current physical foundation, it will not be difficult for him to soar into the sky. Miss May, there is no need for us to be hostile to each other at this point. Speaking of which, we don't have any deep hatred. I have to thank you for this opportunity. This place is so dangerous. If you tell me what you know, we might be able to help each other a little. What do you think? Of course, it was fake. Bai Donglin was smiling on the surface. But he had already thought about killing this vicious woman if he had the chance. If he hadn't been immortal, he would have been killed by this woman. This was a murderous revenge. Mei Hongying covered her mouth and laughed when she heard this. Haha. Mr. Bai is really broad-minded. And the slave family is very touched. When they leave the Shahaiju Palace, the slave family will have a drink and have an in-depth exchange with Mr. Bai. Where is your sister? Bai Donglin smiled and nodded and said, Miss May is so elegant. Of course, I will sweep up the bed and wait for you. But now, we should discuss how to deal with the Shahaiju Palace. I am of low strength, and I am afraid that I will die in this Ju Palace if I am not careful. The two people, who had different thoughts, communicated happily with smiles on their faces. The monks next to him looked at Bai Donglin with disdain. After being bullied by this vicious woman, he still wanted to be a bitch. It's also that they are not strong enough now to defeat that old man. Otherwise they will fight to the death with him to avenge their tragic death. Through communication with Mei Hongying, Bai Donglin also roughly understood the current situation. A treasure will be randomly refreshed in the center of the Colosseum, and the information about the treasure will be briefly introduced. If you are interested, you can challenge it. If you succeed, you will take the treasure to the next level. If you fail, you will of course die. At this time, a blue sword was suspended in the center of the Colosseum. Looking at the sword, a piece of information appeared in Bai Donglin's mind. Bibo sword. Water attribute. Middle grade spiritual treasure. Bai Donglin's expression changed. It turned out to be a Lingbao. You must know that even ordinary Lingtai realm monks don't have Lingbao. A magic weapon must be born with spiritual wisdom before it can be called a spiritual treasure. Every spiritual treasure is unique and extremely precious. I am afraid that even a monk in the Yuanshan realm and Dharma realm will be attracted by this blue wave sword. The weapons used by ordinary people in this world are all called ordinary weapons, while the cultivation world divides magic weapons into Dharma, Spirit, Saint, Tao, and Immortal. Each of them is divided into 4 levels: lower, middle and upper. The gap between each level is huge. It can be said that they are worlds apart. There are many Lingtai realm monks who are still using magic weapons. This blue wave sword is just floating below, and even Bai Donglin is moved. It's a pity that someone has already challenged, and the rest can't participate in the competition. At this time, there was another change below. There were ripples in the air, and a mangled corpse fell to the ground. Failed. The Bibo sword flashed and disappeared together with the monk's body. Everyone in the stands had pity in their eyes, and it was obvious that they all felt pity for the blue wave sword. There was a flash of light in the center of the Colosseum, and another treasure slowly emerged. It was a white jade bottle. Inside the bottle was a golden bead, emitting a faint golden light. A message appeared in everyone's mind. Dragon blood. This turned out to be a drop of dragon blood, although I don't know what effect it has. When it comes to creatures like dragons, this is also an extraordinary treasure. Bai Donglin didn't take action. Although the dragon's blood was precious, it was useless for him to hold it. The old man Lu next to him looked at Mei Hongying excitedly and said, "Miss, let me get the dragon's blood for you." Seeing Mei Hongying's hesitant look, old man Lu added, "Sooner or later, we have to enter this Colosseum. It was the young lady's father who saved me, and my life has long belonged to the Mei family. Mr. Lu, be careful." Old man Lu nodded and jumped down from the Colosseum. A ripple flashed through the air, and his figure disappeared. "Don't worry, Miss Mei. Lu Laoji has his own destiny, and everything will be fine." Bai Donglin comforted him from the side. Mei Hongying nodded a little absently. "I wonder what role this dragon's blood has in making Miss Mei so interested in it." Mei Hongying glanced at him and said slowly, "Dragon blood has many uses, including refining weapons, refining elixirs, and taking it internally. As for the slave family, the dragon blood has other uses, so it's hard to tell the young master." Bai Donglin smiled and didn't ask any more questions. After a cup of tea, another ripple appeared in the air below. Old man Lu fell out of it. He was extremely injured. His breath was weak, and his right arm was completely broken. But at least he survived. The jade bottle suspended in the air slowly floated in front of old man Lu. Old man Lu took it excitedly, jumped onto the stand, handed the dragon's blood to Mei Hongying and said, "Miss, your dragon's blood." Mei Hongying took the jade bottle with excitement, quickly took out a bottle of healing elixir, and asked old man Lu to heal his wounds. Several monks around saw old man Lu being seriously injured and the dragon's blood. They looked at each other and wanted to snatch it and kill the woman to avenge her. Mei Hongying noticed their movements, turned around and glanced at them with a cold and stern look. She pinched her hand and pulled out a bloody flying sword. The flying sword was like a living creature, making bursts of sword sounds and surrounding Mei Hongying. Circle and fly. Lingbao. It is actually another Lingbao flying sword, although it is far inferior to the mid-grade Lingbao Bibo sword. This spiritual aura is indeed a genuine Lingbao. This Mei Hongying is indeed hidden, and it also contains such a big killer weapon. The monks' expressions froze, and they showed a smile that was uglier than crying. They retreated and retreated far away. They did not dare to stay with Mei Hongying for fear of being decapitated by the Lingbao flying sword. In this short period of time, another change occurred below the Colosseum. Ripples rippled, and a treasure slowly emerged. A black jade tube the size of a finger. As the information emerged in his mind, Bai Donglin's expression changed and his eyes showed excitement. Supernatural power. The eye of the soul. Chapter 39 Will of Light. She controls spells. And body controls magical powers. Magical power. This is an exclusive secret method for body cultivation. And it is also a spiritual power, which is extremely precious. Bai Donglin didn't have time to think too much, fearing that someone else would get there first. So he used his skills to leave a long string of afterimages and jumped off the stand. As the ripples appeared, the figure disappeared. Bai Donglin felt as if he had passed through a layer of bubbles and appeared in a wide dim space in an instant. There is a huge stone table in the center of the space. There are 2 light balls suspended on the stone table, each with a character inside. One is luck and the other is war. Bai Donglin stared at the light ball, and information came to his mind. It turns out that there are 2 ways to challenge. One is a test of luck, and the other is a test of combat power. If you choose any method, you will get rewards if you pass it. Select luck, and 10 glasses of wine with the same appearance will appear, 9 of which are poisonous wine that will lead to death. As long as you choose a non-toxic wine and drink it, you will be successful in the challenge. If you choose the wrong one, of course you will be poisoned and fail the challenge. Select fight, and 100 monks of the same realm will appear in the hall. If you win the battle, you will pass the challenge. Bai Donglin smiled slightly, but he didn't expect that Zhu Gong would become more humane now. But how did Old Man Lu pass such a difficult challenge? Could it be that the difficulty of the challenge is also different depending on how valuable the reward is? It seems that this magical power is much more precious than dragon blood. It's not that he looks down on Old Man Lu. Most people would have no chance of passing such a difficult challenge without cheating. One has a narrow escape, and the other has 1 against 100. Bai Donglin is confident that he can defeat 100 monks of the same level. He is immortal and has no fear of injury. The most fearless thing is a group battle of attrition. You can win, but you don't have to. He still chose the more energy-saving narrow escape and reached out to grab the light ball with the word luck. The ball of light broke as soon as it was touched. The word luck turned into a point of light and disappeared. And the other ball of light also disappeared. There was a flash of light on the stone table, and 10 white jade cups appeared out of thin air, all filled with clear wine. Bai Donglin observed carefully and found that they were exactly the same. Whether it was color or taste, he could only choose by luck. As long as you drink the non-poisonous wine, you will pass the challenge. Right? Bai Donglin smiled and took out an iron bowl from the Shumi ring. This was his meal. Put the bowl on the table and pour all 10 glasses of wine into the bowl. Being poisoned is very painful, so let's do it all at once. Bai Donglin picked up the iron bowl and drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. Good wine. Before he finished speaking, his whole body and soul turned into nothingness. And in a breath, naked Bai Donglin appeared out of thin air. Oh my god! Isn't this poison too overbearing? It just turns people into nothingness. And even my clothes are melted away? Bai Donglin was stunned for a moment, and quickly picked up the Sumer ring. Fortunately, the material of the Sumer ring was known for its hardness, and the poisonous wine was mainly aimed at the human body. But there was no damage. He took out his clothes and put them on, when a wave of waves appeared in the dim space, sweeping back and forth, as if confirming something. Ripples in space appeared, wrapping around Bai Donglin and disappearing. In the Colosseum, an unharmed Bai Donglin appeared out of thin air, and the black jade tube automatically floated over. Bai Donglin took it excitedly. What a good thing. The magical power of cultivating the soul. This time, I will make a lot of money. He put the jade tube into the Shumi ring, ignored the shocked eyes of everyone in the stands, and disappeared with a thought. But he left the Colosseum. Each person can only complete the challenge here once, so it is useless to stay here. So I simply entered the next place. I hope I can finish this palace as soon as possible, so that I can leave as soon as possible. The picture flowed, and when Bai Donglin regained his sight, he had already appeared in a field of ice and snow. Stretch out your palms to catch the goose feather like snowflakes. The cold wind blows on your face. So real. This is indeed a real world. This Sanxi palace is probably really related to the divine corpse that fell from the 9 heavens. It is unbelievable to incorporate the small world into the palace. Withdrawing his thoughts, Bai Donglin followed the guidance in his mind, and walked towards the towering snow-capped mountains in the distance. The challenge in this small world was to climb to the top of the mountain. It doesn't feel very difficult. Half an hour later, halfway up the mountain, Bai Donglin was breathing heavily. His hair and eyebrows were covered with ice. What the hell is this place? It's so cold. Bai Donglin was shivering from the cold. and the thick qi and blood in his body were running wildly. The temperature brought by the high-speed running qi and blood barely maintained the core temperature in his body. If the body's core temperature is too low, it can lead to organ failure and death. This place was too weird. He didn't know how cold it was here, but it was definitely not easy to freeze him like this. This was not a naturally formed low temperature. There must be a formation maintaining it all. The only thing that satisfied him was that the low temperature here triggered damage reversal. Although it only had a weak energy, the damage caused by the low temperature here was very weak. At least not fatal. The only thing that made him sick was that the negative effects were so terrifying. Not only was his movement slow, he felt like his brain was frozen and his thinking was slowing down. After a short rest, Bai Donglin continued to climb up. The mountain was extremely steep. He needed to insert his hands into the hard ice and climb up bit by bit. Just like rock climbing. Not long after climbing, a strong wind suddenly blew up again. Bai Donglin clung to the ice wall. The cold wind took on a quiet color, as if it could blow into people's bones and souls. Bai Donglin felt like his soul was about to be blown away. Along with the cold wind, there was an inexplicable momentum coming. This momentum seemed to come from this world, preventing him from continuing to climb. Bai Donglin felt that his consciousness was beginning to become addicted, and there seemed to be a voice in his head saying, "Give up. Stop resisting. The power of heaven and earth is irresistible." Click. There was a crack in the ear, and it fell off when the wind blew it. There was no trace of blood on the wound. The clicking sound of his ears falling off woke up Bai Donglin. It was so dangerous. But fortunately, he was strong-willed. Otherwise, he would have been tricked. He immediately calmed down his mind and strengthened his mind to fight against the omnipresent trend of heaven and earth. If you don't get it done, you will fall if you continue like this. You will not die, but you will have to start over. If you try hard and then fail, you may not be able to climb up again if you try again. Bai Donglin forcibly cheered up and took out a fiery red stone from the Shumi ring. There was a thin layer of flame burning on the surface of the stone. He didn't know what kind of stone it was. He got it by drawing a lottery from the box. He only knew that this stone would emit high temperature. Bai Donglin originally wanted to open his mouth and swallow the stone into his stomach, but found that his mouth and throat were frozen. His muscles were stiff, and he couldn't open his mouth at all. After thinking about it for a while, his thinking was already very slow at this time, and he still had to think about things that he usually didn't need to think about for a while. He took out a knife from the Shumi ring. It was a high-grade magic weapon, and was obtained by drawing a lottery. Without thinking much, he held the long knife behind his back with one hand, and opened his chest with one blow. Thanks to the low temperature, his defense became very weak, and he could easily open his chest. Bai Donglin pressed the flame stone into his chest, and placed it next to his heart. A heat was conducted into the heart, and flowed throughout the body through the blood. The blood temperature is getting higher and higher, running faster and faster, and the whole body is getting warmer. Call. Bai Donglin opened his mouth, and let out a breath of white air. He was finally able to move again. It was really cowhide, and he almost froze to death. Feeling that his hands had regained strength, Bai Donglin continued to climb up. Not far from the top of the mountain, in the cracks in his chest, red flames flashed. Superhero cyborg? Or Ultraman? The Giant of Light? Bai Donglin feels that he is now more like Ultraman, who will never be defeated, especially when the red light flashes, and can always burst out with powerful power to defeat the enemy. This is the will of light that never yields. His will was suppressed by the general trend of the world, and he was almost frozen to death by the low temperature. Not only did he not give in, but he was able to come up with such a perfect solution. He felt that he was a genius, with super recovery ability, tenacious will, and the heat provided by the flame stone. Bai Donglin finally climbed to the top of the mountain at the cost of 2 ears, 1 leg, and 3 fingers. Unexpectedly, the temperature at the top of the mountain was very normal and warm as spring. Bai Donglin lay on the ground and gasped for air. His body temperature gradually returned to normal, and his recovery ability gradually improved. Ears, fingers, and legs all grew out, and the internal organs squirmed to squeeze out the flame stone. And the wounds healed quickly. Within a dozen breaths, he was resurrected with full blood. After recovering, Bai Donglin stood up and looked around, and found a round stone platform in the middle of the small mountain top. The stone platform is covered with patterns, and there are countless fist-sized light balls floating above the stone platform. The ball of light rotated and danced, forming a huge vortex between the stone platform and the sky. The white light is shining and colorful. Chapter 40 Senior Bai descends from the sky. Bai Donglin walked towards the stone platform, looking at the balls of light flying all over the sky. Is this another lottery draw? A piece of information emerged. And sure enough, if you complete the challenge, you can draw 2 light balls as a reward. There are all kinds of strange items in the light ball, with varying degrees of rarity. Sure enough, it still depends on luck. The Lord of the Jew Palace was probably an old gambler during his lifetime. Bai Donglin didn't think much about it. According to his previous experience, there was no loophole to exploit at this time. He immediately jumped up and grabbed a ball of light in each hand. When 2 light balls were caught, the remaining light balls disappeared like bubbles, opening his palm. What he grabbed in his left hand was an irregular object the size of a marble, purple and gold in color. What he is holding in his right hand is a transparent jade bottle, inside which you can vaguely see a pill the size of a dragon's eye. There are 4 pill patterns on the pill body, like a living thing circulating around the pill body endlessly. As he stared hard, the general information about the reward came to his mind. Unknown mysterious seeds can be used to cultivate plants with spiritual intelligence using essence and blood. The type is unknown, and the effect is unknown. This purple gold marble turned out to be a seed. Bai Donglin was very curious. The metal-like texture thought it was some precious material, but he didn't expect that it was a seed and could be fed. Put the purple gold seed into the summer ring and prepare to go out and study it carefully. The Sheng Sheng Good Fortune pill and the 4 heavenly transformation pills can repair Daoji injuries and have a certain chance of improving the quality of Daoji. Fortune Golden Elixir. This is also a priceless treasure. Even if you don't use it, you can still trade it. It is a priceless good treasure. The golden elixir is at the 9th level, and the spiritual elixir is at the 9th level. This is the classification of elixirs in this world. The elixirs with elixir patterns on them are golden elixirs. The elixirs with 3 elixir patterns below are earth elixirs. The elixirs with 4 to 5 or 6 elixir patterns are heaven elixirs. And the elixirs with 7 or 89 elixir patterns are elixirs. The elixirs without elixir patterns are collectively called spiritual elixirs, and they are divided into 9 grades according to their quality, with the 1st grade being the highest and the 9th grade being the lowest. This Sheng Sheng Good Fortune pill is the 4 Revolution Heavenly pill with 4 pill patterns. The value of this elixir is immeasurable. It is still a healing elixir that can cure Daoji. I solemnly put it into the Sumer ring. There is no doubt that this elixir will be of great use in the future. Bai Donglin stopped thinking about it. The most important thing now was how to get out of this palace. Looking around, he found that a brass waistband had appeared on the empty stone platform. He stepped forward and picked up the waist badge. On the back was a complicated inscription, and on the front was the word Jew with flying dragons and phoenixes. Staring at the word Jew, a stream of information poured into his mind, and Bai Donglin's eyes showed a look of understanding. So that's it. The yellow clay tablets with Mei Hongying are indeed the work of Shanghai Ju Palace. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, no one knows how many clay tablets have been lost. Holding the yellow clay tablet can open the peripheral test of the Sanxi Palace. Only monks below the Lingtai realm can enter. If you pass the peripheral test, you will receive a brass waist badge. Winners of the brass waist card can participate in the core inheritance trial that starts every 10,000 years. Those who pass the trial can inherit everything in Ju Palace. Over hundreds of thousands of years, the inheritance trial has been held countless times, and no one has passed it. It turns out that after doing it for a long time, it was still on the periphery. Is Mei Hongying's purpose just to get the brass belt? There is still a long time before the next inheritance trial. Maybe I will have a chance to come in and try it out then. Bai Donglin knew in his heart that the inheritance test would not be as trivial as the peripheral test. It was not simple, just because it did not limit the cultivation level. Condensing his thoughts. It is too early to think about these things. It is better to leave the Jew Palace now. Unfortunately, there is no chance to kill Mei Hongying now. I wanted to wait for her to pass a few more levels before harvesting. Who knew that the periphery of the Jew Palace would end here? But with this woman's ambition, she will definitely come in next time the core inheritance is opened. And it won't be too late to harvest it then. Bai Donglin followed the method in his waistband and stood on the stone platform. This stone platform has a teleportation function. Just as he stood on the stone platform, the inscriptions around the stone platform began to shine. Bai Donglin suddenly had a sudden inspiration and shouted loudly, "Brother Shirtai, can you please send me to the wilderness?" The light around the stone platform stagnated for a moment, and then a stronger light flashed through. A strong space wave rippled past, and Bai Donglin's figure on the stone platform disappeared in an instant. This was Bai Donglin's first time using the teleportation array. and he felt like he had entered a strange, radiant space. A layer of energy enveloped him, and his mind was stagnant. I don't know how long it took, but it seemed like only a moment passed. There was a flash of white light, and the transmission ended. When Bai Donglin regained consciousness, he found that he was falling crazily downwards. Looking around calmly, he should be high in the sky. The falling speed was getting faster and faster, and his body was in fierce friction with the air. Bai Donglin roughly estimated that he had fallen tens of thousands of meters. Through the clouds, the land below appeared in sight. An endless virgin forest. The speed is getting faster and faster, and the distance from the ground is getting closer and closer. The technique is running at full strength, and the whole body is shining with the luster of jade. Boom boom. There was a huge roar, and smoke and dust flew everywhere, like a meteorite impact. Bai Donglin only felt that his head hit a very hard object, and his brain was instantly shocked into paste. Could this stone platform be intentional? It's definitely intentional, right? Bai Donglin decided to use this stone platform to fill the manure pit in the next core trial. His brain recovered and he was resurrected instantly. He stood up from a big pit, and found the corpse of an unknown alien beast at his feet. It was bloody and bloody, with a cracked head. It was too dead to die. At this time, the smoke and dust fell, and Bai Donglin saw more than a dozen people around the pothole, including men and women, dead and alive. A few monks who could barely stand saw Bai Donglin coming out of the pit, and quickly saluted respectfully. Thank you, Senior, for saving your life. Thank you, Senior, for taking action to kill the ferocious beast. From their few words, Bai Donglin understood the situation instantly. It seemed that he accidentally killed the beast and saved them. So he smiled slightly and said, Everyone, you're welcome. When the road is rough, draw your sword to help. This is the basic virtue of our monks. I don't know where Shirtai teleported him. If he's not familiar with the place, it's very helpful to have a good relationship with these locals. The expressions of admiration on the faces of several people became even stronger when they heard this. Listen. Listen to them all. What does it mean to be an expert? What does it mean to be virtuous? Everyone looked at Bai Donglin, who was smiling despite his tattered clothes. As if he was shining, Bai Donglin stopped the white jade body tempering technique that was still running wildly in his body. The fluorescence on his body surface subsided, and he stepped forward and started chatting with everyone. It turned out that they were monks from the nearby Iron Bone sect, and they were taking the young monks from the sect to the main city to participate in some important assessment. Unexpectedly, when crossing the Lank Mountains, he encountered this powerful beast. If he hadn't happened to meet Bai Donglin, his entire army would have been wiped out. Bai Donglin nodded. This ferocious beast is indeed powerful. Its head is very hard. It is covered in steel and iron bones. It is even more amazing to use the white jade body tempering technique to defend itself at full strength, falling from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Such terrifying potential energy hit the ferocious beast on the head. The ferocious beast was crushed to death by him. It wasn't that the ferocious beast was weak, but Bai Donglin was just an iron-headed boy. At this time, everyone took the healing elixir, and their injuries gradually recovered. The strong chi and blood in their bodies began to circulate, and they exuded a fierce aura. Sensing the strong energy and blood in the monk in front of him, Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and then he asked in a somewhat urgent tone, What realm is this? Although everyone was a little surprised why Senior Bai would ask such a question, they still answered respectfully out of respect for the noble Senior Bai. Back to Senior. This realm is a wilderness. 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 Chapter 41 Extreme. It is indeed a desolate area. Call. Bai Donglin let out a long sigh and looked relaxed. He decided to spare Shirtai this time. Although his method was a bit clumsy, at least he still sent him to the wilderness. All the dangers along the way really confused him. He didn't know how many twists and turns he would encounter if he had to cross the even wider Laze area. Now it's alright. We can do it in one step. Now we just need to find the most powerful body sect in the wilderness to join us, and everything will be fine. Bai Donglin showed a gentle smile and asked everyone, I wonder which is the most powerful sect in our wilderness. Isn't Senior Bai from the wilderness? Someone asked doubtfully. The desolate territory includes dozens of surrounding areas. It is impossible that there is a cultivator who does not know such a simple question. Indeed, I came from a distant realm, and went through untold hardships to come to the desolate territory just to join a physical cultivation sect. Everyone looked enlightened. It was indeed the case. Otherwise, with Senior Bai's powerful strength, it was impossible for him not to know this common sense. So everyone began to explain to Bai Donglin. The desolate territory, including dozens of surrounding realms, is the world of physical cultivators. These numerous realms are divided and ruled by two major physical cultivation holy places. The traditional body cultivation holy land Jidao Xingzong and the new body cultivation school Shinshue Xingzong are said to have been one and the same a long time ago. Later, due to differences in ideas, the Shinshue Xingzong split off and established its own sect. The two sects have disliked each other since ancient times. Both think that they are the strongest holy land for physical cultivation. They are of the same sect and origin, but they have been loving and hating each other until now. Until now, the two sects have each controlled dozens of realms, and it is still impossible to tell who is superior, and they are evenly matched. And this desolate area is the base camp of the Jidao Holy Sect. In addition to these two giants, there are also countless physical cultivation sects as numerous as stars in these many realms. Large and small, the best among them, even the two giants, cannot be underestimated. The Tiegu sect is one of the small sects among them. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up when he heard this. This place was simply a paradise for physical cultivation. With so many sects, of course, he had decided to join the Jidao Holy Sect. And of course, he wanted to join the strongest one. Only a powerful sect has inexhaustible resources for cultivation, countless magical powers and secret techniques, and can enjoy the shade under the strong support of a big tree. There was another reason why Bai Donglin made this decision, and that was that it was the Jidao Holy Sect's 20-yearly ceremony of recruiting disciples. The people he rescued were going to the main city to participate in the assessment of the Jidao Holy Sect. It was truly a wonderful fate. In addition to this information, he also learned a piece of common sense, which solved his original doubts, which was about his second brother's sect, the Xianyu Sword Sect. It turns out that these sects are called eyes by the people in the cultivation world. They are the eyes of the major sects and holy places. The only meaning of their existence is to discover talents for their own sects, to discover the true cultivation geniuses. These eyes are spread all over the major realms, and the scope of the eyes varies depending on the size of the force. Even the dozens of realms of physical cultivation are filled with eyes. And the same is true for physical cultivation. Outside the territories they rule, they spread a large number of eyes to discover talents for the sect. Chi cultivators and body cultivators have reached a consensus on the issue of eyes, and do not interfere with each other because there is no fundamental conflict. Chi cultivators care about true spirit talents, while body cultivators care about physical talents, such as whether one has a divine body or a holy body. If there is a conflict between the two, each will resort to their own methods. Unfortunately, the border area is too remote, and the physical cultivators are not as large as the chi cultivators, and they have not set up eyes in this bitter and cold place. So he had no choice but to find it himself with great effort. This is also why those sects do not interfere with the development of the secular world, because their purpose is only to cultivate geniuses, and the worldly troubles are nothing but passing clouds to them. As long as the vulgar world does not have a bulging, they will not intervene. And the turbulence means a large number of population deaths. Even if the 100 million people will only have a peerless genius, they will not accept this loss, and they will not be able to stop turbulent occurrence. The world's emphasis on talent has reached a terrifying level, with some people choosing 1 in 10,000, 1 in a million, or even 1 in 100 million. It was even more exaggerated than his previous life. He couldn't imagine how many perverted monsters and evildoers had gathered in these sects and holy places over the countless years. However, in Bai Donglin's opinion, this is indeed a very advanced concept. After all, cultivation attaches great importance to talent. Bai Donglin's mind was turning, and he had a general understanding of the various systems and levels in the Qianyuan realm, and the intricate relationships between them. Crackling, the bonfire was burning fiercely, and the monks around who had recovered from their wounds were already lying down to rest. Bai Donglin looked at the dancing flames, with a mix of thoughts in his mind. He has already discussed with everyone that tomorrow morning, they will go to the main city of this area to participate in the assessment. Bai Donglin is still confident that he can pass the test, as his body has been continuously strengthened and has a solid foundation. He feels that he is not much worse than those gods and sages, and he still has 2 cards against the sky. Jidao Xingzong. He has entered. This is the first step on his road to the Great Way, and even Jesus can't stop him. Suppressing the ripples in his heart, Bai Donglin was just about to lie down to rest when he thought of what he had gained in Ju Palace. The successive events left him no time to take a closer look. Take out the black jade tube. This is the eyebrow of the magic. the eyes of the soul. To cultivate this magical power, one must at least reach the divine aperture realm and open the Lingtai aperture point. He has not yet started systematic cultivation, and is still unclear about the realm divisions. Without thinking any more, he took out the mysterious seed again. Zhu Gong described it as an unknown seed. Even Zhu Palace, which is so powerful, doesn't know the details of this seed. And by Donglin's opinion, it should not be simple. This seed is purple gold in color and looks quite gorgeous. It can't be potato or tomato seeds, right? With a slight smile, he decided to try it, and he would know. He controlled the skin on his fingers and forced out the blood. The blood was as crystal clear as a blood diamond and even had a hint of gold. Squeeze the essence and blood onto the seeds, and the seeds will act like sponges, absorbing all the essence and blood without leaving a trace. After a long while, Bai Donglin estimated that about 500 milliliters of blood had been released. The seed stopped absorbing blood. As if it was full, it emitted a faint purple light and returned to its original state. Holding his head, it seemed that he wanted to cultivate it. That was not a matter of overnight, although he was the most lacking of sperm blood. But the little guy had too little appetite. Apart from these two items, the only things obtained in Zhu Palace were the Shengsheng Zaohua pill and the brass waist badge. Both of these items were extremely precious and of no use to him now, so he had to keep them well for later. In addition, there were more than 200 items won in the brass box through lottery. They were much worse than those treasures, but they were not useless. For example, the flame stone saved his life. After counting everything, Bai Donglin gradually became sleepy. He lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. Crackling, the flames of the bonfire kept jumping, and sparks rose high into the sky, like a firefly, flying farther and farther. Chapter 42, Too Sad. 3 days later, after a long journey, Bai Donglin and his party from Tiegu Sect finally arrived at the main city of this area. There are no national dynasties in the wilderness. All of the vast land is ruled by huge main cities. It is similar to the city-state system of ancient Greece in the previous life. But these main cities are all affiliated with the Jidao Holy Sect, and the city lords are all disciples of the Holy Sect, and they are considered peripheral forces of the Holy Sect. The area of the wasteland is too vast. How many people and ancient cities are there? Even the native iron bones are unclear. Looking at the towering Taishang main city in front of him, a vast, ancient atmosphere came to his face. Bai Donglin was shocked. It was too majestic. The city walls, which are thousands of feet high, are made entirely of huge piles of black iron. The surface is covered with inscriptions and magic arrays. They are extremely hard, and no traces are left after the passage of many years. The main city of Taichung is too huge. I don't know how many miles are spreading in this city wall. I just know that the resident population of the main city has more than 400 million people. The area should be very large. There are no guards in front of the city. When the extraords of the extraordal of the extraordinary acts is held, you can enter and exit at will. Bai Donglin followed the crowd and walked through the nearly 300-foot-long city wall. The width of the city wall was also astonishing. There are no air array on the main city, except for the official disciples of Shenzong. The rest cannot fly. No one in the wilderness dares to disobey the rules set by the Holy Sect. It can be said that the Jidao Holy Sect is the heaven of the wilderness and dozens of surrounding realms. The rules of the Holy Sect are the rules of heaven. Just when I walked into the city, there was a huge shout from around. All those who want to take the test, gather here and go to the test location through the teleportation array. Bai Donglin turned his head, and it really arranged a huge transmission formation on the open ground, which was already full of young people who were going to the assessment. Bai Donglin and several young men from Tiegu Sect who were taking part in the assessment said goodbye to everyone and then walked towards the teleportation array together. Bai Donglin was originally not qualified to take the test. The Tiegu Sect had 5 recommended places, but unfortunately one of the disciples died in an attack by a ferocious beast. So this place was given to Bai Donglin as a way of repaying him for saving his life. This means that those who can now come to the main city to take the assessment have already gone through countless screenings. After the staff outside the array verified his identity, Bai Donglin successfully stepped onto the teleportation array. Taishang City is truly wealthy and powerful. Although the main city is huge, it does not require a teleportation array to travel. It seems that these main cities are extremely cautious about the affairs of the Holy Sect. Before stepping into the teleportation array, Bai Donglin felt a wave scanning his body. According to the people from Tiegu Sect, This was the first test to check whether the examinee was under 20 years old. The Jidao Xingzong's disciple recruiting ceremony is held once every 20 years, and anyone under the age of 20 can participate. Bai Donglin is only 14 years old this year, so of course there is no problem. Even if his soul is checked, no clues can be found. He is a genuine reincarnation, and his soul is special, and not afraid of any kind of prying. After the teleportation array was full of people, the array started to work. A white light flashed, and Bai Donglin and others appeared in a huge square. The square was packed with people, but it was extremely quiet, with no one making any noise. There were many women in uniform in the crowd that attracted Bai Donglin's attention. Each of these women was holding a child in her arms. The children were of different sizes, ranging from newborn babies to children a few months old. Bai Donglin thought about it, and he understood what was going on. If these children waited for the apprenticeship ceremony after 20 years, they might have exceeded 20 years old. So they sent a special person to hold it to evaluate. The background of these babies is not simple. Ordinary people must have no such treatment, and it is not necessary, because there is almost no possibility of passing the assessment. The babies who were able to come in for the test had special blood. Their ancestors had great figures, and they had the possibility of awakening special physical qualities. As long as there is a special constitution, it will pass the assessment directly. So even babies can come to touch luck. As the teleportation array lit up again and again, more and more people came into the square until it was gradually filled. Bai Donglin estimated that there were more than 100,000 people. At this moment, a young man suddenly appeared on the stands in front. He had a handsome and ethereal temperament, a smile on his face, and looked like a very gentle person. The young man glanced at the already crowded square, nodded with satisfaction and said, "I am one of the supervisors assigned by the Jidao Saint Sect to the Taishang main city. I am now in charge of the examination of the 25th examination room in the Taishang main city. Please abide by all the rules of the examination. If you violate them, you will be expelled immediately. The assessment officially begins now. Activate the bloodline and constitution sensing array." As the men's voice fell, a huge formation covered by the entire square was instantly activated. Numerous gold runes jumped flowing, drowned everyone for a while. Bai Donglin only felt that the golden light flowed through his limbs, and each cell particle was induced by this golden light. Then he seemed to be induced without any, and slowly quit his body. I breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, immortality and damage reversal. These two abilities were not some kind of heaven-defying physique, but something more advanced that transcended the conceptual dimension. This Jin Guang couldn't find out anything in his expectations. He didn't want to reveal his greatest secret for an assessment. It was completely unnecessary, and he could easily pass the assessment with his strength. At this time, there were changes in the square. Strange phenomena began to appear on several people's bodies. This was because their special physical constitutions were stimulated. Everyone's physical appearance is different, and Bai Donglin has no knowledge in this area, so he can't tell what the physical condition is. The formation slowly stopped working. The golden light faded, and the first test was over. A total of 7 people were found to have special physiques, 4 of whom were infants and little kids. Everyone in the square looked at the people with awakened physiques with envy. This was a leap forward, and they had already surpassed them so much. Bai Donglin nodded secretly. Sure enough, this kind of physical fitness was more blood veins inherited from generation to generation. It is very rare for ordinary people to have physiques that mutate and return to ancient times. 7 people with special physiques were taken away on the spot. They no longer needed to undergo the next assessment, because they were already disciples of the Holy Sect. Geniuses receive special treatment wherever they go. A large number of children and babies in the square also left the square, since they did not have special physical conditions. They could not pass the next test, so they had no choice but to retreat. It can only be said that they were born at the wrong time. The young man in the stands nodded with satisfaction. Having 7 special physiques was quite good. This ratio was already very high. He then spoke again. Only true geniuses can join the Jidao Holy Sect. But there are too many of you. Too many! The Jidao Holy Sect does not need so many people. Activate the heavy rock formation, the will pressure formation. The 100 people who hold out to the end will pass the test. The second assessment begins. Buzz. As 2 buzzing sounds were heard, 2 huge formations, 1 gray and 1 red, were activated, like 2 huge rune halos, covering more than 90,000 people in the square. Bai Donglin only felt his body sinking, as if gravity was enhanced, and he felt a coercion in his mind. As time passed, the power of the magic circle became stronger and stronger. 10 times the gravity, 50 times the gravity, and 100 times the gravity. When the gravity reaches 100 times, some people can no longer hold on. It is equivalent to a 100-kilogram person carrying 10 tons of pressure, and it acts on every cell and every organ, coupled with the overwhelming destruction of the mind. These people can persist until now, and they are geniuses who can obtain qualifications for assessment. When the formation was strengthened again, more than half of the people fell down. In an instant, the formation flashed, and all the failed people were teleported out. The formation continued to grow stronger, reaching a gravity of 200 times, with only 10,000 people left. 300 times gravity, and 1,000 left. 500 times gravity. There are 300 people left. Bai Donglin began to operate. The last 300 people left are definitely the elite among the elites, both physically and mentally. It is a pity that as long as 100 people are needed, the formation method continues to enhance. This gravity directly acts on each cell. Fortunately, Bai Donglin's enhanced energy will enhance every place in his body at the same time without shortcomings. It can be said that he has an advantage in this assessment method. Even if other cultivators have begun systematic practice, it is impossible for them to strengthen every cell in their body to the same perfection as him. And his willpower has been tempered by so much pain. It can be said that his will is stronger than his body. Bai Donglin estimated that he should be able to withstand 1,000 times the gravity and 1,000 times the standard atmospheric pressure, with about 100 tons of pressure acting on his entire body. When the gravity increased to 666 times, finally, 101 people couldn't carry it. At the same time, the formation method stopped operation. The second assessment was over, and the last 100 people left the assessment. This method of assessment also explains what is the two most important things for physical cultivation: body and mind. Chapter 43 Battle Royale. Snap, snap. The young man in the stands clapped softly, looked at the sparsely populated 100 people in the square, smiled and said, "Congratulations, everyone. You have passed the assessment and have already stepped half a foot into the Holy Sect. I hope you can continue to work hard in the final assessment. I wish you all good luck in martial arts." The young man bowed slightly after he finished speaking. He had also come this way in the beginning. These people might continue to work with him in the future, and some might even go further than him. So he was still relatively polite. The formation of the formation. The remaining 100 people disappeared into the square at the same time as the youth. Bai Donglin only felt that in front of him. He had reached another huge square. I raised my head and looked around, and found that there were quite a lot of people standing all around. Then my eyes were attracted by a white-haired man in the stands. This man seemed to be the center of this world, and people couldn't help but look at him. The supervisory examiner just now stood respectfully behind the white-haired man, and there were at least 100 people like him. At this time, the white-haired man was open, and his voice was soft, full of magnetic, but with fearful majesty. "Congratulations to you, the best of the 100 test rooms. I am the master of Taichung City, and the next assessment is chaired by me. You are all peerless geniuses, who stand out among millions of people. Unfortunately, there are still too many people. As long as the genius of Ji Dao Xingzong, talents recommended by many eyes from the desolate territory and dozens of surrounding realms, as well as from the Qianyuan realm, will gather in the desolate territory to participate in this year's assessment. There are 1,080 main cities in the wilderness, each with 100 examination halls. The top 100 students will be selected from each examination hall, except for a very small number of people with special physiques. There are still 1,080,000 people with talents like you. With so many people, a new class will be formed in just 20 years. Even if the Jidao Holy Sect has a deep foundation, it is impossible to absorb and train all of them. Therefore, in the next assessment, the top 100 can be added to the Xingzong, and the rest do not need to be discouraged. You can join my Taichung Legion. In the future, there will be a hoper to enter the Holy Sect. That's all I have to say. Everyone, fight with all your might. Seize your chance to ascend to the top." After saying a big hand, Yu Dao had a big hand, and a spirit came into the body of the people in the square. The physical strength consumed when the assessment was just recovered instantly. The square in the square was running, and a strong light flashed, and everyone disappeared. When Bai Donglin resumed his sight, he had appeared in a dense forest, and there was no one around. He took out the jade token, and a piece of information entered his mind. Digesting all the content and rules of the assessment. Bai Donglin's expression was surprised. Isn't this a fugitive? Can it be said to be a bit like? But it can only be said to be exactly the same. This is a small world. Under his feet is the only piece of land. Or it can be said to be an island because it is so small. 10,000 of them will fight each other on this island. There will be black fog on the edge of the island, which will shrink towards the center of the island as time goes by. Anyone who touches the black fog will be eliminated, as long as the jade token is worn on the body. If one receives a fatal attack, one will be instantly teleported out of the small world and can save his life. This also allows the examinee to fight freely. After all, it is a genius, and it is a pity to die. In history, there is no shortage of people who have later lived. After the elimination stay, there may be a few real dragons. Bai Donglin silently put the jade card into the Sumi ring. The real warrior dared to face the horrible death and dared to face the dripping blood. Isn't a life-saving jade token a slap in Bai Donglin's face? Bai Donglin's ears suddenly moved and he disappeared in an instant. Boom. The standing ground just now was bombarded with a large hole. And a bald man with a muscle stood in the potholes. Looking at Bai Donglin, who appeared again, twisted his neck, and laughed. Boy, you're pretty quick to react. If you're a real man, let's have a head-on confrontation. Okay. Bai Dong agreed quickly. The bald man was stunned. Did he meet a fool? Bai Donglin made his strength. And the 7 injuries in his body were running all the time. And his body's surface exuded crystal jade light. Here he would not keep his hands. There was no simple character in it. And he must go all out. The bald head grinned, rushing towards Bai Dong like a tyrannosaurus. And the violent power stepped on the ground. Clang! The two of them striked, making a huge sound of golden stone collision. A shockwave broke out, and the surrounding trees were dumped in a large area instantly. The face of the bald head changed. And how could the whole person fly? Bai Donglin continued to attack, and his figure instantly appeared behind the big man. He chopped towards his neck with a palm knife, and the air was compressed under his palm to form a sharp air blade. There is no doubt that even hard steel can be broken into 2 pieces with one palm. The bald head felt that the sweat on his neck was straight, and his head was kicking back without returning. The bald man was injured. He hastily took the palm knife, and his leg bones were broken. He was not as fast as Bai Donglin to begin with. And now the gap was even bigger. He had no chance to retreat. 100 to 1. He doesn't believe Bai Donglin will let him go. All the energy and blood burst out of his body. He is going to fight to the death. Black Bai Dong pulled a string of shadows behind him. And the sound was deafening. And the two fought together. After 10 moves, the bald man's right hand was broken. And after 20 moves, his left hand and right leg were broken. Then he was hit in the chest with a punch, shattering his internal organs and breaking his sternum. Bai Donglin frowned, stopped attacking and said, "Did you put the jade card on your body?" According to the punch to his chest just now, the jade token should have been triggered. Ahem. Only under the stimulation of true death can one unleash all of his potential. Ahem. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Kill me now. The bald man was lying on the ground, spitting out blood, breathing weakly. He would surely die if he didn't get treatment quickly. Madman, Bai Donglin whispered, turned around and left. Not being bareheaded, he could understand it. After all, the temptation of Jidao Holy Sect to cultivators was too great. However, he did not expect that the first person he met would be such a person who was willing to give up everything. If he had been a little stronger, the bald man would have been dead. The bald head lying on the ground looked at Bai Donglin's back, sighed, and took out the jade card into the white light disappeared. Bai Dong's footsteps kept walking and walked towards the center of the island. It is impossible to hide as a Voldemort. If you don't fight, don't move. The jade card will expose your position to the monks around you. There were no loopholes to exploit, so they had to fight desperately until only 100 people were left. Bai Donglin has not started formal cultivation, and almost everyone's realm is higher than him. He relied entirely on his abnormal body strengthened by enhanced energy to fight across borders. He now explodes, using 7 injuries. A punch can have 120,000 pounds of strength, but there are not a few that are stronger than him. Therefore, Bai Donglin has to go all out in the face of every enemy. His powerful recovery ability makes him undefeated, but he has to not expose his ability as much as possible, especially the immortal ability. Even if only the ability to recover, he has a great advantage. Others will fight with the even enemy battles, and will leave the injury more or less. and each battle is perfect. This small world also had during the day and night. And Bai Donglin defeated several enemies. And it was already at night. I found a cave to take a break. Although he had no injuries and his physical strength was intact. Fighting in the night was not good for him. The others have undergone systematic training and possess strange moves and secret techniques. But he can only rely on brute force. In the dark, your observation ability decreases, and it is easy to fall into an attack. Just be careful and cautious. And it is enough to survive until the last 100 people. There is no need to try too hard. And exposing your abilities will be unsightly. Within just a cup of tea, Bai Donglin's nose shaking gently, smelling a sweet taste in the air. The eyes were opened, and the cold light flashed in the dark cave. Someone poisoned. Chapter 44 Su Qi. Bai Donglin took a deep breath, feeling that the liver and intestine are broken in the body. And the slowly increased energy. It is comfortable. And this poison is enough. As his body became stronger and stronger, the average poison had no effect on him. He had to suck more quickly. And it was not good to waste it. Outside the cave, a petite figure landed on the ground like a wild cat, without making any sound, and quietly moved into the cave. Su Qi opened the blood element in her body, and her eyes flashed with a red light. The dark cave was as bright as a day in her eyes. At a glance, she saw Bai Donglin, who was leaning on the rock wall, his handsome brows wrinkled slightly. What was wrong with this man? His chest rose and fell slightly, and his breathing was steady. Could it be that he was not poisoned? She is the most understanding of the poison she puts. She is fierce. If she does not need to suck it, she will be poisoned when the skin is exposed to. It has a strong devouring blood element. Humph. Playing tricks. In her opinion, Bai Donglin must be supported. So it is aware of it. Immediately, the petite figure moved and turned into a dark shadow rushing towards Bai Dong. And the dagger on his hand flashed like a poisonous snake's teeth. Bai Donglin, who was pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed, slightly raised the corner of his mouth. And as if with telepathy, his two fingers came up from behind and firmly clamped the dagger. Clang. The intense friction caused a spark. What? Su Qi stared at him immediately gave up the dagger, and raised his sword to insert it towards Bai Donglin's eyes. What a cruel woman! Bai Donglin raised his head slightly, and opened his mouth to bite the inserted fingers. The teeth are the hardest places in the human body. Coupled with his horrible bite force, steel can also chew and eat, let alone this fiber finger. Of course, Su Qi also understood this, and then stepped on his feet, stepping on the hard rock, and withdrawing the offensive. He kicked back to Bai Donglin's neck and kicked, raising his arms, and picked this foot hard. Huge strength kicked his arm's bone, and the power of removal shook the rock wall that was leaning back with cracks. Su Qi borrowed a backflow back, fell steadily not far away, set up a posture, his eyes like an eagle, and stared at Bai Donglin vigilantly. Between the electric light, the two completed a fight. Is there really no poisoning of this person? Su Qi had a retreat, although she was extremely confident in her strength. It didn't take long for the assessment. There was no weak in it. Even if he solved him, he had to leave the injury, and was not good for the next battle. Still used poison to hunt more effort. Want to run? Bai Donglin noticed the intention of the woman in front of him, and he moved, attacking the woman with the force of thunder. Speed is his strong point. He can come and go as he pleases, but he has to ask his fist if it agrees. Su Qi raised her eyebrows. Her eyes were fierce. Let's fight. Who is afraid of who? The sea of blood in his body surged. The thick blood essence circulated rapidly, and he performed a secret technique. A blood-red pattern spread from his chest and covered his entire body in the blink of an eye. The snow-white and delicate skin and the strange and mysterious blood-red patterns complement each other, forming a strong visual contrast, which instantly fills Su Qi with a mysterious beauty. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes. He was certainly not blinded by her beauty, but the aura that this woman burst out was really shocking. He is indeed a peerless genius selected from millions. Roar. With his heart pounding, Bai Donglin roared, opened fire at full force, and used the 7-injury fist technique frantically. His figure disappeared in the ear-piercing sonic boom. Boom. The two men fought fiercely, and the shock waves from the collision of fists and feet turned into sharp air blades that cut the rock walls in the cave into pieces. Inside the small cave, the air was squeezed madly by the two of them, becoming thinner and thinner, almost approaching a vacuum state. Bai Donglin's blood redness, the dense body of the body that is raised to 2 meters is full of cracks. From time to time, there are crystal clear blood flowing out, and the high temperature and high pressure brought by high-speed friction instantly into the blood mist. Suchi was not feeling well either. Blood was faintly flowing from his tightly closed lips. His tightly bound long black hair was also shaken open, and the tips of his hair were dripping with blood as they danced like mad snakes. The fight was fierce, and both of them were determined to kill each other. You punched me and I kicked you. Bai Donglin was covered in blood mist, and could only vaguely see 2 red gazes. Suchi's clothes became tattered in the fierce battle, revealing large areas of snow-white skin. Red secret patterns flowed all over his body, faintly flashing red light. Finally, the cave could no longer hold on under the aftermath of the battle between the 2 men and collapsed. Rumble. Amidst a huge roar, smoke and dust rose up, and 2 figures jumped out from the smoke and dust and landed in the dense forest. The 2 men stopped and sat down against a big tree, breathing heavily. Crazy woman. You didn't wear the jade token? Isn't it the same with you? Bai Donglin was slightly startled by the cold voice. He felt that this woman was a little interesting. And then he said, "My name is Bai Donglin." Suchi. Afterwards, the 2 of them stopped talking and recovered from their injuries. Suchi took out a healing pill and swallowed it, then sat cross-legged and regulated his breathing. The strange energy of Bai Dong's induction to suppress his recovery ability is gradually dissipating. Terror injuries are recovering rapidly, and his internal organs are all shocked into rotten meat. Except for his brain. He is seriously injured in other places. He had to admit that this crazy woman was stronger than him. If it weren't for her recovery ability that allowed her to constantly repair her injuries during the battle, he would have been defeated long ago. After this woman used the secret method, the overall strength should be comparable to him. But her endless various killing secrets should be unable to keep up with the horse. So the woman's injuries were much lighter than his. After a while, Bai Donglin recovered, got up and walked to Suchi. And Suchi still closed his eyes to adjust his breath. "Hey, then the poison gas is put on? Give me your poison, and the sun may be in a good mood to spare you once," Bai Donglin said in a frivolous tone. "Don't worry about anything else. Just get the poison first. If the quantity is large, it can give him a lot of strengthening energy. Isn't it fierce just now? Why is it dumb now?" Seeing Suchi still motionless, Bai Donglin's expression changed. Realizing that he was wrong, he kicked her. The fierce explosion sounded, and the turbulent flames instantly swallowed Bai Donglin, and the shockwave pushed the large forests. When the smoke cleared, Bai Donglin, who was covered in burns, was holding a broken puppet in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the injuries caused by the explosion had healed. He didn't care about this minor injury, but carefully observed the tattered puppet in his hand. He didn't know what it was made of. It was pitch black and engraved with mysterious inscriptions. Is this stuff for the dead puppet? Suchi slipped away at some point without knowing it, leaving behind this magical puppet incarnation to confuse him. Touching the incarnation would cause a violent explosion. What a cunning woman! Shaking his head, he felt that he would meet Suchi again in the future. This woman was so powerful, and her methods were not simple. So she should be able to pass the test. Among many people participating in the assessment, there are many women, and the proportion of men and women is at least 7-3, which is different from Bai Donglin's thought. He originally thought that all physical cultivators were muscular men with tousled muscles. But the actual situation is not like that. Although physical cultivators focus on physical strength, it is not as superficial as it seems. The core is not on something as superficial as muscles. For example, this Suchi just now looks so petite, white and delicate. But the power that erupts makes Bai Donglin feel ashamed. The limited maintenance masters he have ever seen, such as the supervisory and assessment officer, and the city owner. These people are strong, but they are not muscular. Instead, they are handsome. It seems that the path of physical cultivation is mysterious and changeable, and it is full of mysteries. It is not as simple as I originally thought. Gather your thoughts. Now is not the time to think about these things. Once you start systematic practice, you will understand everything. Take out a set of clean clothes and change, and continue to run towards the center of the island. The island center will be the final battlefield. It is estimated that a few days will happen in a few days. After a few jumps, Bai Donglin disappeared. Chapter 45. 6 days later, Bai Donglin has been close to the island. In the past few days, he walked and fought, fighting dozens of games, and also met several masters like Suchi. Almost killed him on the spot. However, With his powerful recovery ability, he defeated the enemy one by one with the injury. Except for a few who retreated calmly after being defeated by him. Most of the others were eliminated by triggering the Jade cards. And a few ruthless people were beaten to death by him on the spot. It is not him to kill him. These people are peerless geniuses. And they have strong combat power. He has to explode every time. He can't help it at all. He realizes that he is too late to realize that the other party is not wearing a Jade card. He didn't feel guilty or anything. These were their own choices, and he respected other people's choices. Maybe for many people, being eliminated would be more painful than death. This is the charm of the Jidao Holy Sect. Bai Donglin, his aura becoming more and more condensed, was hurrying on his way while keeping an eye on his surroundings. As the black fog continued to shrink, only a small area in the center of the island was left. It could be said that he had entered the final round. It is estimated that there are less than 1,000 people left, which is relatively dense. He would not be surprised if someone jumped out of the bushes by the roadside and attacked him at any time. In the center of the island is a small extinct volcano. This type of landform is very common. After all, many islands are formed by plate compression, and volcanoes on islands can be said to be standard. At this moment, the dead volcano in Bai Donglin's eyes changed. Rumble. There was a loud bang, accompanied by the ground shaking wildly underfoot, and the dormant volcano erupted. Countless magma gushed out, and the hot red magma flew thousands of meters into the sky. At the same time, thick smoke and volcanic ash instantly covered the sky above the island. The original day suddenly darkened. Plus the sprayed magma splashed around, flying on the rock magma of thousands of meters high, began to fall down, like a meteor fire and rain. Like the end of the world. Bai Donglin, who was aggressive, flickered a hot rock and voiced, "Isn't it so coincident?" At this time, just happened to encounter the outbreak of the dead volcano? Excluding such coincidences, it seems that someone overturned the chessboard. I don't know what means were used to detonate the volcano. The methods used by cultivators are all kinds of strange. So it is not surprising that they have this ability. Bai Donglin felt that he should have guessed it right. I don't know who is this talented person, but he really knows how to play. He just speeds up the game and forces everyone out to have a melee of thousands of people. At this time, the magma had begun to spread around the center of the island, and countless dense forests were ignited, and the flames of the dark island shone transparently. There is black fog outside, and there is no way to retreat. Many people have been exposed. For these brilliant monks, the magma is certainly not fatal, but it cannot be completely ignored. Almost all of them circulate blood energy to cover their bodies to isolate the magma. A large number of monks were forced out. Many people were fighting together at this time, and the roar rose. Fight! 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 War! Roar! Kill! Come and die! With raging magma, blazing fire and thick smoke, a war is about to break out in this purgatory-like environment. Just as the explosive barrels were ignited, more and more people joined the battlefield, caught the fight, and were extremely terrible. From time to time, some people turned into white light and were eliminated, and some people were killed on the spot. Bai Donglin's expression was calm. Bai Yu's quenching tactics were running all his strength, and his body exudes crystal jade light. The magma burned his shoes and stood barefoot in the magma. War! With a barefoot, the magma was stepped on, like a fire lotus in full bloom, and the figure disappeared instantly. And the monks, who ran towards him, fought fiercely. The 7-injury fist manual was running at full power. After dozens of battles in the past few days, his strength had improved greatly, and his application of various techniques and martial arts had reached the level of perfection. Each of his moves was powerful due to his extraordinary strength. The cultivator who fought with him was not very strong, and was eliminated after just 20 moves. Seeing how powerful he was, the monks around him, who were originally fighting for their lives, instantly joined forces to attack him. The stronger they are, the easier it is to be targeted. Only by eliminating the strong ones can they hope to survive to the end. Kill! Others might be afraid of a group fight, but Bai Donglin was not. He simply gave up his defense and fought with the two of them. Ding ding ding. The three of them punched and kicked each other, and the shockwaves stirred up a large amount of magma, shattering countless rocks. A piece of residual shadow, where the three lived, flying on the sand. Bai Donglin's right hand was cut off by a knife, but he didn't even frown. He used the sharp broken bone of his arm to pierce the chest of one of the men. The heart ruptured and turned into white light in an instant, eliminating him. He withstood the sword attack through his chest, and his left hand transformed into a palm knife to split the neck of the sword-wielding monk, tearing the carotid artery and throat, and disappeared in white light. He pulled out the sword with his only remaining left hand, took out a healing pill and swallowed it. Although no one was paying attention to their fight, it was still necessary to pretend. The injuries recovered quickly, and the severed hand grew back. Looking around, there were figures fighting everywhere. People fell down from time to time. It was extremely tragic. Everyone had fought to the point of madness. It seemed that there were less than 500 people left. The speed was too fast, and half of them were eliminated in a short time. Before he could think about it, another giant came towards him. This was a real giant. He didn't know what secret skill he used, but his height was over 4 meters, with a ferocious aura and magma flowing all over his body. He pounced on him like a troll from the abyss. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows and stepped barefoot, causing the swords on the ground to bounce up. Holding the knife in his right hand and the sword in his left hand, he rushed towards the giant. This giant reminded him of the wolf-headed monster on Blackwind Mountain. To deal with such a huge enemy, using weapons would certainly be more advantageous than using bare hands. At this time, a fierce battle is about to take place on the top of the volcano. Su Qi, with his bare white feet, stands on the surging hot magma, as light as a feather, rising and falling slightly with the magma. Not far from Su Qi, there stood a heroic man with red hair, extraordinary temperament, and magma surrounding his body, like a fire god descending to earth. Su Qi, you are really amazing. In just a few days, no less than 200 people have fallen victim to your poison. Everyone says you are an expert in using poison, but I'm afraid no one knows that you have such a powerful strength. The man looked relaxed, as if he was not facing an enemy, but chatting with a friend. Humph. Compared to your methods, Xuanya, what I have is nothing. You can even think of detonating a volcano. You are amazing. No more nonsense. Let's fight. Su Qi's voice was cold, as if he was disdainful to say any more to the man in front of him. He used his secret technique and turned into an afterimage to fight with the man. The same scene is happening everywhere on the small island. Now none of the remaining people are simple characters. All of them are evildoers, and all kinds of tricks and trump cards are emerging one after another. Kill! Bai Donglin jumped high, holding the sword in both hands, and stabbed the giant's eyes fiercely. The giant whose right ankle was chopped off was unable to dodge, and was stabbed in the eye by a sword. Clang! The long sword was caught by the skull's death. Bai Donglin changed his expression, and felt the pressure from behind him. This giant man wanted to hug himself. Without time to think, he quickly threw away his sword and used the heavy weight to narrowly avoid the giant man's arms, and tried to kill his sister. With a giant's physique, if he hugged me, I would be squeezed into a pulp. He took a few steps back, looking at the giant man who was roaring in pain after drawing his sword. He felt a little helpless. This man's defense was too terrifying. His skin was thick and tough, and he was extremely difficult to kill. After thinking for a moment, Bai Donglin took out a huge mace from the sumo ring. It was dark in color, extremely heavy and hard. This is a magic weapon obtained from a lottery outside Ju Palace. Don't ask why such a large mace can be pulled out from such a small brass box. The answer is simply like putting Mount Sumeru into a mustard seed. This mace must weigh several thousand pounds. But in Bai Donglin's hand, it was like a feather duster, and he wielded it with great vigor. Bai Donglin continued his attack with the mace in hand. His figure instantly appeared behind the giant man. He jumped up and smashed the back of the giant man's head hard, with a terrifying sharp sound of breaking through the air. It hit the slow-moving giant's head heavily. Clang! A huge sound of metal collision spread throughout the battlefield. The fierce battlefield was silent for a moment, and many people turned their eyes over. The giant was knocked to the ground and fainted. After a flash of white light, he was teleported out of the small world. Looking at the curled spikes on the mace, I was slightly shocked. It was such a terrifying defense. But this heavy weapon is really useful. Bai Donglin felt as if something strange had awakened in his body. At this time, the fierce fighting on the battlefield was almost coming to an end, and the number of people was gradually approaching 100. And no one came to trouble him. His performance of beating the giant just now still shocked many people. Call. Bai Dong was relieved and his expression was relaxed. Relying on his abnormal recovery ability, and putting in a lot of effort, he is finally able to join the Jidaoxing Zone, the holy land of physical cultivation. The first step on the road to greatness has been taken. Chapter 46, Giants Deep in the Clouds. Small world. Island Center. The small space has been covered by the hot magma, and the central volcano was broken by the fierce battle from the hillside, and countless huge cracks were staggered in the center of the island. The island has reached the edge of the collapse, as if against the backdrop of purgatory. The only 100 remaining examinees all stood barefoot on the red magma. Their intense breathing and broken bodies could not hide the surprise in the depths of their eyes. They are the last winners. The peerless demon stood out among hundreds of millions of people. The new disciple of the Jidao Holy Sect. The overlord of the wilderness. Bai Donglin also had a happy look on his face. He was one of the few people among the 100 who remained unharmed. He took out jade tokens from the Sumer ring, and everyone's jade tokens began to glow slightly, becoming increasingly brighter and brighter until they turned into a ball of white light that enveloped everyone and disappeared. Taishang Main City. Assessment Square. A flash of white light passed by, and 100 winners appeared in the center of the huge square. Yu Dao and many supervisory examiners were still standing on the stands, as if they had not moved in the same place for the past few days. Yu Dao glanced at everyone, especially lingering for a moment on a few people who were unharmed. Bai Donglin, Su Qi, Xuanya. Bai Donglin only felt the eyes of the city's owner, and the secrets on his body had no hug. I was probably seen through the essence of her own cultivation. Yu Dao waved his hand, and the same spiritual light appeared. The injuries on everyone's bodies began to recover. Broken hands and feet grew back, and the one whose brain was missing 1/3 also recovered quickly. Yes, there are a few interesting guys this time. Congratulations on passing the final test. After this assessment, 100 winners from the Taishang Main City assessment point, plus 52 people with special physique awakenings. A total of 152 people will join the Jidao Holy Sect. When everyone heard that the dust had settled, they all showed expressions of joy. It was really not easy, and after going through so much hardship, they finally got what they wanted. Yu Dao waited for everyone to calm down before continuing. The Jidao Holy Sect has set up a heaven sealing and earth-locking innate formation since ancient times. Even the major cities do not have a teleportation formation directly to the Holy Sect. Therefore, I will personally escort you to the Holy Sect. No one was surprised when the young-looking Yu Dao called himself an old man. Although these senior monks look young, they were all old monsters who knew how many years they had lived. As soon as Yu Dao finished speaking, he spread out his palm, and a bronze palace appeared. No one knew what kind of magic weapon it was. With a flash of light, everyone was sucked in without any resistance. Nodding to the supervisory examiner behind him, Yu Dao stepped forward and entered the bronze palace. Farewell, Lord City Lord. 100 supervisory examiners saluted respectfully. The bronze palace spun around and shook slightly. A huge dark hole was torn in space, and the palace instantly sank into it and disappeared. Inside the bronze palace, Bai Donglin and others sat in the hall over their knees, staring their eyes with those 52 special constitutions. These special constitutions are small and small, except for many babies wrapped in while being wrapped in white light. These people look at Bai Donglin and others with admiration. Although they are gifted, they also know how difficult the Saint Sect assessment is. These 100 winners were all fought out among thousands of soldiers and horses. Except for not having a special physique, they are incomparable in any other aspect. Talent only determines the lower limit of a person's achievements. These 100 people are undoubtedly better than them. So there is no such thing as looking down on anyone. We are all geniuses, and the one who can laugh to the end is the real strong one. At this time, Yu Dao's figure appeared, and like everyone else, he sat cross-legged casually on the floor of the hall. Everyone's attention was drawn to him, and they quickly saluted. Please sit down. No need to be polite. It will take some time to get to the Holy Sect, and I have something to say to you all, except for the baby who was soundly sleeping. Everyone else sat down obediently and listened attentively. Everyone here came from my Taishang city, so we are from the same sect. I hope that you can support and help each other when you arrive at the Holy Sect. The Holy Sect is huge, with countless geniuses and evildoers. Although the Holy Sect has a profound foundation and countless cultivation resources, some precious things still need to be fought for. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. I hope you will not slack off. Sometimes if you are one step slow, you will eventually be eliminated. You have a period of leisurely cultivation in the Holy Sect, but the leisure is only temporary. Have you ever thought about why the Holy Sect has never been overcrowded, recruiting disciples every 20 years for countless years? This world is not as peaceful and prosperous as it seems. There are countless crises lurking. If you want to survive, you must keep getting stronger. Remember? With great power comes great responsibility. Bai Donglin listened with a serious face, feeling that what Yu Daoyi said had already touched upon the truth of this world. He couldn't help but think of what happened on the Nujiang River. The black hole that seemed to span the world. And the monster that killed him thousands of times with just one look. From the moment he came into contact with the world of cultivation, he felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere of this world. Especially the eyes of various sects spread across all realms. And the holy sect's frequent absorption of fresh blood. All these things made him feel a hint of militarism, and the explosion of troops. What does militarism stand for? Militarism. Aggression. Expansion. War. The Jidao Holy Sect has arrived. Yu Daoyi's voice interrupted his thoughts. And he immediately shook his head, and stopped thinking about it. These things were too far away from him. And the important thing now was to enter the Holy Sect and practice hard to become stronger. With a big hand and a big hand. The bronze palace suddenly turned into a transparent color. And the scene of the polar Taoism below suddenly became the eyes of everyone. Bai Donglin was instantly shocked by the three huge figures in the distance. From the vague outlines, he could confirm that they were huge giants sitting cross-legged. Sitting cross-legged? The clouds covered the part above the chest. The bronze palace was under the clouds. So the giant's upper body could not be seen at all. The sky in this world is extremely high. And the clouds are also extremely high. Generally tens of thousands of feet in the sky. Bai Donglin made a rough estimate in his mind and found that when these three giants stood up, their height was almost 100,000 feet. A huge giant who was nearly 100,000 feet tall. Even though they were at such a long distance. Bai Donglin, who was inside the bronze palace, could still feel a fierce aura coming towards him. Is this what physical cultivation is? Is this the foundation of the extreme Dao Holy Sect? The overlord of the wilderness? Looking at the stunned little guys, Yu Daoyi smiled slightly. He had gone through the same thing before. And then explained, these are the three ancestors of the Holy Sect from the ancient times. They were all people who had cultivated their magical powers to perfection. After their souls were destroyed, they contributed their bodies to the Holy Sect and were refined into war puppets to guard the Holy Sect for countless years. Everyone showed respect when they heard this. After death, he still used his body to protect the sect. What kind of sentiment is this? At the same time, they were secretly shocked that such a strong man could die. Many people put away the complacency in their hearts. Surrounding the three giants are numerous giant peaks, many of which reach directly above the clouds, and do not look much smaller than the giants. Countless densely packed buildings, squares, giant stone statues, boundless forests of spiritual trees, medicinal fields, zoos. The Jidao Holy Sect is too huge, and the bronze palace is located thousands of feet in the sky. Bai Donglin and others can only see the tip of the iceberg, less than 1/10,000th of it, even if they try their best. There are also countless restricted areas shrouded in fog, and cannot be seen through. For eternity, the Jidao Holy Sect has spanned countless time periods, and has always stood tall above this land. It has witnessed countless legends, experienced vicissitudes of life, and suppressed the vast years, remaining unchanged throughout the ages. Before Bai Donglin and the others could take a closer look, the bronze palace began to slowly descend. At this time, many various flying magical instruments began to appear around it. These were the people from other main cities that had arrived. The bronze palace slowly landed on a square. A ray of light flashed and everyone appeared on the square. The Jidao Holy Sect has arrived. Chapter 47, Extreme Bracelet. Yu Dao took back the bronze palace. He stretched out his index finger and pointed in the air. And a huge light door slowly emerged. Follow me. He greeted everyone, took the baby floating in the air, and stepped through the light door in one step. And everyone quickly followed. The moment he stepped through the light door, Bai Donglin felt his hair stand on end. A gaze that seemed to come from an infinite height was cast down, scanning his soul and body inside and outside. After a moment, his gaze retreated, and there was already someone behind him, being wet with cold sweat. So terrifying. Then he felt a stabbing pain in his left wrist, and saw a bronze bracelet appearing on his wrist out of thin air. The bracelet was covered with mysterious patterns, with a small word G on the front. Looking around, I found that everyone, including the sleeping baby, was wearing a bronze bracelet on their wrists. Left and right for men, right for women, different sizes. All of them just fit the wrist. Seeing everyone crossing the light door, Yu Dao closed the light door with a wave of his hand, and then explained, this is the Jidao bracelet. Everyone who joins the Jidao Holy Sect will be given it. It is considered as your entry benefit. The Jidao bracelet has been bound to your souls, and is exclusive to you. It can be big or small, hidden or visible, and is indestructible. It is a very precious treasure. The bracelet has its own storage space, and a lot of things are already stored in it. You can go and study the other wonderful uses slowly. If you want to live in the Holy Sect, the Jidao bracelet is an indispensable thing. As he said that, Yudao raised his left hand, revealing the bracelet under his sleeve. Except for the different color, the style was the same as theirs. At this time, a large group of people came over, headed by a housekeeper dressed as a steward, and many maids and servants, all of whom bowed respectfully to Yudao. Subordinates, please see the Lord of Taishang City. They will leave it to you and explain everything clearly. Yudao nodded, and then said to Bai Donglin and others, everyone, take care of yourself. I'm taking my leave. After saying that, the figure gradually disappeared, and everyone quickly bowed respectfully to see him off. You gentlemen and ladies, please come with me. The butler waved his hand, and the servants and maids behind him quickly stepped forward to hug the baby suspended in the air. The technique was skillful and looked like it had been practiced many times. These people have a calm aura and obviously have high levels of cultivation. Then everyone walked into a valley together. At the mouth of the valley stood a stone tablet with the word Taishang written on it. It seems that this is the residential area for the new disciples of Taishang City. The valley has a huge space and a beautiful environment. Exotic flowers, rare plants, and rare spiritual beasts can be seen everywhere. There is abundant spiritual energy. Even Bai Dongling can vaguely feel the spiritual energy fluctuations in the space. There are houses scattered everywhere. And except for servants, who can be seen everywhere, there are no other monks in the valley. Everyone, please choose a house to live in. Many other questions can be queried through the Jidao bracelet. If you have any questions, you can also tell me. Your daily life in Taishang Valley should be the responsibility of me. Then the housekeeper began to lead everyone to select houses. There were many houses here, so there was no rush for them. Bai Donglin chose a remote and quiet house, surrounded by purple bamboos. The house was hidden in the purple bamboo forest, quiet and elegant. The house is not big, about the same size as his quiet little house in Baicheng, but it is definitely enough for one person. He quickly walked into the bedroom and sat cross-legged. His mind focused on the Jidao bracelet on his left wrist. He had too many questions in his mind. This entry was not at all what he thought. It was too casual. Shouldn't a large group of Elder Peak Masters and even Sect Masters come to rob them of these geniuses? Then they got red-faced and even got into a fight. It can only be said that they are worthy of being the holy sect of the Supreme Path. They have no shortage of geniuses and monsters. They throw them randomly in this broken valley without paying any attention to them. Apart from the flash of terrifying eyes when they enter the light gate, all this seems too ordinary. Got it. As Bai Dongling's consciousness sank into the bracelet, countless information emerged in his mind. The first is an introduction to the various functions of this Jidao bracelet. The most basic one is to record one's basic information. The bracelet is required as a token to enter various areas of the Jidao Holy Sect. The bracelet has a storage space of tens of thousands of cubic meters. It seems that the Shumi ring given to me by my second brother can be retired. This bracelet is so magical that it can disappear into the body and even the soul, making it indestructible. Finally, I don't have to worry about my magic storage weapon being damaged when I seek death. The Jidao bracelet can also improve its quality and increase its space by swallowing various precious materials. No wonder Yudao Yi's bracelet has a different color and must have been upgraded. Various sect tasks can also be received through the bracelet, and the increase in sect contribution points can also be operated through the bracelet. View rankings, various notifications, and even add friends for remote communication. What makes Bai Donglin feel the most awesome is that within the sect, you can also use the bracelet to open the teleportation door and reach all areas that you have permission to enter. This sense of deja vu. Where is this bracelet? This is simply a low-end version of the Lord God's watch. Could it be that a certain ancestor of the Jidao Holy Sect is a reincarnation in the main God space? In fact, the functions of this Jidao bracelet are too comprehensive, and the style of painting is a bit wrong, which makes Bai Donglin have to think wildly. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it, and then took out a few things from the bracelet. 2 sets of sect uniforms, several bottles of elixirs, 10 high-grade spiritual stones, and a jade tube. Putting the jade tube on his forehead, more information emerged. First, there are the rules of the Holy Sect, which are tens of thousands of words long. And then, there is a detailed introduction to the Holy Sect, the main peaks, the areas in which different schools are good at, etc. There was also a huge map. All he could see were a few areas. The rest of the map was shrouded in fog. There was only one name. Probably because he didn't have enough authority. Next is the information by Donglin wants to know. The plans and arrangements for the new disciples. It turns out that the disciples who have just joined the Holy Sect are all like them. They first live in their respective main city areas, and then receive the inheritance of the skills, and return to the valley to practice by themselves. From time to time, elders will give lectures. So you can go and listen to them on your own. If you don't understand something, you can spend your contribution points to find someone to explain it to you one-on-one. Contributing points is extremely important. It can be said that all the cultivation resources in the Holy Sect need to be redeemed with points. Various magical powers and secret techniques, supreme exercises, rare treasures, one-on-one personal teaching by seniors, and the use of various cultivation venues, etc. New disciples have 3 great benefits. The first is the Jidao bracelet. The second is 10,000 contribution points. And the third is free meditation for 12 hours when passing on the technique. There are also basic monthly benefits. A few bottles of elixirs. And 10 high-grade spiritual stones. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the Holy Sect, this treatment is really nothing to say. After 5 years of new disciples entering the sect, they can take part in the assessment to worship the major peaks. There is an assessment opportunity every 5 years. If they fail to worship the major peaks after 4 times, they will be eliminated from the Holy Sect and find a job outside the world, such as going to various major peaks. In the main city, you may work in the eyes of various realms. It can be said that Bai Donglin and the others are still outer disciples. These 5 years have not only determined everyone's cultivation talents, but also determined what kind of skills you practice and which path is suitable for you. After all, each peak has its own area of expertise. Now that they have just joined the sect, it is not clear which peak everyone is suitable for. The first main peak is the Jidao peak. The 4 peaks of earth, wind, water and fire. The 36 Tiangang peak. The 72 earthly evil peaks. The 108 star peaks. The 365 star peaks. The Holy Sect has many main peaks and countless schools. It is extremely important to choose the main peak that suits your own path. You can avoid many detours. If you formally worship the main peak, you will have your own master. It is considered to have truly joined the Holy Sect, with greater authority and better treatment. Putting down the jade tube, Bai Donglin had a basic understanding of the situation of the Holy Sect. It seems that after countless years of development, the management philosophy of the Jidao Holy Sect has become very advanced. I don't know how many disciple recruitment ceremonies have developed a standardized process. Even he couldn't find anything wrong with it. Once every 20 years, there were hundreds of thousands of new disciples every time. Such fully automated management was indeed very reasonable. After all, for monks, 20 years is indeed too short. Maybe one retreat will be almost gone. If they just mobilize their troops to welcome new disciples, then the Holy Sect will not have to do anything. Especially this Jidao bracelet. It is simply a stroke of genius. It is the core of this system. Gathering his mind, he put everything in the Sumera ring into the Jidao bracelet. Then took out the purple gold seeds and started bleeding them for feeding. During this period, he would feed them once a day. Unfortunately, apart from his growing appetite, this little thing had no other symptoms. What a change. After feeding the purple seeds, I did the soft exercise again, drank hot milk, and laid down on the bed ready to have a good rest. I haven't slept at all during this period. So keep your spirits up, as I have to receive the inheritance of the exercises tomorrow. The physical training method that I have always wanted to have can be obtained tomorrow. The immortal caressed my head and tied my hair to achieve immortality. Bai Donglin murmured and fell asleep. Chapter 48, Monument Boundary. The next morning, Bai Donglin got up early, finished washing, put on the robe of Xingzong, black and white with red patterns, and a palm-sized pole in the left chest, with luxury in the low key. Bai Donglin, who is originally elegant and handsome, is more heroic, sitting in the yard right, drinking milk and eating early. But attention was placed on the left-hand bracelet on the left hand, and the time silently estimated the time. Coming! Bai Donglin's expression moved, and I saw the bracelet trembling slightly red, and a message passed into my mind. Suppressed the excitement in my heart, stood up, and stretched out my left hand to draw. A 3-meter high light door emerged out of thin air, and Bai Donglin stepped into it. The same scene appeared simultaneously in 1008 main city areas. Except for a few children and babies. All the new disciples stepped into the light gate at the same time and headed for the place where the skills were passed down. The Monument Realm, where all the skills and supernatural powers of the Jidao Holy Sect are inherited, is an extremely important place for the Holy Sect, located in a huge out-of-domain world that is unknown. The outside world is hidden in the unknown dimension space. The only way to enter the Monument World is the only way to enter the Monument World. The Monument World, which is coming and going on weekdays, is particularly deserted today. There is no one except the Guardian, because today is the date of inheritance of the newcomers once. The next 12 hours of the huge monumental world is unique to these newcomers. This is the benefits of everyone who joins the sacred sect. At this time, the deserted monument world began to show movement. With the appearance of the first light gate, more and more densely packed light gates appeared, forming a long stretch. Hundreds of thousands of light gates descended upon the monument world at the same time. The scene was quite spectacular. Even many guardians turned their eyes over here, as this was their scheduled program that took place every 20 years. Bai Donglin stepped out of the light door and looked around, and saw more than 100,000 people out of the light door. This sense of familiarity is so familiar, except that one of the light gates is round, and the other is square. Isn't this the final battle in Avengers 4? He smiled slightly. Today he was not here to fight, but to receive inheritance. His heart felt slightly warmed. He had finally waited for this day. I am the guardian of the monumental world, and the new disciples such as the next 12 hours can be arbitrarily selected for inheritance. You need to abide by the Saint Sect rules, and you must not damage the inheritance steal. Remember, the inheritance of God Gong is like a star, and it is the best for you to chew more. Go. Follow the induction of the light of life. Find the inheritance that suits you. An old voice spread throughout the huge monument, and more than 100,000 disciples listened respectfully, and did not dare to neglect. Everyone listened quietly, and then respectful the ceremony. The disciples are at the purpose of obeying the guardian. Later, everyone turned into a shadow and disappeared. All of them have entered a huge world of monumental forest. This monument world is too big, and the dense monumental forest is boundless, and each towering stone monument is a kind of inheritance. The inheritance is as numerous as the stars. This is true. More than 100,000 disciples entered the Balan, like mud cattle entering the sea, and they were diluted in a blink of an eye. They had been looking for heritage. Bai Donglin stood in the inscription forest, a little dazed, and the exercise inheritance was too much. He didn't know which one to choose for a while. I never thought that one day I would be distressed because of too much exercises. The Saint Sect's courage also exceeded his imagination. All the skills and secrets were open to the public. They were not afraid of you learning too much, but afraid of you not being able to learn. Moreover, the inherited skills here were forbidden to be passed on, so they were not afraid of you leaking them out. The skills and secret techniques are all cultivation resources that can be reused repeatedly. They are indeed extremely precious. He had been trying to get one before, but was unable to do so. It is neither precious nor invaluable. Just like the boundary monuments in this world, it can be easily found. Bai Donglin slowly calmed down. The guardian said yes. He would not be chewing. He thought so, and did the same. He had only practiced 3 kinds of exercises and martial arts in total, and the physical practice method and the magic secrets are obviously more difficult than the ordinary martial arts. Cut off the greedy desire in the heart, and choose an exercise method that suits you. Bai Donglin closed his eyes, and let go to feel the inheritance that suits his own. There are so many inheritance in the monument world. If you look for them one by one, I am afraid that it will not be able to see it for 12 hours. Gradually, he felt as if he was in a dark space. His strong energy and blood were burning fiercely, turning into a human-shaped torch. A group of flames slowly appeared in the dark space. They were large and small, bright, strong, and weak. He knew that each flame was an inheritance. The spherical flame spread from near to far, becoming more and more numerous, densely packed and boundless, as if every inheritance in the monument world appeared in this dark space. What happened? Bai Donglin was a little embarrassed. Although he knew he was excellent, he wouldn't see him in every inheritance. This can make him who is difficult to choose. Let's take a look at these exercises first. Look at more and then choose. And then he puts consciousness into a nearby spherical flame. Thousands of magic smooth, pure yang battle, 3 smooth jade body, Ling Longshan Sutra, 7 limits of swallowing the sky, Congenital Invincible Magic Tire. Non-Destroyed Heart Sutra. Gulu. By Donlin Swallowed Heart. Please, do you have to be so exaggerated? The names are all so awesome. How can he choose? Can you give me some trashy skills? He suppressed his restless heart and continued to direct his consciousness towards the fireball in the distance. 9 Transformation Divine Infant. Heavenly Hegemon Blood Battle Body. 16 and 9 Yang Rotation Technique. Immortality and Indestructibility Ultimate Intention and Freedom. Shou Tian Xing Shenju. As countless fancy magical skills flowed through his mind, Bai Dongling gradually discovered the pattern. The flames transformed by these inherited skills are of different sizes and brightness. Not because of different strengths, but because of whether they are suitable for oneself. For example, the Extreme Yin Combat Body technique is obviously at the same level as the Pure Yang Combat Body. But the light intensity is far less than that of Pure Yang. And the light is extremely weak. Although one can practice it by oneself, the effect will definitely be greatly reduced. So Bai Donglin no longer paid attention to those magical skills with fancy names, but went to find the biggest and brightest fireball. In the boundless dark space, Bai Donglin's consciousness seemed to extend infinitely, crossing over pieces of flames. Finally, in a very far place, a huge ball of fire was found, emitting strong light, like a small sun. Although separated by a long distance, Bai Donglin's blood still boiled, and his mind seemed to be connected to the flame across space. That's it. Bai Donglin opened his eyes with an excited look. This technique was extremely suitable for him. He seemed to be able to sense the cheers and excitement of this martial art. And his own heart was also beating wildly, urging him to accept the inheritance. Without giving it any more thought, he followed the guidance of his heart and ran towards the depths of the forest of steels, his body turning into an afterimage at an extremely fast speed. The forest of steels was so huge that it took several hours of running at full speed to reach the place of telepathy. Looking at the tall stone tablet towering into the sky in front of him, his eyes were filled with shock. This stone tablet was much taller than the surrounding stone tablets, like a crane standing out among chickens. It seemed to be an extremely powerful martial art. He came to sit cross-legged in front of the stone tablet, calmed his mind, raised his left hand, and pressed it on the stone tablet. The red light of the Jidao bracelet flashed slightly, and Bai Donglin instantly felt that the barrier between him and the stone tablet had disappeared in an instant. Countless golden mysterious characters circled and jumped, like golden elves, flying into Bai Donglin's mind in a line. The golden characters flew into the spiritual platform, circled around the soul, and slowly engraved on the soul the true scripture of 112 9,600 spiritual apertures to conceive gods and forge demons. Good job. I was like, wow. The longer the name, the more awesome it is. Right? Before thinking about it, like the galaxy pour, the boundless golden characters instantly drowned Bai Donglin's soul. The soul covered with characters all over its body is like a golden body. Golden Light. Chapter 49. After 6 hours, Bai Donglin still did not accept the inheritance. This exercise method is extremely mysterious, and the content seems to be endless, even if it is only inspiring into the depths of the soul. It takes a long time. After a while, the golden characters gradually decreased until they disappeared. The inheritance is over, and this technique has been completely engraved deep into the soul, and cannot be forgotten even if one wants to. However, Bai Donglin did not put down his left hand on the inheritance stone tablet, but used the remaining time to begin to comprehend this technique. Although the skills were engraved into his soul word for word, remembering them and learning them are two different things. Cultivation and perception can only be rely on yourself, and the exercises are not mature to the point where you can cultivate yourself. In addition to the function of passing on the skills, the inheritance stone tablet in this monument world also has another function, which is to help practitioners comprehend the skills. It is a treasure that assists in cultivation. This is also the reason why 1,000 contribution points are required for 1 hour of cultivation in the monument realm. There are still 1 or 2 hours left until 12 hours. We can't waste it. Contribution points are very precious. With a calm mind, he began to practice the true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon. The name of this technique was too long, so for the sake of convenience, he had to use the abbreviation. The first layer of the exercise method is simple, and the use of the inscriptions of the steel was quickly realized by him. In the first realm of physical cultivation, Qi and refining, the same is similar to Qi repair. They all lead to reinforcement to strengthening the meat. The difference lies in the method of drawing spiritual energy. Qi cultivators with orange true spirit or above cultivation qualifications can guide spiritual energy into the body. This is also the method used by most cultivators in the Qianyuan realm. The difference between physical cultivation is that it does not require true spiritual talent, but instead uses the light of the origin of life to sense and absorb spiritual energy. The light of the true spirit comes from the depths of the soul, and is born from the mother river. The light of the origin comes from the deep part of the flesh, and was born in the heavens and the earth. One is real, and the other is virtual. One is yin, and the other is yang. They are the two sides of all things in the world. And this is also the basic condition for life. Of course, both of them have the authority to control and utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Before the ancient times, the two gas paths were evenly matched and equally prosperous. Unfortunately, due to some reasons, the physical cultivation declined and has not recovered until now. So that some people in remote realms only know how to cultivate qi but not body. The beginning of physical cultivation is to sense the light of the origin of life deep in the body. Once the light of the origin is awakened, one can open the boundary between heaven and earth and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for one's own use. By Donglin's operating method, immersing his mind into a mysterious place deep into the body. I don't know if it was the experience of choosing the dark space during the inheritance, or his physical heritage was too deep. Everything was very smooth, and for a moment, I felt a hot breath. A round of white light flames, like the sun, was printed in by Dong's heart. Is this the light of my origin? I feel that there is no gap between myself and the heavens and the earth. The mind and the heavens and the earth are integrated, and Bai Donglin has the impulse to tears with tears. This feeling is too comfortable, as warm as the mother's arms. His mind gradually calmed down, and he began to practice his skills to absorb spiritual energy. Sure enough, the spiritual energy became extremely docile, and was directly absorbed into his body. Every cell in Bai Donglin's body seemed to be cheering, and she swallowed the aura of heaven and earth hungry. From beginning to end, Bai Donglin relies on strengthening energy to strengthen the flesh. Before he wakes up the light of the origin, he is afraid that it will use the 7 injuries to force the aura, and the cells cannot absorb a slightest spirit. And through the reinforcement of the energy of the countless times, each cell is extremely powerful, and it is also hungry like a thirsty desert. With the operation of the exercise method, each cell is swallowed with aura, and the white E sitting cross-legged is turned into a black hole. The surrounding aura is absorbed, and a aura void gradually forms the sky above the head. As every cell absorbed spiritual energy, Bai Donglin's strength took off like a rocket. It exceeded 100,000 pounds, 110,000 pounds, 120,000 pounds, and 130,000 pounds. It was not until 135,000 pounds. The cell stopped to improve when the limit reached the limit. You must know that the general physical fitness is complete, and it is 20,000 to 30,000 kilograms of physical strength. Because of strengthening energy, he is 100,000 pounds larger than others. The first layer of cultivation was successful, and Bai Donglin did not stop. When the iron was hot, he continued to understand the second layer of cultivation. The first 2 layers were very basic things. With his deep physical heritage, it was easy to break through. If you want to break through the second realm and blood element, you need to sense the development of Dantian that belongs to the physical cultivation. The Dantian for Qi cultivators is the lower Dantian, located at the Shikate point in the lower abdomen below the navel, also known as the Qi high Dantian. Qi cultivators use their true spirit to absorb spiritual energy, refine the spiritual energy, and contaminate it with their own true spiritual breath, which is called true essence. It is stored in the Qi high Dantian, and is the source of power for Qi cultivators. The physical Dantian is Zhongdan Tian. It is located in the chest of the chest, also known as the blood of the blood of the blood. The light of the body awakened the origin of the life of life is induced to absorb the aura. The refined aura is contaminated with its own qi and blood. It is called blood yuan. In the middle of the 2 eyebrows, the Yintang acupoint is Shangdan Tian, also known as Ling Tai, also known as mud pills, which is the place of the soul and soul. Bai Donglin mobilized his strong qi and blood and circulated it to the Danzhong point. He did not start to break through right away, but continued to accumulate qi and blood. He wanted to make a concerted effort and open up the Dantian, the sea of blood, in one fell swoop. The qi and blood in the body continued to contract and squeeze, compressed to the size of a needle. Feeling that it had been compressed to the limit, the small dot formed by the concentrated qi and blood was immediately injected into the Danzhong point. Rumble. Bai Donglin only felt like a thunder in the depths of his mind. Extreme compressed qi and blood is like the outbreak of the universe. This is the magic of the Dantian acupoint. Infinitely large and infinitely small. Between reality and illusion. The moment the sea of blood was opened up, endless energy and blood gushed out from the eye of the sea of blood. A huge vortex of spiritual energy formed above the sea of blood, madly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Foreign steel. At the moment when Bai Donglin opened up the success of the blood, a red light was shrouded in the world. The spiritual energy vortex above Bai Donglin's head was getting bigger and bigger, as the spiritual energy vortex in the sea of blood formed in his body. It instantly spread thousands of miles away. Such a big commotion in the forest of steel instantly alarmed many guardians of the steel world. And everyone turned their eyes to Bai Donglin, who was sitting cross-legged. Several thoughts collided and communicated in the air. Thousands of miles of bloody, boundless blood sea. A myriad of visions. This is an unrivaled genius. A talent for evil. After a brief communication, many guardians were not speechless. And they silently stared at Bai Donglin silently. In the boundless sea of blood and qi gushed out continuously. Bai Donglin's physical foundation was too deep. The blood and qi seemed endless. The massive amount of spiritual energy that was sucked into the sea of blood by the spiritual energy vortex began to merge with the blood and transform into blood energy. The qi and blood of the whole body entered the melting of blood and aura to the blood element. And the blood element flowed through the limbs. And the power of qi and blood was replaced by more advanced blood element energy. Bai Donglin clearly felt that his physical function was rapidly improving. When all the profound foundation was completely transformed, the vortex of spiritual energy gradually dissipated. And the blood light that spread for thousands of miles also disappeared. Bai Donglin finished his training and opened his eyes. A flash of blood light passed by. In a short period of time, he had broken through to the perfection of the sea of blood, and his strength increased greatly again. But it's just this time. The accumulated energy in the body has been used up. It will be impossible to break through so easily next time unless there is a large amount of strengthening energy. He stood up and realized that the inheritance time was about to end. Among the voids that Bai Donglin could not notice, many guardians were constantly colliding and fierce debate. Should we inform the sect about this? No. We, the guardians, guard the monument realm for life. And we cannot interfere in matters outside the monument realm. Everything is based on the rules of the Xingzong. But, no. There have been countless talents and wicked genius that I have seen for many years. And I have never broken the rules. And this time I can't break the rules. Moreover, a true demon genius can grow into a strong person without the interference of others. If he died on the road to growth, that means that's all he was. Well, let's do it this way. As some guardians compromised, the thoughts ended the debate and retreated. At this time, the time had reached 12 hours, and the Jidao bracelet began to emit red light. Bai Donglin raised his hand and drew a light gate. He had to hurry. Any delay would result in his contribution points being deducted. And the minimum deduction was 1,000. Stepping through the light door, he returned to Zuzuju for a moment. Chapter 50, Lakeside Dinner. Taishang Valley, Ziju Residence. Bai Dong was sitting on his knees on the bed. The internal skills were running, transporting blood essence. And continuous breakthroughs caused the turbulent sea of blood to slowly calm down. And the realm gradually stabilized. The universe is a macrocosm, and the human body is a microcosm. Qixio advocates the sense of the world, and the way of cultivating the universe. The core of Bai Donglin's inheritance of the pregnant god-casting magic scriptures is to open all the spiritual tricks of the human body. The human body has a total of 129,600 points. 1 yuan. And each spirit can contain a god and demon. The power of 129,600 gods and demons can be available in one. But it can reach the eternal realm of the other side. This true scripture is high and the content is large. And Bai Donglin feels enough for him to be used for life. So it is so easy to get it. So that he still feels incredible now. The law does not spread 6 ears. And Sun Wukong, who has a deep background, begging Xian Xian to ask for a twists and turns. This kind of direct passing eternal authentic scripture is thrown in the monumental world. Perhaps the requirements of this scripture for the inheritor are too high. So that for a long time, I am the only one who can understand this scripture. It is not that he is very high, but that the way of opening up the spirit is too special. The other exercises to open up the spirit to use the blood element to open up and expand. But how does such a small spiritual space be used for maternity? Therefore, The difference of this true scripture is that it compresses the chi and blood of the whole body into a point, simulating the explosion of the singularity, and opening up an infinitely large spiritual space in an instant. Only the infinite spiritual space can give birth to the gods. The premise of this step is to have strong chi and blood. When you open up the blood of blood, having a blood element is to compress the blood element simulation outbreak to open up other spiritual tricks. In this way, the method of opening up the spiritual tricks is great, but there is a fatal disadvantage. That is, it is not necessarily 100% successful to open up the spirit. The reason why this scripture chose him is probably because of his strong blood and blood, which meets the first condition. Although this method is amazing, he does not think that this method can see that he has the ability to die. There may be many people with the same energy and blood as yourself who were chosen in history. But how many of them are not afraid of death and dare to continue practicing? There are a total of 129,600 spiritual orifices in the human body. Who can guarantee that they can successfully open a spiritual orifice every time? If they fail once, they will die. Except for the immortal self. I am afraid that no one is more suitable for this. There are countless inheritance in the monument world. I do not know how many mysterious and powerful inheritances have been buried. It is possible that even Xingzong does not know the existence of this true scripture. This monument world is very unusual. There should be any secrets behind it. Bang bang. The knock on the outside of the courtyard interrupted his thoughts. Got up and opened the door of the courtyard. By Gongzi, Sheng Qingzi invited you to attend the celebration banquet tonight. This is an invitation. After taking the post from the green girl frowned slightly and said, celebrating a banquet? What to celebrate? Back to the sun is to celebrate the successful completion of the exercises. After each new disciple completed the inheritance, it will be held. This is the tradition of Taiyu Valley. Bai Donglin nodded in understanding. That was good. It was a good opportunity for him to get in touch with his fellow disciples. After all, they would be living together for a long time. And it would be bad for him to be too independent. I know. I will participate on time. Green girls respectfully exit the courtyard. Cultivation is not something that can be done behind closed doors. Money, friends, methods and land are indispensable. It is not easy to join the Jidao Holy Sect. Communicating and cooperating with them will be of great benefit to your own cultivation. Recently, it can be precipitated, preparing for breaking through the divine realm, and breaking through the realm of the gods. You can cultivate all kinds of supernatural powers, and the strength of physical cultivation will gradually be displayed. Back in the house, Bai Donglin did not continue to cultivate, but was immersed in the mind and realized the truth of the scholar. Evening. After changing Bai Donglin, who was always served, he came to the scene of the celebration banquet without panic. The banquet venue was not located in the hall, but on a small lake. The spiritual lamps illuminated the shore as bright as day. The green grass was filled with tables and chairs, and all kinds of delicious food and precious spiritual wines were neatly laid out. Many maids and servants were serving them. Bai Dong nodded, and he was relatively satisfied with the open-air banquet. After all, it was young people under 20, and they were even more eager to be unrestrained. At this time, the person was almost reached. More than 100 people's heads were still very lively. At this time, the man who greeted the crowd saw Bai Donglin. His eyes brightened, and he quickly stepped forward. Brother Bai. Come here. Come here. Introduced to you. This is Bai Donglin Bai Gongzi. Do it look at Bai Gongzi's elegant and easygoing. At first, if I hadn't run fast on the island, I would be killed by Brother Bai alive. This man's name was Sheng Qing. He was quite powerful. He had fought a fierce battle with Bai Donglin and retreated calmly after being defeated. He was one of the few people who escaped his iron fist. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Bai Donglin. Many of those who had fought with him had solemn expressions. This man looked elegant, easygoing and graceful. But when he fought, he was like a madman, exchanging injuries for injuries, life for life. He was a ruthless man. And in the final battle, the scenes of Bai Dong's violent giant man were seen. Bai Dong shook his head with a smile. And he didn't care about Sheng Qing. He knew that this person was his tongue and was not malicious. Otherwise, the banquet would not be his turn to host. Don't remembers the saint, brother. At that time, the situation was special. Only the bottom of the situation was to do his best. Ha ha ha. Don't bear grudges. Don't bear grudges. At this time, the people around me also surrounded, talking about each other. The atmosphere was warm. and there was a taste of not knowing each other. Of course, Bai Donglin is from good, and the eloquence of previous lives is not comparable to these young people. So the atmosphere is more harmonious. It took a while to get rid of everyone. Looked around. His eyes lighted up. And he saw an acquaintance. Miss Su. We met again. This person is Su Qi. And everyone comes out of the small island. All kinds of things have followed. Although they are walking along the way, they have not had a chance to talk. Compared to Su Qi, who is tight and black on the island. The white palace in front of him. The white palace in front of him has a little cold and more soft. Sitting next to Su Qi was a little girl of about 6 or 7 years old, wearing a princess dress. She was very cute and her face was about 70% similar to Su Qi. So they must be blood relatives. It seems that the inheritance of Bai Gongzi in the monument world is amazing. I haven't seen it in a short time. And the strength has improved so much. Su Qi's voice was still as cold, but her expression was a little shocked. When Bai Donglin was on the island, his strength was not as good as hers. But his ability to preserve his life was too strong, and he was extremely difficult to kill. She didn't want to waste extra effort. So she retreated. But now she can no longer see through him. After accepting the inheritance, she thought she had made great progress. But she didn't expect that there is always someone better than her. Bai Donglin's strength is already above hers. Bai Donglin smiled and didn't say anything. The inheritance he obtained was indeed extraordinary. But the fundamental reason for his rapid improvement in strength was that he had just started practicing. How could the improvement not be great? It's better to keep these secrets to yourself. There's no need to tell them out. Hello, Brother Bai. I'm Shizhou, Su Qi's sister. The little girl was very clever. Her bright eyes kept turning around. And then she asked in a cute childish voice, Brother Bai, how did you and my sister know each other? Is it a hero saving a beauty? Is it a beauty saving a hero? At such a young age, his gossip spirit has already awakened. And his eyes kept glancing between Bai Donglin and the other person. Su Qi glared at the little girl fiercely. This brat was becoming more and more disrespectful. She would have to be taught a good lesson when she got back. This is my younger sister Su Xiuzhou. She's a naughty girl. Please don't mind me, Mr. Bai. Children speak without restraint. Xiuzhou, you guessed wrong. The first time I met your sister, we had a huge fight. I almost lost my life. It's not as romantic as you think. Bai Donglin looked deep. It seemed that Su Qi's background was not simple. Xiao Jiu obviously had a special physique. People with special blood almost all had great figures in their ancestors. It may even be even more terrifying. That is, some old monsters with special inherited bloodlines have not died yet. And these are all powerful forces that dominate a certain area. After Su Xiuzhou heard his words, her gossiping spirit was instantly extinguished, and she became completely listless. Bai Donglin smiled slightly upon seeing this, and took out a small beast carved out of crystal from his bracelet. This was won in a lottery, and it was not a magic weapon, but a work of art. When exposed to light, it glowed and looked very beautiful. Since this is our first meeting, Brother Bai will give you a gift. Bai Donglin handed the crystal beast to Xiuzhou. There was no other meaning in this action. It was probably just a habit from his previous life. Whenever he saw a child, he would give them some candy or something. The little crystal beast shone brightly under the light. Su Xiuzhou's eyes were dazed, and she liked it at once. However, she didn't know whether she should take it or not. She could only look at Su Qi with pitiful eyes. Su Qi rolled his eyes at her and said helplessly, Just accept the gift that Master Bai gave you. Why don't you thank Master Bai? Su Xiuzhou happily took the crystal beast and said with a sweet smile, Thank you, Brother Bai. He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that they were welcome. At this time, Bai Donglin looked up and saw a red-haired man walking towards them. Chapter 51, Blood-Burning Secret Technique. Xuanya watched Su Qi and Bai Donglin talking and laughing, and he was burning with jealousy. She was cold and indifferent to him, but was so affectionate to this Bai. He thought he was not inferior to this Bai in any way, and was even better than him. Why? I was obviously here first. If Bai Donglin knew what this red-haired guy was thinking, he would definitely be speechless. Su Qi was still as cold as before. How could he tell that the two of them were very intimate? Sure enough, love is something that can lower one's intelligence, even if it is unrequited love. Xuanya walked up to the two of them, found a chair and sat down, forced a smile, bowed to Bai Donglin and said, Brother Bai, nice to meet you. My name is Xuanya. Although Bai Donglin sensed a vague hostility from the red-haired man, he still politely bowed and said, Hello, Brother Xian. What can I do for you? Ha ha ha. I've heard of Brother Bai's great name for a long time, and I'm itching to learn from him. Is that possible? Su Qi frowned when he heard this, and said in a cold tone, Xuanya, don't make trouble for no reason. I have made it very clear that I am devoted to the Tao, and have no interest in love affairs. Bai Donglin suddenly realized that it was no wonder he smelled jealousy. It turned out that this red-haired guy regarded him as a love rival. Love is such a terrible poison. Even Xuanya, a genius who stood out among millions of people, was corrupted and turned into a mentally retarded young man. I shook my head and sighed. It's so pitiful that such a good person was ruined like this. It's true that dogs who bootlick will not die well. The netizens are not lying to me. After hearing Su Qi's words, his eyes glowed red, and he was obviously furious. It seemed that this person was also an arrogant person outside the holy sect, and would not tolerate any grievance. Xuanya snorted coldly and stood up. In the holy sect, no matter how violent his personality was, he dared not act recklessly. He could only glare at the two of them hatefully and turned away. Bai Donglin looked puzzled. Why is your grandson staring at your grandfather? This red-haired man seems to have a real problem with his brain and is seriously ill. Su Qi was relieved to see that the two did not fight, and said to Bai Donglin with a hint of apology, Mr. Bai, I'm sorry to trouble you. It's okay. A little small thing. If this red-haired guy really dares to cause trouble for him, he doesn't mind teaching him a lesson on behalf of his father. It's not that he is arrogant. With his current strength, more than 100 people here together cannot beat him with one hand. Bai Donglin took out a broken puppet and changed the subject to finally state his purpose. Ms. Su, this scapegoat puppet was used by you before, right? Do you still have it? Su Qi took a look at the puppet and immediately recognized it as something she had used before. She shook her head and said, Mr. Bai, this is not a surrogate puppet. A surrogate puppet is a very precious treasure. I am only using a substitute puppet. The value of the two is very different. After listening to Su Qi's explanation, Bai Donglin realized that the scapegoat puppet was like a resurrection coin, which could give a person an extra life. It was a precious and unique item passed down from ancient times. It is said that it was made by the Shinto monks who have disappeared. Now it can be said that one is less and less, and it is a priceless treasure. The puppet used by Su Qi was not even a replica, but something else. It could only create a dummy with the same aura as himself. It had no ability to move independently, and its explosion was not very powerful. It was just a gadget. Bai Donglin's purpose is very simple. He just wants to find some scapegoat puppets to cover up his resurrection ability. If the resurrection ability is exposed, he will blame the scapegoat puppets. It doesn't necessarily have to be a real scapegoat. Such a precious thing cannot be used for acting. Even a fake one will do. But at least you have to know what the scapegoat looks like. Ms. Su, have you ever seen a puppet? Su Qi shook his head and said, the surrogate puppet is extremely rare, and I have no chance to see one. However, I heard from my elders that the puppet is blood red, but I don't know what it looks like. After saying this, he frowned and thought for a while, then said to Bai Donglin, although I don't know why Mr. Bai is so interested in the scapegoat. If there is any place to find relevant information, Xingzong Shushan is definitely one of them. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. Yes, the Holy Sect's mountain of books is all-encompassing. Since its establishment in ancient times, it contains countless books and infinite knowledge. Even if it wasn't for this scapegoat, he would have to go there often. He thanked Su Qi immediately. Now that he had a clue, he didn't think about it anymore. He drank spiritual wine and discussed cultivation experiences with many cultivators. Each of these people had already broken through to the divine awareness realm, and their various cultivation experiences had also given him a lot of inspiration. Time passed quickly, and nothing unexpected happened. The banquet ended successfully. After eating and drinking, the monks returned to their own homes. At the banquet, Bai Donglin also learned the news. After 7 days, there would be a predecessor of Zongmen to open the altar. After returning to Zizuju, Bai Donglin's blood energy shook, and the smell of alcohol on his body dissipated. He sat cross-legged, took out the purple gold seed, and began to feed it daily. After the breakthrough, the essence and blood contained blood essence, and the energy contained was richer. The seed was full without absorbing much this time. After the seeds were sucked, they flashed a stronger purple light, and some lines began to appear on the small seeds. He nodded with satisfaction. There was finally a change. It seemed that it would not take long to cultivate it. He was becoming more and more curious about what this thing was. After collecting the seeds, he took out the incomplete book that his second brother gave him. At first, he knew nothing about physical cultivation, and could not understand many of the contents. Now that he has accepted the physical cultivation inheritance, he can naturally understand the contents. He read it carefully from the beginning, understanding every word. There was not much content in the incomplete book, so he finished it quickly. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect that this book also recorded an incomplete secret technique. It's a pity that only the first half of the content is available. But this secret technique is very interesting. It is called burning blood and is a bit like a berserker's rampage, burning one's own blood to increase combat power. This secret technique is too flawed, and it is estimated that it can only increase combat power by 10% or 20%. It may not be cost-effective for others, but it is very suitable for him. His blood is endless, and the blood he burns is not as fast as his recovery. Unfortunately, blood is one's own energy, and cannot be used to enhance energy. Sports secrets are different from supernatural powers. As long as the secrets are opened with the blood of the blood, they can cultivate the energy of the blood element. And the magical power needs to open up the spirituality, to open up the spirit to cultivate. Bai Dongyan sat cross-legged and began to comprehend this secret technique with his eyes closed. This secret technique was very simple. As long as he mastered how to ignite the blood and how to extinguish it, he would succeed. Because the secret book was incomplete, the efficiency of blood burning was not high, so the combat power that could be improved was very limited. But it was better than nothing. And it was picked up for free anyway. Bah! It was not picked up for free. This was given to him by his second brother. This is the full care of the elder brother. Therefore, this blood-burning secret technique still needs to be practiced well. In less than half an hour, Bai Donglin had already mastered the trick, successfully lit the blood. A red smoke came out and circled around. I don't know if it's because his blood is too pure, but his combat power has increased to 20% of the limit. Think about it. He really picked up this time. He has now reached 155,500 pounds after breaking through the blood of blood. And he has all exploded with blood. And his strength is as high as 200,000 kilograms. A 20% increase would be 40,000 kilograms. The main thing is that he is different from others. Others use this secret as desperately as the bottom of the box. That is, the whole body blood is burned and insisted on it for a few minutes. He Bai Donglin is awesome. 12 hours a day are okay. Convergence and stop showing the secret of blood burning. The blood in the body was full. He nodded with satisfaction. It seems that he will have to practice this secret technique more in the future. It has zero investment and high returns. There are countless secrets of Xingzong's supernatural powers. There should be a lot of those who are suitable for you. But if you want to cultivate the magic secrets, you are not free to choose as free as the first inheritance. The first benefit is limited to the method. You want to accept the inheritance of the magic secrets. And the polar bracelets will not open the permissions. In the future, entering the inscriptions and the inscriptions need to contribute to the purchase of points. It's not that the Holy Sect is reluctant to give up these magical powers and secret arts. There may be two reasons. First, the magical powers and secret arts are too profound, and quality is more important than quantity. Just like the three giants of the Holy Sect, they have cultivated the magical powers of heaven and earth to perfection, and their dharma bodies are tens of thousands of feet tall. Why would they need other magical powers and secret arts? The second is that Xingzong does this. You can encourage disciples to earn contribution points. Like the market economy, the contribution points are currency. With supply and demand relationships, there will be a benign cycle, and the entire Saint section will be vitality. There is a motivation for competition, not to raise a group of clothes to reach out, and the meals are used to open their mouths. Bai Donglin no longer thought about it, began to run blood, and slowly washed out the flesh. In the future, he could use cultivation instead of sleep. The effect was better than sleeping directly. The mind is immersed in the perception of the true scriptures, and the blood element in the body is automatically operated, and it is repeated. A Sleepless Night. Chapter 52, Heaven, Earth and Man. 7 days later, Bai Donglin, who had been practicing in Zuzuju for 7 days, opened his eyes. This 7 days, except for a little time to feed Zijin seeds every day, he was carrying the blood element for the rest of the time and realized the magic articles. Cultivation is addicted. Bai Donglin only feels that the time is fast, and the cultivation of cultivation is becoming more and more stable. Today is the day of preaching of Xingzong's predecessors. I hope to gain something and break through the gods. Standing up, putting on the Xingzong robe, and entering the blood of the blood, you can completely open up the valley. With the heaven and earth aura as the food, the natural human body has no dust and stains. The pores are shrunk and disappear, and the general metabolism is basically suspended. There is no need to take a shower, and the whole body will be clean and refreshed. Raising his left hand, his mind moved. The polar bracelet flickered, and a light door was drawn out. Step into the light door, and instantly came to the dojo. Bai Dong was around and found that he appeared on a straight stone pillar. The stone pillar was about 3 meters in diameter, and a futon woven of purple grass was placed in the middle. Looking down at the stone pillar, one can only see the swirling clouds and mist, but has no idea where the stone pillar is. The same stone pillar looked at dense at a glance, endlessly, until the limit of the sight was not visible. The center of countless stone pillars, around a huge white jade pillar. The column is covered with inscriptions, luxurious and mysterious. At this time, light gates began to appear on the stone pillars. Many disciples of the holy sect stepped out, and then sat cross-legged on the cushions. Bai Donglin felt a strong aura from many people. It seemed that more than just their new disciples came to listen to the lecture. After all, the predecessors are not always available, and it is free anyway. Bai Donglin gathered his thoughts, sitting on his legs on the futon, only feeling a coolness of his mind, and his thinking became clearer and flexible. This futon is also a good baby. Then he converged and silently adjusted his state. After a few minutes, a light door appeared on the white jade pillar out of thin air, and an old man in white came out. Many disciples on Shirshu quickly got up and worshipped respectfully. Disciples meet their predecessors. The old man in white stroked the beard and nodded slightly. The old man is the eldest veteran of the Fengfeng, and the preaching of the altar today. After Qiguyang said, he sat on his knees, and the disciples bowed again and saluted, and then sat down quietly. At the beginning of the body, the light of the source, Ci blood spring, spirit blood converge. There was no falling sky, no golden lotus emerging from the ground. But as the old man spoke, the inscriptions around the white jade pillar glowed faintly. Bai Donglin felt that every word the old man said went straight into the depths of his soul, making him unconsciously indulge in it and fall into enlightenment. The old man in white, Gong, was explained in a simple way. From the beginning of the physical practice, he gradually deepened and analyzed layer by layer. Bai Donglin feels that he has a deeper understanding of each realm. The blood element in the body is automatically operated. Some small flaws are corrected, and the base of the blood is more stable. Gradually talk about God's realm. Some things that do not understand mouths open, and hearing the subtlety smile on his face unconsciously showing joy. There is no doubt about the whole divine realm, and it can start to break through at any time. Qiguyang did not talk about the realm above God's tricks, but has always elaborated the first 3 realms in the body in different aspects. Various subtle places have made Bai Donglin gain great harvest, and all kinds of mysteries are grasped. 3 days later. Wake up. The preaching is over. The phrase wake up to awaken the people who are addicted to their hearts. And the crowd opened with a slightly confused eyes, and only saw that Gu Yang's smile on the white jade pillar must look at them. Everyone was awake instantly, suppressing the joy of inner heart, and quickly got up to the ceremony. Thank you for preaching. Qiguyang nodded slightly, and received this worship. He was worthy of the grace of preaching, and the confusion of preaching. Many disciples also opened the light gate with each other. Obviously, they all gained a lot. The disciples of Xingzong were all talented people, coupled with such good listening conditions. It was strange that it was not impressed. Bai Donglin also opened the light gate, and returned to Zizuju. He was ready to strike while the iron was hot, and break through the Xinxiao realm in one fell swoop. Back to Zizuju. Took off the robe and sat on the bed in the bed. Precipitated the mind, and turned into the sea of heart. The first realm of physical cultivation, the spiritual orifice realm, is equivalent to the 3rd realm of qi cultivation. If divided in detail, it can be divided into 3 realms. But these realms are all about opening up the spiritual orifice. So they are collectively called the spiritual orifice mirror. There are 2,507 spiritual tricks with the blood of the people in the realm of the gods. There are 70-2 spiritual tips for the core of the gods of Xinxiao, and all of which are the same as the god of Qi Xianxiao. There are 30-6 spiritual tricks with the core of the gods of God, all of the core of the soul, all of which are the same as Qi Xiu Ling Tai. The upper is heaven, the lower is the earth, and the people live between the heavens and the earth. For ordinary body cultivators, they only cultivate these 365 spiritual orifices, because these are the most important and obvious orifices in the human body. Once the 365 spiritual orifices are successfully opened, they can enter the next realm. The many other hidden spiritual orifices are not accessible to ordinary cultivators. Only cultivators with special skills, or special physiques and extraordinary talents, have the ability or qualifications to open up numerous hidden acupoints. There are a total of 129,600 spiritual acupoints in the human body. How many you can open depends on your own ability and luck. The more Lingqiao is opened, of course, the deepness is deeper, the strength is more powerful, and even the cross-border battle is easy. Bai Dong was calmed down, and the mystery of God's realm was exhausted in his heart, and he was ready to start breaking through. However, he wants to set up another strange path. He does not plan to follow the general routine. Most people are open up in turn, and they are gradual. He didn't plan to do this. He was going to open the core of Tianxiao first. The advantage of doing this is that you can liberate your soul in advance and enjoy the various benefits brought by the soul in advance, including enhanced comprehension and perception, control over blood essence, the ability to sense and open up acupoints, memory and comprehension. And you can also cultivate the magical power of the soul eye. There are so many benefits. One of the powers of the true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon is that it allows practitioners to open up any spiritual orifice at will, without having to proceed step by step. As long as you can sense that spiritual orifice, you can open it up. However, the success rate will be greatly reduced in this case, and most people will not do this. But for Bai Donglin, this is not a problem. Isn't it just dying a few more times? The boundless sea of blood in the body began to roll and surge, and the powerful blood essence began to gather towards the spiritual platform. As the true scriptures were circulated, the blood essence began to compress into a point. The blood essence seemed endless and kept compressing. The tiny singularities formed by the gathering of blood essence emitted shining light. Bai Donglin only felt that more than half of the blood essence in his body had been consumed, and finally reached its limit. The blood essence singularity could no longer absorb a trace of blood essence. Without hesitation, blood Yuanqi was pushed directly into Lingtai. Rumble. A loud thunderclap sounded deep in his soul, and Bai Donglin felt his brain go blank, and he knew nothing. Failed. Bai Donglin was instantly blown into nothingness. His soul was shattered, and his body turned into particles of nothingness. The extremely compressed energy explosion even created a tiny black hole, which was instantly wiped out by the power of heaven and earth the moment it appeared. He died completely, without even a trace left. In the blink of an eye, Bai Donglin, naked, reappeared. He did not pick up the Jidao bracelet that fell on the bed. He might die soon, so he was too lazy to put it on. Although he was resurrected, the blood essence in his body still remained at the moment before his death, with only a small half left. He needed to restore the blood essence before he could continue to develop. He had expected to fail several times. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. The opening of the Lingtai acupoint would be of great help in the opening of future acupoints. He swallowed a pill, took the top-grade spirit stone, and began to practice the true scriptures. And the blood essence in his body quickly recovered. After his blood essence was restored, Bai Donglin began to repeat the above operations. The second failure. The third time also failed. The fourth time, Bai Donglin was neither anxious nor impatient, and continued to follow the steps. The blood essence singularity continued to be invested into the Lingtai acupoint, and there was a rumbling sound of thunder. Bai Donglin only felt that his consciousness instantly entered an unknown space. This was the boundless sea of spirits and souls. Bai Donglin's soul was entrenched in it, and the infinite space was filled with great fog. The soul was sitting cracked, and his hands were decided by mystery. From time to time, gold characters appeared. When Bai Donglin's consciousness entered, the soul's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a shining golden gaze, like the light of catastrophe between heaven and earth, instantly cut through the endless gray fog. The Sea of Spirits was opened up successfully. Chapter 53, Book Mountain. Sea of Soul. Bai Donglin stood up curiously, stretched his hands, stretched his legs, and carefully experienced the mystery of the soul. He felt that his senses had been enhanced several times. He could clearly see himself sitting naked cross-legged on the bed. Everything within a radius of dozens of feet around him was imprinted in his mind. Every detail was clear. It took him quite a while to withdraw his consciousness from the sea of consciousness. Now he has been enhanced in many aspects. especially his perception ability, and his control over the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the blood essence in his body is more handy. All these benefits were worth the effort he put in. He put on the Jidao bracelet, and took out his clothes to put on. He took out a black jade tube again. This was the magical soul he obtained from the Jew palace. Now I can finally try to practice. I stick the jade tube on my forehead, and the method of practicing supernatural powers enters my mind. If this magical power is successfully cultivated, one can condense an eye that can see through illusions. And this I can also launch soul attacks. These are all secondary. What really interests him is that this magical power can cultivate the soul. In other words, he can finally guide the enhanced energy to strengthen his soul. The benefits of soul enhancement are self-evident. The soul in the Sea of God sat cross-legged, pinched the magic formula with his hands, and began to practice supernatural powers. The gray fog in the Sea of Gods was endless, and no one knew where it was born. When the supernatural powers were operating, wisps of gray fog were attracted, and the gray fog entered the soul, and after transformation, it turned into a strange energy that nourished the soul. However, the progress of this practice method is very slow, and the improvement of the soul is very slow. It is unknown how long it will take to condense the eye of the soul. Bai Donglin's body was not idle either. He took out the only remaining poison from the bracelet, and swallowed it in one gulp. His internal organs began to rot, and a strengthening energy appeared out of nowhere. The soul's magical power was activated, and the enhanced energy was successfully introduced into the sea of consciousness, and was instantly swallowed by the soul. Although the enhanced energy was not much, Bai Donglin's soul was too weak compared to his physical body, so the feeling of improvement was still very obvious. It is countless times faster than normal practice. Just like riding a rocket and taking off directly. By the time Bai Donglin's poison stock ran out, his soul had nearly doubled in strength. A light golden vertical line also appeared on his forehead, indicating that he had entered the realm of the magical soul eye. He opened his eyes and stopped practicing, enjoying the thrill of rapid improvement. The snail-like speed of practice was really hard for him to accept. It would be better to find a way to get some energy instead of wasting time on it. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with contemplation. This holy sect had all kinds of strange places for training, so it was not difficult to find a place to gain energy. But there is no need to be too anxious. The most taboo in cultivation is to be impatient. Now you can go around the holy sect, learn about it, and look for it. If you can find a safe, secret and long-term way, it would be great. His mind sank into the Jidao bracelet, sensing the area he could go to, locking onto his target, drawing a light gate, stepping into it and disappearing. The holy sect of Jidao. The mountain of books. According to legend, this mountain of books was won by an ancient ancestor of the Jidao holy sect in a bet with the holy land of Confucianism. Some people also said that the ancestor acted in a domineering manner and directly robbed it. It is said that the ancestor at that time displayed supreme magical powers, stretched out a huge hand that covered the sky, crossed the space and went deep into the holy land of Confucianism, forcibly detained Shushan, and then placed him in the Jidao holy sect. And the legend has been passed down to this day. This mountain of books has infinite uses. It is a top-grade Taoist tool and a treasure that can suppress the sect's fortune. Bai Donglin stepped through the light gate and appeared in a huge square. In the center of the square stood a huge jade mountain. It was estimated to be 10,000 feet high, and the whole body was made of 5-colored jade. It was shining and colorful, and it was shrouded in rosy clouds. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary thing. There are also a few large characters engraved on the stone wall of Yushan Mountain, property of the Jidao holy sect. There is a sense of dominance between the characters, which remains even after so many years. Well, Bai Donglin guessed that this mountain of books might have been stolen. Without thinking too much, he entered the book mountain. The Jidao bracelet flashed red, and 200 contribution points were deducted. He could stay in the book mountain for 12 hours and watch any content. This price was much cheaper than the Steel Realm. There is a different world inside the mountain of books. Bai Donglin only felt that he had stepped over a layer of light film and appeared in a huge space. He could not see the edge. Only countless bookshelves standing in it, and the soft, bright light illuminated the entire space. A large number of holy sect disciples shuttled through it, all immersed in the ocean of knowledge, and the entire space was unusually quiet. The Jidao bracelet automatically connected to the weapon spirit terminal on Shushan Mountain. Bai Donglin thought about it and searched for the scapegoat puppet. In an instant, the location of the books and jade slips about the scapegoat puppets appeared in his mind. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. It was really convenient. The 200 points were worth spending. In addition to this small function, being in the mountain of books would also improve learning ability, and memory ability would be enhanced. It could be said that this was a paradise for poor students. The figure moved and shot towards the marked place. After reaching the Blood Sea realm, he could use blood essence to cover his entire body and completely ignore the air resistance. As a result, Bai Donglin's speed became even faster, and he ran silently without making any harsh sonic booms. It didn't take long before they reached the marked bookshelf. All the information related to the scapegoat puppets was placed on one bookshelf. This information was all simple knowledge, but it was very old and rare. Not mysterious knowledge. Take a jade slip and scan it with your soul mind, and you will remember everything. Take out the animal skin book on the other side, and scan it with your soul mind, and you will remember everything instantly. The benefits of opening up the Sea of Divines are reflected here. It is too easy for a person with a strong soul to learn these simple knowledge. This is also one of the reasons why he is eager to open up the Sea of Divines. This is conducive to him absorbing various knowledge. This is also a plan he has had for a long time. To transform infinite knowledge into nourishment for the great Tao. It was very fast. In less than a cup of tea, he had scanned all the jade books on the bookshelf into his mind, and he had a complete understanding of the various characteristics of the substituted puppet. As long as he has the right materials, he can make a fake scapegoat puppet himself. As long as anyone has never seen the original, he should be able to fool them. He only needs a fake one to make it look real, and the resurrection can be left to his own ability. With the ability to resurrect as a backup, the fake will become more and more like the real thing. This is also a way to prevent accidents from happening. Immortality is his biggest secret and must not be exposed. Unless he has mastered the laws of time and space and is not afraid of any restrictions, he can be truly unscrupulous. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. But Bai Donglin did not leave immediately. There is endless knowledge in this mountain of books, and since he has come here, he certainly cannot return empty-handed. His mind sank into the bracelet, searching for the secret techniques of physical cultivation. He did not search for the magical powers. All the magical powers were extremely precious and mysterious, and were all stored in the monument world. Of course, they were not here. However, the skills and secret arts are different. Except for the extremely powerful skills and secret arts, which will be included in the monument world. More low-level ones are stored in the mountain of books. Those who can enter the holy sect are all arrogant and proud. Almost no one will come to practice these low-level things. Of course, he is not here to practice. Unless it is extremely valuable, he can practice it. Such as the burning blood secret method. Bai Donglin believed that even the most useless martial arts or secret techniques would carry the wisdom of their creator. These things were the nourishment for his great Tao, and he would use all other Taoists to nourish his own Tao. There is no need to practice. Just remember it in your mind, and maybe it will give him a flash of inspiration someday. This time the search took particularly long. And finally, a large and boundless area of red dots appeared in my mind. There were so many red dots, and each one was a bookshelf. Bai Donglin walked to the nearest bookshelf, picked up the jade tube, put it on his forehead, and started copying and pasting. This description was absolutely correct. He did not read carefully to understand it, but forced it into the depths of his soul. This mountain of books requires contribution points, so there is no time to waste. He should take the opportunity to copy more and digest it slowly when he gets out. Bai Donglin started working with both hands at the same time. As soon as he put down his left hand, the jade tube in his right hand was already on his forehead. He worked very fast, always maintaining the speed of finishing one bookshelf in one cup of tea. He felt like a greedy glutton, madly devouring the secret techniques of physical cultivation. 10 hours later, Bai Donglin stopped moving. Veins bulged on his forehead. He had reached his limit, and his soul was aching. He had imprinted a total of 39,000 different martial arts secrets. He really couldn't bear it any longer. If he had one more, he estimated that his soul would burst. He felt that he was a little too greedy. If he didn't digest some of the knowledge about cultivation quickly, it would affect his normal actions. Now he couldn't even do his daily cultivation, or continue to use enhanced energy to strengthen the soul. Otherwise even the blood in the body will not be able to circulate in the recent period of time. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began to digest the various skills and secrets in his soul. The learning effect would be better in this mountain of books. And it was not yet 12 hours. So going out now would be a waste of points. After an hour, he was able to control his blood energy to some extent, and he stood up and left the mountain of books. It is still more reliable to find a way to increase energy and strengthen the soul. Otherwise it will take 1 or 2 months to digest it. After leaving the Book Mountain, he opened the light gate and returned to Zuzuju. He already knew where to get the enhanced energy. Chapter 54, Tower of Babel. Bai Donglin did not return to Zuzuju, but walked towards the depths of Taishang Valley. We stopped at a waterfall. Not far from the waterfall was an exquisite house. Surrounding the house was a sea of blue flowers. A hazy blue fluorescence lingered above the unknown blue flowers. There are many rare spiritual beasts playing happily in the sea of flowers. And the abundant spiritual energy gathers into mist. Just like a fairyland. I went up and knocked on the gate. And soon I heard the sound of running in the yard. Who is it? The gate was opened with a cute child's voice. Shujio. It's me. Long time no see. Oh! It's Brother Bai. Brother Bai. Please come in. The two of them entered the house. Su Shujio was still as lively as ever, jumping around and asking questions as she walked. Brother Bai. Are you here to look for my sister? Yes. I have something to discuss with your sister. Bai Donglin answered with a smile. And soon the two of them entered the hall. At this time, Su Qi was already waiting for him in the hall. Given his current condition, Su Qi might have sensed him as soon as he appeared in the sea of flowers outside. Miss Su. I'm sorry for coming here uninvited. Bai Donglin said with his hand slightly raised. Mr. Bai. Please take a seat. What can I do for you? Su Qi's eyes were filled with curiosity. She wondered what had happened to Bai Donglin that he couldn't even control her powerful blood essence. At the same time, she was shocked by his strength. She seemed to hear the roar of a sea of blood coming from his body. Bai Donglin sat opposite Su Qi. His blood was roaring and surging. The situation was more serious than he had imagined. The burden on his soul and will had reached its limit. He had to find a way to strengthen his soul. This was also the purpose of his visit to Su Qi. So he said straight to the point. Miss Su. I heard that you are good at using poisons. I also experienced it myself when I was on the island. This time, I came here to buy some poisons from you. Spiritual stones, elixirs, and magical weapon materials are all fine. Please, Miss Su, sell me some. Su Qi raised her eyebrows when she heard that. She didn't expect that Bai Donglin was actually asking her to buy poison. These poisons were all made by her secret method, and she treasured them very much. They were her trump cards, and she would not show them to others easily. Mr. Bai. I have all the spiritual stones, elixirs, and magical instruments and materials. I'm afraid. Bai Donglin smiled slightly when he heard this. This was also within his expectations. After all, their relationship had not reached that stage yet, and it was normal to be rejected. So he continued. Miss Su. I can buy it with contribution points. Su Qi's eyes lit up when she heard that. She came from a wealthy family, and was not interested in things like spirit stones, elixirs, magic tools, and materials. However, it was a different story with contribution points. Although the Holy Sect allowed disciples to trade points with each other, everyone did not have enough points for their own use, so who would take out points to trade? Although she didn't know what Bai Donglin was going to do with her poison, she wasn't interested in it. Of course, she had no reason to refuse the exchange of poison for points. She nodded readily and said, Okay. I wonder how much Mr. Bai needs. I want as many as you have. Su Qi's poison is very strong and powerful, and it is difficult to develop resistance. You can buy more to get a large wave of enhanced energy. Upon hearing this, Su Qi waved her jade hand, and 50 crystal bottles appeared on the table. 5 different colored liquids could be seen in the transparent bottles, which were faintly glowing. These are 5 different kinds of poisons, with different medicinal properties. But the toxicity is not much different. If Mr. Bai wants all of them, one bottle costs 100 points. Make a deal. Although points are important, they can be earned again after spending them, as long as they are spent wisely. These poisons are enough to solve his problems. Bai Donglin stretched out his left hand. Su Qi stretched out his right hand, and they touched their Jidao bracelets lightly. With a thought, he deducted 5,000 points from Su Qi. By the way, the two of them added each other as friends, so that they could communicate with each other. Su Qi, who was always cold and aloof, couldn't help but smile at this moment. Although it was fleeting, it still surprised Bai Donglin. The two completed the transaction, and Su Qi introduced in detail the usage and precautions of various poisons. Then Bai Donglin stood up and said goodbye. He wanted to go back and solve his own problems as soon as possible. This feeling of losing control of his body really made him uncomfortable. After bidding farewell to the two sisters, he walked out of the light gate and returned to Zuzuju. He hung up a sign saying thank you on the door and decided to go into seclusion until the poison was finished. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took out a crystal bottle and took a sip. Suddenly, Bai Donglin's body was in turmoil. His tendons and veins were broken. His internal organs turned into rotten flesh, and repair and destruction cycled endlessly. At the same time, streams of strengthening energy appeared out of thin air. You have to know that this kind of poison could poison him when it was on the island and blended into the air. You can imagine how strong the toxicity is. Although he is much stronger now than he was then. He almost died on the spot after drinking a sip. The soul's magical power was activated, and streams of energy were devoured by the soul. In an instant, the soul's severe pain was felt to have been alleviated a lot. Under the reinforcement of the enhanced energy, the soul rapidly became stronger. As his mind and spirit became unified and his soul became stronger, the knowledge he had copied was also digested rapidly. And Bai Donglin fell into deep practice. 2 months later, a square of the Holy Sect, where restaurants and shops are lined up, and many disciples of the Holy Sect are walking around. This is a place specially designated by the Holy Sect for disciples to communicate and trade. Cultivation cannot be done in seclusion all the time. Disciples still need to communicate with each other, and they also need to come out and relax after cultivation. Communicating with each other may trigger inspiration, and they can also exchange the things they need for cultivation through transactions. Therefore, the Holy Sect is very supportive of this. At this time, in a restaurant, the atmosphere was lively, and many disciples drank spiritual wine and discussed various interesting things that happened in this sect. Big event! Big event! Have you heard? The number 2 on the Rising Stars list is competing with the number 1 on the Rising Stars list. What? Has Master Tuya made a breakthrough in his cultivation? He actually dared to challenge Shenwuk. Humph! This Tuya is too arrogant. How can he defeat Shenwuk? Shut up. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can slander Master Tuya? For a moment, the restaurant hall was in an uproar, with everyone arguing over who won the fight between the two. What's the point of us fighting here? We might as well go to the Tower of Babel and wait. After the battle, we will know who is stronger and who is weaker. That's right. That's right. Let's go together. As the light doors were opened one after another, the restaurant hall was suddenly empty. Taishan Valley, Zishu residence. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the bed without moving. There were crystal bottles all over the floor. After 2 months of seclusion, all the poison had been used up. All the energy generated by this batch of poison was used to strengthen his soul. Divine Sea Space. Bai Donglin's soul sat cross-legged in the gray fog, pinching his hands to perform a mysterious spell. And golden characters appeared and disappeared around him. In the middle of his forehead, a golden vertical line shone with a brilliant golden light. Upbraid. Bai Donglin opened his mouth and uttered a thundering sound. The golden vertical lines on his forehead opened slightly, and his golden eyeball shot out a golden light. It was a soul attack. He had successfully cultivated the magical power of the soul eye. Release the magic formula. Stop using the magical power, and the golden vertical lines will close. When I opened my eyes, they were as dark and deep as a black hole, with countless characters flowing in the depths of my eyes. Last time in the Book Mountain, he was too arrogant and copied too many martial arts techniques at one time. Fortunately, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. While his soul was strengthened, he also digested all 39,000 martial arts techniques. The harvest was huge, and all the knowledge turned into nourishment for the great Tao, which would be kept for the future. His vision and foundation were also greatly improved. In addition, while cultivating his soul, he did not stop practicing the true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon. More than 50 human orifices were opened up, thanks to the strength of his soul and his meticulous control over his blood essence. He was only blown to death a few times, and each time a spiritual orifice is opened up, a large amount of blood essence is consumed, and a lot of time is needed to restore the blood essence. Otherwise it would take more than that to be opened up. The opening of many spiritual orifices made his blood more powerful. His physical body also improved a lot, and his strength greatly increased. He got up from the bed, cleaned up the bottles on the floor, and prepared to go out for a walk. After 2 months of seclusion and cultivation, he was still a little uncomfortable as he had just started practicing. Not long after he walked out of the yard, the Jidao bracelet emitted a faint red light. During the 2 months of seclusion, the bracelet had been blocked by him. As soon as the thought came to mind, A piece of information was transmitted to the mind. The latest ranking of the Tower of Babel Rising Stars? Bai Donglin's expression changed. He had already understood the basic information. This was a list set up for new disciples. So he checked the list curiously. First place, there is no shortage of God. 30-6 floors. Second place, Tuya. 30-5 floors. Number 145,800, Bai Donglin. Level 0. The mind touches each name, as well as the time consumed to pass the current tower level. The less time it takes, the higher the ranking. Interesting. A lot seems to have happened in just 2 months. He has never challenged the Tower of Babel, so naturally he is at the 0 floor. Bai Donglin's eyes showed curiosity. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to go and see what this Tower of Babel was. The mind communication bracelet locked onto the coordinates of the Tower of Babel, drew a light gate, stepped into it, and disappeared. Chapter 55. Use Strength. Bai Donglin stepped through the light gate and appeared under the Tower of Babel. The huge bronze tower in front of him had 8 sides and 8 corners, with a bronze bell hanging on each corner. The tower was unknown how high it was, reaching straight into the clouds. There were countless exquisite patterns carved on the bronze tower, including various ferocious beasts, demons wrapped in flames, angels with 36 wings on their backs, Buddhas with their hands clasped together, swordsmen who could cut through the sky with one sword, and giants that towered into the clouds. Countless patterns are continuous and extend to the end of the sight. The vast and ancient breath of time blows in the face. It is magnificent and worthy of the name of Tontian. Bai Donglin withdrew his gaze and stepped into the giant tower. As expected, the space inside the tower was extremely huge, as if it was a small world. Bai Donglin was already accustomed to this situation. In this holy sect, almost all places that were slightly important had the function of containing Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed, and the space was infinitely expanded. In this huge space, there are no less than hundreds of thousands of Saint Sect disciples. In addition to the new disciples, there are also many senior brothers. Each of them has an extremely powerful aura, or is unfathomable, and looks like an ordinary person. The Tower of Babel and the Mountain of Books seemed to be 2 extremes. The huge space was filled with people, and the noise was endless. There are several huge light curtains hanging in the sky. The Rising Star list, the Hidden Dragon list, the Prodigy list, etc. The densely packed characters on them are constantly changing, and it is obvious that the rankings are changing in real time. There are more light curtains to play the fierce battle between the disciples of Shenzong. In addition to challenging the list, this tower can also fight in 2 or 2. After the consent of the parties, the picture can also be projected in the lobby light curtain. Come on! Come on! Buy it and leave it! Tuya is 3 times the price. 3 times the price. Don't miss it if you pass by. I beat Shenhua by 100 contribution points. If you want to be rich, you have to bet big. I bet 300 contribution points on Tuya. I'm going all in for Master Tuya. Bai Donglin shook his head. Sure enough, gambling existed in every corner of the universe. Even the Holy Sect was not immune. But it was quite normal to think about it. Didn't the Buddha Tathagata make a bet with the Monkey King? This Tiansheng Tower can make many holy disciples be so sought after. In addition to reputation, there are attractive interests, supernatural powers, secret techniques, magic weapons, elixirs, contribution points, and all kinds of rewards are available. This is also a way for the Holy Sect to motivate disciples to improve their combat capabilities. If you only immerse yourself in cultivation without any combat skills, you will not be an excellent physical cultivator. His thoughts communicated with the Tower of Babel through the Jidao bracelet. A light flashed and the figure disappeared. Bai Donglin decided to try his best to get on the list. In addition to the good rewards, he found that this place was also a good place to gain energy. The first floor of the Tower of Babel. Bai Donglin appeared in the endless desert. Each floor of the Tower of Babel is a real small world, each with a different environment. This is also to train the combat capabilities of the monks in different combat environments. This holy sect really cares about its many disciples. I love this sect. Coming! A giant sand scorpion lurked secretly from under the yellow sand, trying to attack him. But unfortunately, it was nowhere to be found under his scanning divine sense. Bang! The sand scorpion jumped out of the yellow sand, and its huge tail hook pierced Bai Donglin's forehead as fast as lightning. Bai Donglin did not dodge, nor did he use his internal energy to defend himself. From his perception, this sand scorpion had only just entered the Blood Sea realm and could not yet break his defense. Ding! With a crisp sound. Not even a white mark was left between the eyebrows. He shook his head slightly, knowing that he had tried his best. With a flick of his finger, the air was instantly compressed into an air blade by the terrifying force. It flashed past, and the sand scorpion was cut in half from the middle. Then he raised his right foot and stomped hard. Boom! The sand sea rippled, and a powerful force was transmitted downwards. Dozens of sand scorpions that were ready to move were all shaken to death. He didn't even have his blood essence running. It was just pure physical strength. Every time a spiritual orifice was opened, he could increase his physical strength by about 1,000 kilograms. This was just a small bonus. His physical strength was now about 220,000 kilograms. A glimmer of light flashed and entered the next level. This is a layer of dense forest world. And a 100-meter-high bullhead rushed to him with a giant axe. Ding! The giant axe hit Bai Donglin's forehead, but still did not leave a mark. It was only slightly stronger than the sand scorpion, but still useless to him. These cattle people were not strong, and a bad smell caused him a little mental injury. Bai Donglin no longer wasted time and started rushing all the way to find a suitable tower level as quickly as possible. As the tower went higher, the strength of these monsters increased rapidly. The monsters on the 10th floor could already break his skin, and the monsters on the 20th floor could already make him vomit blood. However, these could not satisfy him, as the energy generated was negligible. The 35th level. Except for Shinwuk, who is on the 36th level. The top 1,000 are all on this level. They just passed it at different times. This is a world full of magma. The opponent is a black-skinned demon with 2 horns on his head and a spear in his hand. His strength has reached the perfection of the divine consciousness realm, which is of course only equivalent to the perfection of the divine consciousness of an ordinary cultivator. However, the disciples of the Holy Sect can defeat enemies with perfect divine powers, with their cultivation at the earth or even human level, thus leaping over 1 or 2 realms. They are indeed geniuses who have stood out from billions of people, and their fighting power is not weak. The black-skinned demon's eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Bai Donglin. The further up the tower went, the more intelligent these monsters became. Bai Donglin, with his hands behind his back, nodded slightly. He looked very energetic and motivated. Hype seemed to be mocked. He roared and moved closer to Bai Donglin. Boom! A gun swept across and hit Bai Donglin's chest hard. Bai Donglin's chest collapsed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was instantly knocked hundreds of feet away and fell into the lava. The sternum was completely shattered. The internal organs turned into meat paste, and the sea of blood was shaken and rolled endlessly. A strengthening energy appeared out of thin air, and the soul in the sea of God pinched the magic formula, and the supernatural power guided the strengthening energy. The soul frantically devoured the strengthening energy, glowing slightly. Bai Donglin climbed out of the lava and felt his injuries recovering quickly. Waves of severe pain hit his mind and will. He reached out and wiped the blood off his face, then opened his mouth to reveal a big smile, with his white teeth stained with blood. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Not bad. So comfortable. Seeing Bai Donglin not only stood up, but also laughed with a ridicule. The black-skinned demon was angry. Roar. He roared, jumped up, holding a gun with both hands, and a trick to split Huashan to Bai Donglin's head. You want to kill me in an instant? That's not possible. Bai Donglin tilted his head slightly, and the spear hit his left shoulder hard beside his left ear. His left ear and left arm were chopped off by the spear, and his shoulder and chest were directly split in half. The black-skinned demon swept with another shot, and his right arm was broken and knocked out at the same time. Between a few breathing, Bai Dong was full of blood and resurrected, and he hooked his fingers at the black skin. Continue. Bang. Come again. Crackling. 2 hours later. Push harder. Haven't you eaten? The black-skinned demon was breathing heavily. His hands holding the spear were shaking slightly, and the tip of the black spear was broken, leaving only a small half. But Bai Donglin, who was standing opposite him, was in high spirits, with a slightly frown on his face, looking dissatisfied. The injuries caused by the black-skinned demon were getting weaker and weaker. He was extremely disgusted by this sneaky and cunning behavior. Can you have a little dignity as a demon? He took a few steps towards Hype, who was frightened and took a step back, but was still grabbed by the neck by Bai Donglin. Pa! 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 Several slaps landed on the dark-skinned man's face. You useless idiot. That's it? This isn't okay? Weren't you very brave at the beginning? Do you still have any sense of shame? You can't even break the defense by standing still. Are you the most useless demon in the universe? Slap. 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 A few more slaps. Tell me. Can you do it? Look into Dad's eyes. You useless thing. And throw away this broken thing of yours. Come on. I'll teach you how to chop people. Bai Donglin snatched the broken stick from He Pai's hand and threw it away. Then took out a top-grade magical weapon. A broadsword. From his bracelet. Stuffed it into He Pai's hand. Grabbed He Pai's hand and put the broadsword against his neck. Did you see that? Idiot? Watch carefully and learn well. From here. Yes. Right here. The aorta. Cut it off with one knife. Remember to use force. Bai Donglin transformed into a Zon madman, madly outputting taunts in an attempt to stimulate Hype and inspire his fighting spirit. The black-skinned demon was stunned by a dozen slaps. He held the big knife with a dazed look on his face, allowing Bai Donglin to control him. The whole demon was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Bai Donglin's neck was sore as he looked at He Pai, who was still motionless as if he had lost his soul. It was over. This demon had been completely ruined by him. Bai Donglin stood up, holding He Pai's dark face, staring straight into his eyes, and said sincerely, Hype, just blow yourself up. This is your only chance to kill me. The black leather devil's dull eyes flashed with a touch of light. Right. He can also explode. Roar. After a roar, he exploded with a bang while holding Bai Donglin. Unfortunately, due to excessive consumption and depletion of energy in his body, the power of the self-explosion was very limited, and it only blew Bai Donglin half to death. The injuries on his body recovered quickly, nodded with a smile, and white again, with a wave of energy, and was satisfied with the ending of the black skin. The black-skinned demon died. The challenge of the 35th level was successful. A white light flashed, and Bai Donglin entered the next level. Chapter 56. This move is against the harmony of nature. The 36th floor of the Tower of Babel. A white light flashed, and Bai Donglin appeared in a huge arena. In the center of the arena, which was paved with bluestone, stood a huge blood cocoon, beating slightly like a heart. Bai Donglin stared at the blood cocoon intently, a strong sense of crisis causing his senses to beat violently. Clicked. Two bloody sharp claws pierced the blood cocoon and tore it apart. A tall figure with a blood-red body emerged, and a powerful aura rose into the sky. Very strong. He is definitely a strong man comparable to the Divine Mark realm. The Divine Pattern realm is a realm where cultivators have engraved patterns of magical laws in their spiritual orifices. They have already begun to experience the power of the laws. Every move they make possesses immense power, and their strength far exceeds that of the Divine Pattern realm. Bai Donglin had a solemn expression. This blood demon was 3 realms higher than him. Although his strength could not be measured by that of an ordinary cultivator, he could not be as relaxed as facing the black-skinned demon. If he was not careful, he would be killed in seconds. It would be difficult for him to gain energy if his opponent was too strong, so he would just beat him half-crippled first. With a thought, the blood essence in the body burst out with all its strength, and the sea of blood suddenly surged. The blood-burning secret technique was activated, and the blood in the body, like red crystal, burned with blazing blood flames, and blood-colored smoke wrapped around the body. His eyes flashed red, which was a manifestation of the limit of the blood energy circulation. The violent momentum made his long black hair dance like a mad snake. War! Bai Donglin took the initiative to attack, blasting a huge hole on the spot. He approached the blood demon in an instant as if teleporting, and his fist as big as a casserole went straight for the blood demon's hideous head. Roar! The blood demon raised his head and roared. He didn't expect that this weak human would dare to punch him. His blood-red claws took Bai Donglin's punch at a faster speed. Boom! A violent shock wave erupted from the point of collision. The bluestone floor exploded directly, and huge cracks spread out in all directions. The blood demon took a few steps back to release the terrifying force, and every step he took created a deep hole. Bai Donglin stood still, stilling his body, allowing the violent force to wreak havoc in his body. His body was like steel, covered with fine cracks, which healed between breaths. He is now bursting out with all his strength and using the secret technique of burning blood. A single wave of his hand exerts a force of 360,000 kilograms. And the sudden punch he threw just now exerted a force of nearly 200 tons. 200 tons of strange force are concentrated in a small fist, which can even make a hole in black iron. The blood demon actually caught the punch easily, worthy of being a strongman comparable to the divine pattern realm. The blood demon stopped retreating. His injuries were far less serious than by Donglin's, but he was actually beaten back by the human in front of him. Feeling that his dignity was challenged, the blood demon no longer held back. He turned into a blood shadow and instantly approached Bai Donglin, slashing his neck with his sharp claws, trying to cut off Bai Donglin's head. Bai Donglin's mind was always locked on the blood demon, and the moment he disappeared, he jumped back to avoid the fatal blow. Bai Donglin, who has digested many martial arts secrets, has improved his fighting skills far beyond what they used to be. As long as his opponent cannot completely suppress him, he still has the strength to fight. The powerful soul perception allows him to see every attack of the blood demon. The figure moved, and the man and the demon fought fiercely again. Wherever they passed, the ground of the arena was destroyed into ruins by the aftermath of the battle. Every fight would bring him serious injuries. The strengthening energy nourished his soul, making him feel pain and joy. And the more he fought, the more excited he became. Boom! It was another head-on collision, with fists and claws fighting wildly, and then separated after dozens of times. All the bones in Bai Donglin's hands were broken, and he was breathing heavily. The blood demon's defense was stronger than his, and his injuries were very minor. The blood demon was faster, while Bai Donglin's perception and reaction were even faster. The two offset each other, resulting in neither of them being able to bypass the other's defense and go straight for the vital points. They could only fight head-on and consume each other's energy. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. They had been fighting fiercely for quite some time. He could sense that the little blood essence in his body was being consumed extremely heavily. He had just started practicing, and was still very dependent on blood essence. Although the injuries suffered will recover quickly, the consumed blood essence will not be restored. The blood demon's realm is far higher than his, and he cannot compete with him in terms of consumption. It would be disadvantageous for him to delay any further. So it seems he has to use his trump card. The figure moved, disappeared, and took the initiative to fight with the blood demon. In the soul space, Bai Donglin's soul opened his eyes, pinched the mysterious magic formula with his hands, and the magical soul eye started to operate. The golden vertical lines on his forehead opened slightly, revealing the golden eyeballs inside. Upbraid. He opened his mouth and uttered a thundering sound, and a golden light shot out from his golden eyeballs like lightning. The moment the golden light shot out from Bai Donglin's forehead, it turned into a colorless and invisible light and hit the blood demon's forehead directly at a speed beyond imagination. The blood demon stood still the moment he was hit by the soul attack. The blood demon was only at the level of someone who had just entered the divine pattern realm. His cultivation of the soul had just begun. The improvement of the soul was very difficult. Not everyone could use enhanced energy to directly strengthen the soul like him. So the blood demon's soul was far less powerful than his own. Afraid that the blood demon would be killed instantly by the Eye of Soul, he did not use his full strength. As long as he could achieve the goal of depleting the blood demon's strength, it would be okay. He had not forgotten his purpose. Within a few breaths, the blood demon finally survived the soul attack. His eyes dimmed and his momentum dropped significantly. He was only slightly stronger than the dark skin. Bai Donglin smiled when he saw this. He only needed to use any defensive secret technique to improve his defense a little. With the blood demon's current state, it was impossible for him to be killed instantly, and he had no shortage of secret techniques. He casually practiced a secret technique, and the blood essence turned into a dense grid that covered the skin, greatly improving the defense. Now it's time for him to enjoy himself. The blood demon, whose strength had been greatly reduced, came to his senses. Although he was shocked by Bai Donglin's strange soul attack, one of them would die in the Tower of Babel, and there was no possibility of retreat. He roared and continued to pounce on Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin did not take a shot or defense. Instead, he actively greeted the blood demon attack with his chest. The sharp blood claw directly broke his belly, and a strange energy drilled into the body and destroyed it wildly. Like a rag doll, he was attacked madly by the blood demon, but he was always able to avoid the vital attacks on his head. The situation has been fully grasped by Bai Donglin. The powerful soul can keep him the greatest to maintain the balance between his body and recovery. Not much harm to him, and many of the reinforcement of energy. This blood demon has completely become a tool for his energy. Although he grimaced in pain, it was all worth it, as waves of energy were absorbed by his soul, and it strengthened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hey, comfortable. I'm just standing there and letting you hit me. I won't fight back. Just for fun. The boring time of being beaten passed in a flash. And 2 hours later, the tall blood demon knelt on the ground with his sharp claws deeply inserted into the ground. He looked up at the sky, and his eyes, which were originally full of blood, had lost their color. Even the originally bright blood-red exoskeleton became dull, as if the life essence contained in the entire body was gone. The blood demon is dead, working himself to death. Bai Donglin drained the blood demon dry. The energy, flesh, blood, and even the soul were all consumed, leaving only a worthless SHL. Bai Donglin, who was standing aside, looked embarrassed. Was he a little too cruel? Killing the devil is not enough, and such cruel means are really against the harmony of nature. But I also have my own difficulties. Strengthening energy is so delicious. I felt that my soul had been greatly enhanced, and decided to do the same thing next time. With a flash of white light, Bai Donglin entered the 37th floor of the Tower of Babel. The lobby on the 0th floor of the Tower of Babel. The characters on the Rising Star list light screen jumped, and Bai Donglin, who was originally hundreds of places away, instantly reached the top. Step on Shenwuk and become the new top. Although no one knows how Shenwuk defeated the blood demon, it is obvious that Bai Donglin took less time than him to pass the 36 levels. The changes on the Rising Star list instantly attracted the attention of many Saint Sect disciples. The changes in other rankings might not be able to attract people's attention, but it was hard not to attract attention when the top of the list was replaced. Oh my god! Look at the Rising Stars list. Shenwuk has been surpassed. Bai Donglin? Who is Bai Donglin? Who is this Bai Donglin? I just checked the top 100, and he's not even here. How come he's suddenly on top? Everyone was shocked. You know, Shenwuk has been dominating the list for nearly 2 months. Even if there is someone who can surpass Shenwuk, most people think it will be Tuya who is right behind him. Unfortunately, Tuya was defeated in his challenge to Shenwuk, which once again proved Shenwuk's strength. And now, the new disciple who was the best in their eyes was surpassed by someone they had never heard of. This was really a bit unbelievable. And for a moment everyone was asking for information, trying to find out the details of this person who suddenly appeared. Who exactly is Bai Donglin? Chapter 57, Defeat. Bai Donglin appeared on the 37th floor of the Tower of Babel. Looking around, I saw a mass grave, and a strange blood moon hung in the dark night sky. The mass grave was densely packed with graves and dilapidated tombstones. A gust of cold wind blew by, and pale paper money flew all over the sky. A layer of light mist enveloped the place, and green ghost fire flashed from time to time in the mist. What the hell is this place? Bai Donglin frowned, hoping that it wasn't some weird evil spirit. He hated this kind of opponent the most. His divine thoughts poured out, and he took in all the movements around him. Then Bai Donglin looked towards a huge tomb, and he felt a cold and powerful aura below. Boom! It seemed as if Bai Donglin's gaze awakened the existence in the tomb. With a loud bang, the grave exploded directly. A huge blood-red coffin came crashing towards him. Bai Donglin's eyes fixed, and without dodging or avoiding, he punched the coffin with all his strength. Snap! The red coffin broke into pieces, and a strong body jumped out and landed not far away. Zombies? Bai Donglin was stunned. An unknown creature jumped out of the coffin. It had a green face and fangs, was pitch black, and was surrounded by a cold aura. Except for not wearing Qing Dynasty official uniform, and not jumping around with arms raised. Everything else about him looks like a zombie. Especially the way he appeared. If it really is a zombie, then we're in trouble. As we all know, zombies are monsters born from the resentment of dead people and nourished by the energy of heaven and earth. They are bloodthirsty, extremely powerful, invulnerable to swords and guns, are not among the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and have no souls. In this way, his magical soul, I would be completely useless. In order to prevent misjudgment, Bai Donglin decided to give it a try first. He activated his magical powers, and an invisible soul attack instantly hit the opponent's forehead. The green-faced zombie did not react at all when hit by the soul attack, but seemed to feel that Bai Donglin was attacking him. He was instantly enraged and launched an attack with a roar. It was indeed a zombie. He shook his head helplessly. This green-faced zombie was agile in movement, without the stiff joints of ordinary zombies. It was obviously a high-level zombie with great strength. Although the plan has changed, it is impossible for him to sit and wait for death. He unleashes all his strength and uses all kinds of secret techniques without holding back. Boom! A man and a corpse collided violently, and the surrounding graves exploded one by one. This green-faced zombie is much stronger than the blood demon. The most important thing is that its defense is too strong. It completely ignores Bai Donglin's attacks and attacks frantically, making Bai Donglin realize the disgusting nature of exchanging injuries for injuries. With his abnormal recovery ability and various defensive secret techniques, he barely managed to withstand the attacks of the green-faced zombie. However, with every attack of the zombie, a sinister energy penetrated into his body and began to gradually suppress his recovery ability. His brain was racing like crazy, trying to find a way out. To deal with this kind of cold and sinister creature, attacks with bright, positive energy attributes would be most effective. Bai Donglin remembered a secret technique that should be able to restrain the green-faced zombie. The secret technique in his body started to work, and the thick blood energy flowed to his fists. The blood energy began to rotate along specific meridians, and slowly the blood energy turned into a dazzling white light. Bai Donglin's fists turned into two little suns. It is the secret technique of Great Sun Fist. A bright and hot aura emerged, and the poisonous energy in the body was quickly melted away by the bright energy like snow. The dazzling light illuminated the mass grave. The green-faced zombie was obviously annoyed by this kind of light energy. He became anxious and restless, roared, and punched Bai Donglin's head. Bai Donglin did not dodge or evade, but directly punched forward. However, the effect was not as good as he thought. Apart from offsetting the poisonous energy that continued to enter the body, the damage caused to the green-faced zombie was very limited. The gap between their realms was too huge, and he was completely relying on his physical strength and recovery ability to hold on. However, now the poisonous energy in the body has been completely exhausted, and the recovery ability has been improved. He can barely withstand the attack of the green-faced zombie. The injuries in the body are constantly revolving, and the energy keeps strengthening the soul. Whether you can win or not is another matter. The purpose of gaining energy cannot be changed. The battle between one man and one corpse became more and more intense. The aftermath raised the mass grave to the ground. Bai Donglin could only barely protect his head. Other parts of his body were hit from time to time. Every time he was hit, his flesh and bones were torn apart. In addition to its amazing defense, the green-faced zombie's attack was also very terrifying. It also ignored soul and mental attacks. It was really difficult to deal with. Finally, the blood essence in Bai Donglin's body was exhausted, and the Sun Fist could no longer be maintained. His body was filled with poisonous energy, and strengthening energy continued to emerge. After hundreds of crazy attacks, the green-faced zombie pierced Bai Donglin's chest with a single-hand knife. The condensed strength exploded instantly, and his internal organs were stirred into blood foam. At the same time, the poison erupted, and he died instantly. The moment Bai Donglin was beaten to death, the space and time of the entire 37-layer small world instantly solidified. The green-faced zombie and Bai Donglin were both frozen in the moment of the fierce battle. The splattering blood, the ferocious eyes of the zombies, the falling paper money, and the rubble and dust blown up by the aftermath. Everything was frozen in the air. It was as if everything was paused. And then the frozen picture rewound and went back to the second before the green-faced zombie was about to stab Bai Donglin to death. The moment time resumed flowing, Bai Donglin was kicked out of the Tower of Babel. The challenge failed. The Tower of Babel is mysterious and has the ability to control space and time. For example, the small world on each floor has countless identical parallel small worlds, which can provide the same challenge venue for many disciples at the same time. After death, one will be resurrected by going back in time. This is also the setting of the Tower of Babel. In order to cultivate the combat capabilities of the disciples, the Holy Sect even lets them experience death personally. Of course, they will not let them really die. If I have to die, I'd rather not die in such a small world. At least my death should be meaningful. Although it was only able to control the time and space of the small world within the tower, this ability still made Bai Donglin extremely envious. These were the two abilities he desired extremely. The memories of what happened after his death were not erased, so he knew clearly what he had just experienced. He was not discouraged by the failure of the challenge. After all, he had achieved his goal of increasing his energy, so the trip was not in vain. As for this green-faced zombie, when his strength increases, he will go and settle the score with him. By then, he will dance on the green-faced zombie's grave. At this moment, the Jito bracelet emitted a red light, and a message came into his mind. Successfully challenge the 10th level and be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. Successfully challenge the 20th level and be rewarded with 2,000 contribution points. Successfully challenge the 30th level, and be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points. Reach the top of the list and maintain it for 1 month. And you will be rewarded with a magical power, which you can choose at the Monument Realm. The top 1,000 on the Rising Star list will receive different rewards based on their ranking at the end of each month. Note: disciples are not allowed to cheat with each other to get on the list. If found, the Holy Sect will punish them according to its rules. After receiving the information, Bai Donglin felt that many items appeared out of thin air in the Jidao bracelet. It turned out that after the 10th floor, each floor had rewards, except for the 10th floor, which rewarded contribution points. The other floors rewarded things like elixirs, magic tools, and materials. The reward for each floor was a one-time reward for the first clearance. However, one has to maintain the top spot for a month to obtain the magical power reward. It seems that I have to kill the green-faced zombie as soon as possible and then reach the next level. That Shinwuk is quite powerful, so I have to avoid being snatched away by him. He is Bai Donglin. At this moment, a loud shout interrupted Bai Donglin's thoughts. He looked up and saw that the person shouting was a disciple of Taishang Valley, whom he had met several times. Where is Bai Donglin? Get out of the way. Let me see the boss. Hello, brother Bai. I am. Get out of my way. Bai Shen, do you need a pendant on your thigh? For a moment, Bai Donglin was surrounded by the crowd, and even more disciples who couldn't squeeze in were standing on tiptoe, wanting to catch a glimpse of the face of the new topper on the Rising Star list. Bai Donglin smiled helplessly, bowed to the people around him in an elegant and easygoing manner and said, "My fellow disciples, thank you for your kindness. I was able to top the list by sheer luck. I have only humble skills, so I cannot claim to be brave. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. I'll have a chance to drink with you guys later." After saying that, he walked out of the light gate and escaped from the crowd. Wow! Mr. Bai is so humble and gentle. Yes. It's completely different from the aloof Shinwuk and the domineering Tuya. Love it. Bai Donglin did not get entangled with these people for too long. Although these disciples of the Holy Sect looked boastful, they were all very cunning, and none of them, who could pass the Holy Sect's assessment, were easy to deal with. Bai Donglin did not return to Zizuju, but came to Shushan. After a battle with a green-faced zombie and the strange gray fog on the Nujiang River, he found that he knew too little about these strange and evil things, and he didn't have any highly targeted means. This time, I went into the Mountain of Books for the second time. One was to find some means to deal with evil spirits, and secondly, my soul is much stronger now, and it's time to absorb another wave of knowledge. Learning has no end. Bai Donglin never has too much knowledge. He learns as much as he can, because it will be useful one day. The bracelet flashed red, and he took a step into the Mountain of Books. Chapter 58, The Method of Salvation. The Demon Subduing Sutra requires true energy to activate. No. The righteousness of Confucianism requires a pure heart to activate it. I don't even have a pure heart. The Big Sun is here. The Buddha's heart cuts the karma. And the 6-character sutra. These restraint on evil spirits are very strong. Unfortunately, the Buddha Yuan needs to be urged. In the Mountain of Books, Bai Donglin was flipping through various secret books on magical skills. He discovered that the secret techniques of body cultivation were not very effective in restraining evil spirits. At least much weaker than those of chi cultivation. But it might be possible that they were not absent. After all the truly powerful secret techniques of body cultivation were in the steel world. However, the magic skills and spells of chi cultivators are different. Regardless of their level, they are all thrown into the Mountain of Books. For example, the Virukana palm is definitely not worse than the magic skills in the Monument world. Is it because it is not from his own system that he does not value it? Or maybe it was too easy to get it, so he does not cherish it. Especially the secret manuals of Confucianism, which are as numerous as stars. Second only to the secret manuals of physical cultivation. It should be what Shushan brought with him. These magical skills and secret manuals are very tempting, but almost all of them have prerequisites for cultivation. They cannot be used at all if the cultivation system is different. However, regardless of whether they are useful or not, they are all imprinted into the soul. There are thousands of ways to the same destination, and they are still of reference value. Bai Donglin closed his eyes and thought. He must find a way to restrain the evil spirits. He would not allow himself to have such an obvious weakness. If he really couldn't do it, he would spend his contribution points to go to the Monument Realm. Suddenly, an idea came to me. Qi cultivation and body cultivation. One focuses on qi. The other focuses on body. But they have one thing in common. That is, they both involve cultivating the spirit and soul. With a thought, the communication bracelet searched for the soul-related skills and secrets, and a group of red dots appeared in his mind. There were much fewer red dots than those of other skills and secrets. It seemed that the secrets of the soul were very precious. The soul is very important to any system. It can be said that it is closely related to every realm in the later stage. Qi cultivators need to step into the Yuanshan realm, and body cultivators need to step into the Xinwen realm before they can formally cultivate the soul. In the early stage, only the basic warmth can be carried out. Bai Dongyan only takes advantage of it. He uses the soul magical power to guide the strengthening energy to enter the walk soul cultivation in advance. The scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon that he practiced contained methods for cultivating the soul. But he had to wait until he entered the divine pattern realm. In other words, he did not need to specifically look for methods to cultivate the soul. He only needed to look for spells that could be cast based on the soul. Bai Dongyan read through thousands of soul-related secret books in the mountain of books, and finally chose two that he felt were the most powerful. One is the Sutra of the Past Vows of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, which is the supreme Buddhist scripture for salvation. It can save the resentful souls and resolve the resentment. It has a strong restraint on evil spirits. It does not require the stimulation of Buddha's energy and can be chanted with the soul. However, it requires the caster to have a profound Buddha nature and a very high understanding of Buddhism. The second one is Tai Jiku Jionan Tianzuan Chaodu Sutra, a Taoist sutra for saving people. It is similar to the original Vows Sutra, but the caster needs to have a profound understanding of Taoist scriptures and needs to read the Taoist canon. These are the most basic. Tathagata, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Tai Tianzuan. Bai Donglin's eyes were deep. Since he entered the holy sect, the more things he came into contact with, the more he realized that there were big problems in this world. The idea of turning the knife cut off the thoughts. And he was just a cute new monk. There is no need to think about the things of the big guys. But I need to be more careful in the future and hide my secrets, so as not to accidentally step into the chessboard of the big guys and lose control of myself. He stopped having random thoughts and began to print out large quantities of Buddhist and Taoist scriptures through searching. Although these were not secret techniques for practicing martial arts, they all contained certain great truths. Even if it was not for the two scriptures for salvation, he would still read them when he had time. He would take this opportunity to copy and paste them into the depths of his soul. Anyway, his soul was no longer the same as before, and its capacity had greatly increased. In the next few days, Bai Dongyan stayed in the Book Mountain, chanting Buddhist scriptures and reading Taoist scriptures. The bonus to comprehension ability in the Book Mountain was quite high, so he earned a large amount of contribution points. And he could still afford 200 points a day. Bai Dongyan, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly frowned slightly, opened his eyes, and countless characters flashed in the depths of his dark and deep eyes. The Jidao bracelet emitted a faint red light, and then a piece of information entered his mind. Suchi? What does the Shengqing want from me? Then I stood up and prepared to leave the mountain of books. I had studied hard for several days, and although I had gained a lot, I was also a little tired. It was a good time to go out and rest for a while. After walking through the light gate and returning to Suzuju, he instantly sensed the aura at the door. It was Shengqing, who stepped forward to open the gate. Brother Bai, I finally found you. Come in and talk. Bai Dongyan smiled, wondering what the saint wanted to do that made him so anxious. The two of them walked into the yard and sat down. Bai Dongyan took out the spiritual tea and poured a cup for each of them. Then he said, I don't know what happened to the saint brother. So eager. I actually contacted me through Miss Su. Shengqing took a sip of Lingcha and took a sigh of relief and said, let's not talk about other things for now. Let's establish a connection between the two bracelets. If I hadn't met Su Qi this time, I don't know when I would have been able to find you. After saying that, she took Bai Donglin's hand, and their bracelets touched each other. Last time at the banquet, she was only focused on drinking, and was not very familiar with the Jidao bracelet. So she didn't think about this. Brother Bai, you have worked too hard. I can't see you in the past 2 or 3 months. And I will do such a big thing as soon as I come forward. Actually, the top of the list. Ha ha ha. Brother Bai. But you have given us too much face. Bai Dongyan sipped the spiritual tea, smiled slightly and didn't care. This Saint Lord was quite to his liking. Although he was a bit talkative, He was a person of true character. Brother Shen, there is no need to mention these trivial matters. Tell me what you want to talk to me about. Upon hearing this, Sheng Qing was full of admiration and gave a thumbs up repeatedly. Brother Bai was not only strong, but also had such a high level of prestige. It was a piece of cake for him to surpass hundreds of thousands of disciples and top the list. I cried out in my heart, I failed at studying. I failed at studying. I'm going to show off now. Ahem. Brother Bai. The reason why I am looking for you is actually related to the top of you. Bai Donglin didn't respond, but raised his eyebrows to signal him to continue. Brother Bai. You know that I like making friends. I have met many senior brothers and sisters in recent days. This time, a senior brother took the initiative to find me and asked me to contact you. Brother Bai. Oh! Did this senior brother tell me what he wants to see me for? Bai Donglin looked puzzled. Although he topped the list, it was nothing compared to those brothers who had already joined the main peak. The later a cultivator reaches, the more each realm becomes a new world. From the perspective of the senior brothers, they should not be concerned about these children playing house. Sheng Qing shook his head and said, I don't know about that. I only know that they are going to host a banquet for you. Brother Bai. By the way, it is said that Shen Wuk and Tuya have also been invited. Bai Donglin frowned. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. This matter is definitely not that simple. However, it is not easy to refuse. It is okay to go and take a look. He will just act according to circumstances. So he asked. Time and location. At noon. Hanhai Restaurant. In the huge area specially divided by the Holy Sect. This area is the public area for communication and transactions of the Holy Sect. A tall restaurant near the center is the Hanhai Restaurant. Bai Donglin looked up at the plaque and stepped into it. As soon as he entered the restaurant, a servant in black standing by his side had his eyes light up. And he quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Bai. My master has already prepared a banquet on the top floor. Please follow me. Bai Donglin nodded and followed him upstairs. It was not difficult for a cultivator to get his portrait, so he was not surprised that the servant recognized him at a glance. Soon they reached the top floor, and the servant bowed respectfully and then left. Bai Donglin took a quick look and saw that there was only one table in the spacious space, and 3 people with extraordinary temperaments were already sitting there. Junior Brother Bai. You are finally here. Come. Please take a seat. A hero in the main position said enthusiastically. It seems that this is the senior brother. The breath is hidden. Bai Donglin can't respond to anything. And he was polite to find an empty position and then asked directly. I wonder what your name is. Senior brother? I wonder why I invited you here this time. Ha ha ha. Junior Brother Bai is so quick to speak. Worthy of being the top of the new ranking. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chioshan, and I am the current senior brother of Tianwei Peak. Bai Donglin's expression changed. He turned out to be the eldest senior brother of Tianwei Peak, one of the 36 Tiangang peaks. This person is not simple. What do you need to find new disciples for such a character? Chapter 59, Mingyu Ancient World. Although he was a little surprised that Chioshan was the senior brother of Tianwei Peak, he was not in awe. In the same generation, does Chioshan have the ability to come to the top of the list? Be confident but not arrogant. Do not fear other ways. Only respect my way. Only in this way can you cultivate the way of invincibility. This is also the reason why Chioshan was so polite to the 3 of them. Not only because he had something to ask for, but also because the 3 of them were the best among the new disciples and had unlimited prospects. After Chioshan introduced himself, he turned his gaze to another man with long hair that was white on the left and black on the right and said, This is Junior Brother Shen Wuk. I wonder if you have ever met him. Junior Brother Shen is quite powerful, but he is second only to Junior Brother Bai. Bai Donglin looked at Shen Wuk and felt that the man in front of him had a cold aura in his bones. As expected, the rumors were true. He was extremely handsome, about 70% of his level. He bowed and said politely, It's our first meeting. Brother Shen is indeed extraordinary. With the appearance of an immortal, God has no shortage of coldness and a little bit slowly. And he is polite to return. Brother Bai. You are too kind. Brother Bai is very powerful. I will definitely learn from you if I have the chance. Ha ha ha. Dare not. Dare not be. Fortunately, everyone likes to carry a beautiful sedan chair. Who doesn't like to hear nice things? Business people are praising each other. And that's it. This is Junior Brother Tuya. He is also very strong. Second only to the 2 of you. Tuya's frown was obviously unconvinced. Hello, Brother Tuesday. Tuya just nodded slightly after hearing this. Bai Donglin didn't care. He was destined to have little interaction with this person. So he stopped talking. Come on. 3 brothers. Let's drink and chat. Qiuzhen personally filled the 3 of them with wine. It seems that the discussion was not the same. Even the maid rushed out. Bai Donglin's soul moved slightly, and the restaurants of this layer were shrouded in the array. He was a little curious about the matter. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Qiuzhen put down his chopsticks. Bai Donglin's heart moved, thinking that the main event was about to begin. He heard Qiuzhen say in a serious tone, My 3 junior brothers, I recently received a piece of news. Soon, the Holy Sect will announce a major event. This event may be a matter of life and death for you new disciples. Or it may be an opportunity. Bai Donglin and the other 2 looked slightly grim when they heard this. Of course Qiuzhen would not come here to play tricks on them for no reason. They just didn't know what matter had made the eldest senior brother from the main peak take it so seriously. Seeing that the 3 of them looked serious, Qiuzhen nodded with satisfaction and continued. This matter has only been reported for a short time. And the Saint Sect's top leaders were also very surprised. After all, that place only appears once every tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect that this time it would be much earlier. Just in time for you to catch up. I dare not say too much about the specific situation. But it won't be long before the Holy Sect issues a decree. And you will understand then. After Qiuzhen finished speaking, he took out 3 white jade tubes from his bracelet and placed them on the table. Then continued, 3 junior brothers, I invited you here this time because I want to make a deal with you. Help me take something out of that place. And I will use 100,000 contribution points to buy it. Bai Donglin's eyes were shocked. 100,000 contributed points. So big hand. It seems that Qiuzhen's things are absolutely unusual. There will be no pie in the sky. And the effort is directly proportional to the harvest. And what exactly is the place that the Riddler is talking about? I know that there are a lot of doubts in my heart. And you will naturally know it soon. Here is 3 maps. And the information of the things you look for is also inside. Whether the 3 have to accept this transaction or not to find what the brother needs. It depends on you. Even if you don't want to do it. It doesn't matter if you don't want to do it. Please accept this map. Anyway, that's a place you 3 must go to. After Qiuzhen finished speaking, he handed the jade tube to the 3 people. Bai Donglin thought about it and took the jade tube. Now he knew too little information. He would have to wait and see whether to make this deal or not. The decision was in his hands. Even if Qiuzhen was the eldest senior brother of the main peak, he could not influence his will. The 3 of them took the jade tube. Qiuzhen stopped talking about this matter and smiled as he talked about some trivial matters of the Holy Sect. The 4 of them ate and drank for an hour before Bai Donglin and the others left one after another. Brother Bai, please stay. Bai Donglin was just walking down the street when he was stopped by someone. He turned around and saw that it was the black and white-haired Shinwuchi. Although this person was very cold, he had a good impression of him. So he stopped and turned around to ask, I don't know what else is God. Brother Bai. 1 month later, I will challenge the Tontian Tower and re-enter the top of the list. God did not say that the light door left. Bai Donglin was slightly stunned. This Shinwuk was too arrogant. Was he deliberately not wanting to affect his ability to obtain the magical power reward? Or was this the unspoken rule? It seems that there is no need to rush to cause trouble for the green-faced zombie. He shook his head and didn't take it to heart. He walked out of the light gate and returned to Zuzuju. In the infinite dimensional space, space fragments are floating everywhere. Space turbulence appears from time to time. And more terrifying space-time storms are also hidden in it. At this time, a huge monster slowly appeared in the depths of the dimensional space. This was an extremely huge world. It was shining with a dazzling light that could not be looked at directly. It was an indestructible world wall. The vast world crushed through the dimensional space. Slowly and unwaveringly. Space debris, space turbulence, and space-time storms were all crushed into nothingness. The crisis-ridden dimensional space cannot leave even a trace on the world wall. And in the direction of this vast world stands a world that is countless times larger. In this world, the endless space has been entangled around the world. This is a world of life. Each breath is swallowed with immeasurable energy. The violent energy forms countless vortices. Anything in the dimension of the dimension space will be crushed by the vortex. And then it will be transformed into pure energy by the world. Given the movement trajectory of the vast world, it won't be long before the 2 worlds pass each other by. Qianyuan realm. Above the end of the East Polar Sea, an old man with white hair and beard and dressed in white stood in the void. His clean white robe was covered with golden patterns, and the patterns were intertwined to form a golden eye on his back. This eye was extremely mysterious, as if it could see through everything in the world. The old man stretched out his right hand, holding an antique brass compass. Above the compass, countless characters were spinning and entwining, forming a huge ball of light. Inside it, countless light spots were emerging and floating. The old man stared at the ball of light on the compass, and countless characters jumped in the depths of his eyes. Old man Tianji, have you calculated the exact time of the ancient world's arrival? An old voice came from the void. And then an old man in black robe stepped through the space and appeared next to the old man in white named Tianji. Strange. Strange. Why would it be advanced? And it was advanced by a full 10,000 years. This doesn't make sense. This has never happened since ancient times. Old man Tianji did not answer the old man in black robe. His eyes were still fixed on the compass, and he muttered to himself. The old man in black robe shook his head and said into the void, "You old guys, why are you still hiding? We haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years, and you don't even come out to meet your old friends." As soon as the old man finished speaking, ripples appeared in the surrounding space, and then more than a dozen figures stepped out and stood in the void. With the appearance of everyone, the surrounding space and time were slightly distorted, and time was disturbed by the invisible energy. Among the dozen figures, there were men and women, old and young, humans and monsters, a slovenly old Taoist priest, a great scholar holding a scroll, and an old monk with a Buddha's light behind his head. These people were silent, and all looked at old man Tianji. At this time, Elder Tianji finally withdrew his gaze from the compass light ball, glanced at everyone, and said slowly, "After 3 months, the Mingyu ancient realm will descend again. However, I still have doubts. It is impossible for the ancient world to arrive 10,000 years in advance for no reason. There must be something strange about this matter." A beautiful woman in palace dress said with a smile, "Tianji, do you mean they are playing tricks? Impossible. Xuanji, you overestimate them. Even we can't interfere with the operation of the ancient world, let alone them." The old man in black robe frowned and shouted. The old monk, with 9 Buddha lights appearing behind his head, put his hands together and said with a smile, "Amitabha, in my opinion, everything has its cause and effect. If there is an effect, there must be a cause. If there is a change in the ancient world, we must be on guard. Humph. We still need to report this matter to our ancestors. If they really dare to reach out to the ancient world, they will be killed." Amitabha. Good. Everyone's figures disappeared in an instant, and the disturbed time and space gradually returned to normal. The old man Tianji, who was left alone, frowned, sensing the chaotic and vague Tianji. He sighed softly and then disappeared. Chapter 60. I don't want to be a human anymore. Taishan Valley, Zishu residence. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the bed, the blood essence in his body surging continuously, and the large amount of blood essence consumed in opening up the spiritual orifice was quickly recovered. After the blood essence was fully restored, he compressed the blood essence into a point with ease, and put it into the spiritual orifice singularity explosion, thus successfully opening up another spiritual orifice. He finished the exercise and opened his eyes. A red light flashed, and the surging blood energy in his body gradually calmed down. Too slow. After several days of seclusion, all the elixirs and spiritual stones have been used up, and the human orifices and spiritual orifices have only been opened to 100, which is less than half. In fact, his cultivation speed was already very fast, and he had opened up an infinite spiritual space. But Bai Donglin was not satisfied with this speed. The failure rate of the singularity explosion method is quite high, and many times it is a waste of effort. If he had not spent a lot of time recovering his blood essence, his human orifices might have been completely opened up. Although the infinite spiritual space opened up has great potential, this advantage can only be reflected when the god is conceived and the demon is forged. Now the improvement in his strength is not much different from the ordinary spiritual space opening method. He was still very cautious about what Qiuzhen said, and wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. Only when he was strong would he have more options when facing a crisis. After pondering for a moment, he found that he was so poor that he only had contribution points left, and there were still 11,800 points left. He might have to use the precious points to exchange for some spirit stones and elixirs. Others would not dare to take pills as recklessly as he did, unless they were precious golden pills. All elixirs were poisonous, and accumulating too much of it in the body would cause great harm. But for him, it was just to increase a little bit of enhanced energy. The same goes for the use of spirit stones. The spiritual energy contained in spirit stones is not as gentle as that of elixirs. Other cultivators absorb spirit stones carefully and slowly. But Bai Donglin wants to chew the spirit stones into pieces and swallow them. The damage to his meridians caused by the violent spiritual energy only increases his energy. Because of this, a large amount of cultivation resources were used up by him in just a few days. The true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon is powerful enough, but it consumes too many resources. He got up and walked out of the bedroom. It was impossible for him to slowly recover his blood essence by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Money was a bastard's money, and we could earn it again after he spent it. He drew a light gate, came to the public area of the Holy Sect, and went straight to the trading area. Dan Pavilion, the largest medicine store in this trading area, is said to be backed by Danfeng. It is very powerful, and can sell a few golden elixirs from time to time. As soon as Bai Donglin entered the Dan Pavilion, the beautiful shopping guide's eyes lit up, and she hurried forward. She had seen Bai Donglin's portrait, and knew he was her new dream lover. Mr. Bai, is there anything you need? The woman's voice was gentle and pleasant, and she looked at Bai Donglin with affectionate eyes. The delicate voice, and the enthusiasm and generosity made Bai Donglin nod secretly. It was worthy of being Dan Pavilion. The service was quite good. I need a pill that can quickly restore spiritual energy. Please introduce it to me. Okay. Mr. Bai. Please follow me. Mr. Bai. This is the Huiling pill, which is most suitable for the Xinxiao realm. And this Guyuan pill is extremely pure and contains very little poison. Looking at the several kinds of elixirs introduced by the woman, Bai Donglin shook his head. He had used a lot of these elixirs before, and they were very ordinary and not suitable for him. I need a pill that can quickly restore a large amount of spiritual energy. I don't care if it is mild or contains poison. Bai Donglin's words startled the shopping guide. This was the first time she had heard such a strange request in all her years of work. Suddenly, she thought of something and said to Bai Donglin, "So Mr. Bai wants to buy elixirs for spirit beasts." Many cultivators raise spirit beasts as combat pets or mounts. And when it comes to the soul-restoring elixirs used by spirit beasts, they certainly don't have to worry about whether the medicinal properties are mild or whether the elixir contains high levels of toxins. First, spirit beasts have stronger bodies. And second, pets are just pets. How can they be more valuable than their masters? Bai Donglin froze for a moment, and instantly understood what the woman meant. It seemed to be quite suitable for him. So he stammered and replied, "Well, yeah, that's right. That's right. I just want to buy the elixir for my pet." Bai Donglin followed the woman to another counter with a forced smile. "Mr. Bai, look, this is a spirit beast pill. It has a strong medicinal effect. One pill can fully restore the spirit energy of a spirit beast." "Yeah, that's good. How much is this pill?" "I'll buy it with contribution points." "Contribution points?" The woman's eyes lit up. It was not new for her to use contribution points to buy pills, but it was good enough to get one every 1 or 2 months. Almost no one would be so wasteful. It was worthy of Mr. Bai. He was really generous. The shopping guide girl quickly called the shopkeeper, because she didn't have the Jidao bracelet that could be traded for contribution points. "Hello, Mr. Bai. I am the owner of the Dan Pavilion. If you buy the Spirit Beast pill with contribution points, you can get a big discount. 2 points for 1 pill. I wonder how many you need." The shopkeeper is one of those disciples who has not joined the main peak after 20 years. He owns the Jidao bracelet, and staying in the Holy Sect to help some forces as a shopkeeper is also a way out. "Well, give me 2,000. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. 2,000 equals 4,000 points. This is a big deal. The shopping guide next to him also covered her mouth and said in surprise, "It's such a blessing to be Mr. Bai's pet." Bai Donglin smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, my pet has a big appetite." After deducting the points from the money and goods were settled. Bai Donglin took the elixir and left quickly. The shopping guide girl stared at Bai Donglin's departing back with infatuated eyes. She was really envious of the spirit pet. "If I had the same, I would be so happy." He walked out of the light gate and returned to Zuzuju, sat cross-legged on the bed, and took out a spirit beast pill. The pill was emerald green in color and had a faint strange fragrance. Bai Donglin looked conflicted. It was okay. No one knew about it anyway. My spirit pet had eaten the spirit beast pill. What did it have to do with me? Bai Donglin? From today on, I, Bai Donglin, will no longer be a human being. He opened his mouth and swallowed the spirit beast pill. The pill instantly turned into violent spiritual energy. The blood essence in his body recovered quickly. The damage to his meridians caused by the pill and the pill poison were transformed into enhanced energy. It smells so good. With a large amount of elixirs, Bai Donglin's speed in opening up his spiritual orifices increased again, and his strength was improving every moment. In less than half a month, all 257 spiritual orifices in his body were opened up. His physical strength increased greatly, and his blood essence became even stronger. All the human orifices in Bai Donglin's body, chest, and limbs were successfully opened. Each spiritual orifice was like a little sun, connected into a mysterious pattern, like constellations in the starry sky. The next step is to open up the earth orifice in the navel and abdomen, as well as the sky orifice on the head. There are more than 1,000 spirit beast pills left. Even if the opening of the earth's orifice is more difficult, it is enough for him to complete the opening of the earth's orifice. The blood essence of the whole body gathered towards the core of the earth orifice, the sea of chi and the spiritual orifice. When the technique was running, the blood essence was compressed crazily until it reached the limit, and the blood essence singularity was thrown into the sea of chi and the spiritual orifice. Another half a month later, Bai Donglin, who had been practicing with his eyes closed, opened his eyes with a tired look. He had been practicing hard for a month, either taking spirit beast pills or playing with singularity explosions. He didn't know how many times he had been blown to death. In the later stages, more and more blood essence needs to be compressed to restore the stronger blood essence in the body. 3 spirit beast pills are needed at a time to fully restore it. There are only dozens of spirit beast pills left, but the results are very gratifying. All 72 spirit orifices in the earth have been successfully opened, except for the head. Only the spirit orifice of the Sea of Gods is shining, and the spirit orifices in other parts of the body are shining like the sun. The skyrocketing strength made Bai Donglin unable to control his blood essence, resulting in the inability to compress the blood essence singularity. The heavenly orifice could not continue to be opened up, and it would take some time to settle down and completely master the skyrocketing blood essence. At this time, the Jidao bracelet flashed red, and a message came into my mind. The top 10,000 disciples on the Rising Star ranking will each be awarded a magical skill, and they can go to the Monument Realm to choose one. In front of the new star list, 10,000 disciples rewarded 10,000 contribution points each and were scattered into the polar bracelets. The top 10,000 disciples on the Rising Star list will enjoy a 10% discount on all training facilities for the next month. Within a month, the Holy Sect will give sermons 4 times, once every 7 days, and all disciples can go and listen. There is also a large pole behind this information. The golden light was shining, glittering, and extremely majestic, indicating that this message was undoubtedly the decree of the Holy Sect. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it finally here? The big event that Qiuzhen mentioned. It seemed that he had to speed up. Bai Donglin suddenly felt that time was running out, and there was a feeling that a storm was about to come. In addition to practicing martial arts to open up his spiritual orifices, he also had to comprehend the Buddhist scriptures and Taoist canons, practice 2 supreme methods of salvation, and there were 2 other magical skills waiting for him to learn in the Monument Realm. He also had to find time to create a few fake scapegoats. I really don't have the ability to clone myself into 2 separate beings. It would be great if I could have the technique to create multiple shadow clones. Getting the thoughts. The road should be step by step. First go to the Monument World to select the magical secrets, and it is useless. Before the storm comes, try to do the best. Draw out of the light gate, step through it, and enter the Monument World of Unknown Dimension.